Upon awakening, urban young woman Gu Xue found herself transmogrified into Gu Yunji, a marginalized, illegitimate son of a prestigious family. In a society that places great emphasis on legitimate heirs, his existence was overshadowed even by the loudest rooster in the courtyard. The only means to alter his fate lay in the imperial examination. To secure a prosperous career, he needed the backing of his clan. This notion left Gu Xue, who had suffered under the patriarchal views of her former life, feeling quite conflicted. However, what troubled her even more was the sultry visage of her bride on their wedding night. "My dear husband, I beseech you for your kindness," she implored, leaving the once resolute and single-minded Gu Xue in a fluster. What was she to do? How could she navigate this unfamiliar territory? As dawn broke, Gu Yunji rose swiftly, engaging in a simple morning exercise routine in the courtyard without awaiting the servant summons. A month had passed since his arrival in this new life, yet he still struggled to adapt. Beyond the shift in status, he grappled with the bewildering fact that he had transformed from a woman into a man. In her previous life, Gu Xue had toiled for years to repay her student loans, finally treating herself to a coveted dress. Yet, as she exited the mall, an unforeseen vehicle struck her down, plunging her into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she found herself transformed into a 14-year-old illegitimate son, Gu Yunji, who was not even a scholar yet. Embracing his new reality, Gu Yunji acknowledged that while he may not enjoy the fortune of those transmigrated as lords or ministers, he was at least well-fed and clad, a far cry from the plight of others who awoke to dilapidated huts and starving children. Over the past month, Gu Yunji had garnered a general understanding of the era and his surroundings. He inhabited an alternate world reminiscent of the Ming and Qing dynasties, set in the Great Xia dynasty, which had been established for over a century. The current year marked the ascension of a new emperor, who had renamed the era to Jingfeng. The Gu family was a prominent lineage, with ancestors who were among the first scholars appointed by the founding emperor, serving as mentors to the crown prince. Today, their family boasted a lineage of officials, with the most esteemed member currently holding the title of Minister of Justice, poised to ascend to a cabinet position. Unfortunately, Gu Yunji was not a direct descendant, but belonged to a collateral branch of the family. The Gu clan had two principal branches, one in the capital, where most members held official titles, and another in Jiangnan, which was regarded as the true Gu family, with its ancestral hall located there. The capital branch had originally emerged from the Jiangnan lineage before expanding in the city. In Jiangnan, the Gu family was a significant clan, with its influence deeply rooted in the local governance of Songjiang Prefecture. The main branch resided in the city, and the elder patriarch had previously held the esteemed title of Grand Preceptor, enjoying considerable esteem. Gu Yunji's father, Gu Xue, hailed from the Songjiang Gu family. As an illegitimate son, he had limited achievements in the civil service, possessing only the title of scholar, and thus was not highly regarded within the clan. Shortly after reaching adulthood, he had been allocated a small estate in Huitai County. As an illegitimate son, Gu Yunji received meager inheritance, merely a few acres of land and a handful of shops. Although Gu Xue lacked success in the examinations, he excelled in business, managing several profitable shops in his youth and significantly expanding the family wealth. However, the rigid societal hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants rendered him scorned by the literati. When Gu Yunji's elder son reached the age for education, Gu Xue invested most of his earnings in land, opting for a leisurely life as a landowner while nurturing his eldest son. Thus, although Gu Yunji could trace his lineage to a prominent family, he lived more akin to a humble commoner, representing a family that had fallen from grace. In a society where social status was rigidly defined, particularly among families adhering to the principle of primogeniture, concubines were often of lowly origin, and illegitimate sons were regarded as lesser beings, generally unworthy of attention. The vast majority of family inheritance would be passed down to the legitimate eldest son, with only a trivial share allocated to the remaining legitimate sons, leaving the illegitimate sons with barely enough to live comfortably. Only a select few exceptionally talented illegitimate sons might garner familial favor and receive additional resources for their cultivation. Gu Yunji understood that without entering public service, his fate would likely be less favorable than his father's, potentially receiving just a few acres of land. With a sigh, Gu Yunji resigned himself to the reality that pursuing the civil service examination was his best option. However, as a mere 14-year-old, he had only recently passed the preliminary exam, indicating a long road ahead. After completing his morning exercises, Gu Yunji found himself lightly perspiring. At that moment, his attendant, Su Dong, reminded him, "Third young master, it's nearly time to pay your respects to the master and mistress." Gu Yunji acknowledged the reminder, tidied his appearance, and proceeded toward the main courtyard. At the entrance, his elder brother, Gu Yunxiao, awaited him. Gu Yunxiao, the legitimate eldest son born of the mistress, had always been favored and was personally tutored by their father, Gu Kaijin. He had diligently pursued his studies and had recently participated in the local examination, though the results had yet to be announced. As a caring elder brother, Gu Yunxiao inquired upon seeing the sweat on Gu Yunji's brow. "Why are you so drenched in sweat this early? Are you feeling weak? I recently acquired a fine ginseng. You should take it to replenish your vitality." Gu Yunji respectfully declined, smiling as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I merely took a few laps this morning to exercise." In truth, Gu Yunji had been practicing for several days, but Gu Yunxiao had been away in the capital for the examinations and was unaware. Pleased, Gu Yunxiao nodded approvingly, encouraging, "You have made progress lately in the past. You would seclude yourself in your room to study, seldom venturing outside. Now, you appear more spirited." As they conversed, the second brother, Gu Yunlin, arrived. Like Gu Yunji, he was also an illegitimate son, though his mother, concubine's son, hailed from a lesser background than Gu Yunji's mother, concubine Zhao. Nevertheless, concubine's son was quite favored, allowing him to enjoy a life nearly as privileged as that of the legitimate eldest son, Gu Yunxiao. Upon noticing his brothers, Gu Yunlin flushed, offering a perfunctory greeting to Gu Yunxiao before standing next to Gu Yunji. With all three brothers present, Gu Yunxiao led them into the courtyard to pay their respects. In the Gu family's strict household, all young masters, whether legitimate or illegitimate, were raised in the front courtyard. After paying their morning respects, they would join their parents for breakfast before departing for their studies. The young ladies enjoyed a more relaxed schedule, able to have breakfast in their respective chambers before paying their respects to the mistress. As for dinner, regardless of status, all young masters and ladies would wait until everyone had gathered to dine together in the hall. In the dining hall, Master Gu Kaijin and Mistress Wang were already seated. After the three brothers paid their respects, they each took their seats. Gu Kaijin looked at his eldest son with satisfaction, saying, "Shower has completed the local examination. If you pass this time, it will bring great honor to our family. Even compared to your cousins in the capital, Gu Yunxiao is 19 this year. If he succeeds in the imperial examination, he will undoubtedly surpass most of his cousins and gain the favor of his grandfather in the capital, which will also draw more attention to Gu Kaijin himself from the family." Upon hearing this, the second young master, Gu Yunlin, secretly scoffed. This scene did not escape the notice of Madame Wang, who calmly remarked, "Ergo, and Ji Gu must also work diligently to achieve success and bring honor to the Gu family." Gu Kaijin, suddenly recalling something, turned serious and shot a sharp glance at his second son. "Humph, just the other day, Master Wei told me that your studies have been a complete mess lately. You spend your days idly, and you are already 18. After 2 or 3 attempts, you barely managed to pass as a scholar, and you were at the bottom of the list. If you do not apply yourself from now on, I will break your legs." Upon seeing his father's fierce gaze, Gu Yunlin felt a sinking feeling in his heart, becoming increasingly dejected, like a quail, huddled in his chair, too afraid to make a sound. As Gu Kaijin continued to scold, his gaze fell upon Gu Yunqi, and he paused. "And you, the third, must also strive to excel. If there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to ask the master. Do not sulk in silence all day." Gu Yunqi responded readily, "I will not disappoint my parents' expectations and will heed the master's teachings diligently." Hearing this, Gu Kaijin regarded him with more attention. Gu Yunqi, who had previously been introverted and timid, now seemed somewhat different. However, as he had only just become a student last year, and despite being steadier than the second son, Gu Kaijin thought him not particularly bright, fearing he would not amount to much in the future. With this thought, he shook his head inwardly. After a while, breakfast was served. The Gu family adhered to the principle of silence during meals, each person quietly eating at their own small table, rendering the hall silent. Once breakfast was finished, Gu Yunqi left the main courtyard and went to the courtyard of his biological mother, concubine Zhao. Today was a holiday, and there were no classes. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. "Brother," a delicate little girl, radiant and charming, hugged Gu Yunqi tightly, looking up at him with a beaming smile. This was his younger sister, Gu Yunxiao, who was 10 years old and also the child of concubine Zhao. Unlike the original, as the youngest child in the family, she was quite favored and had a lively disposition. Seeing his sister's lively face brightened Gu Yunqi's mood, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right now, you're getting older. There's a distinction between genders. Don't cling to your brother like that." Observing the harmonious interaction between her children, concubine Zhao felt a swell of happiness. Yet, mindful of the strict family rules, she maintained a stern expression as she admonished them. Gu Xue, a modern woman from the 21st century, found such feudal concepts, like boys and girls should not share the same seat after the age of 7, utterly ridiculous. In her previous life, her family was excessively patriarchal. As the firstborn, she had survived by sheer luck. Subsequently, she had 2 younger sisters, one sold off and the other choked to death by their father. Perhaps it was some cosmic retribution her mother never conceived again. Later, her father adopted a cousin from her uncle's family, who was doted on as if he were the apple of their eye. Gu Xue managed to enroll in university, but her family opposed her education solely because it was too costly, believing girls were not worth the investment. In their eyes, her cousin was far more valuable than their own daughter. Fortunately, with the help of student loans and some transportation funds from a high school teacher, Gu Xue secretly fled home with her acceptance letter to report to school. Unfortunately, before her beautiful life could truly begin, she was tragically killed in an accident. Fate can be cruel. The once suppressed Gu Xue now found herself as Gu Yunqi, who had to rely on his clan in this feudal dynasty, where detaching from one's family was nearly impossible. Moreover, for Gu Yunqi, being a man meant that familial power was not merely a hindrance, but rather a support. Before Gu Yunqi could exchange more words with his sister, concubine Zhao urged Gu Yunxiao to pay her respects to Madame Wang. Coming from humble beginnings, concubine Zhao was later taken as a concubine into the Gu household. Though she had borne a pair of children, she remained cautious and meticulous, fearful of displeasing the master and mistress. Now, with her son present, she had little else to say, repeatedly urging him to study hard and not anger his father. Gu Yunqi patiently listened for a while, then excused himself to return to his room to study, rising to leave. Stepping out of concubine Zhao's courtyard, Gu Yunqi let out a long sigh. In today's world, governed by benevolence and filial piety, to succeed in the imperial examination, one must show respect to their parents. Whether it be a legitimate or a concubine-born mother, he had to perform the role of dutiful son in front of them. Back in his room, Gu Yunqi approached his desk and began reviewing the assignments completed by the original owner. In the assignment book, the original owner had meticulously recorded nearly every word spoken by the master in class, even including interjections. As the notes progressed, the handwriting became increasingly hasty, indicating the owner's frustration at not having enough time to write. Seeing this, Gu Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the courtyard examination occurred annually, and the original owner had spent 7 years from 6 years old until he finally passed as a student at 13. It could be said that he was rather dull-witted, even foolish. The courtyard and county examinations took place every September, while the provincial and imperial examinations were held once every 3 years. By calculation, the next provincial examination was originally scheduled for August of the 3rd year of Jingfeng, with the imperial examination occurring the following March. However, due to the addition of a special examination, both were moved to this year, with the provincial examination in March and the imperial examination in September. Yet, for Gu Yunqi, the provincial and imperial examinations felt far off. The immediate goal was to strive to pass this year's county examination and become a scholar. With 5 months remaining until the county examination, there was still time. Gu Yunqi, who had previously changed his fate through education, felt quite confident about this. In truth, for a scholarly family like the Gus, the county examination was not particularly challenging. The content revolved around Confucian classics, primarily focusing on the 4 books. The essay portion would only be addressed in the provincial examination. As long as he memorized the texts and sought guidance from experienced family elders on answering techniques, there should be no issue. Fortunately, Gu Yunqi had graduated with a major in Chinese language and literature in his previous life, so writing and calligraphy posed no problem. Moreover, given that the original owner was merely a 14-year-old boy, his handwriting was not exceptionally refined otherwise. He feared that he might reveal his lack of skill just through the act of writing. Gu Yunqi had a good memory and had already memorized about 70 to 80% of the 4 books since his arrival. However, having never taken the county examination before, he was uncertain about the questions, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious despite his familiarity with the texts. Seeing him frowning at the book, the servant Sudong tentatively asked, "Third young master, are you encountering difficulties in your studies?" Perhaps you could consult the eldest young master? At this, Gu Yunqi's eyes lit up. He had forgotten this possibility. Currently, only 3 people in the family had passed the county examination: Gu Yunxiao, Gu Yunlin, and their father, Gu Kaizhen. Gu Yunlin was not worth mentioning. His own studies were mediocre, and his experience likely wouldn't provide much valuable insight for Gu Yunqi. As for Gu Kaizhen, he had last participated in the imperial examination over a decade ago, and Gu Yunqi was unsure of his current abilities. Moreover, as the head of the family, Gu Yunqi felt a bit intimidated by him. His elder brother, Gu Yunxiao, had a gentle temperament and was of the same age, making him easier to approach. Furthermore, he was known for his earnestness in his studies. His experience should be beneficial for Gu Yunqi. With this thought in mind, Gu Yunqi set off to find Gu Yunxiao. As the provincial examination results had yet to be announced, Gu Yunxiao remained at home, engrossed in his studies. Upon seeing Gu Yunqi approach, he looked a bit surprised. Previously, Gu Yunqi had been like a closed-off gourd, spending all his time indoors and rarely venturing out. Every time they spoke, he had seemed somewhat withdrawn now. He was coming to seek him out, indicating a significant change from before. After completing his formalities, Gu Yunji wasted no time and spoke directly. "Elder brother, I am preparing for the county examination in September. Although I am quite familiar with the 4 books, I have never encountered the actual questions, nor do I know the examiner's preferences, which leaves me somewhat uncertain. I wonder if you have any reference materials that you could lend me for my study." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxiao revealed a look of gratification. As he rummaged through the bookshelf beside him, he addressed Gu Yunji. "As brothers, what need is there to speak of lending? These books will serve you while take them home with you." He proceeded to introduce each book in his hands to Gu Yunji. "This volume is a collection of recent examination questions. This one is a compilation of exemplary essays, and here is a set of the 4 books, which contains my own annotations and insights that may prove beneficial to you." Gu Yunji accepted the books and briefly flipped through them. The collections included actual questions and essays from the county examinations, akin to the contemporary 5-year college entrance exam with 3 years of simulations, which was precisely what he needed at this moment. The 4 books appeared somewhat worn, with the edges of the pages curling, indicating that the previous owner had perused them numerous times. As Gu Yunxiao had mentioned, the annotations within were significantly deeper and more profound compared to the rigid notes he had taken in his study book. Noticing Gu Yunji's earnestness in reading, Gu Yunxiao added, "The examination question and essay collections are a few years old, and they may be slightly outdated. When you have the time, do visit a bookstore to acquire a newer simulation question set." Gu Yunji nodded in acknowledgement, then carefully cradled the books in his arms. He expressed his gratitude sincerely to Gu Yunxiao before taking his leave. Upon returning to his room, Gu Yunji eagerly began to delve into the books that Gu Yunxiao had provided, becoming increasingly engrossed. He scarcely ventured outside, except for meals. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day slipped by in this manner. Chapter 3. Departure. The magnificent rooster stood half a person tall, exuding an impressive aura. Its comb was thick and blood-red, while its iridescent feathers glimmered with a golden sheen under the sunlight. It slowly paced forward, adopting an aggressive stance, fiercely fixating its gaze on its adversary. Gu Yunjie gripped a slender wooden stick, lowering his center of gravity as he faced off against the rooster, beads of sweat rolling down his flushed cheeks from the tension. With a mighty shout, he charged at the rooster, raising the stick. However, the bird displayed an uncanny agility, deftly sidestepping and turning to peck fiercely at Gu Yunjie's hand. Letting out a pained cry, he dropped the stick, falling to the ground due to the force of his own momentum. Seizing the opportunity, the rooster leapt onto Gu Yunjie, its sharp beak poised to strike his face. A resounding crow of the rooster jolted Gu Yunjie from his chaotic dreams back to reality. Struggling to sit up in bed, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and called for Sudong, asking, "What time is it?" Sudong glanced outside at the daylight and chuckled. "Has the rooster disturbed the 3rd young master? It's still early. You have half an hour before your usual rising time." Just then, another loud crow echoed from the courtyard. "Where did that rooster come from?" Gu Yunji inquired. Sudong replied, "It said that the 2nd young master brought it back from the temple fair yesterday. It somehow ended up in our courtyard." Gu Yunjie pressed his temples in frustration and decided to get up and dress. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Ting Feng, the personal servant of Gu Yunlin, chasing after the erratic rooster that was flapping its wings, darting from the flower bed to the windowsill, leaving Ting Feng in a state of disarray. Seizing the moment, Gu Yunjie swiftly caught the rooster by its wings as it scurried past him. Having grown up in the countryside, he had no trouble capturing the bird. Ting Feng, seeing this, hurriedly praised, "Third young master is truly impressive. You caught it in one go, unlike me, who has been at a loss for ages." Gu Yunjie, unimpressed, tossed the rooster to Ting Feng. "Is this from your courtyard? Why did my second brother bring back a chicken?" Ting Feng caught it carefully, smoothing its feathers. "This is the second young master's pet, acquired yesterday at the temple fair." The vendor mentioned that roosters love to perch high, and their crowing heralds the dawn, which is auspicious for scholars. "This one is particularly robust, the king of roosters. The second young master named it Batian, and it cost a hefty 80 taels. Gu Yunjie felt a twitch in his eyelid, incredulous. "Did father allow my second brother to raise a chicken?" The second young master told father that roosters can inspire motivation, referencing the old tale of dancing upon hearing the rooster's crow. The rooster's morning calls would encourage him to rise early for study. Father agreed, but only permitted it to be kept in the front courtyard. Ting Feng lowered his voice, adding, "Oh," and the second young master claimed it was a gift from a classmate. So no money was spent. "Please don't let this slip." It was Gu Yunlin who wanted to raise the chicken. It was Gu Yunjie who was awakened by its cacophony. He felt utterly speechless. Maintaining a stoic expression, he said to Ting Feng, "The name Batian is too ostentatious. It might offend. I shall bestow a more fitting name upon my second brother's pet. Let us call it Fanjin." With that, he turned to begin his morning exercises. Fanjin? Gu Yunlin, back in his room, looked at Ting Feng in confusion. The third young master mentioned that Fanjin was a renowned scholar of the previous dynasty, whose disciples were numerous and successful. Those he taught were at least able to pass the provincial examinations. This event became known as Fanjin's success, and it was widely celebrated. Ting Feng explained. "Is that so? I've never heard of it," Gu Yunlin said, skepticism evident before he quickly dismissed it. However, the third brother is right. Batian is indeed a bit too flamboyant. I can't think of a better name at the moment, so let it be Fanjin. Meanwhile, Gu Yunjie, after paying his respects, remembered that Gu Yunxiao had asked him to acquire a mock exam question set when he had the chance. With the county examinations yet to be announced and classes at the academy not in session, he decided to procure the books today. His monthly allowance was 10 taels, which would be insufficient for purchasing books, and he had no intention of using his own money. Gu Yunjie approached Madame Wang to inform her of his intention to withdraw money for books, since this was related to the imperial examination and a valid reason. Madame Wang had no objections. After offering a few words of advice, she granted him a note to withdraw 30 taels from the treasury. Once he received the funds, Gu Yunjie set out with Sudong. This marked his first step beyond the gates of the Gu residence since his arrival. And as he surveyed the ancient architecture and bustling marketplace, he felt as though he had crossed into another realm. The local bookstores were predominantly located near the academy, so Gu Yunjie headed straight to the largest one he recalled, Wenhui Bookstore. Upon arriving, he found several scholars already browsing the shelves. Dressed in an impressive manner, Gu Yunjie was warmly greeted by a shop assistant. "Good sir, are you looking to purchase books, calligraphy, or perhaps some stationery? We just received a shipment of fine ink yesterday. Would you care to have a look?" "No, thank you," Gu Yunjie replied coolly. "Do you have any examination-related model essays?" "Indeed, we do." The assistant guided him to a nearby shelf. "What kind of material are you interested in?" Gu Yunjie casually picked up a volume-titled collection of superior essays from the Huading county examinations of the past decade. It was a handwritten manuscript. The characters displayed a striking elegance and strength. He noted the name of the transcriber on the last page, Chang Yan. The assistant interjected, "You have a discerning eye, sir. Although Chang Yan is young, he possesses exceptional calligraphy skills. This is the most expensive book in our store, priced at 8 taels. A mere handwritten book for 8 taels? Gu Yunjie thought to himself, astonished. No wonder it was said that the imperial examination was a game of the aristocracy. True impoverished individuals struggled to afford meals, let alone such expensive manuscripts. Yet the assistant was not exaggerating. Compared to other handwritten books, this one was indeed the finest. He instructed Sudong to take this book while he selected a few others, preparing to pay. Just then, he felt a weight on his right shoulder as an arm draped over it. "Yunjie, it's been ages since we last met. Why haven't you come to see me?" It was Jiang Kongshi, Gu Yunjie's classmate from the academy, known for his straightforward and generous nature. Though such a personality sometimes overwhelmed the more introverted original self, he was indeed Gu Yunjie's best friend at the academy. My elder brother just completed the county exam. And before Gu Yunjie could finish, Jiang Kongsher interrupted playfully. Your brother's exam has nothing to do with you. Is that your excuse for not visiting? Surely you're not avoiding me. Jiang Kongsher was not genuinely upset. He understood the original self's introverted nature and was deliberately trying to bridge the gap. Gu Yunjie recognized his goodwill and smiled. The county exam results will be announced tomorrow, and classes at the academy will commence the day after. After school, I'll treat you to a meal to make amends. How does that sound? Surprised by his response, Jiang Kongsher quickly brushed it off. Compared to the original self, Gu Yunjie's current demeanor was far more to his liking. That has settled then. No backing out. If you go back on your word, I'll draw a turtle on your textbook. Gu Yunjie chuckled helplessly. Of course, I promise. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he bid farewell to Jiang Kongsher. After paying for the selected books at the counter, Gu Yunjie and Sudong made their way home. That night, as Gu Yunjie lay in bed, the anticipation of the forthcoming county exam results kept him awake, wondering whether his elder brother Gu Yunxiao had succeeded. The gap between a successful candidate and a mere scholar was vast. Passing the examination merely signified the initial step into the intellectual elite. In the pursuit of the imperial examination, achieving the rank of a scholar confers upon one the status of an official, thereby opening the door to candidacy for various administrative positions, such as that of a county magistrate. Only then does one truly enter the ranks of the ruling class. Lost in thought, Gu Yunji gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Just before he fully immersed himself in slumber, a hazy notion crossed his mind. Tonight, Gu Yunxiao must find it even more difficult to sleep than he does. Chapter 4. Gu Yunxiao's triumph today marks the day the results of the county examination are announced. The Gu family members deliberately slowed their breakfast pace, as if awaiting something significant. Following the examination, should one achieve success, an official envoy is dispatched by the government to convey the good news directly to the scholar's residence, sparing them the need to navigate the throngs at the announcement site. Moreover, since the Gu family does not reside within the prefectural city, they cannot view the results immediately. Huading County, under the direct jurisdiction of Songjiang Prefecture, is merely a little over an hour's ride away. A swift gallop would likely require less than half an hour. Despite their attempts to savor their meal, they eventually finished. As the sun rose higher, the envoy had yet to arrive. Gu Yunji delicately scraped the bottom of his bowl with a spoon, feigning continued dining. In truth, his bowl was impeccably clean, a ruse to occupy himself during the interminable wait. Sighing heavily, Gu Yunlin cast his spoon into the bowl, producing a crisp sound that shattered the silence of the hall, drawing the anxious gazes of the others. After such a prolonged wait, the envoy should have arrived by now. Yet there was still no word. Gu Kaijin, already in a foul mood, seized upon Gu Yunlin's sigh as an opportunity for venting. If you don't wish to eat, then don't. Your lamentations have drained the spirit from us all. He surveyed the room, noting that everyone else was pretending to eat, and continued, since we have all finished, let us clear the table. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from outside the courtyard. Soon after, a man dressed as an official, with a red cloth tied around his waist, entered the hall. Master Gu Yunxiao has ranked 37th in the county examination. Gu Kaijin sprang from his seat, his face alight with joy. Ha ha! Excellent. My son has succeeded. Gu Yunxiao finally broke into a smile, exhaling with relief. He turned to bow solemnly to Gu Kaijin and Madame Wang. At last, I have not disappointed my parents. The two hastily assisted him to his feet, tears glistening in Gu Kaijin's eyes as he patted his son's shoulder. My son has brought honor. All your years of diligent study have not been in vain. Now, I can hold my head high before your grandfather. The hall erupted in jubilant noise, with everyone extending their congratulations to Gu Yunxiao. Gu Yunji sincerely offered his blessings. Congratulations, elder brother, on your success. In a true aristocratic family, shared fortunes and misfortunes bind them closely. The cutthroat competition for power is a rarity. After all, the primogeniture system is firmly established. And no matter how a younger son may strive, he cannot claim what does not belong to him. It is far wiser to foster good relations with the elder brother, securing future benefits. Additionally, on a personal level, Gu Yunxiao had always treated him well, being a commendable brother, and Gu Yunji naturally wished for his bright future. With a gentle demeanor, Gu Yunxiao replied, "Thank you, third brother. Your diligent efforts will surely lead you to success in due time." After a prolonged period of celebration, It was Madame Wang who first regained her composure, rewarding the envoy with a pouch of silver as a token of gratitude. The envoy, overjoyed, accepted it with heartfelt thanks and offered several auspicious phrases before departing joyfully. Beaming with pride, Gu Xue waved his hand. It is a great occasion for the eldest son. All the servants will receive an extra month's pay. Furthermore, send a few to purchase firecrackers and prepare to celebrate at noon with a splendid display at the entrance for a quarter of an hour. Before long, the servants returned with firecrackers. As noon approached, they erupted in a cacophony at the Gu residence's entrance. A drum troupe was also engaged, parading back and forth from the alley's mouth to its end. Within half a day, the neighborhood was abuzz with news of Gu Yunxiao's achievement. In the afternoon, families allied with the Gu family began to arrive in succession, bearing gifts to offer their congratulations. Gu Xue, accompanied by his sons Gu Yunxiao, Gu Yunlin, and Gu Yunji, welcomed the visitors in the front courtyard, while Madame Wang attended to the ladies in the inner courtyard, making for a bustling atmosphere at the Gu residence. At that moment, a servant announced loudly from the entrance, "The eldest daughter and son-in-law have returned." Upon hearing that his daughter, who had long been away from her maternal home, had returned, Gu Xue hurried to greet her. Eldest sister. Before Gu Yunxiao could pay his respects, the eldest sister, Gu Yuni, enveloped him in an embrace, laughing and crying simultaneously. "It has been so long. Yunxiao, you have grown so tall. I remember when you were just a little one, trailing behind me calling sister, and now you are a scholar." Gu Yuni, the eldest daughter of Madame Wang, had grown up alongside Gu Yunxiao, and the two shared a deep bond. 3 years prior, she had married Yang Hezhua, the second son of a wealthy family in Huading County. Unfortunately, Yang Hezhua was unambitious, unable to garner his parents' approval, which left Gu Yuni in a difficult position within her marital home. Her mother-in-law was particularly domineering, often calling her to impose rules. With a weak husband and a dismissive family, Gu Yuni had endured a rather stifling life. However, now that Gu Yunxiao had succeeded, the Yang family would likely regard her with newfound respect, easing her burdens. Thus, upon reuniting with her beloved family, it was no wonder she was overwhelmed with joy. Recalling childhood mischief, Gu Yunxiao felt a flush of embarrassment. Gu Xue approached, equally delighted to see his long-absent daughter. "Your brother's success is a joyous occasion. Why are you crying? Since you are home, stay a while longer. Your mother has missed you dearly." At this, Gu Yuni quickly wiped her tears and hastily bowed to Gu Xue, just as she had embraced Gu Yunxiao, laughing and crying. Gu Yunji and Gu Yunlin had been unable to interject. Now, seizing the opportunity, they too bowed to her. "We pay our respects to the eldest sister." Gu Yuni glanced at the two, nodding with a smile, before her gaze fell upon the tall figure of Gu Yunji. "In just a year or two, third brother has grown so tall. I recall when I married, you were shy and timid. Now you seem so composed. You've truly matured," she remarked. At this moment, Yang Hezhua, who had been overlooked in the corner, awkwardly spoke up. "Your son-in-law pays his respects to you, esteemed father-in-law." Gu Xue, well aware of his daughter's struggles within her marital home, offered Yang Hezhua a cold glance, choosing to ignore him as he led Gu Yuni and the others into the main hall. Yang Hezhua, sensing the tension, felt embarrassed but followed silently. Not long after everyone settled in the main hall, Madame Wang and the other ladies arrived. The second daughter, Gu Yunhe, born of a concubine, and the third daughter, Gu Yunhua, the legitimate daughter of Madame Wang, along with Gu Yunxiang, Gu Yunji's younger sister, gathered together. As for the concubines, they were not permitted to partake in such gatherings. Upon seeing her long-missed daughter, Madame Wang eagerly pulled Gu Yuni close, examining her from head to toe. Once assured of her well-being, she wept tears of relief, while the younger ladies surrounded their elder sister, catching up on family matters. The hall was filled with laughter and chatter throughout the afternoon. Unbeknownst to them, dusk gradually approached. Guests departed one after another, and even Gu Yuni reluctantly returned to the Yang family with Yang Hezhua, leaving the Gu residence quiet. As the day waned, the Gu family prepared to have the servants clear the tables and close the gates, when suddenly, the sound of drums resounded from outside. Moments later, an official entered, announcing loudly, "The county magistrate has arrived." In response, the Gu family quickly arranged themselves and went out to pay their respects. Outside, County Magistrate Shinrong, clad in a bluish-green official robe and stepping down from his sedan chair, was flanked by officials. Gu Kaizhen, along with his sons Gu Yunxiao, Gu Yunlin, and Gu Yunji, approached to pay their respects to the county magistrate. As he spoke, Gu Kaizhen bowed respectfully to the county magistrate, prompting Gu Yunxiao and Gu Yunlin to hurriedly mimic their father's gestures of greeting. With both elder brothers holding official titles, they were permitted to acknowledge the magistrate without bowing, opting instead for a respectful nod. However, the still studious Gu Yunjing dared not overstep. He immediately knelt and offered a formal salute. "There is no need for excessive formality," Chunrong said, stepping past Gu Kaizhen to assist Gu Yunxiao to his feet. Chun, himself a successful candidate, held the same rank as Gu Yunxiao, and although his age and position allowed him to receive a courtesy from Gu Yunxiao, he remained humble and quickly helped him up. Gu Kaizhen, appearing several years older than Chunrong, had to lower his status in the presence of the magistrate, referring to himself as a student. Gu Yunxiao and Chunrong walked ahead side by side, while Gu Kaizhen followed closely behind, careful not to overstep his bounds. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and encouragement for Gu Yunxiao, Chunrong took his leave. In truth, only 4 candidates from Huading County had been successful in the local examination, and Gu Yunxiao was not the highest among them. The magistrate's visit to the Gu residence was influenced by the family status as a branch of the esteemed Gu clan from Jiangnan. And Chunrong recognized Gu Yunxiao's youth and potential for future success in the imperial examinations. Chunrong harbored intentions of forming a connection with the Gu family, believing that such an alliance would benefit his own career. Lying in bed that night, Gu Yunjing was engulfed in deep reflection. Today, the magistrate had visited, and while his brothers had exchanged respectful nods, he himself had to kneel in reverence. As his elder brothers advanced, their father, Gu Kaizhen, could only follow behind. The rigid hierarchy of ancient society was unforgiving. One rank above could be suffocating. If he remained a mere student for his entire life, he would be forced to bow before these lofty officials, never able to stand tall. This thought tightened his fists in determination. He refused to accept such a fate. In a world where equality was a distant dream, he resolved to ascend to greater heights, to stand atop the pinnacle and gaze down upon others, vowing never to be a mere ant praying for fortune beneath another's feet. Whereas his earlier aspirations for the imperial examinations had been solely to alter his circumstances, the events of today ignited within him a desire for power. Thus, Gu Yunjing redefined his ambitions. He would succeed in the examinations, secure an official position, and rise to a stature beneath one, but above all others. Chapter 5. School. With the results of the local examination announced, the county school resumed its classes. Students came and went. Those who had passed eagerly expressed their gratitude to their mentors, while those who had not diligently packed their belongings to continue their studies in anticipation of future examinations. The once still academy seemed to come alive again. Early in the morning, the courtyard of Gu Yunxiao's residence buzzed with activity. Madame Wang busily organized the preparations for the gratitude gifts and prepared to head out. Gu Yunlin, having been incessantly urged by his elder brother to study diligently since his success, struggled for a moment before reluctantly rising from bed under the coaxing of the winds. As for Gu Yunjing, the commotion outside seemed to have no bearing on him. He leisurely retrieved his light blue scholar's robe from the cabinet and meticulously arranged his writing implements and textbooks into his satchel before finally stepping out to school. The Huading County School was situated by the river on the eastern edge of the town, surrounded by willows that swayed gently in the spring breeze, contributing to a serene atmosphere. The academy housed over 100 scholars, comprising both candidates and students, divided into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D. Classes A and B were populated by scholars, while classes C and D were filled with candidates. The school conducted major examinations biannually, with rankings determining class placement. Scholars and candidates who ranked highly were assigned to classes A and C, respectively, enjoying monthly stipends from the government. Conversely, those in classes B and D risked expulsion if their performance did not improve over time. Having become a candidate not long ago, Gu Yunjing was still in Class D. Within the classroom, a handful of students had already gathered, and he surveyed the room before choosing a seat by the window. Just as he settled in and began to arrange his writing materials, an inappropriate arm abruptly rested on the table before him. Looking up, he saw a tall figure in a similar scholar's robe standing before him, looking down with an air of superiority. "Have you forgotten whose spot this is after only a few days away from class?" The figure taunted knocking on the table with a hint of aggression. This individual was Wang Xiangling, a nephew of Madame Wang's family, spoiled as the only son and known for his bullying demeanor. He often looked down upon Gu Yunjing, considering him of lower birth and frequently seeking to trouble him. Unfazed, Gu Yunjing continued to arrange his books, replying calmly, "I recall there are no fixed seating arrangements at the county school. It is customary to choose one's seat on a first-come, first-served basis. The seat on the left in the front row seems quite suitable with excellent lighting. You may take that one, Cousin Wang." With that, he stood tall, meeting Wang Xiangling's gaze with unwavering composure. The proximity forced Wang Xiangling to take a step back, momentarily losing some of his bravado. Noticing Gu Yunjing's lack of urgency in clearing his space, he grew displeased, snatching a book from Gu Yunjing's hands and tossing it to the floor. "How strange today. A mere commoner dares to speak to me this way. Stand up. Do you not understand? This is my seat." Gu Yunjing picked up his book at a leisurely pace, dusting off the cover, his tone still calm as he retorted, "There is no need for anger, cousin. Perhaps you should rinse your mouth in the morning. I could see the remnants of vegetables caught in your teeth." Laughter erupted from the surrounding students at his words. Wang Xiangling's face flushed with humiliation, and in a fit of rage, he seized Gu Yunjing's collar, raising a fist threateningly. "Gu Yunjing, how dare you mock me? I'll teach you a lesson today." Before he could finish, Gu Yunjing swiftly thrust his hand into Wang Xiangling's open mouth, effectively silencing him. Wang Xiangling, caught off guard, began to gag and stumble backward, collapsing onto the ground in a daze. Gu Yunjing withdrew his hand, disdainfully glancing at the saliva on his palm before bending down to wipe it on Wang Xiangling's sleeve, then nonchalantly returned to his seat. Though this tactic proved effective, it was rather distasteful, and Gu Yunjing resolved to employ it sparingly in the future. Laughter erupted once more among the students, unable to contain their amusement. "What time is it? Why are you not returning to your seats?" At that moment, Teacher Yu, with a stern expression and a ruler in hand, entered the classroom. "You all think you can pass for scholars now, do you?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers quickly dispersed. Teacher Yu had taught at the county school for over 20 years and was one of the most experienced instructors. He was known for his strictness, and any student who crossed him would face consequences. "Wang Xiangling, what are you doing sitting on the floor? Are there not enough empty seats for you?" Teacher Yu inquired. Blushing with embarrassment, Wang Xiangling scrambled to his feet, shooting a resentful glare at Gu Yunjing, but refraining from offering an explanation as he found a random seat. Once all the students were seated, Teacher Yu cleared his throat and announced, "The local examination has concluded, and the results are out. While this may not directly concern you at present, it is beneficial to understand. For today's first lesson, each of you will compose an essay. Right well, as rankings will be based on your performance." At this pronouncement, the students groaned in dismay. "How can we be tested on our first day back? We are still candidates, and we have not practiced essay writing. What bad luck. I knew I heard crows cawing as I left home." Silence. Teacher Yu rapped his ruler on the desk. "Regardless of your preparation, you will be writing. You have 1 hour, and the topic is a discussion on modern land taxation." Time was limited, and rather than lamenting, the students resignedly spread their papers and began to write. Some scratched their heads in frustration, unable to produce a single word. "Land tax?" Gu Yunjing raised an eyebrow. He had little knowledge of the subject, but had heard snippets of conversation from his family, enough to have a basic understanding. Before answering the question, one must first comprehend the inherent meaning within the prompt and subsequently determine the writing approach. This topic encompasses a vast scope, making it challenging to find a suitable entry point. The key term here is land tax, and the use of the phrase tentative discussion implies that there is no mention of whether land tax has drawbacks or the merits and demerits of the tax system. Gu Yunjing has never authored a policy discussion, but having engaged in extensive reading comprehension in his past life, he pondered briefly and established a general writing logic. Firstly, it is imperative to thoroughly elucidate the current land tax system and its implementation standards in the Daxia dynasty. Following this, an analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of the tax system must be undertaken. However, Gu Yunjing is not well versed in this area and can only rely on his observations and experiences to write. Notably, it is essential to articulate the inherent flaws of the tax system and the adverse effects it engenders. Since this is a policy discussion, proposing solutions is vital. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in addressing the shortcomings of the tax system with countermeasures. Finally, as is customary, a few eloquent phrases praising the system should be added at the conclusion, thereby completing the article. Once the thought process is established, the writing flows effortlessly. Gu Yunjing, invigorated, completed the entire piece with grace and fluidity, glancing at the hourglass in the corner, noting that only half an hour had passed. Rather than remaining idle, he decided to submit his work early and enjoy some fresh air. With this thought in mind, Gu Yunjing rose to submit his paper. Passing by Wang Xiangling, he casually glanced at his paper, only to find that he had written a mere 2 sentences, muttering to himself, today there is, what was it? The classroom was enveloped in silence, and the sound of Gu Yunjing's movement drew the attention of numerous students. Upon realizing he was submitting his paper, many cast envious glances his way, while Wang Xiangling displayed an expression of disbelief. After struggling for so long to write just 2 sentences, Gu Yunjing had already finished and submitted his work. When had Gu Yunjing become so formidable? Regardless of others' thoughts, Gu Yunjing placed his paper on Master Yu's desk, nodded an acknowledgement, and exited. Having only spent half the allotted time, others were still fervently writing. Master Yu initially assumed Gu Yunjing had given up and submitted a blank paper. However, upon glancing over the 2 full pages Gu Yunjing had penned, he was pleasantly surprised to find it quite well structured, prompting him to regard Gu Yunjing with newfound respect. Outside, Gu Yunjing listened to the chirping of birds in the courtyard, sighed in relief, and stretched his stiff body from prolonged sitting, aimlessly wandering through the county school. As he passed the 3rd class, he happened upon Jiang Kongshi, who was seated by the window with a furrowed brow, frequently revising his paper, which bore the same prompt as Gu Yunjing's. It appeared that the teachers had collectively decided to present a challenge to the students today. After passing some time, noon arrived, and the bell, signaling the end of class, rang throughout the academy, accompanied by the sound of teachers commanding students to submit their papers. Most students wore despondent expressions, lamenting the difficulty of the exam. This question was exceedingly challenging. I had no idea what to write and barely managed to fill a page after an hour. At least you wrote a page. I was so flustered upon hearing the prompt that I just blurted out some nonsense and felt guilty when submitting. I couldn't even bear to meet Master Yu's gaze. They discussed amongst themselves and began to walk towards the cafeteria. For the wealthy students, the fare at the county school's cafeteria was merely average, yet it was convenient and time-saving. Otherwise, returning home for a meal would consume too much time, and bringing food from home risked it getting cold. Thus, most students opted to dine in the cafeteria. Shortly after lunch, the afternoon classes commenced. The teachers resumed their lectures, no longer focusing on examinations. Having suffered a setback earlier with Gu Yunjing, Wang Xiangling refrained from seeking trouble, instead glaring at him with a mix of resentment and contemplation throughout the afternoon. Gu Yunjing, uninterested in the drama, focused intently on the lessons being taught. Before long, class was dismissed, and Gu Yunjing awaited Jiang Kongshi at the door of the 3rd class, seizing him as he attempted to dash out of the classroom. We agreed that when the county school began, I would treat you to a meal after class. Have you forgotten? Jiang Kongshi was taken aback, having initially thought Gu Yunjing was joking. Upon realizing he was serious, he readily accepted, exclaiming, "Great! It's rare for young Master Gu to treat, so I intend to feast lavishly. What do you say, Zui Xianju or Fei Honglu?" Both establishments were renowned taverns in Yunjing County, known for their steep prices. However, Gu Yunjing had brought sufficient funds today and could afford a meal. He smiled slightly. Either is fine. Recently, the spring bamboo shoots have come into season, and Zui Xianju's marinated fresh bamboo shoots are quite delightful. Shall we give them a try? That sounds splendid. The spring bamboo shoots are at their most tender now, and when paired with ham and slow-cooked, they're simply exquisite. Jiang Kongshi's enthusiasm was palpable as he eagerly pulled Gu Yunjing along, insisting they leave immediately to avoid missing out on a table. With Jiang Kongshi's long strides, Gu Yunjing struggled to keep up, managing only to call out to the waiting Sudong, "I won't be home for dinner tonight," before being whisked away. At Zui Xianju, Jiang Kongshi ordered the marinated fresh bamboo shoots, followed by several stir-fried dishes and seasonal vegetables, and requested a jug of rice wine, refusing to order any more. Gu Yunjing attempted to add more dishes, but Jiang Kongshi stopped him, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor. Jiang Kongshi was quite perceptive and understood that Gu Yunjing's finances were not overly abundant, wishing to avoid depleting his funds for a single meal. Even though the rice wine was not intoxicating, after finishing an entire jug, both young men felt somewhat inebriated. Jiang, emboldened by the wine, opened up. Yunjing. In the past, I sometimes stood up for you in front of Wang Xiangling, mainly because I couldn't stand his insufferable demeanor. But now I realize I genuinely like you. Your character resonates with me. From now on, you're my brother, Jiang. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know. Hearing these words, Gu Yunjing felt a stir of emotion within him. Originally, he had invited Jiang to dinner out of gratitude for the care shown to his previous incarnation. However, upon getting to know Jiang better, he recognized him as a sincere and straightforward person. Now, Gu Yunjing truly desired to be friends with him. He readily replied, "Excellent. From this day forth, we shall be sworn brothers." Ha, sworn brothers? Where did that come from? We're brothers by blood. Yunjing, you must be muddled by the wine. So what? Sworn brothers. I shall be the elder brother, and you the younger. No, I'm a few months older than you. I shall be the elder brother, and you the younger. Before they knew it, the evening had descended, and the two, sated and content, bid each other farewell. Stepping out of Xianju, they beheld the distant horizon painted with hues of red, the bustling market that had thrived throughout the day now quieted, and a gentle evening breeze swept away much of Gu Yunjing's inebriation. He hummed a tune, meandering back to the Gu residence in the twilight. Chapter 6. Policy discussion. The following morning, students of the Ding class at the county school gathered around a notice board, chattering excitedly. There are only 40 of us in the class, and I rank 33rd. I'm doomed. If my father finds out how poorly I performed, he will surely beat me. One student lamented. Don't say that. I ranked second to last. I thought with Gu Yunjing and Wang Xiangling at the bottom, I might at least place 35th or 6th. Who knew Gu Yunjing would perform so well this time? Indeed, Gu Yunjing usually ranks last or second to last, and now he has miraculously secured first place. He must have had a stroke of luck. One student exclaimed in disbelief. Another, however, disagreed. Who gets lucky enough to suddenly rank first? Just the other day, Gu Yunjing's older brother passed the imperial examination, so as his younger brother, how could he perform poorly? It seems he has a solid educational foundation. Moreover, we saw him submit his paper first yesterday, exuding confidence. There's no way it could be merely luck. At that moment, Gu Yunjing entered the classroom and noticed everyone gathered around. He joined them at the notice board, with a paper prominently displayed. First place, Gu Yunjing. Gu Yunjing was not surprised by this outcome. He merely smiled faintly and, with a composed demeanor, found a seat to review his studies. He was confident in his work and had anticipated this result, so there was no need for excessive celebration. Soon, Wang Xiangling arrived, and the previously carefree expression on his face froze upon seeing the name Wang Xiangling listed in the 40th position. However, when he realized that the top spot was claimed by Gu Yunjing, his countenance turned an even deeper shade of anger. Impossible. Gu Yunjing had only just been admitted as a student last year and had performed poorly in class. How could he possibly achieve first place this time? He must have cheated. The sudden exam on strategy had caught everyone off guard, leaving no opportunity for cheating. Observing Wang Xiangling's overtly jealous and frantic demeanor, the others understood the situation and chose to ignore him, silently watching as he spiraled into madness. As no one engaged with him, Wang Xiangling's expression darkened further. He fixed his gaze on the serene figure of Qingjun, who was engrossed in reading, his malicious eyes seemingly wishing to pierce through the other's back. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him, and his expression relaxed momentarily, a flicker of darkness flashing in his eyes as he cast a scornful glance at Gu Yunjing's back. Choosing not to say more, after lunch, as Gu Yunjing walked towards the classroom, he noticed someone lurking in front of his seat, engaged in some clandestine activity. The distance was too far to discern the person's actions, and by the time he approached, the figure had vanished. Gu Yunjing scanned the surroundings but found no suspicious individuals. He checked his book box and found that nothing of importance was missing. Everything appeared normal. He almost began to doubt whether he had seen anything at all. Finding no anomalies, he decided to cast aside his suspicions and not dwell on the matter. Before he knew it, the end of the school day arrived. Teacher, you meticulously organized the lesson plans on the table and reiterated, do not forget today as homework. Write in your notebooks and submit it first thing tomorrow morning. All right, time's up. You may leave. At this, the students erupted in excitement, eagerly packing their belongings to head home. Gu Yunjing thoroughly checked his books and then realized that he was missing a notebook that had been used by his original self. Remembering the earlier incident, he felt a flicker of suspicion but was also puzzled. What could someone possibly want with a used notebook that contained only the original's assignments? He glanced around, noticing that most people had already left, and it seemed inappropriate to make a scene over a trivial notebook. So he decided to let it go. It was of no real use to him. If the person had a specific motive, it was beyond his current understanding, and worrying excessively would only drain his energy. With that thought, Gu Yunjing resolved not to dwell on it further and returned home. At the Gu residence, Gu Yunjing entered the courtyard of his mother, concubine Zhao, but found no trace of Gu Yunxiao. He inquired, "Where is Qiao Qiao? Usually, when I return from school, she rushes to greet me. Why is she absent today?" Concubine Zhao replied, "A few days ago, your father mentioned that Qiao Qiao is now 10 years old and runs around without the demeanor of a proper young lady. Even the most poised young ladies still face hardship in their marriages. Therefore, we hired a governess from the city to teach Qiao Qiao and the other two unmarried young ladies proper etiquette. She is currently in the East Wing for lessons." Gu Yunjing frowned. "What time is it? Why are they still in class?" "I think Qiao Qiao is quite well. She's a young girl, and it's good for her to be lively. Those young ladies confined to the attic must adhere to strict rules. Unable to run or jump, it's suffocating. I do not wish for Qiao Qiao to become like that. I'll go check on her." Before he could take 2 steps, concubine Zhao stopped him. "This governess, Feng, has served noble ladies in the palace and is very strict. She does not permit anyone to observe her lessons. Even a madam is not allowed to see the 3rd young lady during her visit. You should wait here." Gu Yunjing reluctantly suppressed his frustration and sat back down to wait. As night fell and the courtyard was illuminated, Gu Yunxiao finally returned, head down, hands tucked in, slowly making her way back into the courtyard. Upon seeing Gu Yunjing, her eyes brightened, and she instinctively wanted to rush into his arms for a cuddle, but suddenly recalled something and restrained herself, respectfully greeting him. "Qiao Qiao greets 3rd brother." Gu Yunjing quickly approached her. Noticing that Gu Yunxiao was hiding her hands, he sensed something was amiss and forcibly pulled her hands free, revealing her red and swollen palms. His expression darkened. "Did Feng hit you?" With teary eyes, Gu Yunxiao nodded and hesitantly replied, "The governess said that when a girl walks, her steps must be small and her posture steady, and she must not be careless. I couldn't tee adjust quickly enough and was scolded several times. She said I wouldn't learn without punishment and hit me 20 times. Hearing this, Gu Yunjing felt a pang of distress and carefully applied ointment to her hands. Observing his usually lively sister transformed into this cautious and timid figure, he felt a heaviness in his heart, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat, leaving him speechless. In his past life as a woman, Gu Yunjing had developed a profound aversion to the constraints imposed on women by the old societal norms. Yet he found himself unable to voice words of resistance in front of his sister's eyes. This was the reality of the Daxia dynasty, where women were subservient to men, obeying their fathers before marriage and their husbands after, with their fates bound to the dictates of propriety. Although Feng was strict, she indeed taught the standards of a good woman in that era. For Gu Yunxiao, adhering to these standards was her only path to gaining societal acceptance, marrying a good husband, and securing a happy life. Gu Yunjing, fortunate enough to have been reborn as a man, had the opportunity to pursue the imperial examination or engage in commerce, granting him a vast world of possibilities. However, his sister Gu Yunxiao did not share that privilege. The strength of both himself and Gu Yunxiao was insufficient to challenge the patriarchal society that dominated their lives. To forcefully instill in her the ideals of equality he had learned in his past life, or to rebel against the societal norms governing women, would genuinely harm her. With this realization, Gu Yunjing was overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness. After a while, he gently patted Gu Yunxiao's head, saying, "Rest assured, Qiao Qiao. I will work hard. Once I pass the imperial examination and achieve success, no one will dare to bully you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but express disdain for the current societal expectations of women. The rules taught by the governess are worth learning, but the notions of female virtue and propriety are not of any real value. Just pretend to comply in front of her. There is no need to take it to heart. No matter how you change, brother will always cherish you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxiao felt a wave of grievance well up inside her. Forgetting the rules taught by the governess during the day, she threw herself into Gu Yunjing's embrace. Qiao Qiao will listen to brother. As it grew late, Gu Yunjing chatted a bit more with his sister and concubine Zhao before retiring to his room for the night. Chapter 7. wrongfully accused Wang Xiangling. Get over here. In the county school, teacher Yu Xian's face was ashen as he slammed a notebook onto the desk, shouting in a fit of rage. The students trembled in fear, casting furtive glances at teacher Yu's countenance, too afraid to make sound. They had never witnessed such fury from him, and were left wondering what Wang Xiangling had done to provoke it, fearing for his fate. However, Wang Xiangling did not appear to be in dire straits. He approached teacher Yu with a grin, ingratiatingly saying, "Teacher, did you call for me? What have I done wrong?" Yu Xin suppressed his fury, pointing at a specific section of Wang Xiangling's notebook with a ruler, his expression grave as he asked, "Did you write this?" Wang Xiangling leaned in, and upon seeing the glaringly inappropriate couplet written in the notebook, Yu Xin walks with hands behind his back, looking like a short-legged turtle shaking. He feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, what is this? I didn't write that. I have no idea." He then pretended to scrutinize the handwriting, insidiously suggesting, "Teacher, I think this handwriting resembles Gu Yunjing's. Could it be that he is framing me?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xin examined the writing closely, his gaze shifting to Gu Yunjing, and slowly spoke, "Gu Yunjing, come here." Feeling the scrutinizing gaze of Master Yu, Gu Yunjing felt a weight in his heart. He stepped forward as instructed and, upon seeing the crude poem in the homework book, his expression grew grave. Yu Xin surveyed Wang Xiangling and Gu Yunjing before stating, "This was written in Wang Xiangling's homework book. He claims it was not his doing, but rather that you set him up. It certainly resembles your handwriting, Gu Yunjing. What do you have to say?" Observing Wang Xiangling's smug demeanor and recalling the incident of the lost homework book from the previous day, Gu Yunjing realized this was a well-orchestrated scheme. He examined the handwriting meticulously and replied calmly, "It is indeed my handwriting, yet I did not compose it." Upon hearing his admission, Wang Xiangling eagerly exclaimed, "Master, did you hear that? He admits it's his handwriting. He dares to quibble even now. Gu Yunjing, to write such things is a blatant provocation and disrespect towards your teacher. You should be expelled from the county school." Silence. Yu Xin Jiastit Wan Xiangling. Gu Yunjing had always been obedient and respectful, having recently achieved the highest marks in his essay. There was no reason for him to write such a poem to provoke anyone. It seemed the situation was more complex, with all eyes upon them. It was inappropriate to argue openly in class, so a more private setting was necessary. With that thought, Yu Xin declared, "Wang Xiangling, Gu Yunjing, follow me." He instructed the others to continue their studies, warning them not to engage without his permission. After leading the two students away from the classroom to his usual office in the side courtyard, Yu Xin, with a serious expression, opened the homework book displaying the crude poem and asked, "Gu Yunjing, you assert that this is your handwriting but not your composition. Why is that?" "The student has been practicing the calligraphy of others for over a month, and my handwriting has evolved significantly since then. If you do not believe me, you may compare it with the essays I wrote in the past 2 days. The style of this poem closely resembles my previous handwriting, indicating someone has deliberately forged my script to tarnish my reputation." Although Gu Yunjing possessed some skill in brush writing from his past life, it differed from the original's handwriting. Whenever questioned, he would reference famous calligrapher styles to explain the changes. Today, this incident clearly demonstrated Wang Xiangling's intent to frame him, unaware that his own handwriting had changed and that he had hastily stolen the homework book to mimic the original script. Upon hearing this, Yu Xin nodded, "Indeed, your current handwriting does differ from that in the homework book." Seeing the tide of the argument shift in Gu Yunjing's favor, Wang Xiangling interjected anxiously, "He is lying. Gu Yunjing claims someone imitated his handwriting, yet who would constantly observe him to know how he writes. Imitating handwriting is not so easily accomplished." Gu Yunjing retorted coldly, "I lost a homework book yesterday. It would not be difficult for someone to mimic my handwriting overnight. We had a disagreement a few days ago, and you suffered as a result. It is entirely plausible you did this. Just because you say I did it means I did. Do you have any evidence?" "I do not. However, this is certainly not my current handwriting. You claim I am responsible. Do you possess evidence? Moreover, the poem is written in your homework book. How could I possibly frame you under your nose? Even if I wished to write it, I could not." Wang Xiangling smirked, "I have evidence. You were the first to arrive at the school this morning, and I was the second. After I arrived, I stepped out for a moment. During that interval, the classroom was empty. If you wanted to do something, it would have been quite easy. Wang Xiangling had initially planned to arrive early at the school to slip the homework book into Gu Yunjing's desk unnoticed, pretending to search for something to create a scene. Unfortunately for him, Gu Yunjing had arrived even earlier, so he simply handed over the homework book and awaited Master Yu's reaction, sparing himself a considerable amount of trouble. Gu Yunjing pressed his lips together, momentarily speechless. As Wang Xiangling had said, he indeed arrived first, driven by concern over the lost homework book, hoping to be prepared in case something went awry. He never anticipated it would become the very lever used against him. Wang Xiangling had arrived second, but had not left the classroom. He had remained there with Gu Yunjing until others gradually arrived. To onlookers, it appeared that Gu Yunjing and Wang Xiangling were the earliest arrivals, and no one could testify to the exact order of events or what transpired. This meant that it could neither be proven, as Wang Xiangling claimed, that Gu Yunjing had arrived early to write the poem and frame him, nor could it be substantiated, as Gu Yunjing contended, that Wang Xiangling had stolen his homework book to forge his handwriting and set him up. The situation had reached an impasse, lacking sufficient evidence. Yuxin could not hastily render a judgment. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "You two have debated for quite some time without resolution. Perhaps we should summon your fathers to discuss this matter." Wang Xiangling quickly replied, "Master, my father, Wang Yong, is the county's educational supervisor and is currently away on official business. Gu Yunjing's father is my uncle. It would suffice to summon him alone." The educational supervisor held a respectable position, overseeing all academic affairs in the county, making him the superior of the county schoolmasters. Wang Xiangling's statement was a calculated move to exert pressure on Yuxin. He was confident that with his father absent, Gu Kaijin would hesitate to confront him, ensuring that Gu Yunjing would ultimately bear the brunt of this incident. Yuxin's eyelids flickered at this revelation, and he retracted his initial refusal. "Very well then. Bring Gu Leoi here." A servant swiftly departed the county school, hurrying to Gu's residence. Chapter 8. Injustice since Gu Yunjing's arrival in this world. His interactions with Gu Kaijin had been minimal, mostly limited to the customary morning and evening greetings and inquiries about homework. They were far from close. In the original's memories, Gu Kaijin was a stern and principled father figure who seldom showed favoritism or indulgence. Now, facing a situation that escalated to involving family, he felt uncertain whether Gu Kaijin would side with him upon arrival. Before long, Gu Kaijin arrived. The servant had already conveyed the general details of the situation en route. Upon entering, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and cast a deep, inscrutable glance at Gu Yunjing. Before anyone could speak, Wang Xiangling dramatically rushed forward, feigning tears, and began to complain, "Uncle, you have finally arrived. You have no idea what my third cousin has done. He has wronged me, uncle. With my father away, there is no one to support me. I know you are always fair and just. You would never favor my third cousin, would you?" Wang Xiangling's words inadvertently placed Gu Kaijin in a difficult position. Even if he wished to support Gu Yunjing, it would be challenging to voice his intentions. The relationship between his wife's nephew and his own son was not distant, yet not particularly close either, with his father absent and a conflict arising between his son and Wang Xiangling. Any inclination to side with Gu Yunjing would seem as if they were colluding against Wang Xiangling. Seeing Wang Xiangling's exaggerated display, Gu Kaijin felt a headache coming on, but maintained a gentle tone. "Xiangling, please rise. Let us clarify the matter. If it is truly your third cousin's fault, I shall not let him off lightly." Then, his expression turned serious as he asked, "Lao San, what is the matter? Your cousin claims you have wronged him. Is that true?" The moment Gu Kaijin spoke, Gu Yunjing realized his father would not be on his side, although he had prepared himself for this possibility. Witnessing Gu Kaijin's apparent bias towards Wang Xiangling was disheartening. Under the scrutinizing gaze of his father, he felt a lump in his throat, unable to articulate the explanations and justifications swirling in his mind. He lowered his head in silence, losing the composure he had just displayed. "I'm asking you a question." Noticing his son's silence, Gu Kaijin's displeasure grew. He emphasized his words. "You have been at the county school for only a few months and already have made an enemy? Your cousin is older and has been in school longer. You ought to show him respect and seek his guidance. Instead, you have caused this scandalous situation of framing and slandering." Gu Yunjing smirked inwardly, realizing he was being unjustly blamed. Having not yet fully inquired, it seemed that every word hinted at his fault. It was apparent that he had overestimated Gu Kaijin. His father not only had no intention of dealing with the matter justly, but also intended to favor Wang Xiangling in punishing his own son. Sensing the atmosphere turning sour, Master Yu Xen hastily emerged to mediate, soothing Gu Kaizhen's emotions while recounting the events from beginning to end. After listening to Master Yu, Gu Kaizhen's expression softened considerably. Third brother, I know you are a well-behaved child. This matter must surely be a misunderstanding. Master Yu is your teacher, and you understand the importance of respecting your elders. Regardless of the facts, you have offended your teacher. Quickly, apologize to Master Yu. Gu Yunji, realizing he had lost this round and not expecting Gu Kaizhen to support him, deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. If this escalated, it would tarnish his reputation with accusations of disrespecting his teacher, which could hinder his future in the imperial examination. Thus, he relinquished his stubbornness, turned to Master Yu, and with a stiff tone, said, This time, the fault lies with me. I have offended you, Master. I hope you do not hold it against me. On one side stood the only son of the county magistrate, while on the other was the descendant of the esteemed Gu family from Jiangnan. As a humble educator, Yu Xin could not afford to offend either party. From the moment he was summoned to the parents, he realized the matter would be convoluted. It was best to smooth things over and let the incident pass quickly. Now, seeing Gu Kaizhen providing an opportunity, and with Gu Yunji having already apologized, he adopted a magnanimous demeanor and waved his hand, saying it was merely a moment of mischief on the student's part. There is no need to speak of offense. Recognizing one's mistake is what truly matters. You should focus on your studies moving forward. Gu Kaizhen observed Gu Yunji's defiant demeanor, but chose to remain silent. Smiling amiably at Master Yu, Master, may I have a word in private? After saying this, the two stepped away from Gu Yunji and Wang Xiangling and retreated to an adjacent room. The moment the adults left, Wang Xiangling revealed his true colors, assuming a smug demeanor as he provocatively sized Gu Yunji up, taunting, Oh, my dear cousin, were you not quite imposing a few days ago? Now, after losing face in public, why are you silent? It must be unpleasant when even your father does not shield you. As he spoke, he picked up the notebook filled with his crude verses, admiring his own work, and exclaimed, Yu Xen walks with his hands behind his back, like a short-legged turtle wobbling. Ha ha, both rhyming and catchy. I must say, it is quite well written. Gu Yunji, feeling disheartened, could not endure his insolence. I concede this time, but do remember, there is insufficient evidence to attribute this to me. Your suspicions remain unproven. Do you not fear offending Master Yu? Your future could be grim. Wang Xiangling, however, appeared unconcerned. So what? My father is the magistrate. Would a mere teacher dare to trouble me? His arrogance and petty malice were evident. Gu Yunji found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Wang Xiangling's brazen actions were bolstered by his father's influence. Such short-sightedness, however, neglected the familial ties that could cause awkwardness in future encounters. Gu Yunji chose not to engage further with such a petty individual, silently vowing, A gentleman's vengeance is not to be enacted hastily. I shall remember today's events and wait until I achieve success. Then I will relish witnessing your obsequiousness. At that moment, laughter resonated from outside. Ha ha ha, Master Gu, you are too kind. We have yet to congratulate the eldest son of the Gu family on his success in the provincial examination. Thank you, thank you. My son Yunji will surely require Master Yu's guidance in the future. The third young master is astute. It is only a matter of time before he succeeds. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Uncertain of what transpired between Gu Kaizhen and Master Yu, the two emerged, smiles adorning their faces, exchanging compliments as if they were longtime friends. Upon seeing Gu Yunji, Gu Kaizhen's smile faltered slightly, and he said coolly, Third brother, regardless of your conflicts with Xiangling, you are ultimately cousins. Why escalate matters over trivial issues? Apologize to one another, and let us consider this resolved. You are younger, you may go first. It was Wang Xiangling who had schemed and framed him, yet he was the one expected to apologize first. With his father present providing no support, he felt his cousin was bullying him instead. Gu Yunji clenched his fists, a sense of grievance swelling within him. Closing his eyes in disappointment, he eventually spoke in a hushed voice, I apologize to cousin Wang. I hope you do not take it to heart. Wang Xiangling, pleased with Gu Yunji's submissive demeanor, could not suppress his self-satisfied grin. He responded perfunctorily, No harm done, no harm done. I too have my shortcomings, but I bear no ill will. Let us remain good brothers moving forward. Seeing the two reconcile, Gu Kaijin nodded and rose to bid farewell to Master Yu. Master, the matter has been resolved, and we shall take our leave. My son has caused you considerable trouble. I will ensure he is well disciplined and will have him return to school tomorrow. As time was of the essence, Yu Xian did not detain him further. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Kaijin departed with Gu Yunji. Chapter 9. A heart-to-heart between father and son on the way home. Gu Yunji followed behind Gu Kaijin, his mind swirling with thoughts. Not only had he endured unjust treatment at the county school, but now he was to be disciplined at home. How would he be disciplined? Would he be scolded, punished, or subjected to familial discipline? Sensing his son's gaze upon him, Gu Kaijin suddenly paused, letting out a long sigh before saying, "Heir, I know you have suffered, my child." Gu Yunji was taken aback. Gu Kaijin turned to meet his eyes and continued. Wang Xiangling, relying on his father's position as magistrate, has become accustomed to being overbearing. I recognize he has bullied you more than once. Upon hearing the details, it was clear he deliberately framed you. At this point, he hesitated, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. I know this is not your fault, but what of it? Yes, our Gu family is esteemed in Jiangnan, with your uncle and grandfather holding significant reputations in the capital. Yet, I am but a concubine's son, just like you, destined to receive no favoritism. If you do not strive for success, you will only be forgotten in the shadows. I have been ineffectual, spending years in arduous study only to become a mere scholar, far inferior to my legitimate brothers. This has burdened you and your siblings to linger in Huading County. Gu Yunji had never witnessed this side of Gu Kaijin. In his memory, his father had always exuded authority. He had never seen him so despondent. A complex mix of emotions filled his heart, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his words caught in his throat. Gu Kaijin, oblivious, continued speaking. Because of your elder brother's affairs, I have neglected you. That is my fault. Unbeknownst to me, my dear son has grown quite a bit, handsome and poised, no longer that timid child of the past. Gu Kaijin regarded his son with a mixture of admiration and pride. As the late spring weather warmed, the willow branches by the river swayed gently in the breeze, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Gu Yunji gazed at the shimmering river surface, basking in the gentle sunlight, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he snapped back to reality and gently spoke, "Father." Before he could finish, Gu Kaijin interjected, "In these recent days, I have overlooked you due to your brother's matters. That is my failing. Little did I realize my son has matured considerably, standing tall and graceful, no longer that shrinking child." Gu Kaijin sighed deeply, his eyes filled with warmth and pride. Gu Yunji had not anticipated such words. Half an hour earlier, he had been lamenting Gu Kaijin's inability to discern right from wrong, which had left him feeling aggrieved. Now, as he heard his father's heartfelt confession, a tumult of emotions surged within him, somewhat moved, yet still feeling wronged. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of feelings overwhelmed him. Gu Yunji felt a tightness in his throat, and before he realized it, his eyes had grown somewhat misty. Gu Kaijin gently patted his son's back. The 14-year-old boy was already tall, nearly matching his father's height. Earlier at the county school, "Teacher, you had shown me the essay you wrote for the imperial examination, saying you had secured the first place. I read it, and it was truly excellent. Your insights and writing skills are remarkable. I had not previously noticed your innate talent for studies," Gu Kaijin remarked with a smile. "The approval of family brings greater joy than any praise from others." Gu Yunji felt a hint of pride, but remained humble, saying, "I have not formally studied essays. I simply scribbled something together and was fortunate to achieve first place." Gu Kaijin gave his shoulder a reassuring pat as they walked side by side, encouraging him. "You must work even harder from now on. Do you have confidence in passing the county examination in September?" Gu Yunji replied, "Approximately 80% confidence." In truth, he had been modest. The content of the county examination was limited, and he had not let up for a single day. He had already memorized the 4 books, practiced numerous mock tests, and during recent days at the county school, he had gained a fair estimate of his own abilities. With several months remaining, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was certain he would pass the examination this year, perhaps even contending for one of the top 3 positions. Hearing this, Gu Kaijin was slightly taken aback. "Oh, so confident?" "Even so, one must not become complacent. Diligent effort is essential." Then, he shifted the conversation. The Dragon Boat Festival is approaching, and it has been several years since we visited the capital. Your elder brother has just passed the examination, so we must go celebrate with your grandfather. At that time, the three of you brothers will accompany me. After the festival, your elder brother will likely set off for the capital. Gu Yunqi inquired, to the capital? Is brother going to participate in the palace examination so soon after passing his first? The palace examination is far more challenging than the county examination. Gu Yunxiao is still young. He could solidify his knowledge and wait for the next palace examination. If he is unprepared and recklessly attempts the exam, the psychological toll of failing could be immense. Indeed, Gu Kaijin replied, I have discussed this with your elder brother. Regardless of the outcome, he should try. If he succeeds, that would be splendid. If not, he will still gain valuable experience. This year, we have the Mercy examination in March and the Palace examination in August. After the Dragon Boat Festival, your brother must depart. Gu Kaijin's eagerness for Gu Yunxiao to participate in the Palace examination was also driven by personal ambition. Among his contemporaries, Gu Mingxian, the eldest son of Gu Kaijin's elder brother Gu Kaili, was exceptionally talented. He passed the examination at 17 and became a jinshi at 20. Renowned for his brilliance and now serving in the Hamlin Academy with a promising future. If Gu Yunxiao could achieve the same at 19, would he not outshine Gu Mingxian? This would surely draw the attention of the entire Gu clan, leading them to invest their resources in nurturing Gu Yunxiao. However, Gu Yunqi remained skeptical. This year, only 80 candidates were admitted from the entire Songjiang prefecture, and though his brother passed, he ranked 37th, which was not particularly impressive. Across the nation, there were thousands of candidates for the palace examination, with only 300 being accepted, making the odds of success exceedingly slim. Many had devoted their lives to prepare for this examination only to find themselves unsuccessful. Although Gu Yunqi thought this, he refrained from voicing his doubts. As Gu Kaijin had said, Gu Yunxiao was still young and could afford the cost of trial and error. Even if he did not succeed, he would gain experience. Thus, the father and son engaged in conversation as they walked home, and throughout this heartfelt exchange, Gu Yunqi gradually felt that Gu Kaijin was not as distant as he had imagined. Like any ordinary person, he was a caring father. The journey home was brief, yet the bond of affection between father and son deepened significantly in just half a day. Chapter 10. Journey to the capital. Time flew by. Spring faded into summer, and May had arrived. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, the aroma of zongzi wafted through Huading County as families hung mugwort and wore fragrant sachets, eagerly heading to the riverside to watch the dragon boat races. The streets and alleys thronged with joyous crowds, creating a festive atmosphere. The Gu household was bustling with activity. As today, the master and madam planned to take the young masters to the capital to celebrate the festival with old Master Gu. Luggage, carriages, festival gifts, and a variety of items for the masters all needed to be prepared swiftly. With time running short, the servants were scurrying about, wishing they could master the art of duplication. Brother, Gu Yunxiao, clutching a sachet, attempted to take small, graceful steps in the crowded areas, maintaining an air of decorum. Once inside Gu Yunqi's courtyard, away from prying eyes, she could no longer contain her excitement and dashed forward. Brother, this is a sachet I made myself, filled with realgar and mugwort to ward off evil. As she looked at the clumsy stitches on the sachet, Gu Yunxiao felt a tinge of embarrassment, saying, I just learned some fashionable embroidery patterns from Aunt Feng. I hurry to finish it before your departure, though it's not very well done. Please don't think poorly of it. Gu Yunqi accepted the sachet and carefully tied it at his waist, lavishing sincere praise. How could I ever think poorly of it? This is made by my sister. The stitches are tight, the design is lovely, and the colors complement each other beautifully. I almost feel reluctant to wear it. His heartfelt compliments lifted Gu Yunxiao's spirits. But the thought of not being able to accompany her siblings to the capital today made her pout in disappointment. You all are going to the capital, and I have to stay home. It's so boring. Gu Yunqi chuckled reassuringly. With so many family members in the capital, the place is rather small. If too many of us go, we won't even have space to stand. Father said that after the double ninth festival, during grandfather's birthday, we will all go together to celebrate. Besides, we won't be away long. We will be back by evening, so be good. Just then, Sudong rushed in from outside. Third young master, it's almost time. We should set off. Gu Yunqi wasted no time, exchanged a few parting words with Aunt Zhao, and quickly stepped out. Outside the Gu residence, Gu Kaijin and Madame Wang were already settled in the lead carriage, while Gu Yunxiao and Gu Yunlin prepared to mount their horses. Gu Yunxi, recalling that the last time he rode a horse was at the age of 9, felt somewhat apprehensive as he looked at the towering steed before him. Third brother, noticing Gu Yunxi's hesitation, Gu Yunxiao called out, "If you're not comfortable, you can take the carriage in the back." He gestured toward an empty carriage prepared in case the masters preferred not to ride. "It's fine, I can manage." With that, Gu Yunxi, with Su Dong's assistance, awkwardly mounted the horse. Opportunities to go out were rare. He wished to ride and enjoy the scenery along the way. Moreover, the jolting of the carriage would likely leave him sore by the time they reached the capital. Once everyone was ready, Gu Kaijin pulled back the curtain of the carriage and called out to the servant, "Let's depart." "Depart." The servant shouted back, and the procession began to move forward slowly. After a while, Gu Yunxi adjusted to the sensation of riding and moved closer to Gu Yunxiao, saying, "Elder brother, it has been years since I last visited the capital, and I am not very familiar with our relatives there. Could you enlighten me about the people and their relationships, so I don't inadvertently offend anyone or disrespect our elders?" Gu Yunxiao did not hesitate to oblige, explaining, "You were quite young the last time you visited the capital, so you likely have little memory of it. There are many people and complicated relationships. Since this is merely a dragon boat festival gathering, many distant relatives will not be present. It will suffice for you to familiarize yourself with our grandfather's branch of the family. Grandfather Gu Xingde, the legitimate eldest son, currently serves as the clan leader of the Gu family lineage. He has a younger brother, Gu Zangolf, who is our uncle. The bond between the two brothers is remarkably strong. The two branches of the family have yet to separate and still reside under one roof. Grandfather has 4 sons, with the eldest and youngest being legitimate sons who live with him. Our father is the second eldest, while another illegitimate uncle established his own household after marriage. Elder uncle Gu Kaili, presently at Tongji in Songjiang Prefecture, has 2 legitimate sons and 1 illegitimate son, named Gu Mingxian, Gu Mingyan, and, at this point, Gu Yunjing found himself struggling to keep up with the information. Before he could ask further questions, Gu Yunlin, who had somehow joined them, interjected with a look of defeat. "What is all this? It's a tangled web. I can hardly remember so many names. Let us take our time to recognize everyone once we reach the capital. Brother, just tell me if there are any taboos among them, like someone who cannot be mentioned due to past pains." Gu Yunlin, unfazed, pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, grandfather once had a beloved daughter who passed away from smallpox at the tender age of 7. He cannot bear to hear the word smallpox even now. Uncle S' eldest grandson, for some reason, broke his leg a few years ago, and his hopes for the imperial examinations have been dashed. So please refrain from mentioning this in his presence to avoid upsetting him. Additionally, our 4th uncle suffers from a chronic illness and has yet to have any offspring by the age of 30. In a couple of years, grandfather should adopt a child from the clan for him." After a brief pause, Gu Yunlin mentally reviewed the Gu family matters and then added, "That should be about it. If I remember anything else, I will let you know." Gu Yunjing chuckled wryly and remarked, "Our Gu family truly deserves its reputation as a prominent family with centuries of history. Even the kinship ties are bewildering. This is merely the uncles and brothers. If we were to include sisters, cousins, aunts, and so forth, I fear my head might explode." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxiao's expression revealed a hint of pride. "Of course, our Gu family has deep roots, with generations of officials. The descendants of our clan are spread throughout the land, making us a recognized noble family in the Jiangnan region. Given our Songjiang lineage, should any of us attain official positions in the future, our careers are bound to flourish, earning respect from both peers and superiors." Gu Yunlin, somewhat skeptical, murmured, "You are the legitimate son, so it is naturally different for you. The family fortune is all yours. As a mere illegitimate son, who would care about me, even in such a grand family?" At these words, Gu Yunxiao, usually mild-mannered, unexpectedly lost his temper and admonished, "Do not blame your illegitimate status for your lack of ambition. Although there is a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, only the legitimate sons can inherit the family estate. Our family, like the entire Gu clan, provides equal education and upbringing for both. We have never treated illegitimate children harshly. Do not forget, I'm also the son of an illegitimate child. My father was an illegitimate son too. If you dare to voice such thoughts again, beware." This statement held truth, Mistreatment of illegitimate offspring is the practice of lower-class families. In a lineage like the Gu family, regardless of legitimacy, all children receive the same nurturing and education. The only difference lies in the higher expectations placed upon legitimate sons, who, even if they fail to excel, have the family safety net beneath them. In contrast, illegitimate sons, if they do not distinguish themselves, are often forgotten, receiving no further resources. At this moment, Gu Yunlin recognized a slip of tongue and spent a considerable time apologizing, until Gu Yunxiao finally calmed down. Chapter 11. Embarrassment soon. The city gates of the capital came into view. During the Dragon Boat Festival, many people were visiting friends and relatives, and the entrance was bustling with activity. The Gu family members waited in line for a long time before finally entering the city. As they entered Songjiang Prefecture, they headed straight for the Eastern District. The impoverished resided on the left, while the affluent lived on the right. The Gu family residence was situated in the most prosperous area of the Eastern District. Outside the side gate of the Gu estate, Gu Kaijin and the others parked their carriages and walked to the main entrance, presenting their visiting cards and gift lists to the gatekeeper before stepping inside, properly attired. The gatekeeper glanced over the visiting cards and then hurriedly called out, "The second master of the Gu family from Huading County has come to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival." The Grand Vermilion Gate exuded an air of magnificence, with a well-ordered layout within. Upon entering, one could see intricately carved beams and painted rafters, flying eaves and bracketed roofs, with pavilions and towers visible in the distance. Exotic flowers and plants lined the paths, and a stream meandered through the lush greenery, flowing into a pond adorned with a rockery, producing a gentle sound of trickling water. Throughout the journey, Gu Yunjing marveled at the splendor of Songjiang Prefecture, which far surpassed that of Huading County, and upon witnessing the opulence of the Gu estate, he felt the humble nature of their own family even more acutely. A middle-aged man, clad in brocade and slightly plump, greeted them with a smile. "Ah, my second brother. It has been years since we last met. You should visit more often. Father has missed you dearly." Gu Kaijin returned the greeting with a smile. "Elder brother, I hope you are well. I have brought my wife and children to pay a visit." Turning to Gu Yunjing and the others, he urged, "Come, let us greet your uncle." The three stepped forward to pay their respects, and only then did Gu Kaili seem to notice Gu Yunjing and his brothers, pulling them close and affectionately saying, "Oh, so these are my nephews. They have grown up so well. All of you are quite distinguished." Upon hearing the news, Gu Yunxiao, "You have passed the provincial examination. To succeed on your first attempt, at just 19, is quite remarkable. You must work even harder to attain the degree of Jinshi and bring glory to the Gu family. Look at Yunlin, with those charming features and well-proportioned figure. What a handsome young man. He resembles your father in his youth. And Yunjing, yes. You have all grown so much. I still remember holding you when you were little." For this nephew, whose name he could barely recall, Gu Kaili struggled to think of a fitting compliment. Yet, he seemed unperturbed, patting Gu Yunjing on the shoulder with a particularly warm demeanor. Gu Yunjing felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, forcing a polite smile in response. He thought Gu Kaili's enthusiasm was excessive, treating a rarely seen nephew with such familiarity. He had heard that this uncle, now a Tongji, was adept at navigating the complexities of officialdom, and today, he certainly lived up to his reputation. As they conversed and laughed, they made their way to the main hall. Seated at the head was an elderly man with graying hair and a vigorous spirit. This was the clan leader, Gu Xue. After receiving the greetings from Gu Kaijin's family, Gu Xue nodded with a smile, his gaze resting on Gu Yunxiao. "I have heard that you, my dear grandson, excelled in the provincial examination. What rank did you achieve? Are you preparing to travel to the capital for this year's metropolitan examination?" Gu Yunxiao stepped forward respectfully. "In response to grandfather, I placed 37th and am preparing to go to the capital for the metropolitan examination." Gu Xue stroked his beard thoughtfully. 37th is not particularly high, yet it is commendable to have succeeded on the first attempt at such a young age. There is certainly potential for future accomplishments. With this in mind, he added, "Do you have any of your essays to show me? I would like to read them." Having served as a grand mentor before retiring, Gu Xue had overseen several imperial examinations throughout his lifetime and possessed a discerning eye for talent. Gu Yunxiao handed over the essays he had prepared in advance, and Gu Xue carefully read them from beginning to end, candidly stating, Your insights are commendable, but your writing still lacks maturity. It may suffice for the provincial exams, but for the metropolitan examination, the chances are slim. Gu Yanxiao replied, I am aware of my own abilities. Yet I believe that taking the metropolitan examination in the capital, beneath the emperor's gaze, is inherently different. I intend to participate to gain experience. Even if I do not succeed, it is still worthwhile. Gu Xingde nodded. Indeed, accumulating experience is beneficial. At this moment, he recalled something. I remember that this year's metropolitan examination will be presided over by the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Zhao Zhixiao. When he served as the magistrate in Guangping Prefecture, I was his superior, so we share a bit of rapport. How about this? I shall write you a note later. Once you arrive in the capital, visit him to discern the preferences and inclinations of the examiners. This will be quite advantageous for your preparations. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanxiao was filled with joy and knelt to express his gratitude, saying, Grandson thanks you, grandfather. Gu Xingde was more than willing to support his diligent junior. Dismissing the gesture with a wave of his hand, you are a member of the Gu family. There is no need for such formality. Now, the time is nearly upon us. Let's commence the feast. The men and women were seated separately, with everyone taking their places according to seniority. Gu Kaijin and his brothers sat at the table with Gu Zhengde and the elderly master of the second branch, Gu Xinglu, while Gu Yunji occupied a corner table with the younger generation. During the meal, Gu Yunji attempted several times to take food, only to be thwarted by a young man in blue opposite him, who seized the dishes first with his chopsticks. After enduring this several times, Gu Yunji was on the verge of losing his temper when Gu Yanxiao discreetly tugged at his sleeve beneath the table, whispering, That is our uncle's second son, Gu Mingyan. His mother has always favored him. He has a somewhat overbearing nature. Be patient and avoid causing trouble. Glancing at the young man in blue, Gu Yunji swallowed his indignation and prepared to continue his meal. Gu Mingyan, noticing his discomfort, scoffed lightly and remarked to those beside him, Look at this thin little carp. After swimming through a few cracks in the rocks, it seems to think it has achieved something remarkable, scurrying over to flaunt itself before relatives who have surpassed the Dragon Gate, unaware that it is destined to end up in a fisherman's net. Merely a meal for others. The insinuation was unmistakably aimed at Gu Yanxiao, who felt anger rise within him at such a blatant affront. Beside him, Gu Yanlin could no longer contain himself. He slammed his chopsticks down and stood, shouting, Gu Mingyan, who are you talking about? Unflustered, Gu Mingyan leisurely replied, Whoever responds is who I'm referring to. Suppressing his anger, Gu Yanxiao pulled Gu Yunlin's clothing, urging him to sit back down, and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Cousin Mingyan, you must be mistaken. Our family came today to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival with grandfather and uncle, with no intention of boasting. We are all family. There is no need for such remarks. Gu Mingyan disdainfully leaned back, expressing his contempt. Who considers you family? Such audacity. After years of no contact, you come running back to flaunt your modest achievements. It's no wonder you are of illegitimate birth with such a narrow view. You should learn from my discerning third uncle. Despite being a branch of the family like you, knows to remain content in his own county and not come looking for trouble. His words were harsh, rendering the atmosphere awkward and tense, leaving everyone uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment, Gu Yunji took a deep breath, forcing a smile, and stood to inquire Cousin Mingyan, May I ask what credentials you possess that allow you to look down upon even a mere scholar? Gu Mingyan's expression stiffened. He held only the title of a scholar himself, and his haughty demeanor relied heavily on his noble lineage and the influence of his father and elder brother. Yet he did not wish to appear weak and feign nonchalance. What do you care about me? My father is a prefect in Songjiang, a fifth-rank official. My brother achieved the status of scholar at 17 and became a jinshi at 20, a true prodigy. And what accomplishments do you have? Gu Yunji responded calmly. I am unworthy. I possess no titles, merely a student. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyan relaxed slightly, waving his fan dismissively. A mere student, a country bumpkin. And you dare to act so brazenly before me? Unperturbed, Gu Yunji replied softly, It is rare for us to visit the capital. Yet you treat my brothers and me with such disdain. It is truly disheartening. It seems we cannot remain here any longer. Without waiting for a response, he rose and approached Gu Kaili, kneeling directly before him. Uncle, we came hoping to reunite with our elders during this festive occasion. Yet Cousin Mingyan looks down upon us and mocks us as simple country folk. I can no longer partake in this meal. and shall take my leave, vowing not to darken your door again." With a heartbroken demeanor, Gu Yunji began to exit. Gu Kaili, having overheard some of the earlier dispute, could no longer pretend ignorance. He swiftly caught Gu Yunji. "Dear nephew, do not be alarmed. There must be some misunderstanding." He then glared at the evasive Gu Mingyan. "Gu Mingyan, come here." Trembling, Gu Mingyan hurriedly approached and knelt before Gu Kaili, his eyes still reflecting his unwillingness. He had anticipated that, given the presence of their elders, the matter would not escalate, which is why he had spoken so freely. Little did he know Gu Yunji would respond in such an unexpected manner. Gu Kaili, visibly displeased, kicked his son and scolded. "Your cousin S family has come all this way, and this is how you speak to them? Have you forgotten all I've taught you about brotherly love and respect for elders? If you dare to insult your own brothers today, will you not show disrespect to your superiors tomorrow?" The elderly master and Gu Kaijin watched silently, with Gu Kaili refusing to show any favoritism, choosing his words carefully. Regardless of the truth, since Gu Yunji had approached him, he had to maintain a semblance of decorum. "Go to the study and kneel there. Do not rise until I say so." Having said that, Gu Kaili's demeanor softened as he turned to Gu Yunji. "Ah, dear nephew, do not let your cousin S words trouble you. I am your true uncle, and beside me is your grandfather, who would dare treat you as an outsider. Do not speak of leaving. This is your home. Come, sit and enjoy your meal before the dishes grow cold." With his aim achieved, Gu Yunji no longer pressed the matter, accepting the olive branch extended by Gu Kaili. He feigned wiping away tears from the corner of his eye and returned to his seat to continue eating. Upon returning to the table, Gu Kaili smiled apologetically. "My foolish son's education has been lacking. Do not take it to heart, second brother." Gu Kaijin also chimed in politely. "Oh, it is nothing. Children will bicker. There is no need for such harsh punishment." The fourth son, Gu Kaiki, observed the exchange with a knowing smile, murmuring under his breath, "What an interesting young man. Second brother truly has a gem in his son." Throughout the entire episode, the elderly master remained silent, observing his eldest son manage the situation before finally speaking. "Enough. Let this matter be put to rest, and let us continue our meal." After the meal, Gu Xue retired for his customary afternoon nap, while Gu Kaili and the others strolled through the garden to aid digestion. Suddenly, Gu Kaili turned to the tall and elegant Gu Yunxiao and asked, "Yunxiao, you are no longer a child. Have you considered an engagement?" Gu Yunxiao's face flushed. Glancing at his father, he replied, "Not yet." Gu Kaili's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Oh, is that so? Your aunt has a niece, surnamed Zheng, named Xiuyun, who is 17 this year. She is truly graceful and virtuous, possessing both elegance and beauty. Her father is Zheng Haifeng, a magistrate in Yangzhou, which is quite a suitable match for our family. They are likely to visit for grandfather's birthday celebration this year. You should meet her then." Gu Yunxiao, caught off guard, stammered, "Nephew, my focus is solely on the imperial examinations. I have not considered such matters. Moreover, marriage is a significant affair, dictated by the wishes of parents and matchmakers. I cannot act independently." Gu Yuanxiao, the youngest son of the second branch, approached and playfully placed his hand on Gu Yunxiao's shoulder, teasing, "Cousin Yunxiao, are you stumbling over your words because you have someone in mind? And yet you claim to be solely focused on your studies." Gu Kaili interjected, "Even for the sake of your studies, you cannot neglect your lifelong happiness." He then turned to Gu Kaijin, lamenting, "Today, as children, I truly cannot comprehend their thoughts. Just look at my eldest. He is already 23. Every time I mention arranging a match for him, he brushes it off, claiming he is too busy at the Hamlin Academy to return. Is he merely making excuses? I have been at the Hamlin Academy myself. How busy could he actually be? Reflecting on our past, marrying at 18 was considered quite late. I wed at 17 and welcomed my firstborn at 18, and all turned out well without any delay. However, Gu Mingxuan's engagement has now become a source of distress for him, and he incessantly laments to Gu Kaijin. Ahem, perhaps he has been on his feet for too long." For Gu Kaiki begins to cough again. Gu Kaijin, concerned, asks, "Are you all right, fourth brother? Please sit down and rest. I told you to stay indoors to recuperate, yet you insisted on coming out." Gu Kaiki's complexion is pale as he replies, "It's just my old ailment. There's nothing to worry about." He waves his hand dismissively. "In the past, I would spend all day cooped up indoors, conversing only with my wife, which was quite lonely. Today, with so many people, I wish to join in the merriment." Gu Kylie sighs deeply and says, "Your health is frail, and without any offspring. It is time we discussed adopting a child from the clan to provide you with companionship and alleviate your solitude." Gu Kaiki shakes his head. A child is too young to raise, and, as they grow, they may not feel close. Adopting is not so simple. We shall see. After arranging for Gu Kaiki to return to his room, the others cease their wandering and engage in casual conversation within the garden. After some time, Gu Kaijin rises to take his leave, saying, "It's getting late. My foolish brother must return to Yunjing County with family before sunset, so I shall prepare to depart." Gu Kylie grips his hand tightly, reluctant to part. Time passes so swiftly. "You say you want to bring the nieces to see us this time. You've barely stayed long enough. Why not stay for dinner? I can have a meal prepared in time." Gu Kaijin declines. "No need to trouble yourself, elder brother. When our father celebrates his 60th birthday this year, I will bring the whole family to visit you properly. Today, I cannot linger." Seeing Gu Kaijin's resolute intent, Gu Kylie refrains from insisting further. "Very well then. For our father's birthday, you must arrive early." He turns to Gu Yunxiao and advises, "Yunxiao, as you head to the capital for your examination, do not hesitate to seek out your elder cousin should you have any questions." Gu Yunxiao smiles and expresses his gratitude. They then return to the main hall to bid farewell to Gu Zhengde and the others, after which Gu Kaijin departs the city with his wife and children. Returning to Yunjing County. Chapter 13. The tenants dispute over water. Once the Dragon Boat Festival passed, Gu Yunxiao was set to embark on his journey. "Father, mother, you need not accompany me any further. I shall take care of myself," he reassured as he stood outside Yunjing County. "Despite the heat of these days, do not hastily shed your clothing. Moreover, make sure to eat and use what you need along the way without worrying over expenses. Do not deprive yourselves." Lady Wang tightly grasped her son's hand, visibly reluctant. "Rest assured, father and mother, I am well aware," Gu Yunxiao comforted, promising to send news of his success as soon as possible. Gu Kaijin, silent, gently extricated Gu Yunxiao's hand from Lady Wang's tight grip, saying, "Enough now. Your incessant nagging is becoming tiresome. You are grown, and with a servant accompanying you, you will not go hungry or cold." Yet as he spoke, he could not help but reiterate, "Once you arrive in the capital, send a letter home. Also, do not forget to take your grandfather's letter to visit Lord Zhao of the Ministry of Revenue. If you require anything, simply send us word." Gu Yunxiao nodded with a smile and turned to Gu Yunjing, saying, "Third brother, you will be taking the county exam in September. During my time away, if you need any books or materials, feel free to take from my study without asking anyone." He added, "And, second brother, I saw you out buying crickets yesterday, neglecting your studies. In these past months, third brother has made great progress and is quickly surpassing you. You must uphold your role as an elder brother and focus on your studies." As the elder brother, he bore an endless concern, even as he prepared to leave for the capital for the imperial examination. Gu Yunxiao chuckled, pushing him toward the carriage. "My dear brother, your examination is the priority. Look at how high the sun is. It is time to depart." Thus, he ceased further conversation, waved farewell to everyone, and gradually faded into the distance in his carriage. After the Dragon Boat Festival, Gu Yunxiao, too, departed for the capital to take the examination, and life returned to its usual rhythm for the Gu family, regaining its tranquility. In June, the weather turned hot, and Yunjing County, along with several surrounding areas, had not seen rain for over half a month. The sun scorched the earth, causing deep cracks to form, and the crops drooped, nearing the brink of withering from thirst. One morning, while the Gu family gathered for breakfast in the hall, a sweating old servant rushed in. "Master, it's terrible. The tenants from Shuejia village and Wangjiazwang have clashed over the water source. It's said that someone has died, and the authorities have been notified." "What?" Gu Kaijin, abandoning his meal, strode out, calling for horses. As he reached Gu Yunlin, he seized his timid second son, who was trying to remain unnoticed in his chair. "Second, come with me." Gu Yunxiao quickly finished his meal and called after Gu Kaijin, "Father, let me join as well." Gu Kaijin paused, appraising his son's bright eyes, and nodded, "Very well." With the situation urgent, they traveled in silence, heading straight for Wangjiazwang. Approaching the village, they could hear the commotion and the weeping of women by the river. "You wretched scoundrels! You've killed my husband. I demand your lives." A woman dressed as a farmer sat on the ground, clutching the corpse of a middle-aged man, crying heart-wrenchingly, "How could you leave us like this? Aunt Wang, please get up. Brother Monsong has already passed. We must prepare him for burial. Someone beside her tried to help, but Aunt Wang pushed him away. Bah, you black-hearted fiends. Don't think I don't know. You want to bury my Monsong early, so no one can find your murderous evidence. I tell you, not a chance. Look, the wound on my husband's forehead is still bleeding. She twisted the corpse's head to show the crowd, pointing at a pale young man among them with fury. Xue Yangzi, you can't hide. I know it was you who killed my husband. You must pay with your life. The young man, named Xue Yangzi, was so frightened he fell to the ground, pale and stammering. No, it wasn't me. I held the hoe tightly. He charged at me. There were many people. We were jostling. It was not intentional. I didn't mean to kill anyone. You lie. You clearly killed him, yet you claim he charged at you. And this river, which flows through Xuejia village and Wangjiazwang, has been dammed by your people to hoard all the water upstream, leaving us with none. Someone from Wangjiazwang retorted angrily. So you open the dam at night to let all the water flow away? Do you leave any room for others? Without water, the crops will die. You're trying to take our lives. I say Wang Monsong had it coming. He led the charge to open our dam. What nonsense are you spouting? The people of Wangjiazwang were inflamed, pushing against the tenants of Xuejia village as tensions rose again. Make way! Make way! At that moment, the steward Gu stepped through the crowd, announcing, Master Gu has arrived. As Gu Kaijin entered and surveyed the grim scene, he furrowed his brow. Where is the village head? Come forward and report. A sweating figure emerged from the crowd. I am Xue Quanf, the village head of Xuejia village, at your service, Master Gu. Where is the village head of Wangjiazwang? After a prolonged silence, the crowd remained unresponsive. Gu Kaijin was on the verge of losing his temper when he heard manager Gu whispering in his ear, Sir, the deceased is Wang Monsong, the village head of Wangjiabao. Gu Kaijin's expression turned serious. Although the village head did not hold an official title, he was nonetheless registered in the county office. The matter of a villager killing a village head was bound to be troublesome. Under Gu Kaijin's imposing presence, the village head of Suijiakan recounted the events hesitantly. It turned out that Suijiakan and Wangjiabao were situated upstream and downstream of the river, respectively, with the crops suffering from drought. The villagers relied heavily on the river's water for irrigation. As the rain continued to elude them, the land became increasingly parched, and the river's water level dwindled to a point where it could no longer sustain both villages' irrigation needs. Unilaterally, Suijiakan constructed a low dam upstream, hoarding all the water. After several failed attempts to reason with them, the village head Wang Monsong, accompanied by a group of villagers, secretly breached the dam one night. However, they were discovered by Suijiakan's people, leading to a chaotic brawl in which Wang Monsong suffered a fatal blow. By the time a doctor arrived, it was too late. In the darkness of the night, no one could distinguish friend from foe. It was a reckless melee, and it remained unclear whether Wang Monsong was struck or simply met with an unfortunate accident. Chapter 14. The divine is of no aid. Human effort is paramount. After absorbing the entirety of the situation, Gu Kaijin inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly. Both Suijiakan and Wangjiabao were tenants under his stewardship, and they paid him rent annually. With this incident unfolding, he could not remain indifferent. He instructed someone to assist Aunt Wang to her feet and spoke gently. Madam, please accept my condolences. Your husband is gone, and lamentation serves no purpose. It would be wise to attend to the funeral arrangements promptly. The two villages are neighbors with many familial ties. It is best not to let this escalate into a spectacle. Here is my proposal. If you withdraw your complaint, I will provide you with 10 taels for funeral expenses and an additional 50 taels as compensation. Your household has lost its strong labor, and I will hire another to tend to the land, but the harvest for the next 10 years, after rent is deducted, will still belong to your family. What do you think? For a peasant family, even in a bountiful year, the annual surplus was only 3 to 4 taels of silver. Gu Kaijin offered 60 taels outright and allowed them to enjoy 10 years of harvest without having to work the land, which was exceedingly generous. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang quickly wiped her tears, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Master Gu. I will heed your words. I will not pursue this further. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to the pale-faced Xue Yangzi, saying, As for you, Xue Yangzi, the blood of Wang Monsong is on your hoe, and there is no escaping that. Regardless of whether you struck him or not, you must visit the county office. Do not worry. If the victim does not press charges, no severe punishment will befall you. even if you must spend time in jail. I shall provide for your family's livelihood." Having said this, Gu Kaijin turned his icy gaze upon the trembling village head of Suijikan and coldly remarked, "You have the audacity to construct a dam to block the river without authorization? When the villagers came to reason with you, you chose to ignore them. From this day forth, you shall not obstruct the water any longer. As the village head, your failure to restrain the villagers has led to this tragic incident. I see you cannot continue in your position. Come with me to the county office, where the magistrate will decide your fate." Xue Quanf, his legs giving way, collapsed to the ground. Before he could utter a word, the villagers from Suijikan anxiously interjected, "Master Gu, please consider. If we do not block the water, our crops will surely perish from thirst, and we will face a harvestless year. Indeed, a life was lost in Wangjiabao, but if there is no harvest, it is not just one or two who will go hungry. If we are forbidden from blocking the water, there are no other villages downstream from Wangjiabao. They will undoubtedly raise the dam even higher. Master Gu, does this not mean you are allowing the people of Wangjiabao to feast while we from Suiji can starve? Why not use well water?" At that moment, Gu Yunji, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke. "On my way here, I noticed that Suijikan has a well located at the eastern edge of the village. The water is murky and thick, with many leaves floating atop, clearly unused for many years. While it may be unclean, it is suitable for irrigation. Once utilized more frequently, the groundwater will flow, and the well water will naturally clear up, eventually becoming drinkable. Why not make use of this well?" The crowd fell silent, and, after a lengthy pause, an elder hesitantly replied, "Young master, you do not understand. That well is inauspicious." "Inauspicious?" Gu Yunji scoffed dismissively. "Are you not concerned that drought will lead to your starvation? At such a time, you still care for good or bad omens." The elder's gaze darted nervously, as if fearing something, and he stammered, 10 years ago, there was a family living by that well. Later, they found fetching water from the river inconvenient, so they dug a well in their courtyard. However, since then, strange occurrences began. First, the male head of the family fell ill with an unknown ailment that no doctor could diagnose, and he died. Then, his mother suddenly went mad, ran to the river, and drowned. The female head could not bear it, and took the children back to her family, leaving the household shattered. After that, eerie cries came from the well at night, frightening the villagers. Eventually, the village hired a geomancer who determined that the well was improperly located, disturbing the mountain god's resting place, hence the family's misfortune. After conducting several rituals and placing a plaque for the mountain god in the ancestral hall, the disturbances ceased. But no one dared to use that well again. Ha ha ha! Disturbing the mountain god's resting place. What a preposterous notion. How can you believe such nonsense? Gu Yunji could not help but burst into laughter. Regardless of the truth of the matter, if it brings about death and family ruin, it is clearly malevolent. You ought to burn that plaque for firewood. If there were true deities, how could they remain indifferent to the suffering of humanity while enjoying offerings? In my view, they are mere charlatans. The elder, terrified by his audacious words, frantically waved his hands. "Young master, be cautious. There are spirits above us. We must not show disrespect." Gu Yunji, uninterested in further debate, replied, "Humph, it seems you have not yet faced dire straits. When the time comes to eat tree bark and roots, you will not care about any mountain gods. Enough of this. It is already June, and the plum rain season approaches. The drought will not last much longer. If you refuse to use well water, so be it. My father has spoken. No dam shall be built." At that moment, the county officials arrived. After listening to the Gu family's account of the situation, they realized it was a tangled mess that could not be easily unraveled, especially with so many involved. They could not imprison everyone involved in the brawl. Seeing that Gu Kaijin had nearly pacified the situation, they pretended to mediate and only took the village head of Suijikan and Shui Yangzi, thus concluding the matter. On the way home, Gu Kaijin inquired, "From what I observed today, it seems you are rather dismissive of matters concerning spirits. Why is that?" Gu Yunji could not openly declare himself a staunch materialist. Thus, he resorted to quoting Confucius. Confucius said to revere the spirits from a distance. "I believe that the so-called spirits are merely a manifestation of human beings confronting situations beyond their control, longing for hope in the face of inevitable fate. When the heavens do not rain and the land is parched, humans cannot summon rain, yet they do not wish to witness their crops withering. Hence they pray for the Dragon King to bring rain. When a loved one is gravely ill and medicine proves ineffective. Humans cannot banish the pain, but do not wish to watch their loved ones depart. Thus they beseech the gods for protection. In such instances, the human inclination to seek divine intervention stems from their powerlessness in the face of adversity, projecting their hopes onto the unknown. However, blind faith in ethereal deities will not alter the present circumstances. One should not place hope in deities, but rather in oneself. In life, one must focus on the present. To prevent drought, one should construct channels early and store ample water. To avoid illness, one must diligently exercise and maintain a moderate diet. Though human strength may be insignificant, it possesses the capacity to move mountains and fill seas, to create lakes and build rivers. As the saying goes, deities offer no assistance. It is human endeavor that prevails. Gu Xue muttered these thoughts, momentarily lost in contemplation. After a while, he regained his focus and glanced at his son, Gu Yunjing, who was ahead on horseback, and mused aloud. Indeed, the notion that deities are of no help and that human effort is paramount is truly enlightening. My son, how much more do you conceal from me? Chapter 15. The county examination begins in the blink of an eye. It was September. While the results of the imperial examination had yet to be announced, the county examination was about to commence. The occasion of his son entering the examination hall was of great significance. Although the servants had prepared everything, Gu Xue meticulously inspected each item. This snack won't do. They must all be broken open for inspection. If they crumble, how can you eat them? You need solid buns, and add a couple more boiled eggs. No buns with filling. If the filling is cold, it could upset your stomach. As for this attire, it must not have layers. A simple garment will suffice. It should not be too extravagant or complicated. Plain is best, for the inspection will take time when they check your clothing. Watching Gu Xue bustle about, Gu Yunjing felt a warmth in his heart. In his previous life, raised in a family that valued sons over daughters, where love was scarce, this parental care was a sweetness he cherished. After scrutinizing the examination items, Gu Xue turned to Gu Yunjing and cautioned, "This county examination lasts 3 days with 5 sessions in total. Once it begins, the gates will close and no one can exit. During the exam, you must pace yourself. Do not rush headlong into the questions, for that will exhaust your spirit. Many rely solely on adrenaline, and countless individuals have fallen ill after the exam, having overexerted themselves." He then produced a long, ornate box from his sleeve and handed it to Gu Yunjing. "This is ginseng I prepared for you, cut into small pieces. Suck on a piece occasionally during the exam to replenish your energy." Gu Yunjing graciously accepted his father's thoughtful gift, and after receiving encouragement from Wang Furen and Zhao Yinyang, as well as a bowl of porridge lovingly prepared by Gu Yunxiao, he stepped out. Outside the examination hall, a dense crowd had already gathered. As Gu Yunjing contemplated how to enter, he noticed Jiang Kongshu approaching. "Yunjing, you haven't arrived particularly early." He waved his fan, noting the warm September heat. "Even if you had come earlier, it wouldn't matter. Last year, when I took the county examination for the first time, I left well before dawn, only to find the exam hall teeming with people. What good is arriving early if you still wait outside? Look, the chief examiner has arrived." Gu Yunjing looked up to see County Magistrate Chun Rong, dressed in formal attire, moving through the crowd with officials in tow. "The county examination is about to commence. I urge all examinees not to crowd. Please form 2 lines for entry after your belongings have been inspected." Following this, Chun Rong read the examination rules and offered words of encouragement before opening the examination hall doors. Gu Yunjing observed the strictness of the entry inspection and remarked, "This is indeed stringent. Not only must the provisions be broken apart for inspection, but even hairstyles must be undone for scrutiny." Naturally, Jiang Kongshu replied, "The county examination is still manageable. One can keep an undergarment on during inspections. But for the provincial and imperial examinations, one must strip completely, left with nothing but their underpants." Gu Yunjing imagined the absurdity of such a scene and chuckled. Is it really necessary to be so severe? Cheating in the imperial examinations is punishable by death. Would so many people truly resort to such desperation? Jiang Kongshu shrugged. Desperate individuals are plentiful. Success in the imperial examinations can lead to instant elevation. Many, driven by hope, devise cunning plans to circumvent the rules. During one examination under the previous emperor, a rotund man attempted to cheat, concealing numerous notes beneath his clothing. When he was inspected, the officials, baffled, failed to discover them. Gu Yunjing gestured to indicate his waist. Puzzled, But how could he even see them in such a cramped space? That is precisely why he was caught. It is said that during the exam, he was so anxious that he kept lifting his clothing to peek at his notes, causing a gust of wind to blow his papers to the ground. When the officials came to retrieve them, they realized that the sweat on his belly had blurred the writing. Gu Yunjing shook his head in amusement, and soon, it was his turn in line. After verifying identities, inspecting belongings, and checking attire, he swiftly passed through the examination process. He and Gu Xue were assigned to different examination rooms. After receiving their number slips, they went their separate ways. He sought out his designated room, only to find himself assigned to the restroom. Among 10 rooms, every 3 had a toilet, and for the next 3 days, 30 examinees would share this facility, making it unbearable. The proximity of his room to the toilet was particularly unfortunate. As he caught a whiff of the unpleasant scent, Gu Yunjing felt his face turn pale. "You have indeed received the restroom room?" A clear voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see a slender youth of similar age, with a refined appearance, standing before him. "I would like to exchange rooms with you." The youth, calm and direct, met his gaze. Gu Yunjing, filled with suspicion, asked why. "Occupying the restroom room means enduring its foul odor all day, severely affecting your examination experience and mindset. Most would avoid it, yet you are willing to switch?" The youth smiled slightly. "It is not without reason. I see you are dressed well, indicating your family is affluent. How about 10 taels of silver?" Gu Yunjing appraised the youth, noting his tattered linen garments, washed to a pale hue and patched in several places, clearly a sign of humble beginnings. Understanding dawned upon him. The stakes of the imperial examination were high, yet this individual willingly offered to exchange for a mere 10 taels, disregarding the potential impact on his future. This short-sightedness revealed a focus solely on immediate gain, suggesting a lack of foresight. Gu Yunjing, dismissing his doubts, felt a twinge of disdain for such a transaction. "Very well, but I do not have silver on me at the moment. I will need to wait until after the examination to pay you. What is your name?" The youth inclined his head slightly. "No problem. My name is Cheng Yen. You must be Gu Yunjing, the 3rd son of the Gu family. I noticed your name during the inspection. The Gu family is a prominent household in Huading, and I trust your reputation." Cheng Yen? The name rang a bell in Gu Yunjing's mind. I remember seeing a beautifully written manuscript at the bookshop, with your name inscribed at the end." Surprised that Cheng Yen recognized him, Gu Yunjing felt a newfound respect for the youth's perceptiveness. "Indeed, you know me? Very well, it is settled then. After the examination, come find me, and I shall give you 10 taels." Cheng Yen handed him his number slip, stating, "It is a deal. Here is room 14. I wish you success in this examination." Gu Yunjing exchanged his number and, dismissing Cheng Yan's compliment, settled down in his new location, awaiting the distribution of the exam papers. Chapter 16. The examination begins when the papers were distributed. Gu Yunjing glanced at the questions, all of which were as expected, one of which he had encountered before. In summary, everything was well within his grasp. Gu Yunjing was confident and composed. After a brief contemplation, he began to answer the questions with grace and fluidity. 3 days later, as the county examination concluded, the candidates streamed out. Upon exiting the examination hall, Gu Yunjing exhaled a sigh of relief, stretching his stiff limbs that had curled up during the test. Just as he was about to head home, he spotted Cheng Yen approaching him with a smile. Gu Yunjing, not wishing to evade responsibility, called for Sudong, preparing to pay. However, Cheng Yen interjected, "Please wait, young Master Gu, I have no desire for your money." Taken aback, Gu Yunjing asked, "Then what do you want?" Cheng Yen replied with a warm demeanor and a calm tone, "I wish for you to introduce me to your esteemed father, Master Gu, or even a Lord Gujingda." Gu Yunjing scrutinized Cheng Yan's humble attire and smirked. "Oh, why did you seek financial assistance from me then? Moreover, with your current appearance, what makes you think you deserve an introduction to my father and grandfather? Do you not think you are somewhat overreaching?" Cheng Yen, unperturbed, followed Gu Yunjing's gaze to his own attire and confidently stated, "I believe in my own talent. I am certain I will place in the top 3 of this county examination. Thus, I shall have the right to present myself before your father. The reason I requested money was merely to ease your apprehension, allowing us to exchange numbers, hence providing this opportunity for conversation." Gazing into Cheng Yan's clear and profound eyes, Gu Yunjing found himself momentarily at a loss. He chuckled lightly. "Your desire to associate with the Gu family of Songjiang is quite astute. However, I wonder how much confidence you possess in your academic pursuits. Is Is it not possible you are overestimating yourself? Chang Yin humbly lowered his head slightly. Please forgive my boldness. Young master, my circumstances compel me to seek connections. As you can see, I come from a humble background. It was only after much effort that my family managed to gather funds for my education at the age of 10. Without a strategy, given my family's meager resources, how far can I possibly go in the examination system? For the sake of my future, I have no choice but to seek alliances with esteemed families like the Gu clan of Songjiang. What a clever and ambitious individual, Gu Yunjing mused. Although Cheng Yan's approach made him somewhat uncomfortable, he still agreed. You truly are unaware of your limitations. As you stated, should you place in the top 3 of this examination, I will introduce you to my father. If he appreciates your talents and wishes to support you, that will be his decision. As for my grandfather, we shall discuss that once you prove yourself worthy. Cheng Yin maintained his composure, smiling as he replied, that is only natural. Let's agree on this. After the results of the county examination are announced in 7 days, you will see whether I am indeed overreaching. With that, Gu Yunjing chose to say no more and returned home. The week passed quickly, and today marked the day of the examination results announcement. Gu Yunjing found himself restless throughout the night, rising early and heading with Su Dong directly to the announcement site. At dawn, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Gu Yunjing immediately spotted Jiang Kongshi, whose face was filled with anxiety, and approached him, clapping a hand on his shoulder. You arrived quite early. Did you not say it is better to be lucky than early? Startled, Jiang Kongshi stumbled and, upon recognizing Gu Yunjing, sighed with relief. Goodness, you nearly frightened me. I cannot sleep, so rather than wait idly at home, I thought it best to join everyone in this anxious anticipation. Speaking of which, you arrived quite early too? I cannot sleep either. The thought of the results kept my mind in turmoil. If I am this nervous for the county examination, I can only imagine how I will fare in the provincial and imperial examinations. Indeed, it is no wonder that so many lose their sanity after passing. I would likely do the same, Jiang Kongshi replied with self-deprecation. We are getting ahead of ourselves, though. The county results have yet to be released, and here we are, worrying about the provincial and imperial exams. As they waited for several hours, the officials finally arrived, slowly making their way to the front. The officials beat drums and gongs, establishing a boundary to keep the crowd at bay, while inside, they busily affixed the results to the wall. Step back. Do not crowd. The results will be visible soon enough. One official shouted to maintain order. Su Dong, with keen eyesight, quickly spotted Gu Yunjing's name on the list and shouted excitedly, Young master. Young master, you did it. You are first. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunjing glanced at the announcement and indeed found his name at the top. A wave of relief washing over him as he relaxed his previously tense posture, a smile breaking on his face. He then realized his palms were clammy with sweat. Ha 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 ha. I did it. 19th. At that moment, Jiang Kongshi burst into laughter, turning around to see Gu Yunjing's name as well, and joyfully embraced him, shaking him vigorously. Yunji, we both succeeded. Ha ha. We are scholars now. Cough, cough, cough. Kongshi, please let me go, Gu Yunjing gasped, struggling to break free from Jiang Kongshi's enthusiastic grip. The onlookers cast envious glances at them. It cannot be. How could I not have passed? This is impossible. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar trembled, drenched in sweat, scanning the list multiple times without finding his name. Unable to bear the disappointment, he fainted. The crowd rushed to assist him, pinching his skin and splashing water, but to no avail. They had no choice but to carry him away to find a doctor. After a moment, Gu Yunjing regained his composure, thoroughly examining the list once more, only to find Cheng Yan's name prominently listed in second place, confirming his earlier assertion of placing in the top 3. Gu Yunjing's expression remained calm, but internally he was tumultuous. Turning to meet Cheng Yan's gaze, he noticed a flicker of surprise in Cheng Yan's eyes, as if he had not anticipated the outcome. When Cheng Yan saw Gu Yunjing looking at him, his surprise quickly faded, replaced by a demeanor of humility and warmth, as he smiled and nodded. As Gu Yunjing approached, Cheng Yan bowed slightly and said, Congratulations, young Master Gu, on achieving first place. At that moment, Gu Yunjing recognized Cheng Yan's exceptional nature. His tone shifted from casual to earnest, stating, as you predicted, you truly placed in the top 3. I must admit, I underestimated you. I will keep my promise. Once I have a moment, I will introduce you to my father. Cheng Yan's expression remained composed, responding politely, You flatter me, young master. I did not expect you to achieve first place either. Cheng Yin, despite his humble origins, spoke with a courteous tone, yet Gu Yunjing sensed an underlying arrogance, as if he regarded the affluent and privileged youth as nothing more than foolish, entitled fools, lacking any merit beyond their birthright. This sentiment left Gu Yunjing feeling uneasy. Setting aside his discomfort, Gu Yunjing exchanged a few more pleasantries with Cheng Yin before departing. Chapter 17. Introducing Cheng Yin, Sudong had already been sent home to share the joyous news, and by the time Gu Yunjing returned home, everyone was already aware of his first-place achievement in the county examination. Gu Kaijin was overjoyed, looking at Gu Yunjing with pride. Yingya, while you have indeed worked hard this year and improved greatly, I never anticipated you would return with such an honor. When you mentioned having an 80% chance of passing, I thought you were jesting. It seems I underestimated you. In a couple of days, I will make arrangements to retrieve your examination paper and send it to your grandfather for his insights, so you may receive his guidance and achieve greater success. Madame Wang stepped forward with a smile and remarked, young Master Ji has truly grown. After only a year of earnest study, he has achieved the top rank in the examinations. Surely, his future holds even greater promise. With brother Xiao having passed the provincial examination and now Ji achieving first place, our children are excelling one after another. Our family is destined for prosperity. When a younger generation thrives, a family can truly endure through the ages. Gu Kaijin stroked his beard in delight, exclaiming, indeed, both of you are wonderful children, bringing honor to your father. He then calculated the days. Realizing that the results of the imperial examination would be announced shortly, and good news might arrive in just a couple of days, he turned to Madame Wang, saying, when Xiao passed the examination, we held a grand celebration. Although Ji has only achieved the status of a scholar, securing first place is also a momentous occasion that deserves recognition. Let us not favor one over the other. We shall grant all the servants an additional half-month as pay. Instead of a lavish banquet, let us procure some fine dishes and celebrate modestly at home. Gu Yunlin, standing nearby, murmured in complaint when I passed the scholar's examination. I did not see my father arranging such festivities, yet he claims there is no favoritism. Gu Kaijin shot him a stern glance, retorting, and you dare to speak? Your elder brother is a provincial scholar. Your younger brother has secured first place. And what of you? Among the three brothers, you are the only one lacking ambition. And you expect me to celebrate you? How naive! As a father, Gu Kaijin understood Gu Yunlin's temperament well, recognizing that he was merely jesting and meant no harm. With a huff, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Gu Yunji arrived at Aunt Zhao's courtyard, where he was immediately embraced upon entry. Tears of joy streamed down Aunt Zhao's face as she wiped them away, pulling her son close to examine him from head to toe, exclaiming through laughter and tears, my son has made me proud. I have no other aspirations but to see you and your sister thrive. Now that you are progressing, my heart is filled with joy. As a concubine in a wealthy household, Aunt Zhao appeared to live a glamorous life, yet few truly understood the bitterness that lay beneath. She was treated as a mere plaything, remembered only when convenient and cast aside when not. Confined to the inner courtyard, she could not openly raise her own children. Each day was spent either idly passing time in the courtyard or silently hoping for her children's success. Having been a woman in her past life, Gu Yunji could not help but empathize with Aunt Zhao's struggles. Confronted with Aunt Zhao's overwhelming emotions, he felt his own eyes welling with tears. Gu Yunxiao, standing nearby, smiled and reassured her. Aunt, why are you crying? Brother has only just become a scholar. He will surely achieve the provincial degree and the highest honor in time. Your better days are yet to come. Aunt Zhao quickly dried her tears, replying, yes, yes. Your brother has secured first place. He will achieve even greater things in the future. The three of them shared laughter, basking in the warmth of the moment. The next day, as the county school day ended, Gu Yunji spotted Cheng Yin preparing to head home and called out to him. Cheng Yin, didn't you say you wished for an introduction to my father? Do you have time now? Cheng Yin was caught off guard but replied, now? I suppose I can, but I have not prepared any gifts. Would it be inappropriate to visit unannounced? Gu Yunji dismissed his concern, saying, no matter. My father is not one to be overly concerned with formalities. Besides, for our family, your lack of a gift is of no consequence. The Gu family was affluent, and Gu Kaijin, having grown up in the capital, was not one to be swayed by the meager offerings of a poor scholar. Cheng Yin, reassured, followed Gu Yunji back to the Gu residence. Outside the main hall, Gu Yunji instructed Cheng Yin to wait while he entered to inform Gu Kaijin of his arrival. Gu Yunji approached his father, who was engrossed in reading, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Father, I have brought a classmate, Cheng Yin, and would like to introduce him to you, if I may." Gu Kaijin looked surprised, though. "I knew you were close with that lad from the Jiang family, but I had not seen you bring him home before. What makes you wish to introduce this Cheng Yin to me?" Gu Yunji explained. He ranked second in the county examination and possesses considerable talent, though his family is impoverished. He hopes to see if he might provide some assistance. It was not uncommon for prominent families to support talented students from humble backgrounds, offering financial aid and resources in the hope that those students might contribute to the family's fortunes in the future. Gu Kaijin raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Bring him in. I must assess him." Cheng Yin entered and bowed to Gu Kaijin, greeting him. "Young Cheng Yin pays his respects to Lord Gu. I have long heard of your integrity and generosity, and your esteemed reputation in Huading County precedes you. I have also heard Yunji often speak of your kindness toward your children and your benevolence toward your servants. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Observing the young man, who was of similar age to Gu Yunji yet possessed a mature demeanor, Gu Kaijin noted his adeptness in conversation and flattery. Realizing that this was a person capable of prompting his usually cautious son to introduce him, Gu Kaijin saw potential in Cheng Yin. In the span of their brief exchange, Gu Kaijin discerned that Cheng Yin was perceptive and astute. He nodded slightly and said to Gu Yunji, "Jir, you may step out for a moment. I wish to speak with this young friend Cheng privately." Gu Yunji felt a flicker of curiosity, but refrained from voicing it. As he left, he glanced back at Cheng Yin, who sat calmly sipping tea, appearing unperturbed. Before long, their conversation concluded, and Cheng Yin was preparing to take his leave. Gu Yunji emerged to find his father wearing a warm smile. "I did not expect such insight from a young friend. He is truly impressive," remarked Gu Kaijin, handing a bag of silver to Cheng Yin and sending for a set of scholar supplies. "Consider this my gift of introduction. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to come directly to me without involving Yunji." Cheng Yin accepted the items gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Lord Gu, for your generosity. I will not forget this kindness, and should fortune favor me with a position in the future, I shall surely remember the Gu family." This was a commitment that should he ascend to power, he would stand firmly with the Gu clan. Satisfied with this assurance, Gu Kaijin nodded approvingly and offered a few more encouraging words before sending Cheng Yin on his way. As Cheng Yin departed, Gu Kaijin's smile gradually faded, and he inquired, "How did you come to know this Cheng Yin?" Gu Yunji recounted the events leading to their acquaintance, noticing a change in Gu Kaijin's expression. "Father, does this mean you have decided to assist him? Is there something amiss?" After listening to his son's account, Gu Kaijin's gaze darkened, and he spoke thoughtfully. "He is clever and calculating. He should not be underestimated in the future. He could be of use to us, but you must not become too closely acquainted." Gu Yunji, having interacted with Cheng Yin several times, recognized his ambition and nodded in understanding, mentally noting his father's warning. Chapter 18. The eldest brother's failure as the days passed since the examination results were announced, and yet no news from the capital arrived. The Gu family harbored unspoken suspicions. Fortunately, they had prepared themselves for such an outcome, sparing them from excessive disappointment as they awaited Gu Yunxiao's return. Following the county examinations, it was customary for the county magistrate to meet and encourage the top 3 candidates. On this day, Gu Yunji, dressed neatly, arrived early at the county office alongside Cheng Yin, the second-place winner, and Wei Shi, who placed third, to await the arrival of Magistrate Shenrong. Before long, a scribe with a small mustache called out from outside, "The magistrate has arrived." Magistrate Shenrong, clad in a brand-new official robe and wearing an official smile, entered with a steady gait. The 3 young men promptly rose and bowed in respect, saying, "Students Gu Yunji, Cheng Yin, and Wei Shi pay their respects to the magistrate." Shenrong kindly assisted them to their feet, saying, "You are all quite young. The future is promising indeed. You must strive even harder to excel and bring glory to Huading County. A greater number of scholars and successful candidates from our county will signify a flourishing literary culture, which reflects positively on my administration." Upon seeing Gu Yunji, Shenrong's smile broadened, adding, "I reviewed your paper, and it was splendidly crafted, truly demonstrating your profound writing skills. In March of this year, Your elder brother Gu Yunxiao was just elevated to the status of scholar, and now you have achieved the top position. A remarkable pair of talents indeed, befitting the offspring of the Gu family from Songjiang. He then turned to Cheng Yin. Cheng Yin, is it? Master Yu from the County Academy has repeatedly recommended you to me, stating that although you hail from humble beginnings, your innate talent is exceptional. Had you not commenced your studies late, you would have surely passed the scholar examination earlier. It appears he was indeed correct. Perhaps having never experienced such honor from a parental official, before Chen Rong could speak, Wei Shi, who ranked third, was already overwhelmed with emotion. His face flushed as he knelt and exclaimed, I am Wei Shi, who has long admired the county magistrate. It is a profound honor to behold your esteemed presence today. Here are several poems I have composed. I respectfully request your guidance. As he spoke, he produced a few sheets of paper from his sleeve and handed them over. Chen Rong, initially prepared to assist him in standing, suddenly wore a frown, took the papers without glancing at them, and coldly remarked, My dynasty has always valued prose over poetry. You should not squander your efforts on such frivolous verses. How did the previous dynasty fall? It was due to the inept emperor who wasted his days composing poetry while neglecting state affairs. Noticing Wei, she trembling in fear, he softened his tone slightly. You are still young. It is understandable that you may have strayed from the right path due to momentary confusion. Today, I shall overlook this, but you must focus on the proper course. Your heart should be set on the imperial examination. I have heard that the Luxic Academy is about to begin enrollment. You may submit your writings for consideration. If accepted, studying at Luxic Academy would be a great fortune for you. Luxic Academy is among the most renowned academies in the nation, celebrated for producing examination talents. With dozens of graduates achieving the status of Jinshi and several tens as Jiren each examination period. Gaining admission to Luxic Academy is akin to placing one foot in the officialdom, a dream institution for countless scholars. Unfortunately, the enrollment is monopolized by influential families, selecting only from the offspring of officials. Without letters of recommendation from relatives and government, it is exceedingly difficult for commoners to gain entry. While the academy occasionally admits students from society, the spots are scarce, and unless one possesses extraordinary talent, this path is fraught with challenges. Chen Rong did not truly expect the writings of the three young men to be recognized by Luxic Academy. He merely mentioned it in passing. After offering words of encouragement, the group dispersed. As Gu Yunji stepped out of the county office, he spotted the anxious Su Dong. Third master, you must return home at once. The eldest master is gravely ill. He was carried back. What? How could this happen? Gu Yunji was taken aback, hurriedly making his way home. Upon entering Gu Yunxiao's courtyard, he was met with a strong scent of medicine, causing him to furrow his brow. Inside, he found Gu Yunxiao lying on the bed, his complexion pale, cheeks sunken, and lips devoid of color, clearly unwell for some time. Approaching him, he grasped Gu Yunxiao's hand, noting how much weight he had lost, and inquired. Elder brother was perfectly fine when he left. How could he have fallen so ill? Why was there no message sent home? Gu Kaijin sat nearby, his head bowed, pressing his brow, his expression unreadable. The young servant attending Gu Yunxiao was in tears, breathless as he spoke. Eldest master caught a chill before the examination, suffering from a severe cough. After the exam, his condition worsened. He could hardly eat, merely holding on until the results were announced. But alas, the eldest master did not pass, and he completely fell apart, losing so much weight in just a few days. Furthermore, he forbade us from informing the master and mistress. I had no choice but to tend to him while rushing home, but despite the time that has passed, his health shows no signs of improvement. What did the doctor say? Gu Kaijin lifted his head, appearing a decade older, his voice hoarse. The doctor said the chill was merely a trigger. It's the immense pressure that has caused his illness. He invested all his energy into the examination, and upon learning of his failure, the very breath that sustained him vanished. The more Gu Kaijin spoke, the more pained he became, his voice dwindling. It is all my fault. I pushed him too hard, constantly comparing him to his cousin, placing too much pressure upon him. Hearing the commotion, Gu Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes and saw Gu Yunji had returned. He mustered a weak smile, saying, Third brother, you are back. How did your county examination go? Witnessing his frail state, Gu Yunji felt a pang of sorrow and replied, I passed. I ranked first. Gu Yunxiao's eyes lit up, propping himself up with renewed energy. Really? That is wonderful. I always knew you would succeed. Soon, the medicine was prepared. and with the servant's assistance, Gu Yunxiao took his medicine. He feigned a need to rest, sending the others away while keeping Gu Yunji behind. As the doctor suggested, Gu Yunxiao's ailment was rooted in his heart, and upon hearing of Gu Yunji's success, his spirits lifted considerably. Speaking of his failure in the examination, a shadow fell over his expression. I am useless, unlike cousin Gu Mingxian, who passed the Jinshu examination on his first attempt, bringing great honor to our parents. Gu Yunji offered comfort. Elder brother, you have done exceedingly well. Our parents are proud of you. Do not place such heavy burdens upon yourself. Gu Yunxiao closed his eyes. Speaking to himself, the last time I was elevated, you saw how happy our parents were. I rarely see them so elated. Father even took us to the capital. You know, in previous years, he felt he had no accomplishments and was ashamed to face our grandfather. In truth, I am aware of my own limitations. I did not harbor much hope for this examination. Yet, I wish for their continued happiness, for my father to hold his head high before grandfather, to make amends for his past regrets. But I have disappointed them. Gu Yunji understood that his elder brother, despite his outward gentleness, harbored everything within, never voicing his burdens, the expectations of their parents, the neglect from their grandfather, the disdain from Gu Mingyan. One weighty issue after another bore down upon him, eventually overwhelming him. Gu Yunji grasped his hand tightly, uncertain of what to say. After a moment, he finally spoke. Elder brother, I understand. Rest assured, from this day forward, I shall share the burdens of this family with you. I will not allow you to bear such weight alone any longer. These words struck a chord within Gu Yunxiao, who opened his eyes to meet his younger brother's bright, resolute gaze. At that moment, a tension within him eased, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he felt an unprecedented lightness. Good, third brother, you have ranked first, even surpassing my achievements. I believe in you. Perhaps accepting the reality of his failure or releasing the knots within his heart. As days passed, Gu Yunxiao gradually recovered, consuming the medicinal soup until the bowl was empty. Chapter 19. The chambermaid. One day, after school, Gu Yunji went to visit his sister. Gu Yunxiao was completely engrossed in embroidering something, so much so that she did not notice him approaching. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yunji snatched the item from her hands, teasing, "What are you so diligently embroidering? Is it a pair of mandarin ducks playing in water? You are quite young to be crafting such designs." Gu Yunxiao's face turned crimson, and she tiptoed several times in vain, feeling both embarrassed and angry. "Give it back to me." Gu Yunji ceased his teasing and returned the item to her. Gently patting her head, "You are still a child. Do not dwell on such matters. There is still plenty of time before you marry." Gu Yunxiao tucked the item away in her box, securing it tightly, and declared, "I am not a child. This was given to me by my aunt. She said a young lady must prepare early, or else it will be too late by the time she is to marry." Gu Yunji found her childish pretense of maturity amusing, chuckling, "I have not even considered marriage, and here you are already thinking about it." Gu Yunxiao retorted defiantly, "Once the new year passes, I will be 11. In the lunar calendar, I will be 12. In just 2 years, I will be of age. It is indeed you, soon to be 15 years old. Perhaps your parents are preparing to arrange a marriage for you. No wonder you are a man, rather unperturbed by such matters." Gu Yunji, possessing a woman's heart, found himself bemused by this remark, which left him both amused and exasperated. It was not that he was careless, but rather that in his previous life, at the age of 10, one would still be in elementary school, and at 15, one would be in middle school, still children, far from contemplating marriage. Yet, Gu Yunxiao was not entirely wrong. Individuals in ancient times matured early, and it was not uncommon for youths to marry and bear children at the tender ages of 15 or 16. He had simply overlooked this fact. Upon returning to the courtyard, he encountered Mama Zhao, accompanied by 2 maidservants, waiting at the entrance. Gu Yunji cast a glance at the 2 demure maidservants and inquired, "Mama Zhao, have you come with some instructions for my mother?" Mama Zhao smiled and replied, "The lady has said that now that the 3rd young master has turned 15, he is of an age to understand matters of the world. She has selected 2 maidservants of respectable lineage for you to take as concubines. This one is named Tao Hong, a local girl of 16, and this one is Lu Green, who is nearly 17 and has been in the household since childhood." As she spoke, Mama Zhao introduced them one by one. The 2 maidservants stepped forward, curtsied slightly, and one of them, Lu Green, daringly stole a glance at Gu Yunji. Upon seeing his handsome visage, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Concubines? Observing the bashful maidservants before him, Gu Yunji's expression turned peculiar. Just moments ago, his sister Gu Yunxiao had remarked on his lack of awareness, suggesting that their parents might soon arrange a marriage for him. Little did he know that while a marriage proposal was uncertain, the matter of concubines had already arisen. Having transitioned from a woman to a man, Gu Yunji had adjusted well to his new identity over the past half-year. The primary reason for this was that he resided in the feudal society of the Great Xia, where gender segregation prevailed and women were generally confined to the inner quarters. Apart from family, he had scarcely interacted with peers of the opposite sex, thus failing to perceive the social differences brought about by his gender transformation. It was only upon encountering such a situation that he realized his mindset had yet to adapt. He was still unprepared for intimacy with a woman, especially considering that both maidservants were merely children, themselves not yet 15. Gu Yunji found himself wryly smiling, pondering how to politely decline, when Mama Zhao spoke first. Is it that the third young master hesitates because he finds these maidservants lacking in beauty? If that is the case, I shall relay this to the lady and fetch 2 more comely maidservants for you. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 2 maidservants paled. Gu Yunji quickly clarified, No, Mama Zhao has misunderstood. I harbor no disdain. Reflecting on the fact that his elder brother, Gu Yunxiao, had not taken a concubine either, he added, I am solely focused on my studies for the imperial examinations. If I were to accept concubines, I fear I would become ensnared in such distractions, wasting my ambition. Moreover, my elder brother has not taken any concubines, and he has always been my role model. Therefore, I shall forego this arrangement. And please convey my gratitude to my mother for her kind intentions. Mama Zhao nodded in understanding. The third young master is indeed as diligent as the eldest young master. Your parents will be pleased to hear this. With that, she took her leave, leading the maidservants away. Soon, news of Gu Yunji's refusal of concubines in favor of focusing on his studies spread throughout the estate. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaijin stroked his beard in approval, exclaiming, Ah, my son truly resembles his elder brother, displaying such maturity and discipline. In the room, Gu Yunlin, surrounded by his own comforts, was nearly driven to a fit of rage. Eldest brother refuses concubines, and now third brother does as well. Am I the only one who desires them? He seethed with indignation, feeling as though he alone was the one lacking ambition. Is it not normal for sons of noble families to have 1 or 2 concubines? What have I done wrong? Does that not suggest they are the ones who are abnormal? Yet as he lamented, he could not help but yearn for the tenderness of a concubine, quickly dismissing his grievances and continuing with his carefree life. That evening, as Gu Yunji turned a corner in the courtyard, he heard the soft sounds of weeping emanating from a nearby corner. Initially, he thought that being chosen as a concubine would lead to an easier life. Yet little did he know that he had turned her down. Even the young servants mocked her, claiming that third young master had been frightened away by her appearance. Was I truly that unattractive? He approached to find it was Lu Green, the maidservant he had declined. Upon seeing him approach, she hastily wiped her tears and knelt. Her voice trembling, I am Lu Green. I have met the third young master. Gu Yunji had caught enough of her earlier words to feel a pang of guilt for her current predicament. Rise, he said, extending a hand to help her up. Observing her tear-streaked yet lovely countenance, he reassured her, It is not your fault. I simply do not wish for concubines. Please disregard those idle whispers. He paused before continuing. In truth, being a concubine is not as desirable as it may seem. Apart from serving their masters closely, their treatment is akin to that of ordinary maidservants. Even if one were to become a favored concubine or bear children, they would remain confined to the inner quarters, unable to escape. If their master does not show affection, they will end up in solitude, much like my aunt. Rather than take on the role of a concubine, it will be better for you to work diligently in the household. When the time comes, you can be married off to a good family, bear children, and lead a fulfilling life. Is that not preferable? Maidservants from affluent families are often well-mannered and pleasing in appearance, making them quite sought after in the ordinary marriage market. Lu Green lowered her gaze. I come from a humble background. My family fled from a locust plague, and at the age of 5, I was sold into this household. I have had no contact with my family since. Seeing that this path was not feasible for her, Gu Yunji was at a loss for words to console her. After a moment, he suggested, How about this? You go to the fourth young lady's quarters and serve as her personal maid. When she marries, you could accompany her. How's that sound? Serving as the personal maid of the young lady will certainly afford you better treatment than that of an ordinary maidservant. Besides, Gu Xiao is kind-hearted. Following her in marriage will surely lead to a better life. Lu Green's face brightened with gratitude. Thank you, third young master. I shall never forget your kindness. Gu Yunji waved his hand dismissively, not seeking recognition. After resolving Lu Green's situation, he was left pondering his own predicament. While he could refuse concubines now, what would happen when the time came for him to marry? Delaying the matter was not a viable option. Having become a man, he needed to adjust his mindset sooner rather than later. The best course of action would be to engage more with young women of his age, yet he found none in his immediate surroundings. The maidservants, due to their status, could not interact with him on equal footing. He pondered where he might find a plethora of young and beautiful women. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The brothel. Chapter 20. A visit to the brothel during a break at the county school. Gu Yunji lowered his voice uneasily and asked Jiang Kong, "Do you know where I might find a brothel in Yunjing County?" Jiang Kong, taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, chided him. "Yunji, how have you gone astray? You just topped the examinations, and now you're thinking of such things? Is this the time for that?" Gu Yunji deftly deflected the conversation, placing the blame on Gu Yunlin. "What are you thinking? It's not for me. It's my second brother. I lost a bet to him, and he heard that a particularly beautiful courtesan has recently appeared at a brothel. He wants to see her, but our father is keeping a close watch on him, so he asked me to check it out." "Is that so?" Jiang Kong replied, still skeptical, but recognizing that it did sound like something Gu Yunlin might do. The largest brothel in Yunjing County is called Yichuan Courtyard. Their courtesans are quite lovely, but I haven't heard of any new ones recently. Gu Yunji tized. You seem quite knowledgeable. Do you visit often? As he caught a glimpse of the narrow-eyed gaze directed towards him, Jiang Kongshu, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his face. "Nonsense. I am a man of integrity. I merely accompanied a relative on a brief outing. I did not engage in anything improper." Gu Yunjing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Then you must know where it is. Take me for a stroll. I will cover the expenses. Once we visit the brothel and experience the allure of a beautiful woman, I shall surely transform into a man, both physically and mentally, at an accelerated pace." Jiang Kongshu replied, "The Yichuan Courtyard is renowned for its exorbitant prices. Do you possess such wealth?" Gu Yunjing, weighing the heavy pouch at his side, confidently declared, having topped the examination this time, "My parents bestowed upon me a generous sum of silver, which remains untouched." "I see you have been planning this all along." "Not at all. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision." In the afternoon, Gu Yunjing and Jiang Kongshu stood hesitantly at the bustling entrance of the Yichuan Courtyard. "Oh, two young masters, we have not seen your faces before." A flamboyantly dressed matron approached them, her makeup bold and extravagant. "What kind of ladies are you looking for? We have all types here. Do not just stand there. Please step inside." Upon entering, they were met with a cacophony of revelry. The air was thick with the scent of wine and perfume, and drunken patrons could be seen embracing ladies as they laughed and drank. As the two fair-skinned youths entered, a few audacious women began to tease them openly. "What a handsome young gentleman. Why have we not seen you before? What do we call you? Are you here for drinks or for the night?" One of them added, noticing Gu Yunjing's bashfulness. "Why is this gentleman so shy?" "Do not worry. Our ladies at the Yichuan Courtyard do not bite." One woman giggled, her slender finger gliding across Gu Yunjing's chin, sending shivers down his spine. Having never encountered such a scene, Gu Yunjing remained stiff, closely trailing Jiang Kongshu. In truth, Jiang Kongshu was merely putting on a brave front. He had never accompanied any relatives here and had only gazed from afar at the entrance. With no way to retreat now, he steeled himself and feigned bravado, saying, "Well then, let your finest lady accompany me." Our Miss Chu does not meet just anyone," the matron replied, casting a meaningful glance at the two. "I wonder if you gentlemen possess the means to afford her." Gu Yunjing produced a silver ingot, tossing it to her, and emulating the tone of character from the films of his past life, he said, "Enough of this chatter. I have plenty of money." Afterward, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. The matron pocketed the silver, her face alight with joy. "Oh, splendid. Please follow me." She led them to a private room on the second floor, saying, "Please wait here for a moment. Miss Chu will arrive shortly." With that, she departed, closing the door behind her. The spacious room was furnished with tables, chairs, a guqin, and even a chessboard and writing materials, with a screen positioned opposite the door, ensuring privacy even with the door ajar. There was a small suite within, containing a bed draped in soft pink curtains. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, my lords," came a soft, melodious voice from outside the door, followed by the sound of it gently closing. A graceful silhouette was cast upon the screen. Yunjing, captivated, stared at the figure, feeling a flutter of nervousness. Then, a stunningly beautiful young woman entered, her slender form dressed in a simple, flowing gown. The warmth in her eyes glimmered with a gentle light, as if they held a pool of clear water, illuminating her entire presence in a soft glow. Even the most celebrated stars from his previous life would pale in comparison to her elegance. Yunjing found himself momentarily entranced. Noticing the two young men staring at her in a daze, Chu Lingxiu remained unfazed. She leisurely filled 2 cups with wine and playfully remarked, "My lord, you seem to be drooling all over your attire." Jiang Kongshi snapped back to reality, hastily wiping his mouth, his face reddening to the roots of his neck. "My apologies, my lady. Do not take offense. It is merely fine xiongflower dew, a treat for you to savor," she said, extending a cup toward Yunjing, her fingers brushing against his hand. He felt a jolt run through him, as if struck by lightning. Unperturbed, she maintained her serene demeanor. After several cups of wine, Yunjing began to feel a warm haze enveloping him, his mind becoming clouded. "Drinking alone is rather dull. How about having Lingxiu play a tune for you both?" she suggested, moving to the guqin and adjusting its strings. "Whatever Miss Chu wishes is most welcome." Jiang Kongshi, who had been utterly mesmerized since her entrance, could only grin foolishly at her. Soon, the sweet notes flowed from her fingertips, crystalline and clear, cascading directly into Yunjing's heart. Bathed in the sunset's glow, Chu Lingxiu sat gracefully by the window, her alabaster fingers dancing across the strings. The last rays of the sun illuminated her profile, casting soft lines across her delicate features. Yunjing, entranced, watched her beauty, his mind drifting into a pleasant stupor, fatigue washing over him. Such beauty, like a painting, he thought just before losing consciousness, pondering how one could resist such a lure. My lord, wake up." After an indeterminate period, Yunjing felt a gentle pat on his cheek, gradually reopening his eyes. Glancing around, he noticed Jiang Kongshi, rubbing his eyes as if just awakened, while Chu Lingxiu was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Miss Chu?" he inquired of the attendant. "Miss Chu has already departed. Would you gentlemen like to stay the night or settle the bill?" "Let's settle the bill. How much is it?" Yunjing shook his head, attempting to clear his thoughts as he reached for his pouch. 218 taels of silver in total. "What?" Yunjing's expression morphed into one of shock. The attendant, seemingly accustomed to such reactions, began calculating. "Miss Chu charges 100 taels for a visit, 10 for each song played. She performed 3, totaling 30 taels. A pot of qiongflower dew costs 80 taels, along with an 8-tael entrance fee to the Yichuan courtyard, bringing the grand total to 218 taels. This is outright robbery," Yunjing lamented, his heart aching at the thought of the sum. Yet, seeing the attendant's stern demeanor, he dared not argue and reluctantly reached for his coins. After rummaging through his belongings, he found only slightly over 200 taels and borrowed a handful from Jiang Kongshi, finally managing to pay the bill. As they stepped out of the Yichuan courtyard, the two exchanged wry smiles. The establishment's reputation for exorbitant expenses was indeed well-deserved. That Chu Lingxiu truly lives up to her status as the head courtesan. She is as beautiful as she is gentle. When she spoke, I nearly forgot my own name, Jiang Kongshi reminisced, his expression dreamy. She gazed at me with such tenderness, pouring wine and playing the guqin with such grace. I felt as though I would willingly give her my heart, he sighed. Yunjing, however, felt a pang of regret as he reflected on the exorbitant expenses. Who would have thought that such gentleness came at such a cost? He lamented the fact that, without having even begun to experience love, he already felt as though he had lost it. As the evening breeze swept through, rustling a few fallen leaves, the chill of late autumn enveloped them. On the journey home, Yunjing found himself unable to shake thoughts of Chu Lingxiu's gentle visage and soulful eyes, which had captivated him so. Yet, with each touch of his depleted coin pouch, the harshness of reality shattered those memories. The night was cold, but his heart felt even colder. On the 4th day of October, the Gu family's patriarch, Gu Xue, was to celebrate his 60th birthday. Gu Kaijin had prepared gifts early in the day, ready to accompany his wife and children to the capital to honor the elder. Having served as an official for most of his life, Gu Xue had garnered countless students and colleagues, and in retirement, he assisted his community, supporting the young and elderly alike, earning him a reputation of great virtue and respect. At this moment, outside the gates of the Gu residence, the bustling crowd of guests arriving to celebrate the birthday was unending, making the entire alley a lively spectacle. "Ah, Lord Sun, pardon the lack of formal welcome. Please, come in." With a beaming smile, Gu Kaili stood at the entrance, diligently engaging with the visiting guests. "Second brother." He spotted Gu Kaijin's family from afar and walked over. "It has been quite some time since we last met. My nephews have grown taller, and I presume my nieces are here as well. Do not linger outside. Let us converse inside, as father awaits your arrival." With a multitude of guests present today, and the entrance crowded, Gu Kaili exchanged only a few pleasantries before leading the family into the inner courtyard and then returning to greet more guests. The visitors mingled joyfully in the courtyard, while the Gu family gathered in the hall, preparing to present their birthday tributes to the venerable patriarch. In the main hall, Gu Xue sat regally in formal attire, graciously accepting the well wishes from everyone. The elder from the second branch, Gu Zengulf, stepped forward, slightly bowing to Gu Xue, and remarked, "Recently, while touring the estate, I stumbled upon a remarkable stone, which I purchased as a tribute for your birthday, wishing you longevity and prosperity." With that, he gestured, and servants entered carrying a stone nearly half a person's height, uniquely shaped and resembling the character for longevity. Gu Xue squinted at it, chuckling, "Indeed, it is remarkable. Truly a rare find. My dear brother has shown great thoughtfulness." Thereafter, guests hurriedly presented their tributes to Gu Xue. His son, Gu Kaiki, gifted him a fine wolf hair brush from Rongfeng's High, crafted from the finest hairs of hundreds of minks, perfect for delicate and fluid writing. His grandson presented a painting of 8 scenic views of autumn by Dong Xuanzai, wishing for his grandfather's good health. Gu Yuanxiao, the nephew, offered a fur coat, a tribute from the northern territories, warm and sturdy for the approaching cold. Gu Xue stroked his beard, joyfully accepting each gift. Gu Kaili then produced a gift box from his sleeve and approached. "This is from Xiener, who entrusted me with it for father. He recalled your complaints about your eyesight and procured these Western spectacles, said to provide remarkable clarity. Though he cannot be here due to official duties, he still thinks of you. Is that so?" Gu Xue put on the spectacles and marveled at the clarity, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is quite clear. It seems he has not forgotten this old man, despite being miles away. He has not been unappreciated. Ha 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 ha." Naturally, Gu Xue cherished the gift from his beloved eldest grandson, delighting in its presence. Observing this, the others quickly offered their compliments. Xiener is truly the grandson the elder raised, both accomplished and considerate. What filial piety! At that moment, Gu Mingyan, cradling a brocade box, confidently addressed Gu Xue, "Grandfather, the tribute I am presenting is truly one of a kind." Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he turned and commanded, "Close the doors and windows, and let down the curtains." Soon, the room was enveloped in darkness, leaving only vague silhouettes visible. Noticing Gu Mingyan's delay, Gu Kaili frowned. "Second, what exactly are you planning?" Gu Mingyan remained unhurried, waiting until the room was completely dark. When he saw everyone craning their necks in anticipation, he dramatically lifted the lid of the box. "Grandfather, behold." The moment the box opened, a dazzling white light burst forth, momentarily blinding the onlookers, illuminating the room as if it were daylight. Gu Mingyan proudly presented a luminous pearl, declaring, "Half a year ago, I sent someone to the South Sea to seek a night pearl, enduring great hardships to find this largest and brightest one. It took considerable effort." Gu Xue examined the pearl closely, marveling, "Indeed, it is rare. I have seen many night pearls, but none shine as brightly as this one." Anu has shown great thoughtfulness. He then carefully placed the pearl back in a box, instructing someone to keep it safe. Gu Yunxiao approached with his brothers, saying, "Grandsons Gu Yunxiao, Gu Yunlin, and Gu Yunjing wish grandfather longevity as vast as the eastern sea and lifespan as enduring as the southern mountain. Here is our tribute." They presented a pre-prepared painting, which appeared somewhat petty for 3 individuals to offer a single gift. Perhaps having received a few compliments earlier, Gu Mingyan now scoffed at them. It was not solely Gu Yunqi who had brought a single gift. For instance, their uncle Gu Kaishiang from the branch had also contributed just one gift for his entire family. Only Gu Mingxian, raised under the elder's watchful eye, would vie to express filial piety at this moment. Families like Gu Yunqi's, who visited only once or twice a year, deemed a single tribute sufficient. No one would comment otherwise, revealing Gu Mingyan's intent to provoke. Although Gu Yunxiao had nearly recovered from his illness, he still felt somewhat weak. At that moment, Gu Mingyan's mockery stifled him, leaving his lips pale with suppressed ire. Who said that? Gu Yunqi stepped forward, looking directly at Gu Mingyan. We still have gifts yet to present. Bring them forth. Soon a large glass jar, as big as a water barrel, was brought in, filled with a pale yellow liquid and round fruits at the bottom. Gu Yunqi explained, "This is a plum wine brewed by our family. Last time during the Dragon Boat Festival, I heard grandfather enjoys fine wines, but considering your age, you may hesitate to drink too much. This plum wine has a unique flavor, refreshing and invigorating, perfect for you." Though the local area produced plums, they were scarce and tart. These plums were sourced from Fuzhou, with thick flesh and abundant juice. My elder sister, Gu Yuni, had specially arranged for them to be transported over long distances, and we siblings handpicked the best ones, washed them, and used premium rock sugar and white wine for brewing. Finally, my father sealed the jar and placed it in a cool, ventilated area to ferment for a year, resulting in this exquisite plum wine. This account was partially true. The wine was genuine, and the plums indeed came from Fuzhou, but they had not brewed it themselves. Gu Yunqi had learned of Gu Zhengde's fondness for wine and had asked Gu Yunxiao to procure a jar after their last visit, intending to evoke fond memories. Gu Yunxiao had initially thought Gu Yunqi desired the wine out of personal craving and paid little mind to it. Now, he was taken aback by Gu Yunqi's words. Momentarily speechless, Gu Yunlin, likewise, wore a bewildered expression, gesturing urgently for him to stop. Gu Yunqi, however, feigned ignorance, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued. While the brewing process for this plum wine is intricate, it is ultimately not of great value, nor as unique as a nurse night pearl, which is why I hesitated to present it openly. I had intended to offer it privately. Gu Zhengde took a small cup of the plum wine, inhaled its aroma, and then savored a sip, declaring, "Indeed, it is refreshing, sweet and sour, with a rich flavor, a fine wine. Though this plum wine is not uncommon, it is commendable that your family collaborated, investing time and effort to create it. This sentiment is priceless. Moreover, it is admirable that you know how to restrain your brilliance, avoiding competition. This is commendable." With these words, it became evident that Gu Mingyan, who had previously sought to outshine with a night pearl, was now revealed as rash and inconsiderate, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Gu Kaiki, who had spent some time in Fuzhou, recognized the taste of the plum wine and poured himself a small cup to savor, only to find it reminiscent of a famous winery from Fuzhou. He exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Yunqi, but refrained from exposing him, instead agreeing, "Indeed, it is a fine wine." Recalling how Gu Mingyan had previously challenged him during the Dragon Boat Festival, Gu Yunqi had unexpectedly come to his aid, utilizing Gu Kaili to teach Gu Mingyan a lesson, further solidifying Gu Zhengde's appreciation for this grandson, who now appeared increasingly remarkable in his eyes. "I have heard you achieve the top score in this year's Huitang County examination. Your father sent me your paper. It is quite impressive, reflecting the spirit of ancient scholars." This commendation was truly remarkable, drawing the attention of those around, who began to regard Gu Yunji with newfound respect. Soon, the time for the banquet arrived, and the guests exited the main hall to take their respective seats. Chapter 22. Adoption after the meal. Gu Yunxiao and her sisters were busy mingling with the wives of prominent families, when, in a moment of distraction, she inadvertently bumped into a male guest who was staggering unsteadily. "Who dares to collide with me?" The young man, appearing to be in his 20s and inebriated, nearly lost his balance, his brows furrowing in indignation until he caught sight of Gu Yunxiao's charming visage, which instantly transformed his demeanor into a lewd grin. "What a beautiful girl! What is your name? How old are you?" Sensing the overwhelming stench of alcohol, Gu Yunxiao frowned and stepped back in distaste. "What are you avoiding for? I have taken a liking to you. This is your good fortune." The man's dissatisfaction was evident as he observed her reaction. Lady Wang, noticing the commotion, pulled Gu Yunxiao behind her and coolly remarked, "It seems this young master is quite intoxicated. How'd he end up in the back courtyard?" Someone escorted him back to the front. Others quickly assisted in guiding him away, offering conciliatory smiles as they explained, "Young master son, you seem a bit muddled. This is our esteemed elder's granddaughter, Miss Gu." Sun Tianyong, with an expression of impatience, shrugged off those attempting to help him and brazenly declared, "I care not whose granddaughter she is. A miss is still a miss. If I fancy her, she becomes mine. Who dares oppose?" With that, he leered at Gu Xiao. "My dear, if you accompany me, you shall indulge in luxury. I shall make you my favored concubine. What say you?" As he reached out with his greasy hand to grasp her, a powerful grip seized his wrist, rendering him immobile. "Release your filthy hand," Gu Yunji said sternly, suppressing his strength as he forced Sun Tianyong's hand down. Having planned to check on his sister in the back courtyard after lunch, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Though Sun Tianyong was shorter in stature, his strength was surprisingly formidable. He struggled to break free, his anger mounting. "Who are you to act so brazenly before me?" Gu Yunji, mindful of the occasion being his grandfather's birthday celebration, stifled his fury and warned, "I am Gu Yunji, her brother. I advise you to keep your distance from my sister." With that, he relaxed his grip slightly, unprepared for the sudden release. Sun Tianyong attempted to pull his hand away and nearly stumbled into the nearby pond, only to be caught just in time. Upon hearing Gu Yunji's name, he scoffed. "What a grand name for a mere illegitimate son. You speak with such bravado. Your sister is but a base-born girl. Even to consider her as my concubine is already a favor." "What did you say?" Gu Yunji, overwhelmed with rage, stepped forward and seized his collar, exuding a palpable fury, ready to engage in a fight. Misunderstanding. At that moment, Gu Kylie appeared from nowhere, forcibly separating the two with a conciliatory smile, explaining, "Perhaps young master son has had a bit too much to drink. Do not take his words to heart." He then insisted that Sun Tianyong be taken away. Leaning in closer to Gu Yunji, he spoke in a tone that was both soothing and cautionary. "His father, Sun Jin, is a magistrate in Songjiang Prefecture. A colleague of mine. We cross paths often. Do not escalate this." Gu Yunji shot him a glance, swallowing his anger in silence. After a moment, Gu Kaijin approached from the main hall, his expression complex as he regarded Gu Yunji. "Your grandfather is looking for you." Observing the hesitance in his father's demeanor, Gu Yunji inquired, "Father, what is it? Has grandfather scolded you?" Gu Kaijin opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words, patting Gu Yunji's shoulder reassuringly. "No, you will know when you go." Confused by his father's peculiar behavior, Gu Yunji said nothing further and proceeded to the main hall. Inside, Gu Xingde sat amiably at the head of the table, while Gu Kaiki wore a cheerful expression. Upon Gu Yunji's entrance, Gu Kaijin instructed, "Close the door. Everyone else leave." Gu Yunji felt a flicker of doubt, but maintained his respectful demeanor. Yunji pays his respects to grandfather and to fourth uncle. Gu Xingde nodded and picked up a letter from the table. "I have read your writings and find them quite remarkable. You are a person of great potential. This year, Luxi Academy is admitting new students, and we intend to allocate our sole quota to you. This is your recommendation letter." Luxi Academy? The renowned institution known for producing luminaries, where admission is tantamount to stepping into the bureaucratic realm. If I could enroll there, my advancement would be expedited, and I could succeed in the imperial examination sooner. Gu Yunji was elated and immediately knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather. I shall not disappoint your expectations." "Wait," Gu Xingde interjected, raising a hand. "I have conditions. You must be adopted under your fourth uncle's name. This recommendation letter will then be yours." "What?" Gu Yunji was taken aback. Gu Xingde continued, "We wish to adopt you as your fourth uncle's son. He has no children, and upon your arrival, you would become his legitimate eldest son. Your only obligation would be to care for him and his wife until their old age, and all that is theirs shall eventually be yours." How'd that sound? Gu Yunji was stunned by this unexpected news. After a lengthy pause, he steadied his thoughts and asked, "Why me?" Typically, adopted sons are chosen from the younger generation. I am nearly 15, not the ideal choice. Gu Kaiki explained, "My health is frail. While younger children may form closer bonds, they require a great deal of care. An older child possesses a sound judgment and is not necessarily inclined to neglect their duties. The most suitable choice is a youth of moderate age. They require less effort to raise and can take up responsibilities in a few years. Among the eligible, you are my nephew, making you closer by blood than others. Furthermore, Your academic aptitude is commendable. You excelled in the county examination, and your grandfather has praised your writing skills, indicating you are destined to achieve greatness. This is why I have chosen you. Gu Kaiki swirled the tea in his cup, casting a glance at Gu Yunji as he continued. I understand that, as a son born out of wedlock, you have not received the same affection. However, should you be adopted, you would become the legitimate eldest son, and everything would change. Inheritance, resources. He paused, gesturing toward the recommendation letter, and the opportunity to study at Luxi Academy would be yours. Just like that son Tianyang. If you were my son, would he dare bully your sister? But if I become your son, then I would no longer have a sister. Gu Yunji pondered. Initially disoriented by this new world, he had grown accustomed to the warmth of family life over the past 6 months. There was no scheming or deceit in this household, only love and support among kin. Memories flashed through his mind. The approving gaze of Gu Kaijin by the riverside, the lonely expression of Gu Yunxiao on the sickbed, the hopeful eyes of Aunt Zhao in the courtyard, and the swollen hands of Gu Yunxiao. They were his family. How could he abandon them in pursuit of wealth and status? I refuse. Gu Xingda's expression stiffened, as if he had misheard. What did you say? I said I refuse. Gu Yunji reiterated firmly, his expression resolute. Every part of me, the flesh and blood, belongs to my parents, who have never wronged me. One cannot resent one's origins. To abandon family for riches is a deed befitting a beast. Moreover, even if I were to agree today, would fourth uncle truly entrust the family fortune to someone like me? Gu Xingda's tone turned grave. Consider this carefully. The opportunity is singular. If you do not agree, the recommendation letter for Luxi Academy will no longer concern you. Gu Yunqi's throat rolled as he confidently stated, I have thought this through. Even if I cannot enter the Levexu Academy, I firmly believe that through my own efforts, I will eventually become a successful scholar. It is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, Gu Kaiki burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ah, indeed, you are the young man I have chosen, full of ambition. He then stepped forward and said to Gu Xingda, See, father, I told you he would not agree. Subsequently, Gu Kaiki handed a letter of recommendation to Gu Yunxi, saying, Enough of this, take it. Go to Levexu Academy and study diligently. Gu Yunxi, taken aback, stammered, Fourth uncle. Grandfather. I. Gu Xingda smiled helplessly and replied, Do as your fourth uncle says, take it. Rest assured, you need not adopt him. I did not believe your fourth uncle when he said you would not agree. Yet here you are, truly a person of deep feelings and loyalty. Gu Yunxi's despondency was instantly dispelled, his joy evident in his eyes. He knelt before Gu Kaiki and sincerely expressed, Thank you, fourth uncle. If you ever need anything, I shall care for you in your old age. Gu Kaiki chuckled, All right. My family is prosperous. Many wish to care for me. You need not worry about that. Your good intentions suffice. Now rise. Blushing, Gu Yunxi quickly stood up. The two offered him further words of encouragement before bidding him farewell. Upon exiting the main hall, clutching the letter of recommendation in disbelief, Gu Yunxi could hardly believe that he was truly going to Levexu Academy to study. Chapter 23. Levexu Academy, just after the Lantern Festival. With the snow still lingering on the ground, Gu Yunxi bid farewell to his family and set off towards Levexu Academy, stepping into the crisp spring chill. After a challenging journey, the academy gate finally came into view. Nestled on the outskirts of Hangzhou, Levexu Academy is surrounded by serene landscapes, where one rarely encounters passers-by. Only the melodious chirping of birds can be heard. Gu Yunxi trudged along the lengthy bluestone path, burdened by his luggage, when he spotted a young man, clad in academy attire, approaching him. You must be the new student reporting in, he said warmly. Allow me to assist you. The young man eagerly took some of the weight off Gu Yunxi's shoulders. Finally, able to breathe easier, Gu Yunxi retrieved the letter of recommendation and handed it over. Bowing slightly, Thank you. I am Gu Yunxi from Huading County in Songjiang. May I ask your name? The young man took the letter, examined it closely, and his smile widened. Ah, you are the grandson of the esteemed Gu. No need for such formality. I am Gao Cheng, a few years your senior. You may call me Brother Gao. Now, let's enter the academy. Gao Cheng was quite talkative, chattering incessantly as they walked. The academy hasn't accepted new students for several years, and I was almost dying of boredom. I wonder how many have been admitted this year. How old are you? Brother Gu? Are you a successful scholar, or just a candidate? 15, Gu Yunxi replied. Wow, so young. I was just a bit older when I entered the academy. A top scholar, no less. Impressive. With your remarkable grades and a grandfather like Gu, your future is undoubtedly bright. Before long, they reached the academy gate. But Gao Cheng did not pause. Let's first drop off your belongings at the dormitory. The entrance ceremony is tomorrow. Gu Yunqi, feeling overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, politely declined. Brother Gao, I can manage on my own from here. You may attend to your matters. Gao Cheng brushed off his concerns. No worries. I am not busy. My task today is to help new students settle in. You're unfamiliar with the place, so I will take you to your dorm. You are in room 7 of the maid dormitory. Cool. Without waiting for Gu Yunqi's response, he turned and continued on, leaving Gu Yunqi with no choice but to follow. As they walked, Gao Cheng enthusiastically explained, our academy has 9 dormitory areas. Ren, Yi, Li, Ji, Xen, and Meilon, Juju. The Ren dormitory is for the instructors, and you'll be in the maid dormitory, which is a bit further inside. Here we are. Upon reaching room 7 of the maid dormitory, Gao Cheng pushed the door open. You are the first to arrive. The others have not yet come. The dormitory was spacious, accommodating 3 students in a single room, each with their own small bedroom and a shared living area furnished with simple furniture. Overall, it was more pleasant than Gu Yunqi had anticipated. Just as he was setting down his belongings, a familiar figure stepped through the door. You? What are you doing here? Seeing Gu Yunqi, Cheng Yin was initially surprised, but quickly smiled. What a coincidence. I did not expect to see you here, Gu Gongzi, and even more so that we are in the same dormitory. As for how I got here, unlike you, I do not have a prestigious grandfather. I entered through the submission of my essays. Gu Yunqi felt a pang of discomfort at his words, unsure of how to respond. Cheng Yin silently arranged his things, not initiating conversation. Oh, you two know each other? That's wonderful. This will make your interactions even more harmonious. Gao Cheng, oblivious to the subtle tension, cheerfully remarked, Cheng Shitty. You mentioned you entered by submitting your essays? That's quite impressive. The academy has strict standards for submissions. Few can gain admission. Were you also a successful scholar last year? What rank did you achieve? You're not the top scholar, are you? Cheng Yin offered a perfunctory smile. No, I was second. At this, Gao Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. You were so talented, yet ranked second? How formidable must the top scholar be? Why did such a gifted person not come to our academy? Surely, it cannot be an unskilled old man who lucked into it. Gu Yunqi stiffened, glaring at Gao Cheng from behind, but ultimately remained silent. Cheng Yin, noticing his reaction, concealed a smirk and casually responded, Who knows? I have never seen him. After tidying up, the 3 waited for a while, but the 3rd occupant had yet to arrive. Gu Yunqi glanced at the empty room marked with the name Su Qi and inquired, Brother Gao, do you know who Su Qi is? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Gao Cheng replied, Su Qi is the son of the Duke of Dinghua. He has always been a troublemaker, indulging in pleasures, and has no interest in studying. The Duke, frustrated, forced him into the academy, but Su Qi still refuses to come. I heard his father has broken several rods, trying to discipline him. I am unsure if he will even show up. Cheng Yin questioned, Isn't the Duke of Dinghua from a military family? Why is he so adamant about his son studying? Gao Cheng explained, You may not know this, but although the Duke is a military man, he greatly admires scholars. In his youth, he had little interest in books, but as he aged, he came to value knowledge. He's been urging his son to study, yet it seems the son has inherited his father's past ways. Gao Cheng sighed. Though Su Qi may not excel in academics, he possesses remarkable martial talent. Even if he does not study, he could still follow in his father's footsteps in the military. Hearing this, Gu Yunqi gazed thoughtfully at Su Qi's nameplate. As the day was still young, Gao Cheng suggested, Since there is nothing else to do, how about I take the 2 of you on a tour of the academy? It will help you acclimate. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunqi and Cheng Yin nodded in agreement and followed him out of the dormitory, wandering around the academy as Gao Cheng spoke. Currently, Levexu Academy has over 500 students, with approximately 70 to 80 successful scholars among them. The rest are candidates. It is said that once you enter Levexu Academy, you have 1 foot in the officialdom. While this may be somewhat exaggerated, there's truth to it. After all, the Academy produces numerous successful scholars every year. With an impressively high acceptance rate, 70 or 80 candidates may yield more than 10 successful scholars, resulting in an acceptance rate of approximately 1/7, which is indeed quite high. Gu Yunji inquired, What about the elimination rate? Surely some do not even pass the preliminary examination? Our academy generally does not expel students. Observing the puzzled expressions of the two, Gao Cheng smiled with a sense of pride. For this is the brilliance of the headmaster. Although the academy lacks formal elimination criteria, there is an age restriction. Firstly, we only admit students under the age of 20. Secondly, regardless of whether one is a scholar or a candidate, all must graduate by the age of 30. 30? For a successful scholar, 30 is still considered quite young. Isn't this restriction rather stringent? Without such strict limitations, how could the acceptance rate be so high? As they walked, Gao Cheng pointed to a small residence in the northwest corner and remarked, "Do you see that house? It belongs to headmaster Su Qingyu and his family. However, his wife passed away early, and his son is serving in an official capacity elsewhere. Now, it is likely just him and his daughter residing there." Speaking of headmaster Su Qingyu, he is indeed a prominent figure. Although the Academy's instructors all possess extraordinary backgrounds, either as eminent scholars or retired officials, Su is different. He retired from the esteemed position of chief minister and has even lectured for the current emperor. It is said that in his youth, he boldly advised the late emperor directly. At this thought, Gao Cheng seemed to recall something and turned to the two, saying, "I have heard that Headmaster Su intends to select one student from this new cohort to be his close disciple. You may want to keep an eye on that." Su's disciples are found throughout the realm, but he has only truly taught a handful of students who are now high-ranking officials. If he were my teacher, I would surely awaken from my dreams with joy. The three meandered through the academy until dusk, before each returned home. Chapter 24. The enrollment ceremony the next morning. Gu Yunjing and Cheng Yin donned their academic robes and arrived early at the square in front of the academy's gate, awaiting the commencement of the enrollment ceremony. There stood 20 to 30 individuals, youthful boys, all clad in blue academy attire, gathered in small clusters, laughing and chatting, brimming with youthful vitality. What does this ceremony entail? Are there any special traditional rituals? Not particularly. I heard from senior brother that the headmaster will simply address us with some encouraging words, nothing extraordinary. Before long, a tall, middle-aged man dressed in gray approached from a distance. Su Qingyu ascended the platform and, with keen eyes, surveyed the students below, stroking his beard in silence as he observed them intently. Gu Yunjing had previously heard that Su Qingyu had retired from the position of chief minister, leading him to expect an elderly man with a head full of gray hair. To his surprise, the man appeared to be not yet 50 and possessed a tall, sturdy physique unlike that of a typical scholar. As he felt the weight of Su's gaze, the crowd gradually quieted. Noticing this, Su Qingyu cleared his throat and began. "Most of you hail from affluent families, while some are exceptionally gifted scholars from humble origins. Regardless of your background or personal abilities, you are all distinguished individuals. Now, having crossed the threshold of Lushi Academy, your futures are limitless. Now I ask you, why do you pursue education?" The students, initially expecting platitudes devoid of substance, were caught off guard by such a thought-provoking question. After a moment's hesitation, one bold student ventured, "As the sages say, to learn is to excel and serve. Thus we study to become officials." Su Qingyu nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, that is quite reasonable. What else? To rise above the mundane, for the pursuit of success and to bring honor to our ancestors, to attain understanding. The texts we study are filled with the invaluable experiences and lessons left by our predecessors. Through education, we learn how to navigate the world and engage with the wisdom of great sages. The ancients wrote, 'Those who consume meat are base.'" The students hesitated to agree. Though accustomed to a life of luxury, they were not blind to the hardships of the world and the suffering of the populace. They pursued education to become good officials, honest officials, to advocate for the common people. As the crowd erupted into lively discussion, Gu Yunjing suppressed his impulse to declare he studied for the rise of China and turned to Cheng Yin, asking, "What about you? Why do you study? Is it also for the sake of becoming an official?" Cheng Yin gazed into the distance, lost in thought. After a long pause, he slowly articulated, his eyes swirling with intensity to avoid being looked down upon by others. "Those who belittle me shall be forced to show respect. Those who insult me shall be made to feel shame. Those who take me lightly shall come to regret it, to ensure that those who once scorned me are beneath my feet." His tone was casual, yet the words bore a sharp edge. Gu Yunjing, having always known Cheng Yin as refined and humble, was startled by this candid revelation of ambition. He felt a wave of relief for not having antagonized Cheng Yin in the past. Cheng Yin seemed to realize he had revealed too much. His expression softened, and he smiled, asking, "And you? Why do you study?" "Why do I study?" Gu Yunji had never truly contemplated this question. Is it for wealth and status? For power? To escape the fate of a commoner? Or to protect my family? He found himself uncertain. He knew he needed to take the imperial examinations to become an official, thus gaining greater abilities. But why study? Having lived 2 lives, Gu Yunji had been indoctrinated with the concept of learning from a young age, eventually coming to regard education as a matter of course, never questioning the underlying motivation or purpose. Hesitantly, he replied, "Perhaps it is also to become an official. But I have not thought it through clearly and am not entirely certain." Cheng Yin responded, "That is quite acceptable. You may ponder it further in due time." The students engaged in lively discussion, filling the square with a vibrant buzz. Su Qingyu gestured for silence before continuing, "In my youth, my teacher told me that the purpose of study is to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to set a destiny for the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to pave the way for peace for all generations. I have remembered this my entire life. I heard some say they study to bring honor to their ancestors, to seek understanding, or to advocate for the common people. I find all of these commendable. Even if you have not yet clarified your own reasons for studying, it is of no consequence. But remember this, never stray from your true heart. Whether in governance or in life, you must remain true to your conscience." As he finished speaking, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, the square becoming eerily quiet. Suddenly, a shadow darted in from outside the gate, a figure tiptoeing and crouching low, attempting to slip past unnoticed among the crowd. Su Qingyu, with keen eyesight, called out, "Halt!" The figure froze mid-step, awkwardly turning to bow in greeting. "Su Qi, why are you only just arriving?" Su Qi approached, feigning innocence as he leaned on the platform. Looking up at Su Qingyu with a playful grin, "Headmaster, the roads were slippery, and our carriage broke down along the way, which is why I was delayed." Su Qingyu scoffed, "One excuse. The truth is, you simply did not wish to come, is it not? I heard that the Duke had broken several rods, and yet you remained unyielding. How is it that you now consent?" Su Qi leaned in closer, speaking conspiratorially. "Headmaster, I heard that Lushi Academy is situated in Hangzhou, a place of remarkable talent and resources filled with rare beasts. Even the crickets in the academy are said to be large, robust, and fierce. Is that true?" Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow and spoke with elevated tone. "You came to the academy simply to catch crickets?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I come to this wretched place? I could be in the capital enjoying life." At this remark, the surrounding students were nearly speechless, having heard tales of Su Qi's lack of scholarly ambition. Yet none expected him to be so brazen as to speak so flippantly before the headmaster. Surely, he would face dire consequences. However, Su Qingyu's expression betrayed no anger, instead responding astonishingly, "Indeed, you have an eye for quality. The crickets in this academy are the most robust I have ever seen." A sound echoed. The cricket's mouth was vigorous, and no other place's crickets could compete. Su Qi's eyes brightened. "Indeed, it appears that the mountain master has profound knowledge in this area. Truly a hidden gem." Su Qingyu stroked his beard, his tone tinged with pride. "What is this? In my youth, I played with far more tricks, even hunting in the mountains with a matchlock. Unlike you, who merely strolls with birds and engages in cricket fights." Su Qi was deeply impressed. "The mountain master is truly remarkable. Although I often engage in cricket fights, I am not very skilled in selection. Could you teach me?" Su Qingyu glanced at him, his tone indifferent. "Teach you? On what grounds? In my day, I excelled in both play and study. Anyone who received my guidance would undoubtedly benefit greatly. Yet you, aside from play, have performed dismally in your studies and still expect me to teach you?" Su Qi grew anxious, scratching his head. "What must I do for you to agree to teach me? Let us make a deal. There's a monthly examination at the academy. If you can rank second to last, I will teach you. For every position you improve thereafter, I shall impart a cricket fighting technique." Upon hearing about the examination, Su Qi's expression shifted from worry to excitement, realizing he only needed to come in second to last. He declared, "It's a deal. I may be poor in studies, but I am clever enough to secure second to last without difficulty." Su Qi nodded. "Very well. You have just arrived. It would be wise to settle into your dormitory first." Then, with an air of indifference, he turned to the others. "The entrance ceremony concludes here. Everyone may disperse. With that, he paid no heed to the others and departed. The crowd stood in stunned silence, struck by the earlier exchange between the two. Gu Yunjing shook his head, smiling helplessly, and remarked to Cheng Yin, though the mountain master's words were unexpected. What astonished me more was how he managed to subdue Su Qi, this mischievous rascal, so thoroughly. I now understand what senior brother Gao meant yesterday. Su Mountain Master is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 25. The Mountain Master's selection of disciples at the residence of the Mountain Master in Xiuyuan. Su Qingyu lounged lazily in an armchair, squinting at a list of gifts. Meng Haoguang, one blue and white porcelain vase. Lu Jia, a pair of jade rui. Yuan Jianbai, a string of Nanhai coral beads. Ho Qing, 2 jade pendants from Qingxi. As soon as the word spread that I would be accepting disciples, so many have rushed to present gifts. It is only natural, for your vast knowledge and esteemed character draw many who wish to become your students. A 15 or 16-year-old girl approached with a smile, offering him a cup of tea. When you announce your intention to accept closed-door disciples, the entire academy was abuzz. Su Qingyu took a sip from his cup of tea, unimpressed. Among these people, how many truly wish to learn from me? They merely believe that having me as a teacher will facilitate their future careers. Su Shuhua interjected. This is human nature. After all, Xiuyuan is renowned for its civil service examinations. Speaking of which, Father, what type of disciple do you wish to accept? Su Qingyu pondered for a moment and replied, Since it is a closed-door disciple, I must choose wisely. They should possess a spark of intelligence. I have no interest in the dull-witted. As for the specifics, I have yet to decide. Then take your time to reflect. Su Shuhua glanced at the sky and urged, It is getting late. You should hurry to your class. Su Qingyu hastily rose, walking out while saying, Do not forget to translate that foreign text. I have long wanted to read it. Also, I wish to have bird's nest porridge tonight. So start preparing it soon. Understood. Su Shuhua responded, but turned to see he had left his water jug behind. She considered chasing after him, but found Su Qingyu had already vanished, so she set down her own tasks. Before noon, classes began. Su Qingyu looked at the students in the classroom and stated plainly, I believe many have heard the rumors about my intention to accept closed-door disciples. And I will be straightforward. It is true. Some need not ponder what gifts to present from now on. Those wishing to apprentice under me should submit a note stating their reasons for wanting to be my disciple, along with a recent piece of their writing. You have 7 days. After that, it will be too late. With that, he turned and left. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted with fervent discussions. It was akin to submitting a resume. Gu Yunjing muttered. Noticing his contemplative demeanor, Cheng Yin inquired, What is on your mind? Thinking of submitting a note? Gu Yunjing replied, I am considering it, but I have yet to determine how to articulate my thoughts. And you? Do you wish to apprentice? Apprentice? Cheng Yin stood, gathering his belongings while saying, I would like to, but I doubt he would regard me highly. Though Su Mountain Master is noble and not one to favor wealth. He hails from a prominent family. His previous disciples were all from affluent backgrounds, and it is unlikely he would take notice of someone like me, who has no foundation. I believe you have a much better chance. Gu Yunjing cast a glance at him, resolute in his decision, and chose not to speak further, rising to leave the classroom. After lunch, Gu Yunjing made his way directly back to the dormitory. Now that he had resolved to apprentice, it was best to act without delay. He sat down and swiftly composed his letter of intent, enclosing a piece of his writing before stepping outside. At the Mountain Master's residence, Gu Yunjing straightened his clothes, calmly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. Su Shuhua, engrossed in translating a foreign text, assumed it was her father returning and hurriedly ran to the door without even setting down her book, thinking he must be thirsty without his water jug. Upon opening the door, however, she found not Su Qingyu but a refined, handsome young man in academy attire. Gu Yunjing was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the lovely young woman before him, in the presence of a stranger of the opposite sex. Su Shuhua felt rather presumptuous for having opened the door so casually. Embarrassed, she turned slightly, half hiding behind the door, and softly inquired, Whom do you seek? Noticing her demeanor, Gu Yunjing also turned slightly away to avoid direct confrontation, lowering his gaze and politely saying, I am Gu Yunjing, a student of Xiuyuan, wishing to apprentice under Su Mountain Master. This is my letter of intent. Seeing his courteous manner and respectful demeanor, Su Shuhua relaxed somewhat. Extending her hand to accept his note, My father is not here. I will pass this on to him. If you wish to visit him, Please come another day. Thank you, young lady. Gu Yunjing bowed slightly, preparing to leave when he noticed the book in Su Shuhua's hand and, intrigued, asked, "Is that Elements of Geometry? You can understand the text within?" Su Shuhua was surprised. This book was a gift from an old friend of Su Qingyu's, said to pertain to arithmetic. As a child in the capital, she had learned some foreign characters from Westerners and could comprehend most foreign texts, her linguistic skills being quite good. Yet even for her, this book was challenging to read, let alone translate. She had not anticipated that this young man could recognize the title at a glance. Gu Yunjing smiled slightly. "I have a modest understanding. I once read a few foreign texts and self-studied some foreign characters. May I take a look at that book?" To be able to read foreign texts solely through self-study indicates a level of understanding that is far beyond mere modesty, Su Shuhua thought. Yet she still handed him the book. Gu Yunjing accepted the book and examined it closely, discovering that it was indeed Euclid's Elements of Geometry, written in English. Given his proficiency in English from his previous life, he found reading it almost effortless. He had previously thought of the Great Xia dynasty as a fictional realm, but now it seemed more aligned with contemporary times, even possessing elements of geometry. Noticing his focused demeanor, as though he truly comprehended the content, Su Shuhua could not help but inquire, "Do you understand all the words in this book?" "Mostly, yes." Gu Yunji closed the book and returned it to her. "Since the mountain master is not present, I shall take my leave. I kindly ask you, young lady, to pass on the message." "Thank you." Su Shuhua also bowed slightly to Gu Yunji, watching him depart, before closing the door and turning back inside. That evening, Su Qingyu sat under the lamp, sipping bird's nest porridge while perusing the letters he had received during the day. Among these letters were those delivered in person, some left on his desk, and others like Gu Yunji's, which were handed directly to his home, forming a substantial stack. The tone of one was particularly earnest, almost tearful, though the writing itself left much to be desired. Another letter was adorned with flowery language and showcased commendable prose, yet its content felt rather superficial. Su Qingyu critiqued them as he read. Su Shuhua glanced at the letters on the table, and a sudden thought of Gu Yunji crossed her mind. Casually, she inquired, "Father, I recall a student named Gu Yunji. What's his writing like?" "Gu Yunji? I believe he is the grandson of Gu Xingde. Why do you bring him up all of a sudden?" Su Qingyu rummaged through the letters and remarked, "Ah, his words are indeed sincere, and the writing is commendable. Let's take another look." Su Shuhua replied, "He delivered the letter while you were away, and I accepted it. I just remembered him and was curious." Su Qingyu paid little mind to her words. The night had grown late, and he set aside the unfinished letters, rising to retire for the night. Chapter 26. Political Discourse within a lecture hall of Lucy Academy. Mr. Chun, he was addressing his students. He set down his book and began to pace slowly, hands clasped behind his back. "Today, we shall discuss current political affairs. In recent years, the Yellow River has experienced numerous floods, causing immense suffering to the common people. His Majesty intends to personally patrol the river to assess the situation and devise a strategy for its management. As for this strategy, there is much debate among the officials in court. Some advocate for following the methods of our predecessors, focusing on dredging and clearing the riverbed of silt. Others, like Pan Shiliang, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, argue for building high embankments to narrow the river channel. What are your thoughts on these two approaches? This political discourse is a required subject for the provincial examinations, so feel free to speak your mind without hesitation." A student in the front row promptly stood up, declaring, "Historically, managing the Yellow River has always involved building embankments and dredging. Why does the deputy minister propose narrowing the river channel? If we narrow the channel, the water level will rise, making it all the more likely for the Yellow River to breach during flood season. What more is there to discuss? Have you not heard of the theory of constricting water to combat sand?" Another student interjected, "This is a concept proposed by Pan Shiliang. While narrowing the channel may raise the water level, it also accelerates the flow, which can wash away the silt from the riverbed and clear the channel, thus being more efficient than merely dredging. Managing the Yellow River is not a matter of one-time efforts. Regular dredging and constant vigilance are essential. If we narrow the channel, the flood may come before we can wash away the silt, leading to the devastation of millions along the river's course. The ancient texts recount how do you manage the waters by focusing on dredging strategies. To disregard the wisdom of our ancestors for the sake of a novel theory is absurd. The second student's face flushed with anger as he pointed at the first and retorted, "Stubborn fool. Times change. We cannot simply replicate the methods of the past. Building embankments and narrowing the river can be done simultaneously. Once the silt is washed away and the riverbed lowers, the water level will naturally decrease. You advocate for dredging. Yet the court has dredged the Yellow River year after year with no improvement. Following established methods may at least prevent things from worsening. Besides, the last significant flood of the Yellow River occurred 8 years ago. As for the theory of constricting water to combat sand, it has never been heard of before. If implemented, it could very well lead to a disaster this spring. You are impossible. I cannot reason with you. All right. Let's keep the discussion focused on the topic at hand. Disagreements are normal. Do not take it to heart. Mr. Chunyi interjected with a smile, attempting to mediate. He then noticed Gu Yunji standing quietly to the side, seemingly composed and confident. Intrigued, he asked, "Do you have any effective strategies for managing the river?" Gu Yunji stood up, exuding calmness as he replied, "I have 3 strategies, which can be categorized by time frames: short-term, medium-term, and long-term." The hall erupted in whispers, surprised that while the court officials debated 2 strategies, he proposed 3. Was he merely boasting? Mr. Chunyi, intrigued, encouraged him. "Oh, please do elaborate." Gu Yunji continued. "The short-term strategy involves dredging the riverbed and creating new channels to divert the Yellow River's flow. However, as mentioned earlier, even if we clear silt this year, new sediment will accumulate by next year, creating a perpetual cycle with no end in sight. Thus, this strategy can only ensure peace for the river for about 5 years. The medium-term strategy involves narrowing the river channel and deepening the riverbed to accelerate the water flow, effectively washing away the silt. Yet, this approach has its drawbacks. During flood season, if the silt removal does not meet expectations, the risk of breach increases. Moreover, since silt flows down from upstream, even if the downstream is cleared, the potential for flooding remains. This strategy can ensure stability for 30 years. The long-term strategy entails afforesting the areas along the upper and middle reaches of the Yellow River, particularly in the Guangzhou region. The terrain here is characterized by sparse trees and loose soil, which leads to significant dust storms. During the rainy summer months, the rain washes the loose soil into the river, contributing to the silt problem. To fundamentally resolve the Yellow River's issues, we must plant trees in its upper reaches, stabilizing the soil to prevent rainwater from washing it away. Gu Yunji paused briefly before continuing. This is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. It requires the relentless efforts of multiple generations to see results. This strategy can ensure the river's stability for a century. However, if we implement all 3 strategies in tandem, we can achieve clear waters in the Yellow River, ensuring peace for millennia. His bold and comprehensive theory resonated deeply with the audience, leaving them in awe. Mr. Chunyi listened intently, momentarily speechless. At that moment, a student cast a skeptical glance at Gu Yunji and remarked, "You speak with such authority. Have you personally surveyed the Yellow River in the Guangzhou area?" "I have not. I have read descriptions of the region in books," Gu Yunji acknowledged with a slight nod. In his previous life, geography lessons about the Lust Plateau included images, text, and even documentaries that vividly portray the landscape, far surpassing the limitations of the texts of this era. Yet, he could only respond as he did. The student scoffed. "Then you are merely speaking from theory." He stood up, asserting, "I am from Guangzhou myself, and I have seen it with my own eyes. The region is fertile and verdant, not at all as you describe with sparse trees. You are spouting nonsense. What are your short, medium, and long-term strategies?" "It is utterly laughable," Gu Yunji replied calmly. "While the Guangzhou Plain is indeed known as the south of the Great Wall, the area further north transitions into a plateau with rugged, vertical mountains, sparse vegetation, and more such places upstream of the Yellow River. It is understandable that you, having lived in the Guangzhou Plain, may not have encountered these landscapes. As if you have seen them yourself." "I have," a languid voice interjected from a corner. Suchi yawned, as if just waking, stretching lazily as he spoke. "I have been there. I accompanied my father on campaigns, traversing both the Guangzhou Plain and the Northern Plateau. Indeed, as he said, there are vast expanses of lush with few dense trees, at most some low shrubs. The locals live in cave dwellings, and on windy days, the dust storms make it nearly impossible to open one's eyes, with sand filling their clothes. The Duke of Dinghua was a military general, often stationed at the borders, so it was not surprising that his son would accompany him in such endeavors, lending credibility to Su Qi's words. Upon hearing this, the student from Guangzhou fell silent, reluctantly taking his seat. After absorbing all this, Mr. Chun he scrutinized Gu Yunji, increasingly convinced of his exceptional nature. His eyes gleamed with interest. After you return, please write an article detailing your river management strategies, ensuring clarity and organization. Bring it to me next class. Gu Yunji nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing lunch and returning to the dormitory, Gu Yunjing saw Su Qi hunched over the table, engaged in a game of cricket. He approached and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for speaking on my behalf in class today." Su Qi, without lifting his head, replied, "I merely spoke the truth. It was not my intention to defend you." Noticing a cricket in the bamboo tube flipped onto its back, he clicked his tongue, turned to face Gu Yunjing, and continued, "Having witnessed the conditions of the land in Guangzhou, I find your river management strategy quite sensible. I merely mentioned it casually in class. There is no need for you to thank me." With that, he disregarded Gu Yunjing and left, clutching the bamboo tube. Chapter 27. The youth should not be wrong that day. While Gu Yunjing was dining in the academy's cafeteria, he heard a commotion nearby. Zhu Yuanfeng, a burly youth with a face full of flesh, pointed angrily at his soiled clothing and confronted a younger boy, saying, "You brat, you've dirted my clothes. Are you going to let this slide?" At that moment, Chang Yin, drenched in vegetable soup, wiped his face with his sleeve and retorted, "You ran into me first. And besides, my clothes are soaked through. If anyone is to be compensated, it should be you compensating me." He lifted his head, staring directly at Zhu Yuanfeng with a gaze sharp as a sword. Sensing the provocation in his eyes, Zhu Yuanfeng seized Chang Yin by the collar, threatening, "Try saying that again. You dare ask me for compensation? A poor country bumpkin who lucked into the academy thinks he is a golden phoenix? Look at your pitiful appearance." At these words, Chang Yin's demeanor shifted, his spirit deflating as the oppressive atmosphere thickened. Suddenly, he retracted his sharpness, lowering his gaze and softly asking, "What do you want?" Zhu Yuanfeng, with one foot on the stool, arrogantly declared, "I want you to kneel and clean it up." Chang Yin froze, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly from the effort to suppress his anger. He glared at Zhu Yuanfeng's greasy, arrogant face, barely restraining the impulse to strike him. Just then, a familiar, clear voice broke the tense atmosphere. Chang Yin relaxed, exhaling the pent-up frustration, and his clenched fists slowly loosened. "What are you doing here?" Gu Yunjing asked nonchalantly. "I've been looking for you. The teacher is calling for you." He then moved to pull Chang Yin away. "Wait," Zhu Yuanfeng interjected, blocking their path. "This brat has soiled my clothes and hasn't compensated me yet. How can he just leave?" Gu Yunjing paused, a faint smile on his face. He turned to Zhu Yuanfeng and said, "Brother Zhu, look at my friend. He is covered in dirt, and we haven't complained. You've merely soiled a corner of your clothing and insist on compensation. Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Zhu Yuanfeng retorted, "I don't care about what's reasonable. This country bumpkin dared to dirty my clothes. Today I will make him clean it." Gu Yunjing's smile faded. "Your words are rather unkind. As I understand, your father, Zhu Jie, is a man of integrity and honor. I wonder if he knows that his son is bullying others and tarnishing his reputation." Zhu Yuanfeng raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You know my father? Who are you?" Gu Yunjing adjusted his sleeves, speaking calmly. "Former Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, Gu Xingde, is my grandfather." "You're the grandson of Grand Tutor Gu?" Zhu Yuanfeng was incredulous. The Gu family was a prestigious clan in Jiangnan, with deep roots. He hadn't expected this seemingly unassuming youth to be a scion of such a family, although he felt no need to fear him due to his own background. He saw no point in arguing over a trivial matter. With that, Zhu Yuanfeng dismissed the confrontation. "Humph, I'll let you off today, but don't think this is over." He then strode away. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Yunjing filled a basin with water and said to Chang Yin, "You should wash up first." Chang Yin accepted the basin, silently washing himself without a word. Gu Yunjing turned away, choosing not to look at him. Chang Yin was like a phoenix emerging from the mud, filled with pride, yet deeply insecure, never wanting others to witness his moments of humiliation. Neither spoke, and the dormitory fell into silence, broken only by the soft splashes of water as Chang Yin cleaned himself. "I've encountered similar situations many times," Chang Yin suddenly said. At first, I would be furious and charge at them, but I would always end up getting beaten worse. Eventually, I learned to endure, even when humiliated. I wouldn't retaliate. Gu Yunjing turned to look at him. Cheng Yan's hair was damp, and he spoke while gazing into the basin, his expression tinged with self-deprecation, though his eyes brimmed with determination. Because I know that as long as I study diligently and pass the imperial examinations, I will one day rise above and make those who once humiliated me regret their actions. Cheng Yan gently scrubbed the cloth in the basin, his tone subdued. I often envy you. You come from such a good background, with a formidable grandfather. Even as a secondary son, any slight achievement allows your family to pay attention to you, effortlessly granting you what I long for. At this, Cheng Yan paused, raising his gaze to meet Gu Yunjing's eyes. It's not just envy. At times, it's even jealousy. I am driven mad with jealousy towards you and all those from noble families. Why are you all born into such privilege? Why, despite my utmost efforts, can I not attain even a fraction of what you possess? His eyes were a tumult of complex emotions, frustration, envy, resentment, each intertwining sharply, almost piercing Gu Yunjing's heart. Cheng Yan typically masked his insecurities and pride with a humble demeanor, concealing his vulnerabilities. Yet now, he appeared cautious and sensitive, like a wounded hedgehog, with soft wounds hidden beneath sharp quills. Just moments ago, Zhu Yuanfeng humiliated me, and I was powerless to retaliate. Yet you, like a celestial being, effortlessly made him retreat with your status. I am grateful for your assistance, but simultaneously resentful, hating that you can accomplish what I cannot, making me feel like a coward waiting for salvation, exerting all my strength yet unable to bridge the chasm of my origins, rendering all my prior efforts a mere joke. Gu Yunjing stood there, momentarily stunned. Sorry. He didn't need to apologize to Cheng Yan, yet at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of indebtedness. Gu Yunjing could empathize deeply. In his past life, he too had ascended from humble beginnings through education to a prosperous city. Yet he always felt out of place among the throngs, unable to integrate, transported into a world with stark hierarchies and vast wealth disparities. He awoke to an existence of luxury, nearly forgetting his once insecure self. Seeing Cheng Yan now reminded him that he was not inherently more noble than anyone else. His advantages stemmed solely from luck. You need not apologize. You have aided me, and I should be grateful. Cheng Yan covered his face with a damp cloth, only lowering it after a moment to reveal reddened eyes. I lost my composure, and I apologize for startling you. With that, he quickly tidied himself and stepped toward the door. Cheng Yan, Gu Yunjing called out, you are no lesser than anyone else, nor are you inferior. Being trampled underfoot is not your destiny. You are a kunpeng, not a mere sparrow. Remember, your future lies between the mountains and the seas. Cheng Yan paused at the door, the sunlight streaming in and casting a gentle glow upon him. He turned his head slightly, offering a faint smile. Thank you, and you as well. Chapter 28. Conditions for apprenticeship. That evening, after class, Gu Yunjing was preparing to pack his belongings to return to the dormitory when he was summoned by the headmaster, Su Qingyu, to his office for a private discussion. Su Qingyu produced an article and inquired, "Did you write this?" Gu Yunjing, upon glancing at it, recognized it as the piece he had submitted to Chun He regarding strategies for the governance of the Yellow River. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a work of mine. Su Qingyu scrutinized him with a discerning gaze and remarked, planting trees and stabilizing soil. I find it hard to believe that you could derive such insights merely from perusing a few books about Guangzhou. Pray tell, how did you arrive at these conclusions? Gu Yunjing understood Su Qingyu's vast erudition and realized that mere casual references would not deceive him. Thus, he replied, my grandfather has conducted extensive research on the governance of the Yellow River and frequently mentioned it in our presence. Over time, I absorbed these lessons and, after gaining some understanding of the geography of the Guangzhou area, formulated these strategies. Su Qingyu, with a hint of amusement, responded, is that so? I recall that your esteemed grandfather greatly admired the heart-mind philosophy of Master Shorin and advocated for self-cultivation and the pursuit of one's true nature. I never imagined that, after his retirement, he would take an interest in such mundane affairs. Gu Yunjing felt his deception unraveling and was momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, I shall not press you further, Su Qingyu said as he tucked the article away. Regardless of how you conceived it, I find your proposed strategies quite reasonable. I have heard from my daughter, Xue, that you possess knowledge of foreign scripts? Gu Yunjing answered, yes, I have cherished reading foreign texts since childhood, and over time, I gradually taught myself. Su Qingyu chose not to discern the veracity of his claims and remarked, to possess both knowledge of river governance and foreign scripts. I hear you ranked first in last year as county examination. At such a young age, that is indeed remarkable. He then shifted the conversation. Do you wish to take me as your mentor? Gu Yunjing candidly replied, yes, I have long admired you, and it would be a great honor to receive your guidance. Su Qingyu pondered for a moment. I am now inclined to accept you as my disciple. However, I still do not know you well enough. My previous students have all been exceptional individuals, and as my closed-door disciple, you must also meet such standards. In the upcoming monthly examination, if you can place in the top 3 among this year's new students, I shall take you as my apprentice. How does that sound? Gu Yunjing was overjoyed. Thank you, esteemed mentor. I shall strive diligently. With approximately 50 new students, all of whom were quite capable, achieving a top 3 position would not be an easy feat nevertheless. Su Qingyu's promise spurred him on to give his utmost effort. Su Qingyu then patted his shoulder. Young man, you must have ambition. You should assert that you will certainly rank in the top 3, so I can prepare for your initiation gift ahead of time. Gu Yunjing, both amused and exasperated, could only thump his chest and declare indeed, I shall secure a top 3 position. Esteemed mentor, await my performance. Satisfied, Su Qingyu nodded and waved him away. 1 month later, within the imperial palace of the capital, Emperor Jingfeng Li Zheng slammed a memorial onto the ground in a fit of rage, exclaiming, I have already decided to inspect the Yellow River, yet these bureaucrats continue to bicker incessantly. There are even censors writing memorials accusing me of squandering the people's resources. Do they not consider that if the governance strategies for the river were not still under debate, would I need to go through such trouble to witness it myself? The palace eunuchs and maidens, terrified, prostrated themselves on the floor, not daring to utter sound. Minister Pan Shiliang stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, please do not be angered. Be cautious of your health. The Yellow River issue is crucial to the fate of our great Xia. It is only natural that the ministers treat it with caution and engage in extensive discussions. Emperor Jingfeng snorted disdainfully. Am I not aware of their intentions? Should the river governance strategies change, we would need to replace the officials managing this matter. Consequently, many livelihoods would be disrupted, making them reluctant to relinquish their positions. They all advocate following the methods of Diyu, focusing on dredging and clearing. Yet, throughout the ages, we have engaged in dredging, expending countless resources. Yet the Yellow River still frequently floods. The catastrophic breach 8 years ago destroyed countless fields and claimed many lives. Why do they not learn from history? The young emperor, quick-tempered and newly ascended to the throne, found these rigid and traditionalist ministers particularly intolerable. Rising from his seat, he paced the palace, venting his frustrations. As he continued to rant, he turned to Pan Shiliang and said, When I first saw your proposal involving water to combat sand, I found it quite promising. I intended to have the Ministry of Works calculate the engineering requirements so that I could persuade the other ministers. Yet, unexpectedly, the ministry itself erupted in chaos, with one after another submitting memorials, claiming that you are a cunning flatterer of the throne, asserting that I am unable to discern capable individuals, and disrupting the traditions passed down by our ancestors. They nearly accused me of being a foolish ruler. Pan Shiliang dared not respond directly, bowing and saying, Your Majesty, you overstate the matter. There is no need for your Majesty to worry. Let us first establish the protocols for the river inspection and carefully investigate the best methods along the Yellow River. A conclusion will naturally emerge in due time. As he spoke, he retrieved Gu Yunjing's article from his sleeve and presented it to Emperor Jingfeng, speaking of river governance strategies. I recently encountered an article with remarkably novel insights. Your Majesty, please take a look. As the emperor read, he nodded in approval, planting trees and stabilizing soil. This method, though I have never heard of it, appears quite reasonable. Who authored this? Pan Shiliang chuckled. Your Majesty, you may not be able to meet him immediately. His name is Gu Yunjing, a mere 15 years old, a student of Luxic Academy. I have yet to meet him myself. This article was sent to me by the headmaster, Su Qingyu. Emperor Jingfeng was astonished. Only 15 years old, yet so extraordinarily talented. Which family does he belong to? Pan Shuoyang replied, "He is a scion of the Gu family from Songjiang. The former Grand Tutor Gu Xingde is his grandfather." The emperor mused, "A prestigious lineage, no wonder." Then he turned to Pan Shuoyang. "What is your impression of the methods mentioned in this article? Particularly the assertion that the three strategies pursued together can ensure the Yellow River remains safe for millennia?" Pan Shiliang answered candidly. "The immediate and intermediate strategies presented here are precisely the subjects of my ongoing debates with the court officials. Each has its merits and drawbacks. As for the long-term strategy, I have entertained similar thoughts but have yet to put them into practice, so I cannot ascertain their efficacy. Moreover, the upper and middle reaches of the Yellow River are vast. If we were to plant trees everywhere, the scale of the project would be immense and the costs unimaginable, with results unlikely to manifest within a generation. Hence, I cannot confidently assert the effectiveness of this approach." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingfeng fell into contemplation. "Gu Yunjing, it is necessary that I meet him. After this river inspection, I could take the opportunity to travel south, visit Jiangnan, and also check on Su Qingyu's Lixik Academy." However, unbeknownst to Gu Yunjing, who was wholly focused on preparing for the upcoming monthly examination at Lixik Academy, all that transpired within the imperial palace. Chapter 29. The examination approaches. The monthly examination at Lixik Academy occurs once a month, and the content for the students seeking scholarly titles closely resembles that of the county examination. Gu Yunjing only needed to prepare according to the county examination content. However, beyond this, the academy also had physical fitness requirements for its students. Although the standards were not overly stringent, merely achieving a passing mark sufficed. Still, Gu Yunjing wished to make the most of his time and engage in some last-minute training. He made his way to the small square designated for student exercises, intending to find a sandbag to practice with, when he overheard whispers from the surrounding students. "Look, that is Gu Yunjing. I hear the headmaster intends to take him as a disciple. Is that true, or just a rumor?" Although the headmaster is selecting a closed-door disciple from this batch of new students, it seems a bit premature to settle on someone. After all, he is not exactly well known. I've never heard of him before. Who knows? He does seem somewhat capable. I heard he ranked first in last year's county examination. Another student exaggeratedly scoffed. "First place? What is that? Aren't there are plenty of first-placers at Lixik Academy? Just look at Fong Zigue. I hear he also wishes to take the headmaster as his mentor, and he is already the top scorer in the provincial examination." Gu Yunqi glanced over at them, causing the group engaged in discussion to fall silent in an instant as they feigned nonchalance and walked away. He had not anticipated that just days after Su Qingyu had discussed the matter of accepting disciples with him, the news would spread so swiftly. However, he was disinclined to concern himself with such rumors. Spotting an unoccupied sandbag, he approached it to practice. At that moment, Zhu Yuanfeng approached with an unfriendly demeanor, inquiring if it was true that the master was indeed accepting disciples. Otherwise, why would you be training so diligently? It would be one thing to study, but to engage in physical training as well. Gu Yunqi, without raising his gaze, retorted, "What business is it of yours? Or are you still brooding over the matter of the clothes, hoping I'll compensate you? Am I such a petty person?" Zhu Yuanfeng feigned a smile, declaring, "To be honest, you have no hope of becoming Su Shanzhong's disciple. Our senior brother Fong has already been predetermined for that position. You know Fong Shushu, the grand scholar of the cabinet, is his father, and they're old friends with Su Shanzhong. Fong has been raised by him. Would he relinquish this sole opportunity to an outsider?" "Oh, I see," Gu Yunqi responded, understanding the implication. "I don't know if you are indeed predetermined, but from your words, it seems you're merely a sycophant for this so-called Fong Shushu." Zhu Yuanfeng's forehead bulged with veins as he angrily exclaimed, "Gu Yunqi, what did you say? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." He prepared to raise his fist. "Zhu Yuanfeng, what are you doing?" A tall young man approached from a distance, stopping him. Zhu Yuanfeng instantly donned a flattering smile. Sidling up to the young man, "Senior brother Fong, I wasn't doing anything. This brat spoke disrespectfully, so I was just scaring him." Fong Zigue furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Gu Yunqi as he asked, "Are you Gu Yunqi? Is it true that the master intends to accept you as a disciple?" Gu Yunqi, disliking the condescending tone, turned his head away and replied curtly, "No comment." Fong Zigue narrowed his eyes, yet before he could speak, Zhu Yuanfeng bellowed, "Gu Yunqi, senior brother Fong is asking you a question. Show him some respect and respond." When confronted with Gu Yunqi's indifference, Zhu Yuanfeng reached out to grab him, but suddenly, A large hand with calluses seized his arm, twisting it behind his back with a sharp crack, prompting a piercing scream from Zhu Yuanfeng. Su Qi brushed off the dust from his hands, ignoring Zhu Yuanfeng's cries, and directed his gaze at Feng Zigui, stating, "I previously knew you to be unscrupulous, but I didn't realize your character had sunk so low as to incite sycophants to bully others." Feng Zigui hurried to check Zhu Yuanfeng's injury, noting his arm was limp and clearly dislocated. "Find a doctor, and also summon Mr. He, the overseer." After issuing these commands, Feng Zigui turned back to Su Qi, his expression serious. "Su Qi, you have injured a fellow student in public. Your behavior is utterly reckless. Your uncle taught you martial arts not to be used in this manner." Su Qi replied coldly, "You have no right to lecture me. Moreover, I have stated many times that you lack the qualification to call me that. Only my aunt's biological children may refer to you as uncle. Were you, a lowly wretch, doing to deserve such a title?" Feng Zigui felt deeply insulted, grabbing Su Qi by the collar and shouting, "Su Qi, how dare you insult my mother? A servant who crawled into her master's bed while he was drunk. How is that not lowly?" Sui retorted fearlessly, locking eyes with Feng Zigui and shouting back, "Poisoning my aunt to harm her pregnancy, leading her to a sorrowful end. Does that not reveal a heart as venomous as a snake?" His imposing presence forced Feng Zigui to retreat step by step. Recalling past grievances, Su Qi's eyes reddened as he poked Feng Zigui's chest, emphasizing, "Is simply recounting your mother's good deeds considered an insult?" Each word struck deep, diminishing Feng Zigui's bravado as he averted his gaze, stammering, "Su Qi, those are matters between elders. I was unaware, and besides, the past is the past. You should let it go." Turning his head away, suppressing his sorrow, Su Qi responded, "You may have moved on, but I cannot. My aunt died harboring resentment. How can I possibly let it go?" Those present had long been aware of the animosity between Feng Zigui and Su Qi, but hearing the underlying secrets revealed in such clarity shocked them into silence, none daring to intervene. Feng Zigui's reaction confirmed the truth in Su Qi's words, leading to even greater astonishment as they covertly scrutinized Feng Zigui with expressions of disbelief. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Feng Zigui, embarrassed and furious, lowered his voice, "Su Qi, family matters should not be aired in public. Do not speak of this outside. Come back with me." Su Qi scoffed, mocking, "Now you're concerned about shame? You were so haughty before. Did you think you would have the power to strut around here if your uncle had other sons? Step aside, step aside. What is happening here?" At that moment, He Jun, the overseer of the academy, arrived, casting a glance at both of them without speaking. He checked on Zhu Yuanfeng's injury, asking, "Su Qi, did you do this? How could you lay such heavy hands on a fellow student? It's just a dislocation. It's not that serious." With that, Su Qi approached Zhu Yuanfeng, casually twisting his arm, eliciting another pained wail. "See it south back in place." Seeing Zhu Yuanfeng moving freely now, He Jun's expression softened as he inquired, "What exactly happened? How did this conflict arise?" "And you, Su Qi, it's one thing to have a spat, but to resort to violence is unacceptable." Su Qi, appearing nonchalant, replied impatiently, "Mr. Chun, is it truly necessary to dig so deep? I struck him. I instigated the conflict. Just punish me and let us wrap this up. I have no desire to remain in his presence." He glanced disdainfully at Feng Zigui as he spoke. Understanding the long-standing animosity between the two, He Jun recognized that prolonging the matter would be pointless. "Very well. Since you accept your punishment, you will clean the vacant grounds of the academy. How's that sound?" "Agreed. I accept the punishment." With that, Su Qi hastily departed, eager to distance himself from Feng Zigui. The punishment was primarily due to his injury of Zhu Yuanfeng, which, to some extent, was also a consequence of Gu Yunqi, leaving Gu Yunqi feeling somewhat guilty. He picked up a broom and began to assist Su Qi in cleaning. In the spacious, deserted square, Gu Yunqi swept while conversing. "Su Qi, thank you for your help today." Su Qi shrugged it off. "It was nothing, really. Besides, it was tea entirely for you. I mainly couldn't stand that Feng Zigui." He paused to look at Gu Yunqi. "Regardless of your reasons, as long as you can make Feng Zigui suffer, I am more than willing to assist you. If the rumors of the master accepting disciples are true, you must succeed in becoming his disciple. Do not let Feng Zigui succeed." Gu Yunqi smiled slightly upon hearing this. "All right, I will certainly do my best." Chapter 30. Trials of the monthly examination. Soon enough, the day of the monthly examination arrived. Gu Yunqi successfully completed the physical fitness assessment and the preceding subject tests. And at this moment, he was diligently writing on the answer sheet for the final subject. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The proctor, Chun-Hee, tapped on the desk, stating, "Time's up. Everyone, put down your pens and cease writing. The first person in each row, please collect the papers for your row." Just as Gu Yunqi finished writing the last character, he let out a long breath, laid down his brush, and awaited the collection of his paper by the person ahead. Zhang Fu, sitting at the front of the row, stood up to begin gathering the papers. 1, 2. As the papers arrived at Gu Yunji's desk, Zhang Fu inadvertently nudged the ink bottle with his elbow. The bottle toppled over, spilling ink that swiftly stained the papers on the table. Oh no, the paper is ruined. Zhang Fu fin surprise. Reaching to pick it up, but intentionally letting it roll in the ink, making it even more soiled. "What are you doing?" Gu Yunji pushed him aside, disregarding the mess, and hurriedly retrieved his paper, but it was too late. It was entirely covered in ink, rendering the writing illegible. Chunyi noticed the commotion and approached, asking, "What happened?" Zhang Fu wore a look of faux remorse. "Sir, I accidentally knocked over the ink bottle and ruined Gu Shidi's paper." "What? Gu Yunji's paper is ruined?" Zhu Yuanfeng emerged from nowhere, picking up a paper and exclaiming, "Look at this mess. Not a single word is legible." "And Zhang Fu, your paper is nearly as bad, covered in ink as well." Chunyi stated, "In that case, Zhang Fu and Gu Yunji, neither of your papers can be accepted. Your grades are void. Furthermore, Zhang Fu, although it was an accident, you have committed a mistake and will be punished to copy the book of rights 5 times." The students accepted their punishment. Zhang Fu lowered his head obediently, but discreetly exchanged a glance with Zhu Yuanfeng when Chun-Hee wasn't looking. Zhu Yuanfeng smirked, leaning closer to whisper to Gu Yunji, "Ha, got you, didn't I?" "Mr. Chun," Gu Yunji called out to Chun-Hee, who was about to leave, requesting a retake. Observing the exchanged glances between the two, Gu Yunji understood the situation. This was clearly a scheme orchestrated by Zhu Yuanfeng to sabotage his grades. If it were merely an ordinary monthly test, Gu Yunji might let it go, but this particular test results directly impacted his chances of apprenticeship. He did not wish to relinquish that opportunity so easily. Chunyi turned around, "But even if you retake the test, you cannot do the same questions as others. Even with a grade, it won't count towards your ranking." "Are you certain?" Zhang Fu quickly concurred. "What Mr. Chen says is true. What is the point of retaking the test? I don't want to retake it. It won't affect anything anyway. Let go, Gu Shidi." Without a grade, Gu Yunji could not ascertain if he made it into the top 3, and thus could not become Su Qingyu's disciple. Gu Yunji bit his lip, unwilling to let the opportunity for apprenticeship slip away due to Zhu Yuanfeng and others' machinations, and finally revealed, "Master Su told me that as long as I rank within the top 3 in this monthly test, he would accept me as a disciple. Therefore, I must have a grade and ranking." This revelation shocked several people. They had long heard rumors of Master Su intending to take Gu Yunji as a disciple, but it was now confirmed. Zhu Yuanfeng had not anticipated this. He had merely heard whispers and noticed Gu Yunji studying diligently, surmising it might relate to grades. So he resolved to ruin Gu Yunji's scores to eliminate any obstacles for his brother Fang's apprenticeship, unaware that he had struck true. Chunyi found himself in a dilemma. I am unsure how to proceed, since it involves the master taking disciples. We should call upon Master Su to make a judgment. You two follow me. Mr. Chun, please wait. Su Qi, who had been a silent observer throughout, abruptly seized Zhu Yuanfeng, dragging him over. "I believe this matter is not so simple. I suspect Zhang Fu and Zhu Yuanfeng colluded to deliberately soil Gu Yunji's paper. A few days ago, Gu Yunji had a conflict with Zhu Yuanfeng, and Zhang Fu often associates with him, making it highly likely he was instigated." Zhu Yuanfeng struggled while attempting to explain. "Su Qi, you are slandering me. I just came over to see what was happening. What does it have to do with me?" As the situation grew increasingly complex, Chun-Hee felt a headache coming on and said, "Then Su Qi and Zhu Yuanfeng, you both come along." In the courtyard where the master held office, Su Qingyu, after listening to the entire account, found it difficult to handle and fell silent. Su Qi spoke up, "Master, in my opinion, Zhu Yuanfeng premeditated this, deliberately ruining another's grades. He does not want Gu Yunji to become your disciple." Zhu Yuanfeng instinctively retorted, "You are accusing me. What evidence do you have that I did this on purpose? I wasn't even in the same examination room, and I didn't knock over the ink. You cannot just blame me, because I have a conflict with you too. Suchi flicked his sleeve, dismissively, coldly responding. Only 2 papers were soiled, one belonging to Zhang Fu and the other to Gu Yunji. Zhang Fu is your close associate, while Gu Yunji has a conflict with you. It is clear to anyone what transpired. No need for me to elaborate. He then shot Zhu Yuanfeng a knowing smile. Moreover, you yourself said you weren't in the same exam room. If you weren't eager to see if your scheme succeeded, why rush over so quickly? Zhu Yuanfeng's eyes flickered with guilt. I heard the ink bottle fall and came over to see what was happening. The sound of that ink bottle toppling was so loud that you heard from the adjacent exam room. Why didn't anyone else come over? You mind your own business. I heard it, all right. Zhu Yuanfeng stubbornly protested. I had no idea he could become a disciple by ranking in the top 3. How coincidental that his paper was ruined. Besides, I know I am not capable, so why would I expect to become the master's disciple? What good would it do me to stop Gu Yunji from becoming a disciple? The benefit, of course, was to ensure that your brother Fong could smoothly become a disciple. With that, Suchi approached the corner Zhang Fu, smiling meaningfully. Isn't that right? Zhang Fu shitty? I don't know. I don't know anything. Originally, Zhu Yuanfeng had only promised Zhang Fu to ruin Gu Yunji's paper, without requiring him to do anything else. Who would have thought this would escalate to involve the master's apprenticeship and reach Su Qingyu? Zhang Fu had never encountered such a situation. Under Su Qi's pressure, he was now utterly flustered, trembling uncontrollably, unable to complete a single sentence. After hearing all this, Su Qingyu gazed deeply at Gu Yunji, asking Gu Yunji, "What are your thoughts?" Gu Yunji suppressed the turmoil within him. For him, grades and rankings were not paramount. Whether Zhu Yuanfeng had intentionally harmed him was also unimportant. What truly mattered was whether he could become Su Qingyu's disciple. Yet, at this moment, Su Qingyu's expression was inscrutable, and he could not discern the other's thoughts. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I prepared diligently for this monthly test. Every word on the paper encapsulates my efforts. I cannot bear to see my grades rendered void. Seeing this, Su Qingyu replied, "In that case, we must thoroughly investigate this matter. It cannot simply be overlooked. Summon Fong Zhigue here." Chapter 31. Defiant soon, Fong Zhigue arrived. After hearing the entire account, he did not immediately defend himself, but asked Su Qingyu in disbelief, "Are you truly intending to take Gu Yunji as your disciple?" Su Qingyu nodded, "Indeed. Gu Yunji is exceptionally gifted and possesses remarkable insight. In terms of ability and character, he stands out among this cohort of students. I do indeed wish to take him as my disciple." "And what about me?" Fong Zhigue said, unwilling to accept. "I made my intentions clear from the start to become your disciple. Yet you said you would consider it further. Am I inferior to him? You have watched me grow up, Su uncle." Su Qingyu's gaze turned grave, his tone calm. "Zhigue, I am an old friend of your father's and am well aware of your abilities. You need not dwell on this. Even if we are not master and disciple, I can guide you whenever you need. That is not the same. The bond between a personal disciple and a teacher is profound. Once entered into official circles, one can constantly enjoy the protection of the master's influence. Can the son of an old friend compare? Moreover, it is only by becoming a direct disciple that he is more likely to." Fong Zhigue shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and turned to Zhu Yuanfeng and the others. "Did you deliberately ruin the exam paper?" Regardless of whether he can become a disciple, if Zhu Yuanfeng truly plotted to frame others for this reason, the repercussions would not only tarnish his reputation, but also jeopardize his official career. Zhu Yuanfeng's schemes had been entirely concealed from Fong Zhigue, and now that matters had escalated, he dared not admit it, awkwardly muttering, "How could that be, Brother Fong? Am I such a person?" Knowing he could not extract any useful information from him, Fong Zhigue turned to Zhang Fu. "Then tell me, was it your intention?" "Zhang Fu, if you dare to deceive me, you will face dire consequences in the future. And do not expect my family to assist your elder brother in his examination for the county magistrate." Zhang Fu was merely a lackey in Zhu Yuanfeng's circle, usually running errands and handling trivial matters. He had never engaged in framing anyone before, and now, having mustered the courage to execute this deed, he was taken aback by the growing uproar. Under the relentless questioning of the crowd, he paled, cold sweat trickling down his face. Faced with Fong Zhigue's threat, he felt completely cornered and could no longer conceal the truth, trembling as he confessed. "I confess." Zhu Yuanfeng said that Gu Yunji had been studying diligently by candlelight recently, and, having heard rumors of the headmaster taking on disciples, speculated that it might relate to his monthly exam results, instructing me to ruin his exam paper at all costs. I originally hesitated, but Zhu Yuanfeng claimed that among his acquaintances, only I and Gu Yunji shared the same examination hall, and all I needed to do was soil his paper without concern for anything else. If I refused, he threatened to make my life unbearable in the academy, leaving me with no choice but to comply. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fu knelt before Su Qingyu, repeatedly bowing. "Headmaster, please forgive me. I am merely a subordinate following orders. I did not do this intentionally. I will never dare again, Headmaster." Su Qingyu's expression darkened, his sharp gaze sweeping towards Zhu Yuanfeng. "Do you have any explanation?" Zhu Yuanfeng inwardly cursed Zhang Fu for being spineless. Seeing Su Qingyu's countenance, he realized that any further words were futile. Although his intentions had been to protect Feng Zhigue, the latter remained oblivious to this, and out of caution regarding his father's position as a grand scholar in the cabinet, Zhu Yuanfeng dared not implicate him recklessly. Thus, he lowered his head in resignation. "I have no explanation. It was my doing, and I leave it to the headmaster's judgment." Su Qingyu responded, "In that case, I shall write to your father, Lord Zhu Jie, to take you back. You need not remain at Levexu Academy." Zhu Yuanfeng abruptly raised his head. "Headmaster, are you expelling me?" He wore an expression of disbelief. Was it merely for soiling his paper that the headmaster would impose such a severe punishment? I'm framing a classmate, abusing authority, and coercing Zhang Fu. Do you think your offenses are insignificant? Su Qingyu scoffed, stating that previously he had merely turned a blind eye. But now that you have committed such acts, retaining you would only foster corruption within the academy. If you accept your punishment, I can privately inform your father, allowing him to find any pretext to take you back. Alternatively, you have another choice, to publicly reflect on your actions before all the faculty and students and apologize to Gu Yunji. In doing so, you may continue to remain here. Publicly reflecting and apologizing would not only disgrace him, but also humiliate his father, Zhu Jie, who might even reproach him for poor upbringing. At that moment, Zhu Yuanfeng clenched his jaw, his fists tightening, casting a resentful glance at Gu Yunji before storming out. Su Qingyu disregarded him and turned to Zhang Fu. "Despite the serious nature of this incident, considering it is your first offense and you were manipulated by others, I shall punish you to transcribe the 4 books 10 times, in addition to cleaning the academy." Yes, I accept the punishment. Thank you, Headmaster." Compared to Zhu Yuanfeng's fate, Zhang Fu felt his punishment was considerably lighter, and he dared not speak further, immediately rushing out to begin cleaning. With the situation clarified and the guilty punished, Su Qingyu finally turned to Gu Yunji. Speaking in a gentler tone, "I know you wish to become my disciple and have prepared diligently for this month's exam. However, since your paper was ruined, it cannot be counted in the rankings. Thus, in the next monthly exam, if you rank among the top 3, I will gladly accept you as my disciple." "I do not agree." Before Gu Yunji could respond, Feng Zhigue immediately objected. "Gu Yunji lacks the title of Jiren, has not spent as much time with you, and is not as capable as I am. I refuse to accept him as a disciple." Feng Zhigue, in his pursuit of becoming a disciple, consistently opposed him, exuding an air of arrogance. Gu Yunji could no longer endure the provocation, retorting, "I will inevitably earn the title of Jiren, and our time together will only increase once I become your disciple. As for my abilities, what makes you think I am inferior to you? Such presumption is rather overconfident, is it not? Do you dare to compete with me? If so, I shall not shy away from a challenge." Observing the sudden confrontation between the two, Su Qingyu felt a headache coming on. "Why have you started quarreling again? Zhigue, why are you so insistent on becoming my disciple? It is not as though I would sever ties with you once you become my disciple. Whether or not you become one is ultimately inconsequential." Feng Zhigue bit his lip, expressing his frustration. "You say so much, but ultimately, it boils down to the fact that you do not regard me highly. Is Gu Yunji truly superior to me? I refuse to accept this. I want to compete with him. If he wins, I will never bring this matter up again." Su Qingyu found himself in a predicament. Gu Yunji, bowing respectfully to Su Qingyu, stated, "Headmaster, I am willing to compete with him. I wish to prove to others that I am worthy of being your disciple. Please support me, Headmaster." Seeing Feng Zhigue's attitude, Su Qingyu realized that if he did not fulfill his wishes today, trouble would surely follow in the future. It would be better to defeat him in a fair contest, thereby extinguishing his ambitions. Very well, you shall compete. Su Qingyu reluctantly agreed. I am aware of Zigui's abilities. Gu Yunji, if you defeat him, you need not wait for the next monthly exam, and I will immediately accept you as my disciple. Of course, if you lose, there shall be no further master-disciple relationship between us. Understood. Both Gu Yunji and Feng Zigui replied in unison. Excellent. Someone, bring the tables and chairs, and fetch the writing tools. I shall set the questions and evaluate the papers on the spot. Chapter 32. The competition, as this is an impromptu contest. You shall write as you think, so as to showcase your true abilities. Su Qingyu paced in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. This time, the examination will not cover poetry, the 4 books, or current affairs, but will focus on argumentative writing. There are no restrictions on word count, perspective, or time. You may finish at your own pace. Pay attention. The topic is the conduct of a minister. The conduct of a minister? Upon hearing this, both Gu Yunji and Feng Zigui appeared somewhat taken aback. Su Qingyu smiled slightly. It is well known that Levexu Academy is renowned for the imperial examination, so naturally, my disciples must aspire to become officials. In the realm of governance, how to perform one's duties, how to interact with colleagues, and how to serve the sovereign are all profound disciplines. By choosing this topic, I wish to discern your thoughts and character. There are various interpretations of how to conduct oneself as an official. Some may advocate for integrity, others for steadfastness, while some may favor prudent self-preservation. There is no definitive answer, and I shall select the response that aligns most closely with my own thoughts from your papers. With that said, you may begin your writing. After hearing these words, Feng Zigui seemed to have formulated a plan and immediately began to write. For Gu Yunji, this competition was not merely about how to answer the question, but rather about understanding Su Qingyu's thoughts and crafting his response accordingly. However, he was unfamiliar with Su Qingyu and unaware of his stance on the topic of the conduct of a minister. He could only take a gamble. Gu Yunji mused to himself. He increasingly felt that the current Daxia dynasty was a parallel universe to his former life, with the present timeline likely situated in the mid to late Ming dynasty. During the latter half of the Ming dynasty, factional strife became increasingly prominent, and the civil officials emerged as a formidable force, capable of contesting the emperor's authority. It is likely that this era mirrored such dynamics. Previously, I heard Gao Cheng mention that Su Qingyu, in his youth, boldly tugged at the sleeve of the late emperor to offer his counsel. This indicates that he believed, to some extent, that ministers should possess their own convictions and principles, rather than merely capitulating to the emperor and thereby compromising the integrity expected of the scholar officials. In other words, Su Qingyu held that a minister must not fear the divine authority and should dare to correct the emperor's transgressions. The prevailing notion that a minister must be grateful for the emperor's grace and remain loyal may not align with his beliefs. Consequently, Gu Yunjing swiftly completed his essay following this line of thought. As Gu Yunjing submitted his paper, Feng Zigui also rose, eager to present his own work without lagging behind. Observing the 2 papers before him, Su Qingyu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to pick up Feng Zigui's first. Upon noticing this, Feng Zigui flashed a smug smile at Gu Yunjing. Indifferent, Gu Yunjing focused intently on Su Qingyu, watching for any change in his expression. Su Qingyu maintained a calm demeanor, occasionally nodding and smiling, showing little emotional fluctuation. After some time, he finished reading the paper and remarked to Feng Zigui, "Remarkable. In just a few months, your writing has greatly improved." At this compliment, Feng Zigui lifted his chin, almost puffing up with pride. Then, Su Qingyu turned his attention to Gu Yunjing's paper. Despite both essays being of similar length, Su Qingyu scrutinized Gu Yunjing's for a longer duration, furrowing and relaxing his brows intermittently, leaving observers puzzled as to his thoughts. Gu Yunjing felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach, his palms clammy with sweat, fixated on Su Qingyu. Even Su Qi, who had been a silent witness throughout, began to feel anxious and leaned over to whisper to Gu Yunjing, "Why has Su Shanzhong been reading for so long? What did you write? Are you confident you surpassed Feng Zigui?" Gu Yunjing released his tightly clenched fingers, admitting that he had no assurance of surpassing Feng Zigui. Suddenly, Su Qingyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" His repeated praise revealed his elation. He set down the paper and with keen eyes, regarded Gu Yunjing. The sage emperor governs with a light touch, while the ministers dutifully carry out their commands. Well said. Moreover, regarding the distinction between loyal ministers and virtuous ones, a loyal minister flatters his ruler, leading the sovereign into injustice, merely bearing the title. A virtuous minister advises the king, fostering harmony between ruler and subjects, leaving a lasting reputation. You have truly spoken to my heart. As he spoke, he approached and joyfully slapped Gu Yunjing on the shoulder, saying, I have not misjudged you. You are precisely to my taste. With this, Gu Yunjing felt an immense weight lift from his chest, his tension dissipating and a smile breaking forth. Fang Zigui looked on in disbelief, unwilling to concede, and picked up Gu Yunjing's paper to scrutinize it once more. Su Qingyu turned to him, saying, Zigui, your work is commendable, showcasing the demeanor of an ancient minister. Alas, it is not aligned with what I seek, which is why I do not take you as my disciple. You are diligent and talented, yet our paths do not converge, and there is no affinity for a master-disciple bond between us. By comparing each other's essays, we can understand our respective differences. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunjing also took up Fang Zigui's paper. Throughout, Fang Zigui articulated how to be an incorruptible and principled official, with only a few mentions of loyalty to the sovereign and eschewing factionalism, failing to focus on the ministerial relationship that was of utmost importance to Su Qingyu. His writing was indeed eloquent, with a flourish that exceeded Gu Yunjing's, showcasing his capability. Regrettably, his thinking was too rigid. The essay seemed to convey a message of subservience to the ruler, lacking the broader vision and courage necessary for the welfare of the realm. After a lengthy contemplation, Fang Zigui finally grasped the disparity between them and raised his head to ask Gu Yunjing, how did you derive such insights from the concept of ministerial conduct? Gu Yunjing replied, it is quite simple. A minister exists between the ruler and the populace, serving the sovereign above and the people below. In the vast expanse of Chinese history, with its endless cycles of dynasties, loyalty to a single ruler is ultimately ephemeral and not a sustainable path. The realm belongs to the people. The emperor reigns over the realm, and ministers govern it for the benefit of the populace. A minister must speak for the people, consider the nation's interests, advise the sovereign, and cherish the strength of the people. This is the mark of a virtuous minister. To delight in what pleases the emperor and detest what displeases him may appear loyal, but it is in truth a great deceit. As scholars well versed in the classics, we ought to uphold our principles and conduct ourselves with integrity, making it our duty to advise the emperor. Upon hearing these words, Fang Zigui took a moment to regain his composure, gazing deeply at Gu Yunjing and stating, I have learned much from you. You are indeed worthy of being Su Shanjiang's cherished disciple. With that, he disregarded the others and turned to leave. Su Qi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, so, Gu Yunjing has won? Yes, he has triumphed. Su Qingyu responded with a smile, approaching, from this day forth, you, Gu Yunjing, shall be my disciple. Without hesitation, Gu Yunjing knelt, proclaiming, Disciple Gu Yunjing pays respects to you, master. Shushengu, Daligda, assista imap, sing. There's no need to rush. Come to my private residence tomorrow, and we shall perform the formal ceremony of apprenticeship. The following morning, within Su Qingyu's residence, Gu Yunjing was to formally pay his respects as a disciple. Alongside Gu Yunjing and Su Qingyu, witnesses included Cheng Yin, Su Qi, and several esteemed scholars associated with Su Qingyu. Once all preparations were complete, Chen He cleared his throat and stepped forward to announce, the ceremony is about to commence. Adjust your attire and cleanse your hands. Gu Yunjing complied, tidying his garments and washing his hands in the basin prepared by the others, drying them with a cloth. Then standing attentively in the main hall, awaiting the next step, present the image of the sage. The attendants brought forth a portrait of Confucius, which was hung in the main hall. Gu Yunjing entered, lifting his garments to kneel and respectfully bow 3 times. Traditionally, during an apprenticeship, one must pay homage to the founding sage, and Confucius, as the progenitor of Confucian thought, was naturally honored in this manner. Su Qingyu approached and seated himself before Gu Yunjing. Glancing at Chen He to signal him to proceed. Chen He continued, proceed with the grand ceremony of apprenticeship. Gu Yunjing dusted off his attire and, with utmost respect, performed the 3 bows to Su Qingyu, then presented the items he had prepared, These are my tokens of apprenticeship and respect. Please accept them, master. The tokens of apprenticeship and the ceremonial gifts were mere formalities, not extravagant items, symbolizing good wishes, celery for diligence in learning, lotus seeds for patient teaching, red beans for auspicious fortune, jujubes for early success, longan for fulfillment of virtues, and offerings reminiscent of ancient apprenticeship rituals, such as wine and meat. Su Qingyu accepted the gifts with a smile, helping Gu Yunjing to his feet and presenting him with a jade pendant. Ha ha, excellent. From today onward, we are master and disciple. This is a token of our meeting. Take it. The pendant, crafted from pure Haitian jade, exuded value, and its reverse bore the inscription knowledgeable and courteous. Gu Yunjing graciously accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, master. Seeing his lack of pretense, Su Qingyu was even more pleased. Indeed, this is a true disciple. With the apprenticeship ceremony concluded, the others quickly stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, master, on acquiring a beloved disciple. Chengyan also approached, smiling. Congratulations, young Master Gu, on successfully joining the ranks of Su Shanjiang's disciples. Having spent time together, their rapport had deepened, making Gu Yunjing somewhat unaccustomed to Chengyan's formality, leading to an amused response. Just call me Yunjing. Why the distance? I heard you achieved first place in this month's examination. I have yet to congratulate you. Well done. Chengyan, possessing great talent, had previously fallen behind due to inadequate educational resources and a late start in his studies. However, he possesses significant potential. With a conducive learning environment and ample resources, he will swiftly surpass others and become exceptional. You haven't congratulated me yet. Soy nonchalantly approached, boasting. Chengyan's first place is indeed impressive, but is my 23rd place not commendable? To secure Su Shanchang's guidance in cricket fighting, I exerted myself just a little. And to my surprise, I managed to achieve the 23rd rank effortlessly. Su Qi, with an air of arrogance and pride, declared, "Those who deem me uneducated are not as formidable as they think." Initially, the headmaster merely expected me to rank second to last, which was a gross underestimation of my abilities. Had I applied myself a bit more seriously, Chengyan, your position might have been in jeopardy. Gu Yunjing chuckled. Yes. Congratulations to the young master for securing 23rd place. We have indeed underestimated you. Just moments ago, you referred to Chengyan as Gu Gongzi to distance yourself. And now you address me as young master. Such flattery. Su Qi feigned annoyance, playfully patting Gu Yunjing's shoulder, his face soon brightening with a smile. Yet, I never anticipated that among my two roommates, one is a direct disciple of Su Shanchang, and the other ranks first in the academy's monthly examination. Their futures are boundless. With both of you shielding me in the officialdom, I shall stride confidently. Though Su Qi's remarks may seem frivolous, they reveal his genuine regard for Gu Yunjing and Chengyan as friends. The Duke of Dinghua often remarked that his son has an obstinate disposition, rarely holding anyone in high esteem, save for those with true talent. Both Gu Yunjing and Chengyan are extraordinary in their abilities, yet remain humble, making it easy for Su Qi to develop a fondness for them. Moreover, as they share a residence, their frequent interactions fostered camaraderie. Chengyan smiled and responded, "As the son of the Duke of Dinghua, even without the imperial examination, you will enjoy a life of privilege. We must toil through the examinations, and by the time we emerge, you may already be a formidable general, at which point it will be you who protects us." The trio erupted into laughter, playfully teasing one another for a while. The news of Su Qingyu accepting Gu Yunjing as a disciple quickly spread throughout the academy. During breaks, students flocked to curry favor with Gu Yunjing, surrounding him completely. In our first class, I noticed Gu Shidi's exceptional demeanor, and I never imagined he would become the headmaster's direct disciple so soon. I was right in my assessment. Gu Shidi's duel with Fang Zhongdue was a spectacle. He defeated him convincingly. It seems the headmaster initially wanted you to place in the top 3 of the monthly examination before accepting you as a disciple. That was unnecessary. You possessed that talent all along, so why waste time? Gu Shixiao, do you remember me? I sat to your left in our first class. Should you rise to prominence, do not forget to assist your fellow disciples. Gu Yunjing's eyes twitched slightly, forcing a smile as he replied, "Brother Wang, you are being overly courteous. I believe you're my senior by a few months. Thus, you should refer to me as Shidi. Just a few months older, it is of no consequence. Titles of senior and junior matter little. Perhaps one day in the official realm, I will even address you as your excellency. At that moment, Zhang Fu squeezed through the crowd, saying ingratiatingly, I previously had some misunderstandings with Gu Xue. I hope you can forgive me. Zhang Fu, though not ill-intentioned, had been coerced by Zhu Yuanfeng into tarnishing Gu Yunjing's examination paper, resulting in his own punishment. Now that Gu Yunjing had become the headmaster's disciple, Zhang Fu would surely be less inclined to provoke him. Gu Yunjing, understanding the situation, replied nonchalantly, No worries. I recognize that you were compelled, and it ultimately did not affect me. As you said, it was a misunderstanding, and what is past is past. Zhang Fu beamed with delight. Thank you, Gu Xue. Your magnanimity is commendable, truly befitting a disciple of the headmaster. At that moment, a student entered and relayed a message to Gu Yunjing. Gu Xue, the headmaster requests your presence at his private residence. He has something for you. Expressions of envy filled the room as everyone parted to make way for Gu Yunjing. What could it be? He wondered aloud. The student shook his head. The headmaster did not disclose any details. You will know once you arrive. Chapter 34. The Daily Life of a Disciple. These are articles previously written by your senior brothers. You shall follow their topics and compose your own pieces, submitting at least one each day. These books, study them thoroughly upon returning. After reading, write several reflections. These are recent court bulletins. If you wish to participate in the imperial examinations, you must be well-versed in current affairs to avoid embarrassment during the tests. As Su Qingyu continued to hand Gu Yunjing an ever-growing pile of books and articles, Gu Yunjing felt overwhelmed. He had anticipated receiving something beneficial, yet all he received was assignments. On the very first day after becoming a disciple, it felt as though he were laboring harder than a mule in a production team. Teacher, wait a moment. Gu Yunjing managed to poke his head above the mountain of books. Isn't this a bit excessive? Students can be quite dull. It may take them some time to digest my earnest intentions, Su Qingyu remarked. Noticing Gu Yunjing's struggle to hold a massive stack, Su Qingyu finally paused in his assignment distribution, saying, Very well, I shall lighten your load for now. Once you have completed these, I shall provide you with more. Lighten my load? This enormous pile is considerless? I fear I shall not have an easy time ahead. Gu Yunjing felt a deep sense of foreboding about his future. Su Qingyu appeared entirely oblivious to his unease, taking a leisurely sip of tea as he continued. In my youth, my teacher assigned me far more work, and he was particularly stringent. Any complaint would result in additional assignments. Your situation is much easier than mine. I have reduced your burden out of consideration for your youth. Your senior brothers did not enjoy such leniency. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunjing refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction, dutifully carrying his assignments back. Father, look how you have left him utterly stunned. Su Shuhua laughed as she emerged. You yourself have said that you were adept at many things in your youth, from bird walking to cricket fighting, and you even hunted with a firearm daily. You were hardly as diligent as you claim. Su Qingyu maintained an air of self-importance. If I do not impose strict expectations, will he be so obedient in completing his homework? Su Shuhua unflinchingly countered. Did you not also enjoy a carefree youth? Even the disciples you once taught did not receive such a heavy workload. That was because I held him in special regard. Su Qingyu replied, taking a bite of dessert, showing little of the gravitas expected of a teacher. This lad has a good temperament and resilience. I must push his limits now to unlock his potential for greater accomplishments in the future. As Su Qingyu had predicted, Gu Yunjing diligently completed his assignments on that very day, submitting them for review before sunset. This grasshopper cannot always be prodded. You must entice it with its antennae, urging it to leap forward. Yes, just like that. Hey, stop. It is currently engaged in battle. Why are you disturbing it? Upon entering, Gu Yunjing found Su Qingyu and Su Qi crouched before a porcelain jar, engaged in a cricket fight. Headmaster, why is my cricket not moving? I have poked it countless times, yet it remains unresponsive. Su Qi questioned, perplexed as he prodded the jar with a thin blade of grass. Su Chengi squinculosi, observing. Look at its sunken abdomen. You have not been feeding it, have you? Feeding? Su Qi exclaimed, realizing the oversight. No wonder the crickets I caught only lasted a day or two. They were starving. Su Qingyu was on the verge of tears from his foolishness, poking his head and saying, How could it possibly move if you don't feed it? How can you be so sure about the importance of 3 meals a day? Su Qi, unperturbed, gazed enviously at Su Qingyu's large and plump cricket, grinning mischievously. Master, that one of yours is quite impressive. Might you consider giving it to me? What a fanciful notion. I've nurtured this one for quite some time. You would probably have it perish in a mere 2 days. Nonsense. I would certainly take good care of it. Besides, you promised that if I ranked second to last, you would teach me how to fight crickets. But I achieved 23rd place. Surely, I should receive some reward. Teacher, I have completed today's assignments. Noting that the two had no intention of halting their banter, Gu Yunjing had no choice but to interject. Su Qingyu gestured toward a nearby table, not lifting his head. Place it there for now. I shall review it when I have time. Assigning a mountain of homework to students while himself engaged in cricket fights. But who could blame Su Qingyu? For he was the teacher, and Gu Yunjing the disciple. With a sigh of resignation, Gu Yunjing complied and placed the homework on the table. While doing so, he noticed a copy of Elements of Geometry, which he had previously seen in Su Shuhua's possession, laid open on the table, accompanied by a stack of papers containing the Chinese translation. Yet it appeared incomplete, with scribbles indicating some conceptual blockage. Su Shuhua was just pouring tea for visiting guests, and, upon seeing Gu Yunjing engrossed in her book, could not help but approach. Is there a problem? Nothing at all. Gu Yunjing snapped back to reality. Pointing to a particular term in the text, this word means interior angle, yet it has been translated as edge angle. Hearing this, Su Shuhua scrutinized it again, realizing that translating it as interior angle indeed provided a more coherent context, resolving the perplexity that had previously troubled her. Although she had known early on that Gu Yunjing possessed knowledge of foreign languages, she was astonished to discover that his expertise surpassed her own. Su Shuhua regarded Gu Yunjing with newfound respect, exclaiming, "I did not realize you had such a profound understanding of foreign languages. I am enlightened. Your praise is unwarranted." Miss Su, Gu Yunjing humbly replied before explaining, "This theorem is rather straightforward. It is." Leaning in for a clear view, Su Shuhua found herself gradually closer to him. After listening to Gu Yunjing's explanation, she felt a sudden clarity. Your literary talent is remarkable, and your fluency in foreign languages, along with your insights into arithmetic, mark you as a prodigious youth. Is that so? Su Qingyu, who had been listening idly, interjected nonchalantly. Perhaps you should engage in more discussions in the future, lest Shuhua spends too long pondering alone. Only then did Su Shuhua realize her rapt attention to Gu Yunjing's explanation had led her too close to him, and she quickly stepped back, blushing. The tea is served. Please enjoy. I must return to my room. Observing that Su Qingyu was preoccupied and unlikely to review his homework anytime soon, Gu Yunjing also stood to take his leave. Then I shall return to my studies as well. Su Qingyu nodded, not attempting to retain him, and continued focused on the cricket in the jar. That evening, reclining in a grand chair, Su Qingyu admired Gu Yunjing's writings, exclaiming, "Marvelous! The diction, the vigor, far surpasses that of my peers from years past. And to think he's also proficient in foreign languages and arithmetic. My disciple is truly remarkable." Su Suhu, meeting the mat, then why not praise him to his face? Compliments delivered behind one's back are unheard. Su Qingyu dismissed this notion. What if he becomes arrogant upon receiving praise? Since he is a promising talent, he must be tempered lest he becomes complacent. With that, he sat up, gazing meaningfully at his daughter. "I noticed you two were quite engrossed in conversation today. What do you think of Gu Yunjing?" At first, Su Shuhua was taken aback, responding, "He is rather impressive. Your disciple is naturally superior." Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushing. "We were merely discussing academics. There was nothing else involved. What are you implying?" She tossed a pastry to Su Qingyu and hurried back to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Su Qingyu shook his head. It is truly baffling to decipher what the youth of today are thinking. He set aside his thoughts, reaching for a piece of pastry, dismissing the matter as trivial, believing that it was too early to ponder such things. He would let nature take its course. Chapter 35. The Qingming Gathering during the Qingming Festival. As the weather warmed and life flourished, Su Qingyu seized a rare opportunity of a holiday from Deer Creek Academy to take his daughter and Gu Yunjing down the mountain, inviting several friends for a gathering. In a quaint courtyard located in the southeastern corner of Hangzhou, laughter and cheer echoed, for this was the residence Su Qingyu had arranged outside the academy, seldom inhabited except for hosting guests. As old friends arrived one by one, the courtyard gradually buzzed with activity. "Su brother, it has been too long. How have you been?" A distinguished middle-aged gentleman with an air of authority entered from outside. Upon seeing his old friend, Su Qingyu's face brightened. Ziku, are you not in Jinhua Prefecture? What brings you so far to my humble abode? Did you not mention you had taken on a promising disciple? I simply had to come and meet him. Xiao Zike laughed heartily, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Gu Yunjing. Is this indeed my esteemed nephew? He possesses remarkable talent. Yet you failed to mention his striking appearance in your letters. Su Qingyu, feigning modesty, was inwardly elated. Oh, not all. You have overly praised this lad. Turning to Gu Yunjing, he introduced, this is Master Xiao Zike, the governor of Jinhua Prefecture, a fellow scholar from my examination cohort, whose poetry and prose are highly esteemed, even by the emperor. Gu Yunjing bowed respectfully. I am Gu Yunjing, and it is an honor to meet you, Master Xiao. Xiao Zike waved off the formalities, saying, your teacher exaggerates. I am hardly deserving of such accolades. I have been friends with your teacher for over a decade. There is no need for formality. Simply call me Uncle Xiao. Su Shuhua approached with a smile. Uncle Xiao, perhaps you should cease your conversation. The dishes are ready. Let's take our seats. Today, we have your favorite xiaolu bai. Then I must indulge in a few cups. With that, Xiao Zike eagerly moved inside. The banquet was filled with Su Qingyu's acquaintances, with only Su Shuhua and Gu Yunjing among the younger generation, many of whom had watched Su Shuhua grow up. Thus, there was no need for pretense. And all sat together to dine. Everyone was aware that Su Qingyu had taken on a disciple, and curiosity flourished, turning the collective attention toward Gu Yunjing. Su brother, your letters portrayed this young disciple as a flower in bloom. I heard he wrote over 10 letters in a single day to announce his newfound pupil. Now he sits before us. Why not sing his praises? It was said that Gu Yunjing had competed fiercely with the young scion of the Fong family before successfully becoming his disciple. Such an exceptional student. How did I not encounter him? Su Qingyu has certainly struck gold. Gu Yunjing, surprised, glanced at Su Qingyu. Realizing he had not anticipated his teacher to possess such a boisterous nature, appearing composed before him while boasting about his remarkable disciple to his friends. Eager for all to know he had acquired a rare talent. Feeling Gu Yunjing's scrutinizing gaze, Su Qingyu cleared his throat awkwardly. Are all these exquisite dishes and fine wines insufficient to silence you? If so, let us engage in a drinking game, and let you speak to your heart's content. Excellent. Let today's theme be Qing Ming. Whoever is called upon must compose a poem. Upon this declaration, the crowd readily agreed. Xiao Zike cast a glance at Yunji and remarked, I have long heard that your young disciple possesses remarkable literary talent and considerable spirit. Why not start with Yunji and compose a poem to demonstrate your abilities to us old fellows? Gu Yunji's heart raced with trepidation as he quickly declined, saying, I truly lack proficiency in poetry, so it would be better for the esteemed gentlemen to enjoy themselves while I accompany you. He could manage essays and treatises with ease, but poetry eluded him. Rather than produce a nonsensical piece that would embarrass his teacher, he preferred to decline outright. That's simply one do. They insisted. We have come mostly to meet you, and it would be unacceptable to let you merely observe. His teacher, Su Qingyu, often praised his poetic skills. They could not possibly think he was reluctant to perform in front of us, could they? Gu Yunji never imagined that Su Qingyu, in addition to his public boasting, would also sing his praises. He forced a smile and replied, I would not dare to show off in front of such esteemed gentlemen. I genuinely am not skilled in this art. Therefore, I shall punish myself with a cup of wine and spare you all for my clumsiness. With that, he drained his cup in one go. Excellent. Xiao Zike did not wish to press him further and turned to Su Qingyu with a sly smile. It seems your disciple is rather reserved and disinclined to seek the spotlight. Su Qingyu, undeterred, retorted, that is natural. He only shares his poetry and essays with me. The room erupted in laughter, teasing Su Qingyu for his self-adoration. Esteemed uncles, I, Shu Hua, shall take the initiative and compose a poem. At that moment, Su Shu Hua stood and, under the attentive gaze of the assembly, recited a graceful piece, earning resounding applause. Xiao Zike beamed. Our Shu Hua has been a talented girl since childhood. After years apart, her literary depth has only grown. I find myself humbled. Uncle Xiao is too modest. I am aware of my own limitations and hope my amateur performance does not amuse you too much. Gu Yunji was somewhat taken aback by Su Shu Hua's demeanor. He had always perceived her as a shy maiden of modesty, never exhibiting any flamboyant behavior. Yet here she was, reciting poetry effortlessly before a gathering of learned gentlemen, exuding confidence and charm, which left him awestruck. The effects of the autumn wine were overwhelming. Having consumed more than he realized, he suddenly felt the tumult in his stomach, and the urge to vomit surged up his throat. He could only inform Su Qingyu before hastily making his way outside. After a few breaths of fresh air, the nausea subsided somewhat. Gu Yunji leaned against the wall, retching for a while, but nothing came up. He felt a heavy pressure in his chest, gasping for breath, and was worse off than before. At that moment, a delicate hand appeared before him. A hangover remedy. Su Shuhua presented a bowl of hot broth. "Drink this. It will help you feel better." "Thank you," he said, taking the bowl and sipping the warm liquid, which brought immediate comfort to his stomach. Su Shuhua playfully teased. "Gu Gongzi has become quite the sensation at the academy these past months. Everyone praises you as a polymath, excelling in both literature and mathematics. I never imagined you would struggle with your wine tolerance." Gu Yunji raised his head at her words, despite having consumed a similar amount of alcohol. Su Shuhua merely exhibited a faint blush, unperturbed. He admired her. "I had no idea Miss Su possessed such a remarkable capacity for wine. In addition to her prowess in poetry, I previously thought." Before he could finish, Su Shuhua interjected, "You thought I was merely a cage canary, skilled only in embroidery, correct?" No, that is not what I meant." Gu Yunji stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment. "I am but a humble observer. I had only glimpsed a fragment of your literary talent and did not foresee the extent of your brilliance, which leaves me feeling quite inadequate." "Enough of that. I was merely jesting. People often say that geniuses possess a degree of arrogance. Yet here you are, exhibiting such humility." Gu Yunji felt somewhat flustered and replied, "Miss Su is overly kind. I cannot claim to be anything resembling a genius." Su Shuhua ceased her teasing, turning to return to the gathering. The others continued to drink and enjoy themselves until dusk descended, at which point they gradually dispersed. Su Qingyu did not linger, escorting Gu Yunji and Su Shuhua back to the academy before nightfall. Chapter 36. The Emperor approaches early in the morning. The students of Lucy Academy gathered in the small square, eagerly awaiting the distribution of new academy robes. "Guo, su embroidery. Why is the academy suddenly providing us with such splendid garments?" One student marveled at the new attire, which was evidently of superior craftsmanship and material compared to previous versions, leaving him puzzled. Another student leaned in conspiratorially. "Haven't you heard? His Majesty the Emperor is touring the South and intends to visit our Lucy Academy. Is that true?" Skepticism washed over another face. The official reports only mentioned the Emperor's journey along the Yellow River. Nothing was said about traveling to the South. Is there any doubt? The funding for these garments came directly from the Hangzhou government, specifically tailored for us to present ourselves decently when receiving His Majesty. No wonder there have been so many craftsmen repairing the academy lately. It was all for the Emperor's visit. Why hadn't we heard about this sooner? Of course, the Emperor's itinerary cannot be casually disclosed. For us common students to receive news this early is quite fortunate. At that moment, the official distributing the robes called out, "What are you lot murmuring about? Collect your clothes and be on your way. Don't block the path." The students fell silent, dispersing quickly. In the evening, Gu Yunji arrived as usual to submit his assignments to Su Qingyu. Remembering the day's rumors, he inquired, "Teacher, is it true that the Emperor is coming to our academy?" Su Qingyu replied casually, "Where did you hear that? It's all anyone is talking about. It must be spreading throughout the academy by now. News travels fast." Su Qingyu took a leisurely sip of tea. "It is indeed true." His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Gu Yunji's rising excitement. "He really is coming? Why do we hear nothing until now? Wasn't he said he was only touring the river?" Su Qingyu clicked his tongue lightly and said, "So what if he is coming? Why are you so agitated?" "Teacher, this is the Emperor, the revered sovereign of the great Xia dynasty. The same Emperor I have only seen in dramas and novels is now truly coming to our midst. And I may even have the chance to meet him in person. How can I not be excited?" Su Qingyu dismissed his enthusiasm. "And what of it? I've seen it before." Ignoring Gu Yunji's incredulous expression, he continued, "As for why His Majesty is visiting Lucy Academy, it is because he has seen your treatise on river management and wishes to meet you." "The Emperor wishes to meet me?" Gu Yunji felt as though struck by lightning. How could His Majesty have seen my article? Because I presented it to him. I had no idea. Su Qingyu raised a hand to signal him to calm down, then continued, I did not expect you to catch the Emperor's attention either. When I first read your insights, I sent the article to Lord Pan Shiliang, who forwarded it to the Emperor. Hence your work came to His Majesty's notice. At such a young age, to be remembered by the Emperor, you should take delight in it. Gu Yunji felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Do I need to prepare anything for the audience? What should I say? What if I say something foolish? Su Qingyu reassured him, relax, just speak as you feel. His Majesty may be young, but he is quite astute. If you over-rehearse, it may irritate him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunji abandoned his preparation and couldn't he help but ask, but the official reports only mention the Emperor's river tour. Is his journey to the south a sudden decision? However, if the itinerary is suddenly expanded, accommodations will be difficult to arrange. Do the esteemed officials of the court consent to this? Naturally, they do not agree, and there is considerable uproar. It is said that several censors jumped up in protest, some claiming it would exhaust the populace's resources, while others argued that increasing the journey mid-route would leave insufficient time for preparation, leading to a barrage of memorials to obstruct the plan. The Emperor, infuriated, ordered those censors to be dragged out and punished, declaring that he would proceed southward regardless. If they truly disagreed, he would embark on a covert visit. The ministers were unwilling to accept this and had no choice but to compromise by reducing expenses, cutting down on ceremonial displays, and allowing only a small entourage of officials to accompany the Emperor southward. Gu Yunji remarked that the Emperor had firmly resolved to proceed, and his decision was not to be altered by anyone. The reason he did not announce this earlier was likely due to fears of opposition from the ministers, which would prevent him from even leaving the palace. By declaring his intent mid-journey, the ministers could no longer impede him. Such audacity was commendable. Su Qingyu shook his head and sighed, remarking on the Emperor's youth. The following day, before class, the students gathered to discuss the matter incessantly. Upon seeing Mr. Chunhe enter, one bold student approached and inquired, Mr. Chun, is it true that His Majesty will visit our academy? Chunhe glanced at him and, without circumlocution, replied, yes, if all goes as planned, it should be around mid-April. Instantly, the classroom erupted with excitement, and the student asked, will we be able to receive His Majesty? That should be the case. At least when His Majesty first arrives, the headmaster will lead everyone at the academy to welcome him at the mountain gate. One student's eyes sparkled with ambition. If I have the chance to meet the Emperor, might I also present my writings? If I earn his favor, then what need have I for the arduous civil service examinations? Hearing this, Chunhe's expression hardened as he slammed a book onto the table, exclaiming, foolish! Do you think His Majesty is so easily approached? Instead of focusing on your studies, you waste your efforts on such trivial pursuits. You might find yourself skewered by the guards before you even reach his presence. Let us consider if you truly manage to present your work to His Majesty. What then? Would he promote you based on a mere essay? During the reign of the late Emperor, a scholar who had repeatedly failed the examinations risked it all to submit his work to the late Emperor, hoping to gain royal favor. In the end, the late Emperor denounced his intentions as unscrupulous, stripping him of his title and banning him from future examinations for life. The current Emperor has only recently ascended the throne, and his temperament remains unpredictable. If you wish to incur His Majesty's wrath, by all means try. But be aware that your self-recommendation could also bring ruin upon the academy. The students were cowed into silence, heads bowed, afraid to make a sound. The one who had proposed self-recommendation trembled, no longer daring to bring it up. Chunhe surveyed the room with fierce eyes, warning, I advise you all to suppress any misguided thoughts. The Emperor's visit to the academy may seem fortuitous, yet it harbors numerous dangers. One misstep could lead to the punishment of the entire academy. I do not seek praise from His Majesty. I only hope we can see him off safely, and that would be a blessing. With that, Chunhe ceased further commentary and began the lesson. Following this, the fervor surrounding the Emperor's impending visit gradually diminished, and life returned to normalcy. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was April, with the day of the Emperor's arrival drawing near. Chapter 37. The Emperor arrives on a day in mid-April. Officials arrived at Xixu Academy to announce preparations for the Emperor's visit. That day, Su Qingyu dared not drink even a sip of water, fearing any misstep during the reception. Early in the morning, he led everyone from the academy to stand at the mountain gate in anticipation of the Emperor's arrival. In the square, Su Qingyu and the teacher stood at the forefront, while the students formed orderly lines behind them, standing straight, not daring to slouch. However, as the sun rose high, the emperor's shadow was still absent, and the students, weary and hungry, began to murmur complaints. How long must we wait? My legs are stiff. I fear I might fall flat on my face when the emperor arrives. Me too, and I'm quite hungry. I only had a bun for breakfast and didn't even dare to drink porridge. One student, lacking restraint, remarked, "If the emperor cannot arrive soon, why make us wait here so early? Can he not show a bit more consideration?" Silence. Su Qingyu suddenly turned and reprimanded. "Have you lost your minds? How dare you speak ill of his majesty behind his back?" Su Qingyu lowered his voice, a mix of shock and anger flashing in his eyes as he glared at the students. "You may not value your heads, but I certainly value mine. If I thought his majesty could notice any hint of dissent, I would gladly bind you all and gag you to avoid any potential disaster." The students had never witnessed Su Qingyu in such a fury, and they quickly steadied themselves, wishing they could lock their mouths shut to avoid making any sound. The few who had complained fell silent, shrinking back in fear. It was not until afternoon that several squads of guards hurried into the academy, swiftly inspecting the premises before taking their positions with disciplined precision, silently observing the gathered crowd. The guards, well-trained and solemn in demeanor, created an atmosphere of tension. Soon, distant sounds of drums and music could be heard, heralding the approach of the emperor's procession. As the music grew nearer, anxiety rippled through the crowd, and everyone bowed their heads low, afraid to breathe. Before long, numerous armed guards and various attendants entered. An eunuch stepped forward, raising his sharp voice to announce, "His Majesty has arrived." Su Qingyu bowed his head, catching sight of a flash of bright yellow fabric as the emperor descended from his palanquin, and he promptly knelt, proclaiming, "Commoner Su Qingyu pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." The crowd behind him quickly followed suit, bowing low, chanting, "Long live the emperor." Emperor Jingfeng, Li Zheng, wore a warm smile and extended his hand to assist Su Qingyu, saying, "No need for such formalities. You are too humble, Mr. Su. Even if you're not currently an official, you have taught me before, and with your title of Jinshi, how can you refer to yourself as a commoner?" Su Qingyu replied respectfully, "I am but an old man who temporarily taught at the Imperial Academy for a few days. I cannot presume to be your majesty's teacher." The emperor regarded him with interest, chuckling, "When you were at the Imperial Academy, Mr. Su, your hair was already graying, and you appeared somewhat haggard. Now, after retreating to this mountain, you seem to have regained your vitality. Indeed, the pressures of court life can age a person quickly." "You exaggerate, your majesty," Su Qingyu replied, "neither obsequious nor arrogant. If I truly wished to escape the court, why would I have come to serve as the headmaster of Gu Xue Academy, urging these children to pursue the civil service examinations?" Hearing this, Emperor Jingfeng laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that is indeed true. Over the years, Gu Xue Academy has nurtured numerous talents for the court. I've heard you have recently recruited a new batch of students. Are there any promising ones among them?" Su Qingyu responded, "There are a few with commendable potential. Allow me to summon them for your majesty to meet." With that, he gestured for Gu Yunjing and the others to step forward, introducing them one by one. "This is Cheng Yin, who has consistently ranked among the top in our recent monthly examinations. This is Feng Ziguei, not a new student but quite talented, having excelled in last year's local examination. And lastly, this is Gu Yunjing, my newly accepted disciple, who I have brought along without hesitation." The students approached to pay their respects, and when it was Gu Yunjing's turn, he stepped forward and knelt, declaring, "Student Gu Yunjing pays his respects to your majesty." "Oh, so you're Gu Yunjing?" Emperor Jingfeng expressed interest, noting his youth and talent. "You may rise. I shall seek you out later to discuss strategies for managing the rivers." Subsequently, Emperor Jingfeng raised his head and spoke in a resonant voice to the assembled students. "I have long heard that the talents at Lucy Academy are exceptional, and seeing you all today, I find a reputation to be well-deserved. Each of you is brimming with vigor and possesses extraordinary poise. You bear the weighty responsibility of being the pillars of our great Xia dynasty. I hope you will strive earnestly in comprehending the teachings of the sages, for it is through your success in the imperial examinations that you will better serve the court in the future." Upon hearing the emperor's words of praise and encouragement, the students were filled with excitement. Their fatigue vanished, and they responded in unison, yes. We will not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Emperor Jingfeng nodded in satisfaction and was about to continue his conversation with Su Qingyu when he noticed a timid figure in the crowd. Sui, come forth. Su Qi hurriedly adjusted his sleeves and swiftly emerged from the throng. Bowing deeply, student Su Qi, paying respects to your majesty. Emperor Jingfeng playfully kicked his backside and said, Why hide? Am I truly that fearsome? Su Qi replied, I did not intend to hide, your majesty. I merely lost my footing and was startled by your majesty's imposing presence. Amused, Emperor Jingfeng laughed, such a smooth talker. No wonder I did not see you at this year's Lantern Festival banquet in the palace. It turns out you ran off here. Did you not say you would not come, regardless of how many sticks Duke Dingwa broke? With utmost seriousness, Su Qi responded, In truth, I did not wish to come. But upon hearing that the crickets at Lucy Academy are particularly combative, I was compelled to witness them for myself. This entirely amused Emperor Jingfeng, who pointed a finger at Su Qi's forehead and said with a hint of exasperation, You remain as playful as ever. I recall, when I was still at the Zhaowang residence, you would often come to set off firecrackers, causing quite a few fish in the pond to perish. Feeling embarrassed at the public mention of his past mischief, Su Qi sheepishly rubbed his head. You were very close to me in childhood, yet now that you have grown, you seem more distant. Su Qi quickly replied, In my youth, I was ignorant and caused many blunders. I am grateful for your majesty's leniency. Having matured, I understand the importance of being cautious and discreet. Your majesty, being burdened with state affairs, I would not dare to trouble you as I did in my youth. Just you cautious and discreet? Spare me. Emperor Jingfeng remarked leisurely. However, your father, Duke Dingwa, is a military general. You, as his son, do not follow in his footsteps, but instead seek to take the civil examinations. What do you ultimately aspire to do? A scholar or a warrior? His casual words sent a chill down the spines of Su Qingyu and the others, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. What did this mean? Was it implying that Duke Dingwa intended to combine civil and military prowess to control the court? Though Emperor Jingfeng appeared to be engaging in casual conversation, each remark was a subtle probe into others. Fortunately, Su Qi was quick-witted and replied with vigor, though I may be lacking in talent. I possess a loyal heart devoted to the nation. Whatever your majesty commands, I shall comply. If your majesty desires me to serve in the military, I shall defend the borders. If your majesty wishes for me to pursue literary studies, I shall take the imperial examinations and serve you in the court for a lifetime. Who said anything about you accompanying me for a lifetime? Emperor Jingfeng laughed and scolded lightly, clearly pleased with the response, his smile growing more genuine. Very well. Having such intent is commendable. You are still quite young, and Duke Dingwa is not yet old. The day you take on responsibilities is still far off. With that, he beckoned the group to follow him and stepped towards the academy. Su Qi sighed in relief and hurried his pace to catch up with the others. Gu Yunji also felt a wave of apprehension. Indeed, serving a sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. One must remain vigilant at all times and never let their guard down. Chapter 38. The summons upon arriving at the designated resting chamber prepared for the emperor at the academy. Emperor Jingfeng instructed the others to wait outside while he called in Gu Yunji, Su Qingyu, and a few close attendants. Inside, Emperor Jingfeng addressed Gu Yunji directly. I have read your treatise on river management, and your perspectives are quite innovative. In particular, your suggestion regarding afforestation is unprecedented. Pray, enlighten me on how you conceive this idea. Gu Yunji responded, In answer to your majesty, I once overheard an old farmer in the countryside discussing that if crops are not tilled for an extended period, their roots will grow deeper, and the soil will become increasingly compacted, making it exceedingly difficult to till. Thus, I surmise that the same holds true for the upper reaches of the Yellow River, where the soil in Guangzhou is loose and easily washed away by rain. If we extensively plant trees in the Guangzhou area, it will conserve water and soil, solidifying the earth and not only addressing the sediment issues of the Yellow River, but also gradually transforming Guangzhou into a bountiful land. Emperor Jingfeng looked on with keen interest. Have you conducted any experiments? What is the feasibility of this method? Gu Yunji replied honestly, I have not conducted any experiments and cannot guarantee its feasibility. Huh? So you are merely engaging in idle talk without practical basis? Emperor Jingfeng's tone was calm, his gaze profound. Your Majesty, Su Qingyu suddenly knelt before the emperor. Hastily defending his pupil, Gu Yunji's so-called river management strategy was merely a spontaneous remark made in class, and not something he anticipated would be taken so seriously. This young lad is still naive. I implore your majesty not to take offense. Emperor Jingfeng raised his hand. Su Qingyu, rise. I was merely inquiring of him. I have no intention of punishing him. Gu Yunji remained composed and replied, Your Majesty's inquiries deserve honest answers. While afforestation may sound straightforward, it is indeed a complex matter. What species of trees should be planted? At what density should they be sown? What is the survival rate of the trees? Should we account for cold resistance and pest control? Each of these questions requires careful consideration and deliberation. Moreover, the expanse of land in Guangzhou varies, and the strategies for planting must be tailored to local conditions. One cannot apply a one-size-fits-all approach. Each detail is of utmost importance. A single misstep could lead to significant financial losses. I have not conducted any experiments and dare not speak recklessly before your majesty. In a previous life, it was said that afforestation stabilizes soil and water, a path that the government had successfully implemented, demonstrating its efficacy. However, Gu Yunji had only read about this in textbooks. He was utterly ignorant of how to execute it. If he dared to speak carelessly before the emperor, the consequences could be dire. Emperor Jingfeng said, Are you suggesting that this afforestation must be discussed and surveyed for 3 to 5 years before it can commence? Yet the issues concerning the Yellow River are pressing and allow no time for slow deliberation. Gu Yunji took a deep breath and replied slowly, Indeed, in my humble opinion, the method of binding water to combat sand is currently the most reliable. The risk lies in the fear that the results may not meet expectations. If the sediment is not washed away, floods may come first. However, as long as the flow rate of the Yellow River and sediment content are calculated accurately, the feasibility of this method will become evident. Should your majesty harbor doubts, I suggest sending someone to conduct a survey. At that moment, a silent minister standing nearby suddenly spoke up. We have already conducted the survey, and it is feasible. Gu Yunji looked at him in astonishment, only to see Emperor Jingfeng smiling as he said, Indeed, we have completed the survey and found it feasible after calculations. This was also the primary purpose of my inspection of the Yellow River. He then introduced, This is Lord Pan Shiruyang, who proposed a method of binding water to combat sand. Gu Yunji held great admiration for Lord Pan, known for his river management expertise, and immediately bowed. So you're Lord Pan Shaoqing. I am honored. He is no longer the vice minister of the Dali Temple. Emperor Jingfeng interjected, but the right assistant minister of the Supervisory Bureau. I have appointed him to oversee river affairs, specifically responsible for this binding water to combat sand project. Pan Shiruyang smiled gently. I am grateful for your majesty's trust and will devote myself wholeheartedly to the task of managing the Yellow River, ensuring I do not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Turning to Gu Yunji, he continued, I have also read your article. Although your ideas are somewhat immature, they are indeed pioneering. In the future, there may be opportunities to conduct small-scale trials in Guangzhou. Perhaps they could genuinely reduce sediment and clarify the waters of the Yellow River. Then you would be a great benefactor recorded in history. Gu Yunji's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, Your Excellency, you flatter me. What you are doing is truly a benevolent act that will benefit generations to come. My so-called river management strategy is merely fanciful talk meant to attract attention in the classroom, and I dare not compare it to your esteemed plans. Gu Yunji spoke earnestly, acknowledging that his ideas on afforestation were borrowed from modern wisdom, not his original thoughts. However, the method of combating sand with water was entirely Pan Shiruyang's own invention, which indeed paved the way for historical progress. Such praise from his counterpart made him feel particularly humbled. Gu Yunji's humble response greatly pleased Emperor Jingfeng, who appreciated his talent coupled with humility, recognizing him as a worthy disciple of the Gu family from Songjiang. The emperor then turned to Su Qingyu and continued, Mr. Su, you mentioned earlier that you have taken this young man as your pupil. You are quite swift in your actions. Ensure that he participates in the imperial examination and enters government service without delay. Su Qingyu replied, Naturally, I shall diligently guide him so that he may serve your majesty at the earliest opportunity. Emperor Jingfeng appeared genuinely pleased, standing up to pat Gu Yunji's shoulder, saying, You must work hard and not disappoint my expectations. Gu Yunji respectfully acknowledged this. Seeing this, the emperor did not speak further and gestured for him and Su Qingyu to leave. Once outside, and certain that the room was devoid of eavesdropping, Su Qingyu wiped the sweat from his brow and, in a trembling voice, exclaimed, "You scared me to death just now." When the emperor asked if afforestation was feasible, you answered not feasible. Could you not have been a tad more diplomatic? Gu Yunji, confused, responded, "Did you not say that His Majesty is intelligent and dislikes flattery, allowing me to speak freely? Moreover, if I were to lie, would that not be deceiving the emperor? The consequences would be dire." He then shot Su Qingyu a mischievous glance. "You claimed you were not unfamiliar with the emperor. Why then are you so afraid?" Su Qingyu was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling guilty as he turned away, eventually saying, "How could I have anticipated your candor? I previously boasted that the emperor's presence commands respect, and one must be cautious. How could one not feel apprehensive?" Suddenly recalling something, he spun back around. "Moreover, why did you commit to writing about afforestation without any assurance? You made me believe you were confident and assured. When you said you had not experimented, my legs nearly buckled." Thank goodness the emperor did not take offense. Having discerned Su Qingyu's temperament over the past few days, Gu Yunji realized he was not genuinely angry and shrugged. "Just like you, I was merely boasting. I never imagined you would send the article to Lord Pan, who then presented it to His Majesty. Look how that turned out today." Su Qingyu, unable to counter, could only turn away in resignation. Gu Yunji chuckled, recalling the earlier encounter with a mix of trepidation. He sighed deeply, just as he was about to depart when a middle-aged man in official attire approached him. "Are you Gu Yunji?" The man, observing him with a hint of admiration, remarked, "You carry yourself with decorum, displaying a dignified presence. Very commendable." Gu Yunji did not recognize him, but felt an uncanny familiarity. Judging by his attire, he held a respectable position, yet he inquired, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. May I ask your name?" The man laughed heartily. "You should not address me as Your Excellency. You ought to call me Uncle." "Uncle?" Gu Yunji was momentarily perplexed, as his family had many relatives, and he could not immediately place this particular uncle. "I am Gu Yuanhui from the second branch. Your father, Gu Kaijin, is my biological cousin. What else would you call me?" Realization dawned on Gu Yunji as he recalled that this was Gu Yuanhui, the second son of the late Gu Zangolf, currently the Minister of Justice. He quickly bowed. "Yunji pays his respects to Uncle. I did not recognize you earlier. Please do not take offense." Gu Yuanhui waved it off, smiling. "You have never seen me before. It is quite normal not to recognize me. I previously heard that the emperor was intent on visiting Levexu Academy to meet a student, and I wondered who this young man could be. Turns out it is one of our Gu family's own." Gu Yunji felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Unsure of how to respond, Gu Yuanhui stepped closer, affectionately placing a hand on his shoulder. "I thought, how could any other family's child possess the talent to win the emperor's favor? It must be one of our own from the Songjiang Gu clan. This will ensure the emperor remembers you, paving a smoother path for your future career." Gu Yuanhui's words hinted that he had been skeptical about the emperor's visit until he learned that the student in question was family. His attitude shifted dramatically, now praising Gu Yunji without reservation and no longer questioning the emperor's intentions. Gu Yunji quietly criticized this double standard in his mind. Seeing Gu Yunji maintain his composure despite being personally received by the emperor, Gu Yuanhui grew increasingly pleased. "A few years back, we had Gu Mingxian, who achieved success at 20. I thought that was remarkable. Yet here you are, Gu Yunji, emerging as a prodigy. The younger generation truly surpasses the older. Our Songjiang Gu family is destined for greatness. Your grandfather has likely only heard of your apprenticeship under Su Shanzhong and may not yet know about your meeting with the emperor. I shall write to them soon. They will be overjoyed." Speaking of his grandfather reminded Gu Yunji of his family, whom he had not seen in months, stirring feelings of nostalgia. He said, somewhat forlornly, "Yes, they will surely be delighted. Since the new year, I have yet to return home after arriving at Levexu Academy. Before long, you may have the chance to return home." Seeing your puzzled expression, let me clarify. Your elder brother Gu Yunxiao is to be wed, likely around the Dragon Boat Festival. "My brother is to be married? Since when?" Gu Yunji asked, surprised. Gu Yuanhui replied, "The engagement was recently arranged. Your father wished for your undivided attention to your studies and did not inform you during the betrothal. However, you will certainly return home for the wedding. Perhaps the letter is already on its way, and I wanted to give you a heads up." Gu Yunji had not seen his father, Gu Kaijin, and his mother, Madame Wang, discussing the match, and he found it curious that the engagement had been finalized so quickly. Which family is the bride from? She is the legitimate daughter of Zheng Haifeng, the deputy magistrate of Yangzhou Prefecture, named Xiuyan. Just turned 18. I hear she is quite lovely and a perfect match for your brother. Gu Yunji felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing this and asked, "Is she not my aunt's niece?" He recalled hearing his uncle mention her before. Indeed, she is. It is said that this match was facilitated by your uncle. Last Dragon Boat Festival, when in the city, Gu Kaili had eagerly proposed a match to Gu Yunxiao, which was indeed Zheng Haifeng's daughter, Zheng Xiuyan. Gu Yunji marveled at how a girl mentioned in passing a year ago would soon become his sister-in-law. Such is the delightful nature of fate, and he felt a rush of emotions. At that moment, the attendants outside the emperor's resting chamber suddenly became bustling, as Emperor Jingfeng concluded his conversation and emerged with Pan Shiliang and others. Gu Yunji and Gu Yuanhui ceased their discussion and hurried over to attend. As Emperor Jingfeng inhaled the fresh mountain air deeply, he felt invigorated and inspired by the serene surroundings. He turned to his companions and remarked, "The scenery here is tranquil and delightful. Why not take a leisurely stroll around the academy?" Just as Su Qingyu was about to lead the way, a thin, stern old minister interjected, "Your Majesty, it grows late. The officials of Hangzhou await your summons at the foot of the mountain. This academy, as I have observed, consists merely of classrooms and dormitories, which are hardly worth exploring. It will be prudent for us to return." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingfeng furrowed his brow, the smile that had graced his lips fading away. He fanned himself in silence for a moment. At that juncture, Gu Yuanhui stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe we still have ample time. The journey down the mountain takes but half an hour. As long as we meet with the officials before nightfall, all shall be well. Moreover, Luoxi Academy is a prestigious institution in Hangzhou, and the local government has even allocated funds for its renovation in anticipation of your visit. Your willingness to linger here a while longer would serve as recognition and encouragement for the diligent local officials. Besides, it is a rare occasion for your Majesty to indulge in such leisure. Why should Minister Zhou impede this?" With that, he cast a meaningful glance at the thin old minister. "What Gu Qing has stated is indeed true. I merely wish to take a brief stroll. It shall not delay our affairs." Emperor Jingfeng, displeased with the rejection of his suggestion and eager for someone to support him, felt his spirits lift at Gu Yuanhui's agreement. Without further ado, he began to wander ahead, prompting the others to follow suit, lest they voice their dissent. Although Gu Yuanhui supported the emperor, he himself appeared indifferent to the idea of exploration, trailing behind at a moderate pace. As the Grand Secretary Fang Shu approached him, he inquired, "Did you not vehemently oppose His Majesty's visit to Luoxi Academy? What has changed your mind to the extent that you now seem to hope he lingers longer?" Gu Yuanhui, maintaining his focus ahead, ignored the question and continued at his leisurely pace. Fang Shu, recalling something, suddenly speculated, "The young man whom His Majesty wishes to meet shares the surname Gu. Could he possibly be a distant relative of yours?" Gu Yuanhui replied nonchalantly, "He is my own nephew." "Ah, you cunning old fox!" Fang Shu exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "No wonder your attitude has shifted so dramatically. The lad is one of your kin. It's no surprise you appear so cheerful today, with your family's offspring achieving such success." Gu Yuanhui, feigning modesty, replied, "Oh, but your son Fang Zihui is commendable as well, having topped the provincial examinations. He merely lost to my nephew in the master-apprentice competition. Your son is still..." "Hey, you are finding every opportunity to boast about your nephew," Fang Shu retorted, initially prepared to be humble, but caught off guard by Gu Yuanhui's unabashed pride. They often engaged in playful banter, and Gu Yuanhui, unaffected by Fang Shu's irritation, sped ahead. As the sun began its descent, Emperor Jingfeng understood it was time to depart. Before leaving, he encouraged Gu Yunji, "You must study diligently. I look forward to seeing you at the next palace examination." Gu Yunji respectfully replied, "Yes, I shall not disappoint your Majesty." In response, the others cast envious glances at Gu Yunji, while Gu Yuanhui proudly stroked his beard. Reveling in the recognition his young relative received from the emperor, a promising future awaited him. Chapter 40. The emperor's past. Once the emperor departed, the famished students, having gone an entire day without sustenance, rushed into the dining hall like ravenous wolves. Their frantic demeanor startled the serving staff. As a throng of hungry youths with reddened eyes seemed ready to devour everything in sight, no longer discerning between dishes, consuming whatever they could find. Ahem, cough, cough. One student, in his haste, choked on his food and hurriedly sought water, exclaiming, I feel as though I could swallow an entire cow. Who isn't? I've managed only a single bun since morning. An entire day on just one bun. I nearly met my demise. You're cleverer than I. A bun may not satiate hunger, but it is still better than nothing. I had 2 bowls of porridge this morning, and not long after sunrise. I was desperate to relieve myself. Fearing embarrassment before the emperor, I held it in until he retired, turning my face purple in the process. As he spoke, he shook his head and stuffed another mouthful of rice into his mouth. As the saying goes, a growing boy can eat his father out of house and home. These ravenous youths showed no restraint, swallowing their food without chewing, causing several to gag and turn pale. Chunhee, witnessing this, could not help but rap on the table. Addressing a student who had devoured 3 bowls of noodles and was preparing to fetch more buns, slow down. No one is competing with you for food. Can you even fit that much in your stomach? At that moment, his own stomach growled in protest, and, drawn by the aroma of the food, Chunhee could no longer maintain his composure as a teacher. He dashed to the serving area, disregarding the students. Meanwhile, Gu Yunji and his companions, including Su Qi, consumed their meals in haste, with Su Qi finishing 3 bowls of rice and 1 bowl of noodles before sighing contentedly, only to notice Gu Yunji eating leisurely, seemingly unperturbed by hunger. He asked in confusion, Aren't you hungry? Of course I am. Then why do you eat so slowly? Because I have this. As Gu Yunji continued to eat, he retrieved a small box containing ginseng slices, explaining, When hunger strikes, I suck on one of these. While it does not fill the stomach, it restores vitality far better than eating nothing at all. I received these from Gu Kaijin during the county examinations. I hardly used them until now. Seeing Su Qi's astonishment, Gu Yunji pondered aloud. Logically, ginseng is primarily consumed by officials attending court. They rise early and stand for long periods, and a slice can sustain them for quite a while. Haven't you heard the Duke of Ding mention it? Su Qi shook his head. My father is a military general, often away leading troops. He rarely returns to the capital for court, so I've never heard him mention it. However, he always returns famished, capable of consuming a great deal. It seems the Duke of Dinghua manages solely on his robust constitution. Gu Yunji mused silently. At that moment, he recalled Su Qi's amiable interaction with Emperor Jingfeng earlier and asked, Are you well acquainted with His Majesty? You appeared quite close. Sui scoffed lightly, ensuring no one was listening, and leaned in. The current emperor is just over 20, only a few years my senior. We both attended the Guozijian when we were young. I often misbehaved and was frequently punished by our teachers. While others kept their distance from me, the emperor, being kind-hearted, always interceded on my behalf. At this, Cheng Yin could not resist chiming in. The emperor would advocate for you? That is quite surprising. Indeed, at that time he was still Prince Zhao. After the untimely demise of Prince Zhao, the young emperor ascended the throne without any elders to guide him. Yet, he conducted himself with composure and propriety, earning respect for his wisdom and maturity. Gu Yunji inquired, Is this how he came to ascend the throne? Perhaps. Su Qi's gaze grew distant as he recounted the past. The late emperor died without an heir, and the ministers chose his cousin, Prince Zhao, now the emperor, to succeed the throne. After that, I seldom saw him. Occasionally visiting the palace, I found him either frowning deeply or wearing a distant smile, making it difficult to read his thoughts. Perhaps the emperor is indeed different. A sovereign is a sovereign, and a subject is a subject. The divide can never truly blur. Su Qi mused with a bitter smile. In the past, he expressed understanding of the hardships faced by military generals. Yet this year, with the border situation unresolved, he hastily dispatched my father, citing the need for a commander at the border. It appears he is still wary of the Duke of Dinghua's military might, unwilling to let him linger in the capital too long. Hearing this, Gu Yunji sighed softly and chose not to pursue the topic further. On that night, within the temporary palace where the Emperor of Hangzhou was residing, an elderly eunuch carefully lit the wick of an oil lamp, then covered it with a shade, and stealthily placed it on the table of Emperor Jingfeng, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials. He cautiously suggested, Your Majesty, the night is deep. It will be prudent to rest early, lest you strain your eyes. Emperor Jingfeng responded absent-mindedly with a hum, picking up a memorial and chuckling. That old fox Gu Yuanhui previously remarked that I should not place importance on a mere youth. Yet after visiting the academy today, his tune changed entirely, claiming this lad possesses talent, and that my actions are merely to attract worthy individuals for the court. Recalling the emperor's favor towards Gu Yunji during the day, the eunuch could not help but express his concerns. Your Majesty's attention towards that young man may inadvertently bring him harm. After all, he is merely a teenager from the academy. Can he truly bear your expectations? A tall tree invites the wind. Emperor Jingfeng waved his hand dismissively. That lad is not as fragile as you perceive. He is the nephew of the current Minister of Justice, hailing from the esteemed Gu family of Songjiang. Supported by the entire Gu faction, he will not be easily suppressed. My favor towards Gu Yunji is, in essence, a favor towards the entire Gu clan. Gu Yuanhui will undoubtedly seek to consolidate my goodwill towards him, facilitating this lad's growth, making it easier for him to align with me in the future, even in times of disagreement. Moreover, the talents at Levexu Academy are abundant. The emperor set aside the memorial and picked up a new one during the imperial examinations. They can produce over 10 successful candidates. If I visit and encourage them, these students will be more loyal to me. Once they enter the court, I only hope they do not conspire with those old-timers against me. The eunuch praised, Your Majesty's foresight is indeed remarkable. Is it possible to act otherwise? Sighed Emperor Jingfeng, standing up and tossing aside the memorial. Since my ascension, how many of my desires have actually come to fruition? Those old-timers band together, colluding to obstruct my every endeavor, wishing for me to be a hands-off sage ruler so they can act with impunity beneath me. Yet, how many of them are truly clean? They feign loyalty to the country while scheming for their own interests. Alas, I find myself unable to take decisive action against them at this moment. Moving to the window, he gazed into the inky darkness of the night, his expression profound. Everyone claims that being an emperor is desirable. Yet only upon assuming the throne does one realize it feels akin to being shackled by a 1,000-pound yoke, never truly free to act as one wishes. Even with grand ambitions, one cannot control the court. Whatever actions I take, they deem me juvenile and thoughtless. It is clear they see my youth and inexperience. Unwilling to relinquish power, I feel like a puppet manipulated at will. I truly do not comprehend the allure of this role. The eunuch, hesitant to interject, lowered his head in silence. After a moment, Emperor Jingfeng turned back, his eyes regaining their customary indifference, and calmly stated, The hour grows late. It is time to retire. Chapter 41. Returning home as Gu Yuanhui had predicted, not long after, Gu Yunji indeed received a letter from home, urging him to return before the Dragon Boat Festival to attend Gu Yunxiao's wedding. In the letter, Gu Kaijin explained that the seemingly hurried engagement process for Gu Yunxiao was primarily due to his despondency following his unsuccessful examination, leaving him lackluster and uninspired. The intention behind hastening his marriage was twofold: to help him redirect his focus and regain his spirits, and to ensure that once married, Gu Yunxiao would have new responsibilities, preventing him from becoming overly fixated on the imperial examinations, which had previously left him devastated after failure. Gu Kaijin also praised Gu Yunji in the letter, commending his accomplishments, noting that within just a few months at Levexu Academy, he had become a disciple of the esteemed master Su Qingyu and had garnered the emperor's attention, which brought great comfort to him as a father. However, he also urged Gu Yunji to remain at ease and not to place undue pressure on himself, expressing concern that he might follow in Gu Yunxiao's footsteps. Unlike schools in previous lives, Levexu Academy did not observe summer breaks, with few holidays in the first half of the year aside from the Spring Festival. Thus, they extended the holiday for the Dragon Boat Festival, allowing nearby students to return home. With the festival approaching and still no news of Su Qi's whereabouts, Gu Yunji, feeling quite idle, climbed onto the shoulders of Gu Yunji and Chengyan. How do you plan to spend the Dragon Boat Festival? Surely you won't be cooped up in the academy, studying? Gu Yunji replied, I will return home. My elder brother is getting married. What about you? Aren't you going home? My family is in the capital. It's too far. The journey consumes too much time, especially since my father is stationed at the frontier. What would I return for alone? Su Qi shook his head, then suddenly brightened. Yunji, can I attend your brother's wedding? Gu Yunji, wary of his sudden enthusiasm, cautioned, My home is in Huading County, Songjiang Prefecture. While not as distant as the capital, it is still a considerable distance. Moreover, we are of humble means. Our home lacks the opulence of your duke's residence. Would you be comfortable? Su Qi playfully nudged him. Am I the sort of pampered heir who cannot endure a modest dwelling? You underestimate me. If you refuse to let me go, then leave Cheng Yin behind. Someone must keep me company in the academy. Cheng Yin chuckled. It has been a long while since I last saw my family. I too must return home for the Dragon Boat Festival. Upon hearing this, Su Qi's interest peaked. Where is your home? I could accompany you. Cheng Yin pointed to Gu Yunji, Huading County, Songjiang Prefecture. We are from the same place. You both hail from the same town. How did I not know this? Su Qi exclaimed, growing more insistent. If you are both returning to Huading County, I must go too. I cannot be left behind at the academy. Cheng Yin warned. You must think carefully. The journey is long and arduous. You cannot back out midway. He then turned to Gu Yunji. Since it coincides with your brother's wedding, I would like to see it. I hope that is agreeable. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Gu Yunji sighed with a smile. Then you may come. Su Qi can stay at my home, but I must write to inform my father in advance so he can prepare for our guests. Upon hearing this, Su Qi beamed with joy and urged the two. Cheng Yin, you must hurry to book a carriage. I will tell Master Su that I will not be attending the cricket fighting event this Dragon Boat Festival, nor will Gu Yunji submit his assignments. Not long after Gu Yunji sent out the letter, he received a response from home, welcoming the news of him bringing 2 classmates to attend Gu Yunxiao's wedding. Gu Kaijin expressed his delight, stating that he had prepared the guest rooms and wished them a safe journey. Thus, on the eve of the Dragon Boat Festival, Gu Yunji and his companions packed their belongings and set off for home. Along the way, Su Qi marveled at everything, and as they neared Huading County, he exclaimed, indeed, this is Jiangnan. Not only is the scenery beautiful, but it is also prosperous. This small county is even more vibrant than the prefectural city in the north. Cheng Yin laughed. Having grown up in the capital, what have you not seen? In terms of prosperity, no place can compare to the capital. While Jiangnan may not rival the capital in wealth, the customs and culture are vastly different. I barely noticed when reporting to the academy, but I have come to realize how remarkable Jiangnan truly is. As he spoke, he poked his own cheek. After spending a few months in Jiangnan, I feel as if I had become more refined. Gu Yunji could not help but chuckle at his self-absorbed expression, just as he was about to tease him. Su Qi pointed ahead. There are many people standing outside the city gate, and it seems there is even an official among them, intently watching our carriage. Following Su Qi's gesture, Gu Yunji indeed spotted a man in green official robes and several constables standing at the city gate, craning their necks to observe the carriage as it slowly passed by. Is that County Magistrate Chenrong? Gu Yunji wondered aloud. What are they doing here? Cheng Yin shook his head. I do not know. They do not seem to be inspecting travelers, but rather appear to be waiting specifically for us. As expected, when the carriage came to a halt at the city gate, and Chenrong saw Gu Yunji and his companions disembark, he immediately donned a beaming smile. Young Master Gu, young Master Cheng, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Gu Yunji inclined his head respectfully. I pay my respects to the county magistrate. Might I inquire whether you have any pressing matters for us? Oh no, not at all. Chenrong hastily waved his hand. I heard that young Master Gu is to be wed and thought you would surely return. Young Master Cheng might also take this opportunity to visit home. I surmised that you would arrive in the coming days, so I came to greet you. He then turned to Su Qi, standing beside him, and inquired, and who might this be? This is Su Qi, son of the Duke of Dinghua. Upon hearing this, Chenrong's smile became more obsequious, his tone ingratiating. Is the young Master Su? I failed to recognize you. My apologies. Sui bowed slightly. Your Excellency is too kind. I hold neither office nor title, and thus do not deserve such high regard. Moreover, we have never met before, so it is understandable that you would not recognize me. Chenrong's expression momentarily faltered, and he awkwardly replied, You are correct, young master. It was a slip of my tongue. Gu Yunji found Chenrong's eagerness to greet them rather peculiar, and remarked, What is the true purpose of your visit, your Excellency? If there is something to discuss, please do not hesitate to speak plainly. How could it be called a pressing matter? Both young Master Gu and young Master Cheng are exceptionally gifted, achieving remarkable results at the academy. Young Master Gu, you have even been received by His Majesty. Moreover, with young Master Su accompanying you, it is only natural for me to personally come and greet such talents. Seeing their skeptical expressions, Chenrong hesitated and added, Young Master Gu, I have a younger brother who, while not a genius, is certainly not dull-witted. He unfortunately missed the enrollment at the Levexu Academy. Might I trouble you to speak to Master Su on his behalf? As a direct disciple of Master Su, Your words surely carry weight. I would be immensely grateful if you could deliver this letter. He then produced 2 silver notes and pressed one into each of their hands, saying, "And young Master Chung, Master Su has always held you in high regard. Please, assist me. This small token is merely a gesture of gratitude." Glancing at Su Chi beside him, he ultimately refrained from producing a 3rd note, turning back to the 2 with a fawning smile. Gu Yunchi glanced at the face value of the notes, 1,000 taels. Quite generous indeed. The excuse regarding missed enrollment seemed dubious. The truth likely lay in the failed submissions of his writings. Upon learning that Gu Yunchi was a disciple of Master Su and that Cheng Yan was valued for his excellent performance, Chen Rong was overly attentive in his monetary offerings. Gu Yunchi understood his motives and returned the silver notes to Chen Rong. "Your Excellency, I will convey your letter, but there is no need for this money. My teacher is a man of integrity and has his own views. Whether or not he grants exceptions is entirely his decision. If he is determined, no amount of persuasion from me will alter his mind." He accepted the letter as a favor to Chen Rong, but returned the silver notes to signify that he could not guarantee success. Cheng Yan, with a mild smile, also returned the note. "If your brother possesses talent, I am confident that even if Master Su does not grant him exception this time, he will surely excel in the next enrollment. Today, I thank you for your kind intentions, Your Excellency. My elder brother is to be wed soon. I hope you will attend the wedding. Farewell." Having said that, he paid no heed to Chen Rong's reaction and left with his companions. Young Master Gu, young Master Cheng wait. Watching them depart, Chen Rong could only relent. Glancing at the returned silver notes in his hand, he felt somewhat deflated. Had it not been for the setback he experienced with Gu Kaijin days prior, he would not have sought favors from these 2 youngsters. It seemed they were indeed as stubborn as he had feared. Chapter 42. Family reunion. Shortly after entering Huading County, Cheng Yan bid farewell to the 2 and returned home, while Gu Yunchi headed directly to the Gu residence with Su Chi. Upon arriving at the entrance, the doorman, who had been dozing off, sprang to attention upon seeing Gu Yunchi and rushed inside to announce, "The 3rd young master has returned." The 3rd young master is back from Levexu Academy. As Gu Yunchi entered, he intended to first pay his respects to his parents when suddenly a dark figure darted out and clutched his leg. "3rd young master, you've returned. I thought I would die missing you." Su Dong, sobbing uncontrollably, clung to Gu Yunchi's leg. Having been bought into the household as a personal attendant, he had grown up alongside Gu Yunchi and had never before been separated from him for such an extended period. "I am your personal attendant. Without you, I felt as if my soul had departed. Everything seemed meaningless. I could neither eat nor sleep well. You have no idea how I have endured these past few months. Is it truly that severe?" Gu Yunchi chuckled, attempting to extricate himself, but Su Dong held on tighter. With people bustling in and out at the entrance, he said, "You should let go for now." Su Dong ignored him, declaring, "Since you are back, you cannot leave me behind. I will accompany you to Levexu Academy." Gu Yunchi, exasperated yet amused, replied, "Levexu Academy does not allow students to bring attendants. Am I to be the exception? You should stay home. Then I shall work as a servant at Levexu Academy, still accompanying you. Wherever you go, I will follow. When you study, I will carry your books. When you take office, I will help you don your official robes. When you farm, I will carry the waste bucket." Su Chi chuckled at the scene. "Yunchi, your attendant is quite entertaining." Seeing Su Dong become increasingly ridiculous, Gu Yunchi reprimanded playfully, "This is the son of the Duke of Dinghua, whom I invited to attend my brother's wedding. Now, stand up and do not embarrass yourself in front of him." At this, Su Dong hastily released his grip, quickly rising and awkwardly wiping his tears from his face, feeling somewhat sheepish. "You should go to your quarters for now," Gu Yunchi instructed. "I must first greet my father and mother." With that, he and Su Chi proceeded towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, Gu Yunchi lifted his garments and bowed respectfully to his father, Gu Kaijin, and mother, Lady Wang. "I am Gu Yunchi, here to pay my respects to my parents." "Rise quickly. Why such grand gestures?" Lady Wang hurriedly helped him up. Though not her biological child, she had grown increasingly fond of this obedient and intelligent boy. She then took him by the arm and turned him around. "Let me see. You have grown taller and perhaps lost a bit of weight. Take good care of yourself at the academy. Do not neglect your meals for the sake of your studies. Just being back is enough." In contrast to Lady Wang's warmth, Gu Kaijin's paternal affection was more restrained. He silently observed his son with a look of quiet pride as Lady Wang fussed over him. Noticing Su Chi beside him, Gu Kaijin remarked, This must be the son of the Duke of Dingwa. Su Qi bowed. I am Su Qi, a junior, here to meet you. Elder Gu and Lady Gu. Gu Kaijin smiled. You are too modest, young master. After your long journey, you must be exhausted. Someone, please show the young master to a guest room to rest. Su Qi, understanding that Gu Yunxi had just returned and that there would be much to discuss among family, felt it inappropriate to intrude. He graciously departed to the guest room. Once Su Qi had left, Gu Kaijin turned to his son. I never expected that after just a few months at Levexu Academy, you would become a disciple of Master Su and even be received by His Majesty. It is truly remarkable. I had always thought you were diligent and ambitious, but I did not foresee such extraordinary talent. Even your uncle wrote to commend you. Lady Wang added with a smile, the children are growing up, and they are becoming a source of comfort. In just a couple of days, Xiaoyao will be wed. And Yunqi is also making great strides. As parents, we can only hope for the best for our children. Seeing you both thriving brings us great joy. Gu Yunqi looked around, but did not see Gu Yunxiao, so he inquired, Where's my elder brother? Why do I not see him? Gu Kaijin replied, He is in the study. Ever since he fell ill last year, your elder brother has not been in good spirits and tends to stay at home. Since their engagement, his complexion has noticeably improved, and he occasionally shows a willingness to venture outside. At this moment, he is likely unaware of your return. Gu Yunji chuckled and remarked, It seems that elder brother is quite pleased with the new sister-in-law from the Zheng family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cheerful after the engagement. Hearing this, Gu Kaijin stroked his beard with delight. Zheng Xiaoyun, being the daughter of the prefect of Yangzhou, indeed represents a commendable match, and the entire family is satisfied with this union. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Gu Yunji departed from the main hall and made his way to Aunt Zhao's courtyard. In the courtyard, Aunt Zhao had heard of her son's return early in the day and was now standing at the entrance, eagerly peering outside. Upon catching sight of Gu Yunji, she disregarded all decorum and immediately embraced her beloved son, calling out affectionately. At 15, Gu Yunji had grown significantly taller, now resembling a young adult from a distance. Having not experienced such familial intimacy in a long while, he felt somewhat uncomfortable being tightly held by his biological mother, Aunt Zhao, who fussed over him like a child. In contrast, Gu Yunxiao, usually lively and spirited, appeared more restrained this time. She laughed and said, Aunt, please release your hold. Look how uncomfortable you're making brother feel. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao hastily let go, straightened Gu Yunji's somewhat crumpled clothing, and then pulled him down to sit and chat about family matters. A few months may not seem long, yet the family had remained largely unchanged. The only noticeable difference was that Gu Yunxiao seemed to have grown a little taller and adopted a more composed demeanor. Today, she quietly awaited Gu Yunji's arrival in the courtyard, lacking her usual exuberance. This made Gu Yunji somewhat nostalgic for her former vivacity. After leaving Aunt Zhao's courtyard, Gu Yunji was eager to see Gu Yunxiao. Unexpectedly, as he approached his brother's study, he found Gu Yunxiao engaged in conversation with Su Qi. Truly, the heir apparent exhibited the demeanor befitting a noble lineage, graceful and charismatic, commanding admiration. Where's the need for such modesty? I was curious about the character of Yunji's elder brother, and upon meeting Gu today, I find not only his demeanor refined and gentle, but also his looks strikingly handsome. A truly talented youth, remarked Su Qi. Brother, I was just about to introduce you to Su Qi, Gu Yunji interjected, surprised to find them already conversing. Upon seeing Gu Yunji, Gu Yunxiao expressed mild astonishment. I only just heard of your return and assumed you would be spending some time with father and mother. I was preparing to seek you out, not expecting you to arrive here first. Su Qi added, I was bored in the guest room, so I came out for a stroll and happened to run into Gu. He was exceptionally warm towards me, rather than scolding me for wandering about without restraint. Gu Yunxiao smiled and replied, As a guest, it is our duty to show you around. It is we who have been remiss. How can we call you impertinent? As they conversed, a sudden uproar emerged from Gu Yunlin's courtyard, mixed with the sounds of a man's low growl and a woman's cries. Gu Yunxiao furrowed his brow and called over a servant approaching from that direction, inquiring, What is happening over there? The servant, panting heavily, stammered, I heard it's about the second young master's concubine being with child. The second young master wants her to have an abortion, but she refuses, and it's causing quite the commotion. Chapter 43. A concubine's pregnancy. Gu Yunlin's concubine is with child? Upon hearing the ruckus, Gu Yunxiao felt an immediate headache. With no time for idle chatter, he led the group towards Gu Yunlin's courtyard. You want to keep this child? Absolutely not. You would be killing me. Get rid of the child right now, this instant. No, I refuse. Second young master, this is your own flesh and blood. How can you be so heartless? You, a lowly servant child, what claim do you have to my blood? Dream on if you think you can rise to prominence through this child. Bah, Gu Yunlin, you scoundrel. Seeing the other party's unyielding attitude, Chuier was utterly heartbroken. She spat at him in anger. You can't even bear to keep your own child. What kind of man are you? As they approached, they witnessed Gu Yunlin forcibly dragging a maid, who was disheveled and red-eyed, refusing to leave. Gripping the courtyard wall with all her might, her nails drawing blood without her notice. Second brother, stop. Gu Yunxiao roared, then turned to the others, commanding, you lot. Separate them. Upon seeing Gu Yunxiao and the others, Gu Yunlin immediately released his hold on Chuier, adjusted his disheveled clothing, and stood silently nearby. His teeth clenched as he glared at Chuier, who was sobbing uncontrollably on the ground. Gu Yunxiao, with a stern expression, surveyed the scene and asked in a low voice, what is going on? Seeing Gu Yunlin silent, he turned to Chuier. Miss, please stop crying, stand up and speak. Whatever grievances you have, you can tell us. Hearing this, courtyard slowly rooster, sobbing, I am with the second young master's child and seek a rightful acknowledgement. Instead of granting me this, the second young master wants to abort the child. Kneeling, she implored, this is his own flesh and blood. How can a father be so cruel? I beg the eldest and third young masters to help me. Gu Yunji felt a heaviness in his heart and asked, you are Chuier, the second brother's concubine, correct? I recall that concubines must drink contraceptive medicine daily. How is it that you are now pregnant? Chuier straightened her back and slowly explained, in the past. The second young master favored me greatly, claiming that once he married, he would elevate me to the status of a concubine, and I believed him. However, gradually, he became increasingly indifferent, frequently visiting Yichuan courtyard. I was bewildered, wondering if I was not serving him well, until one day, I overheard him speaking with Sun Yinyang and learned that he was simply fickle-hearted. Upon seeing that the eldest young master had become engaged, he grew anxious about his own marriage and urged Sun Yinyang to find him a beautiful wife quickly. Sun Yinyang advised there was no rush, especially since he still had concubines to attend to, allowing him time to consider marriage. At this, Chuier glared resentfully at Gu Yunlin. He claimed to be tired of us, finding us dull and uninteresting, preferring the courtesans of Yichuan courtyard instead, stating that our lowly status did not even merit him accepting our service. With her head lowered, her tone sorrowful, Chuier continued. In that moment, I realized that his sweet words were merely deceit. What future could I possibly have with such a fickle and lustful master? I refused to accept my fate and secretly discarded the contraceptive medicine. Before long, I found myself with child. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunlin jumped up, exclaiming loudly, did you hear that, elder brother? She secretly discarded the contraceptive medicine, hoping to climb the social ladder. How can a servant with such unscrupulous intentions be allowed to remain? She still wishes to give birth to this child. What a delusion. Gu Yunxiao, pained by the noise, shouted, be quiet. Can you not keep your silence for a moment? After understanding the situation, Gu Yunxiao pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling a headache coming on. In just a few days, he was to celebrate his joyous occasion. And now, such a scandal had arisen. If word got out, how would the Gu family be perceived? What would others think of the brothers? What would the Zheng family think? Could this engagement still proceed? Gu Yunji, too, recognized the gravity of the matter and felt it was indeed troublesome. He gazed at Chuier, who was sobbing and gasping for breath, and asked pointedly, why did you choose this moment to bring this to light? Are you attempting to leverage this situation for more favorable terms, knowing my elder brother is about to wed? No. I had no such intentions. Chuier quickly denied. I originally planned to wait until the eldest young master was married before speaking up, but today the second young master insisted on drinking with me while intoxicated. I could not refuse, and thus I revealed the truth. Gu Yunlin sneered. So are you blaming me now? Had I not asked you to drink today, I would have remained unaware of such a significant matter. Did you hope to wait until your pregnancy was apparent before informing me? Listen carefully. The illegitimate child in your womb must be aborted no matter what. Second brother, Gu Yunji glared at him, admonishing, mind your words. He could no longer tolerate Gu Yunlin's demeanor. Not only was he fickle in his affections, but he also callously sought to eliminate his own flesh and blood, displaying a complete lack of responsibility, a true coward. Upon hearing Gu Yunlin's words, Chue became suddenly agitated, rushing at him with the intent to claw and strike. Gu Yunlin, do you truly possess no conscience? This is your child. Very well. If that is the case, I shall make a scene today, and we will go to the master and mistress to seek justice. You are mad. Someone pull her away. Chue, seemingly reckless, clawed and bit at him with no mercy. Gu Yunlin found himself unable to defend against her assault, awkwardly dodging around, and by the time she was restrained, several blood marks had already marred his face. As he touched his cheek and saw the blood on his hand, fury surged within him. Vile woman, what do you want from me? Do you intend to ruin me? Cuir laf de maniacali. Yes, you are unkind, and I am unrighteous. I intend to ruin you. I will make this matter public, so that everyone in Huading County knows that the second young Master Gu is a worthless coward who dares to act, but not to take responsibility. I wonder how you will marry a wife or take the imperial examinations in the future. You. Gu Yunlin was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, and he raised his foot to kick Chue, only to be restrained by others. As the situation spiraled out of control, Gu Yunxiao, his mind a tumult, declared, "Let's go to the main hall and invite our parents to judge the matter." Turning, he noticed Su Qi standing to the side, astonished, her mouth slightly agape, and felt a sudden shame at the family disgrace. Awkwardly, he suggested, "Well, it seems the weather is pleasant today. Why don't I take the third young master out for a stroll?" Gu Yunxiao initially intended for Gu Yunji to escort Su Qi outside, but at that moment, he felt inexplicably that Gu Yunji would manage the situation better at home, so he prepared to take her out himself. Sui, caught off guard by the dramatic scene she had witnessed upon her arrival as a guest, felt her embarrassment intensify, but upon hearing Gu Yunxiao's proposal, it seemed like a lifeline. She quickly agreed. Yes. I have long wanted to explore. Let us go now." With that, Su Qi stepped outside, eager to flee the realm of conflict. Gu Yunxiao and Su Qi left, but the matter still required resolution. Gu Yunji, his gaze somber, surveyed those present and commanded, "Someone, please summon our parents to the main hall. We need to discuss this matter thoroughly." In the main hall, after Gu Yunji recounted the entire situation, both Gu Kaijin and Madame Wang wore somber expressions, remaining silent. After a moment, Gu Kaijin, noticing Gu Yunxiao's absence, inquired, "Where is Xiao Er?" "Eldest brother and the young master have gone out shopping," Gu Yunji replied. Hearing that the guest was not present, Gu Kaijin's countenance improved slightly, and he glanced at the pitifully kneeling Chue Er and the visibly agitated Gu Yunlin beside her, slowly articulating, "Regardless, Chue Er carries my Gu family's blood. We cannot disregard her plight. However, with Xiao Er's marriage imminent, it is unwise to allow the second son to take a concubine at this juncture, as it would invite scrutiny. Once the eldest brother is married, we shall select an auspicious day for the second son to take you as a concubine. Chue Er, what do you think?" Before Chue Er could respond, Gu Yunlin exclaimed, "No, I am not yet married. Taking a concubine before marriage will ruin my prospects. Which respectable young lady would still want to marry me? You still dare to speak?" Gu Kaijin retorted, his chest aching with anger, pointing a finger at him. As Gu Kaijin's fury escalated, Gu Yunlin promptly fell silent, shrinking away, afraid to meet his father's gaze. The more Gu Kaijin observed Gu Yunlin's cowardly and timid demeanor, the more incensed he became, scolding him for his failure to take responsibility. "You show no concern for your own child, yet worry about your future marriage? Look at you. Is there any semblance of a man within you? You would cruelly discard your own flesh and blood, devoid of any sense of duty, a coward." Hearing his father's words, Gu Yunlin felt somewhat defiant, pouting. "Is it my fault she took the contraceptive and then became pregnant? Besides, there is more than one man in this household. Who says the child must be mine? We do not yet know where this illegitimate child came from." Even at this critical moment, Gu Yunlin attempted to deflect responsibility and even tarnish the child's lineage, provoking Gu Kaijin to the brink of laughter. "Chue Er is your concubine, residing in your inner quarters daily, while servants cannot even enter. With your third brother absent and your eldest brother preoccupied with his marriage, if the child is not yours, then whose could it possibly be?" Gu Yunlin muttered quietly, "Isn't there still you, father?" "Wretched child, what did you say?" Gu Kaijin's rage surged, making him dizzy as he grabbed a nearby teacup and hurled it at Gu Yunlin. Gu Yunlin ducked just in time. the cup soaring past his head and shattering on the floor behind him. Seeing that his aim had missed, Gu Kaijin swiftly approached and kicked him to the ground. Still unsatisfied, lifting his foot for another strike, only to be restrained by Gu Yunji, who wrapped his arms around him. "Father, please calm down. It is imperative we resolve this matter first and ensure that eldest brother successfully marries his bride. Even if you cripple the second brother now, it will not remedy the situation." At these words, Gu Kaijin halted, casting a cold glance at Gu Yunlin before turning away to suppress his rising anger. Sighing, he returned to his chair, propping his head with his hand, falling into a long silence. Gu Yunlin, terrified and weeping, huddled on the ground, afraid to make a sound. After a while, Madame Wang finally spoke. "Chue, as a concubine, has failed to serve her master properly. She even dared to take contraceptives and become pregnant, intending to use this as leverage for a name. If we were to acquiesce to her demands, what would prevent others from following suit? Would there be any order left in this household? In my opinion, we should terminate the pregnancy, silence her, and sell her off. This way, we can keep the matter contained, ensuring it does not disrupt Shower's marriage or hinder the second brother's future prospects." Madame Wang was seething with resentment towards Gu Yunlin for causing such trouble at this critical juncture, jeopardizing Gu Yunxiao's marriage. However, as he was still Gu Kaijin's son, she dared not voice her discontent openly, redirecting her ire towards Chue, dealing with her without any semblance of mercy. Upon hearing this, Chue raised her head, incredulous. "Madam, are you truly going to handle me in such a cruel manner? Is this how the Gu family of Huading County conducts themselves?" Lowering her gaze, her expression shifted from despair to resentment, a glint of determination in her eyes. "Since you leave me no path to live, then do not expect to fare well either. Today, I shall end my life here in this hall. Let's see if your Gu family can cover up a murder." With that, Chue surged forward, intent on crashing into a nearby pillar. Gu Kaijin, alarmed and furious, stood abruptly, shouting, "Stop her!" Everyone rushed forward, hands grasping to restrain Chue, pinning her to the ground, rendering her immobile. Seeing this, Gu Kaijin finally felt a sense of relief. The series of unexpected events had drained him emotionally, and he sat back in his chair, overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. In the early years of the current dynasty, a decree was issued regarding the maintenance of servants, with strict regulations on the number of slaves permitted for individuals of various official ranks, while commoners were prohibited from owning slaves. Over a century later, the practice of slave ownership had become rampant, and not only officials, but even ordinary wealthy merchants could keep hundreds of slaves, rendering the decree nearly meaningless. In ordinary circumstances, the authorities might turn a blind eye to the number of servants exceeding the regulations, but should a life be lost, they would be compelled to intervene. The Gu family's vast household of hundreds of servants could hardly withstand such scrutiny. Although the authorities are wary of the influence wielded by the Gu family of Songjiang, and substantive punishment is unlikely, they will nonetheless feign concern to maintain appearances, issuing reprimands and fines as a matter of course. However, with Gu Yunxiao on the brink of marriage, no one wishes to stir up trouble at this critical juncture. Furthermore, it is precisely due to the lax enforcement of regulations regarding servants that their personal rights remain unprotected, rendering them vulnerable to arbitrary beatings and sales by their masters. During peaceful times, although the oppressed servants harbor grievances, they endure in silence due to the prevailing power dynamics. Yet, should calamity strike or turmoil ensue, one must remain vigilant against the possibility of these servants banding together to revolt, seeking vengeance against their masters and seizing their possessions. Thus, respectable families tend to treat their servants with a modicum of consideration, not merely for the sake of their reputation, but also for their own future safety. If Chue were to perish in this hall today, not only would the Gu family's reputation be tarnished and subject to official censure, but it would also instill fear among the other servants. If a favored servant like Chue, who has been closely attending to her master, could meet such a fate, what will become of the others? The Gu family has shown that they can disregard even the lives of their own blood in punishing a servant. Therefore, what chance would the others have should they err in the future? Should such thoughts arise among the servants, the Gu family would find it increasingly difficult to sleep soundly. Constantly fearing a knife in the back from those they employ, it is now evident that a hard approach is futile. What is needed is a gentle hand to soothe Chue, to swiftly quell the unrest. Gu Yunji was taken aback by the unfolding drama, and took a moment to regain his composure. Approaching Xue, he said softly, "Do not be alarmed. My mother was merely speaking in haste. She would not truly harm you. Let's sit down and discuss this calmly, shall we?" Faced with the prospect of death, Xue found herself with no other recourse, and, in her despair, scoffed. "Humph, I am but a lowly servant. How could I possibly contend with you? Even if we were to negotiate today, you could easily change your mind and have me silenced. What then would I be able to do?" Gu Yunji remained unfazed, gently reassuring her, "If you fear death, what else do you have to worry about? You have no other options, so why not voice your desires? Who knows? We might just accommodate you." With that, he gestured for her to stand. Hesitantly, Xue rose and, after a lengthy pause, stammered, "Initially, I thought that once the eldest master married, the second master could grant me the status of a concubine. However, after hearing the lady's words, I no longer wish to wait. I want the second master to announce my entrance with great fanfare tomorrow." "You must be dreaming." Just as Madame Wang was about to erupt, she noticed Gu Yunji shaking his head gently at her, compelling her to restrain herself, rather than immediately acquiescing to Xue's demands. Gu Yunji countered, "Xue, tell me, do you truly wish to be my second brother's concubine for life? Or is it merely because you are already his favored servant and now pregnant that you feel you have no other choice?" Xue bit her lip, remaining silent. Gu Yunji understood her predicament and continued, "Previously, you claimed my second brother to be lecherous and fickle, someone who cannot be relied upon. You sought a child to secure your position. But will a child truly alter his feelings? Moreover, your current outburst will only serve to deepen his disdain for you and your child. What good will come of it? And as for your child, being an unwanted, illegitimate offspring will not bode well for their future." Xue wavered, yet felt trapped. "But I am with child. What else can I do if I do not become his concubine?" Gu Yunji sensed that she was receptive to his words and softened his tone, guiding her gently. "Let me offer you a way out. We can help you shed your status as a servant and send you to the countryside until the child is born. At that point, you will receive a substantial sum of money, and you may go wherever you choose. I know you have family. With the money, you can move away to a place where no one knows you and start anew. We would not keep you here, fearing you might distrust us or worry for your safety. The countryside is quieter, and if you are concerned, we can provide you with new servants of your choosing." Kuya, reluctant to become Gu Yunlin's concubine, found herself intrigued by Gu Yunji's proposal but questioned its sincerity. "What if you change your mind midway? And what will happen to the child if I leave?" "The child will stay here, and when my second brother marries, they will be officially recognized under the name of his legitimate wife. A child without a mother poses no threat. I am confident that my future sister-in-law will not neglect them. For my second brother, this arrangement is far more favorable than taking a concubine before marriage, especially one who is pregnant." Gu Yunji added, "As for your concern about us reneging on our agreement, do you have any other options at present? Surely, it is better than facing death here and now. If you still doubt us, we can provide you with some money immediately, which you may send to your family to ensure they have a better life." Seeing that Xue was wavering, Gu Kaijin interjected, "Bring her 200 taels in silver notes." He continued, "Once you give birth, I will give you another 200 taels. How does that sound?" Clutching the silver notes tightly, Xue finally resolved herself, kneeling and declaring, "I agree. Thank you, my lord, and thank you, third young master, for your kindness." With this, Gu Kaijin's demeanor softened, and he immediately arranged for Xue to go to the countryside. Gu Yunji sighed in relief. A great weight lifted from his shoulders. Once Xue had departed and her figure disappeared from view, Gu Kaijin's expression turned stern as he declared, "Second young master Gu Yunlin has committed a grave error, nearly ruining the reputation of the Gu family. He shall be punished with 20 strikes and confined for a month. He is not to attend the wedding. Let him reflect on his actions in solitude. Should anyone inquire, let them be told he is ill and cannot be seen." With that, he disregarded Gu Yunlin's pleas for mercy and strode out, not once looking back. Gu Yunji and Madame Wang paid him no mind, returning to their own affairs. Soon, the sounds of strikes and Gu Yunlin's anguished cries echoed behind them, piercing and heart-wrenching enough to make one instinctively cover their ears. In the evening, upon Gu Yunxiao's return, and after learning of the situation's resolution, he could not help but commend Gu Yunji. "You handled this matter well. Were it up to me, I doubt I could have managed it so effectively." Gu Yunji recalled Gu Yunlin's cries from earlier and inquired, "How is my second brother faring?" Gu Yunxiao sighed. "He is gravely injured. The physician says he will be bettered in for at least a month. Father was quite furious this time and showed no mercy. Although this incident stemmed primarily from Xue's reckless disposal of the contraceptive medicine, the root of the issue lies with the second brother. Had he channeled his energies into his studies instead of his frivolous pursuits, or had he taken responsibility upon discovering Xue's pregnancy, offering her support and a legitimate status? Would matters have escalated to this point? Now, to silence Xue, we must pay such a heavy price, but at least it has been resolved. He shook his head. The second brother is truly lacking. Our previous leniency in his upbringing nearly led to a disastrous outcome. I hope this serves as a valuable lesson for him. Or what will become of him? Noticing Gu Yunxiao's troubled expression, Gu Yunji jested, "Elder brother, in just a few days, you shall be the groom. Why wear such a forlorn face? Be careful, or your bride may hesitate to accompany you on the wedding day." At this quip, Gu Yunxiao's mood lightened somewhat, and a smile finally graced his features. On the eve of Gu Yunxiao's wedding, Su Dong arrived early, bearing a set of vibrant red ceremonial garments for Gu Yunji. "Why must I wear such festive attire tomorrow when my elder brother is the one getting married?" Gu Yunji remarked, perplexed. Moreover, this outfit appears to be intended for a child of 8 or 9 years. Scratching his head in confusion, Su Dong replied, "I do not know. This attire was given to me by Mama Zhao, who said it was instructed by the lady. You must change quickly, for we need to prepare the wedding bed before the auspicious time." Prepare the wedding bed? Me? Gu Yunji could hardly believe his ears. In his previous life, there was a custom of pressing the wedding bed, but it was typically assigned to boys around 7 or 8 years old. It seemed absurd for a 15-year-old like him to take on such a role. He shook out the garments, draping them over his shoulders, and confirmed that they indeed fit him perfectly, leaving him even more incredulous. Did his mother truly suggest he press the wedding bed? Was there a mistake in what he heard? "Third young master, you haven't changed yet." At that moment, Mama Zhao, who was beside Madame Wang, approached him. "If we delay any longer, we might miss the auspicious hour." With that, she attempted to drape the garments over him. Gu Yunji instinctively turned his head to evade her hands, bemused yet helpless. Isn't pressing the wedding bed typically reserved for children? How can a grown person like me be tasked with that? Mama Zhao regarded him with an expression of absolute certainty. The person pressing the wedding bed is usually a boy younger than the groom, ideally a younger brother. It doesn't have to be a small child. In fact, a youth like yourself possesses more vigor, making you even more suitable for this task. Is that so? Gu Yunji pondered, slightly skeptical. But I'm no longer a child. Perhaps customs varied, and in this era, they sought a young man for the role. Nonetheless, he was still reluctant to don the bright, red, celebratory attire. Here, youth does not refer to mere age. Mama Zhao chuckled, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Everyone in the household knows you have no concubines. You're the most fitting candidate. Realization dawned on Gu Yunji, his face flushing red as he caught sight of Su Dong nearby, stifling laughter behind his hand. This only heightened his embarrassment, prompting him to give Su Dong a light kick. However, the kick lacked force, and Su Dong easily sidestepped it, suppressing his laughter and feigning seriousness. Mama Zhao speaks the truth. There is no one more suitable than you. Do put on quickly. Mama Zhao encouraged. Third young master, do hurry and change. The master and madam are already waiting in the new house. Reluctantly, Gu Yunji acquiesced, surrendering to the inevitable and donning the garments. Clad entirely in vibrant red, topped with a child's gold crown, he felt akin to a festive doll, acutely aware of the gazes directed at him as he walked, feeling utterly awkward and uncomfortable. He silently thanked his stars that Su Qi had gone to find Chang Yan today. Otherwise, he would have surely faced ridicule. Inside the new house, a throng of people had gathered. Upon seeing Gu Yunji in his celebratory attire, they found it amusing despite acknowledging it was merely a tradition. Standing at the entrance, Gu Yunji discerned the teasing glances directed his way, further intensifying his embarrassment, making him hesitate to step inside. Gu Yunxiao concealed her laughter and approached, gently pulling him inside. "Brother, come in. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Gu Yunxiao quickly chimed in, offering soothing praise. "I see my third brother looks quite dashing in that outfit. It makes you even more handsome. Come in. We are all family here, and no one will mock you." "You are clearly laughing yourself, yet claim no one will laugh at me," Gu Yunji silently retorted, begrudgingly stepping inside. Mama Zhao adjusted the bed linens and remarked, "Pressing the wedding bed can ensure a harmonious marriage and plentiful offspring. It also benefits the one pressing the bed. As it is said that the bed of newlyweds harbors auspicious energy, promoting health and well-being for the presser. With that, she guided Gu Yunji to sit by the bed. It is a win-win situation. Do not feel shy, third young master. Madame Wang added, Jeer, take off your shoes and lie down. Roll around a few times to properly press the bed. That is the best way. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gu Yunji reluctantly removed his shoes and lay down, rolling about on the bed. The youth rolls forth, spreading joy far and wide. May auspicious children come forth. A sure sign of good fortune. As he rolled, the guests around him chanted auspicious phrases. Honor your parents first. Bring glory to your ancestors. The groom cannot wait. The bride holds sweets. As the last phrase was drawn out, someone tossed a handful of dried fruits like longan and red dates onto the bed, exclaiming, May it be complete and fulfilling. Early arrival of noble offspring. Caught off guard, Gu Yunji was suddenly bombarded by the dried fruits, and as he dodged, he accidentally bumped against a chestnut, causing him to wince in pain. All right, enough, it's over now. Gu Yanxiao laughed as he pulled Gu Yunji up from the bed, handing him a red envelope. You've worked hard, third brother. This is for you. Though it was embarrassing, the prospect of receiving a red envelope was a silver lining. Gu Yunji, rubbing his sore waist, felt his frown vanish upon seeing the envelope, and cheerfully accepted it from Gu Yanxiao. Thank you, big brother. After the bed-pressing ceremony concluded, the guests dispersed. Gu Yunji was preparing to dash back to change clothes when Gu Yanxiao caught his arm, insisting he stay a little longer for luck. He approached the table, pulled out a stack of silver notes and several coins, then handed Gu Yunji a stack of red envelope papers. Take these. Since you have nothing to do, help me prepare the red envelopes for tomorrow. He began counting softly. She has 3 cousins and 1 cousin sister, each needing at least 5 taels of silver. My brother should receive a bit more, around 10 taels. Additionally, we need some smaller denominations for when they block the door during the wedding, so each envelope should contain 20 coins. 2 cousins, 5 taels each. Oh, I only have denominations of 10 left. As Gu Yanxiao calculated, he realized he had no change and turned to Gu Yunji. Third brother, the red envelope I just gave you contains 2 5-tael notes. May I borrow one for now? Gu Yunji shook. No wonder you were so generous with the red envelopes earlier. You were planning this all along. Despite his teasing, he handed over the money. Brothers do not quibble over a few taels of silver. Gu Yanxiao grinned. Just let me borrow it for now. I'll make sure to give you a larger one tomorrow. He then returned to his calculations. Noticing Gu Yanxiao's serious demeanor as he meticulously recalled the relatives from the Zheng family, Gu Yunji teased, in such a short time. Big brother has memorized the entire family tree without a single mistake. It seems you are quite attentive to your future sister-in-law. Gu Yanxiao's face flushed, but he admitted candidly, she is truly a wonderful person. Naturally, I pay her considerable attention. He then shyly lowered his head. Gu Yunji leaned closer, looking into his eyes with a smile. You've only met her a few times, and you know her so well? Gu Yanxiao grew increasingly flustered, his ears turning crimson as he stammered. Well, we've met a few times. She is beautiful and graceful, and we've been communicating. She is genuinely kind. Gu Yunji had never seen his usually composed elder brother exhibit such infatuation, and he sighed. Indeed, those on the verge of marriage are different. Their minds are consumed with thoughts of their brides, forgetting their brothers. Gu Yanxiao, amused by Gu Yunji's mock sorrow, playfully scolded, What do you mean? Forgetting your brother after marrying? I fear that when you marry in the future, you may forget even more. When I marry in the future. Gu Yunji paused momentarily. Although he had been in this world for over a year and had largely embraced his identity as a man, he had not truly contemplated his future marriage. After all, he was 15 this year, not far from marriage. But what kind of wife would he desire? A gentle and understanding one? Or a spirited, strong-willed partner? Gu Yunji found himself uncertain. Chapter 46. Big Brother's wedding. As dawn broke, the wedding procession from the Gu family had already set out. The Zheng family resides in Songjiang Prefecture, and although the journey is not particularly long, it is prudent to set off early to fetch the bride before the auspicious hour. The groom, Gu Yanxiao, adorned with a large red flower on his chest, rides a majestic steed, exuding an air of festivity. The procession is lively, accompanied by music and fanfare as they toss lucky money to the gathering crowd, inciting a flurry of joyful scrambling. Those fortunate enough to catch the money beam with delight, uttering auspicious phrases as if they cost nothing, May you have a harmonious union for 100 years. The Gu and Zheng families united, forever bound in heart. Gu Yunji, clad in brand-new attire, follows closely behind his brother. Gu Yunlin remains confined, and apart from him, several cousins from the prefecture join the wedding procession, along with the ever-curious Su Qi. The group moves forward with great enthusiasm, soon arriving at the Zheng residence, which is also beautifully decorated and bustling with excitement. Upon spotting Gu Yunxiao's wedding procession from afar, someone rushes inside to announce their arrival, and shortly, a crowd gathers at the entrance, preparing to obstruct their passage. Hold on, groom. A young man from the Zheng family stands at the forefront, blocking Gu Yunxiao's path. You think you could just take my sister away so easily? Gu Yunxiao halts, bowing respectfully to the Zheng family. What must I do to gain your permission to enter? The young man's eyes darted around, quickly concocting a challenge. I have heard that the esteemed Gu young master possesses remarkable talent at a young age. Why not compose a poem on the spot? This suggestion incited a clamor from the crowd. One poem is insufficient. Let us have a lyric poem as well. Not enough. 7 steps to compose a piece. That's what befits my cousin. The tradition of obstructing the groom has been long-standing, and during such occasions, the bride's family members invent various ways to challenge him, ensuring that he does not enter and take the bride without a proper exchange. Gu Yunxiao, feeling helpless, responds, 7 steps to compose? I lack such ability. If I were to complete a piece, we would surely miss the auspicious hour. Please, allow me to enter. The crowd remains unyielding, insisting, that will not do. If you cannot produce a piece, you shall not pass. Return home if you miss the hour. Laughter erupts from the Zheng family. With no other choice, Gu Yunxiao steps back, resigned to begin his composition. Gu Yunji, unwilling to waste time, discreetly signals Su Qi. After receiving a nod in return, he feigns surprise, pointing behind the Zheng family. What is that? The crowd turns to look, and seizing the moment of distraction, Gu Yunji and Su Qi dart forward, parting the throng to create a passage. Quickly, brother, go inside. Gu Yunxiao seizes the opportunity and slips through, realizing the groom has evaded their grasp. The Zheng family attempts to pursue, but is held back by the surprisingly strong Su Qi, who proves difficult to shake off. Gu Yunji takes advantage of the chaos, tossing pre-prepared red envelopes to the crowd. Red envelopes here. Come to fetch the bride. The Gu family members surge forward, encircling those who wish to chase after the groom, creating a delightful melee of laughter and excitement. The obstruction is merely a customary formality, and no one truly wishes to impede the groom. The subsequent proceedings unfold smoothly, with the Zheng family personally escorting the bride to the flower palanquin, offering their blessings to Gu Yunxiao for a considerable time before bidding him farewell as he mounts his horse and leads the procession back home. Upon arriving at the Gu residence in Huading County, firecrackers erupt with a loud crackle, filling the street with dust and commotion. Amidst the noise, the matchmaker approaches the flower palanquin, addressing Gu Yunxiao. Please, groom, kick the palanquin. This is also a customary practice. The groom kicks the palanquin door before the bride steps out, symbolizing strength and fearlessness in married life. Gu Yunxiao complies, gently tapping the top of the palanquin as a reminder before delivering a firm kick to the door. A loud bang follows from within, even louder than Gu Yunxiao's kick, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. The groom's kick symbolizes his commitment, and the bride is expected to reciprocate, demonstrating her strength as well. Gu Huaishao, from the second branch, teasingly remarks, "It seems my sister-in-law is quite strong-willed. Brother Yunxiao should tread carefully after marriage." Gu Yunxiao chuckles at this, unfazed, as he gently assists the bride from the palanquin and, bending down, steadily carries her on his back toward the main hall. The eldest son of the Gu family carries his new bride. Laughter erupts once more as they enter together. In main hall, Gu Kaijin and Madame Wang sit regally at the head, beaming with joy as they watch Gu Yunxiao bring Zheng Xiuyan inside, laying her down gently. With both parties ready, the officiant, Gu Kaili, clears his throat and proclaims, "Bow to heaven and earth." The couple turns to face outward and bows deeply. "Bow to your parents." Gu Kaijin and Madame Wang observe as the couple turns back to bow to them. A surge of emotion wells up within them, evoking tears of joy and nostalgia for the years spent raising their children. Bow to each other. Zheng Xiuyan remains veiled throughout the ceremony, her expressions hidden. Gu Yanxiao himself is uncertain whether he feels excitement or nervousness, his heart racing as they bow together. Ceremony complete. Gu Yanxiao and Zheng Xiuyun are united through the matchmaking of Gu Kaili, who beams with pride at witnessing their union. After the ceremony, the bride is escorted to the bridal chamber, while the groom, Gu Yanxiao, is led to the courtyard to toast the visiting guests, table by table. Gu Yunji accompanies him throughout, doing his utmost to shield Gu Yanxiao from excessive drinking, ensuring the groom does not become inebriated before entering the bridal chamber. Meanwhile, Gu Yanxiao, concerned that Gu Yunji might drink too much, prepares to fetch some remedies, but upon reaching his table, she finds only two handsome young men of similar age to Gu Yunji. Gu Yanxiao bows slightly, inquiring, "Pardon me, gentlemen, have you seen my brother, the third young master of the Gu family?" Su Qi, intrigued, responds, "You call him Yunji brother? Then you must be his dear sister. How come I have never heard Yunji mentioned? He is such a beautiful and charming sister." Being the only son in his family, Su Qi has never experienced having siblings, and upon seeing the lovely Gu Yanxiao, he feels a surge of affection and excitement, momentarily forgetting himself as he bombards her with questions. "How old are you? Are you twins with Yunji? I'm an only child and have always wished for a sister, but alas, my wishes went unfulfilled. I'm your brother's good friend. His sister is my sister too. Let me take you to find him." Although Su Qi seems harmless, Gu Yanxiao, being young and inexperienced in such social situations, finds herself flustered and unsure of how to respond, her face flushing with embarrassment. In a timely manner, Cheng Yin steps forward, grabbing Su Qi's sleeve and pulling him a few steps away from Gu Yanxiao. "Su Qi, you're scaring the young lady." He then turns to Gu Yanxiao with an apologetic smile, speaking politely, "I am Cheng Yin, and this is Su Qi. We are classmates of your brother at the Levection Academy." My friend momentarily lost his composure and inadvertently offended Miss Gu. "I hope you can forgive him." The young man before her appears far more gentle and courteous than the previous one, allowing Gu Yanxiao to relax as she lowers her guard. "It's quite all right. Since you are my brother's friends, you are guests in our home. There's no offense taken." At this moment, Su Qi realized that he had been somewhat impolite and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I am a descendant of military generals, rather thick-skinned. My previous behavior was a tad overstepping. Miss Gu, please do not take it to heart." Since it was not a significant matter, Gu Yanxiao naturally saw no reason to dwell on it. She effortlessly changed the subject, inquiring, "Have you two gentlemen seen where my brother has gone?" Cheng Yin replied, "Yunji is in the front courtyard toasting with young Master Gu. Is there something urgent you wish to find him for?" Gu Yanxiao gently shook her head and replied, "It is nothing of great importance. I merely thought that if he had indulged too much today, I could bring him some hangover remedy." Cheng Yin smiled and said, "I see. However, given the number of guests in the front courtyard, Yunji may not be able to come over for a while. Why don't I deliver it on your behalf?" The front courtyard was bustling with guests, many of whom were already inebriated. If Gu Yanxiao were to personally seek out Gu Yunji, she might inadvertently be jostled by someone in a drunken stupor. Recalling an incident from last year's birthday banquet of her grandfather, where she was harassed by a drunkard, she felt even more hesitant. Cheng Yin's suggestion was indeed a win-win, and Gu Yanxiao found it quite proper. Her heart swelled with appreciation for this courteous and thoughtful young man. "Thank you very much, gentlemen." With that, she handed the hangover pills to Cheng Yin. Meanwhile, Gu Yunji was toasting with Gu Yanxiao. As the groom approached, the guests, eager to tease, vied to pour more wine into Gu Yanxiao's cup. Gu Yunji attempted to shield him, but at times found it impossible to refuse, ultimately having to drink himself. Gu Kaili, in high spirits, had already drunk enough to redden his face and exude a strong scent of alcohol. Upon seeing Gu Yanxiao and the others approaching, he proudly boasted to his tablemates, "Did you see that? That is my nephew. I have been the one to facilitate this marriage from start to finish." In truth, it was an exaggeration. Gu Kaili had only made the initial introduction. Gu Yanxiao, disinclined to argue in such a setting, quickly supported his swaying uncle, saying, "Uncle, please sit down. Do not fall." Gu Kaili leaned heavily against Gu Yanxiao, chuckling, "I am standing quite steadily. I won't fall. Yanxiao, it is your joyous day. You must drink well. Cool me. I toast to you." Unable to decline, Gu Yanxiao raised his cup and drank it down, but Gu Kaili remained unsatisfied, insisting on refilling his glass. "One cup is not enough. Let us have two more." Gu Yunji quickly took Gu Kaili's arm, supporting him instead, and laughed. Uncle, you mustn't drink anymore. Look at you. You're already intoxicated. If you wish to drink, I shall accompany you. I'm not drunk. Oh, Yunji. Gu Xue, his bleary eyes finally focusing on Gu Yunji, expressed sudden excitement. I heard you have become a disciple of the headmaster of Xic Academy and even had an audience with His Majesty. At your age, such achievements are remarkable. Perhaps due to his role in arranging Gu Yunxiao's marriage, Gu Xue had become quite fond of matchmaking. Seizing Gu Yunji's attention, he continued, now that your elder brother is married, what about your own marriage? Have your parents introduced someone for you? Gu Yunji chuckled. Uncle, I'm only 15. It is far too early for marriage. Gu Xue waved dismissively. 15 is not too young. I had already been betrothed at your age. Even if you're not in a hurry to marry, you could at least get engaged. Let me tell you, I have a colleague whose daughter. Uncle, Gu Yunxiao interjected, subtly redirecting the conversation. It has been a long time since I last saw cousin Mingxian. How has he been in the capital recently? Speaking of his most accomplished son, Gu Xue could not hide his pride. Xian has just been appointed as a court official and is currently working in the Ministry of Revenue. Last month, he became engaged to the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Pingyang. Beside him, Gu Yunji feigned surprise. Is that so? It is fortunate that cousin did not marry too early. Otherwise, he would not have such a good match now. Gu Xue was pleased with his reaction. Puffing up with pride, indeed. Last year, I was quite worried about Xian's marriage. Who would have thought that he would be favored by the Duke of Pingyang and that his daughter will be promised to him? Now he is about to become a duke's son-in-law, and we have had no worries at all. What you say is true. The future is unpredictable. Gu Yunji replied, moving towards the exit. As for my marriage, I shall not trouble uncle with it. With that, he took Gu Yunxiao's arm and swiftly departed to the next table to toast. After finishing a round of toasts, Gu Yunji had consumed quite a bit himself. His head was spinning, and his stomach felt uneasy. After parting from Gu Yunxiao, he intended to find some tea to drink when he noticed Cheng Yin and Su Qi approaching. Cheng Yin handed him the hangover remedy, explaining, your sister sent this for you. She looked for you at the banquet, but could not find you, so she left first. Gu Yunji thanked him, took the pills, and swallowed them with water. The remedy gradually eased the discomfort in his stomach, and he felt significantly better. Sui inquired, we saw you toasting and did not wish to interrupt, so we have been waiting here. It should not have taken long to finish a round of toasts. Why did you take so long? Gu Yunji chuckled ruefully. My uncle was drunk and insisted on matchmaking for me, introducing me to his colleague's daughter. I could not refuse him, which is why it took so long. Su Qi seemed to recall something and, with a knowing smile, said meaningfully, it is fortunate you declined. Otherwise, you might miss out on a marriage far superior to this one. Gu Yunji looked perplexed. Marriage? What superior marriage do I have? Su Qi playfully punched him, exclaiming, you cannot possibly be unaware. Everyone says that Headmaster Su is looking to select a disciple among this year's freshmen with the intention of finding a son-in-law. His daughter is around 15 or 16, about your age. The headmaster values you greatly, treating you like a son. Have you not sensed anything? Gu Yunji's expression turned strange, and he spoke with incredulity. Impossible. While my teacher treats me well, it is because I am his disciple. That is only natural. Moreover, he has never mentioned such matters to me. Where did you hear this? Such matters cannot be plainly stated. They are simply understood, Su Qi replied sagely. In a few years, once you pass the imperial examination and become a scholar or a jinshi, and you have built a relationship with Miss Su, everything will fall into place without the headmaster needing to intervene. Cheng Yin added, you know Fang Zigui, right? His desire to become Headmaster Su's disciple is also tied to this situation. In terms of time spent with Miss Su and the esteem the headmaster holds him in, it is difficult for a friend's son to surpass a disciple he has personally taught. Seeing that Gu Yunji remained skeptical, Cheng Yin patted his shoulder. At this point, it seems that only you are unaware of this connection. However, do not overthink it. Such matters are never explicitly addressed. As Su Qi said, let nature take its course. If you are fated to be together, it will be wonderful. If not, there is no loss. Hearing their words, Gu Yunji was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with thoughts. Could he truly become the headmaster's son-in-law? The notion was almost unfathomable. While he regarded Su Shuhua as an admirable young woman, beautiful, talented, eager to learn, and poised, he had never contemplated such a future. If he were to marry, having Su Shuhua as his wife did not seem like a bad prospect. But then again, it was too early to think so far ahead. Gu Yunji, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, addressed the two individuals. This matter should not be spoken of again in the future. I am not particularly concerned. Rather, I wish to preserve the young lady's reputation. Very well, we shall refrain from mentioning it, as long as you approach it with a calm heart, Cheng Yin replied with a smile, subsequently setting the matter aside. The joyous banquet continued until dusk, with guests gradually departing, and the festively adorned Gu residence slowly descended into tranquility. After bidding farewell to Cheng Yin and tending to Su Qi, Gu Yunqi, weary from the day's exertions, retired to his chamber early to rest. The servants, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, busied themselves with the cleaning and tidying up, and in this moment of solitude, the newlywed groom, filled with trepidation, stepped into the bridal chamber amidst the anticipation of his new wife. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows, and within the confines of the wedding room, the whispers of the newlyweds became inaudible. Gu Kaijin and Madame Wang had resolved a significant concern in their hearts, their radiant smiles likely to linger on their faces for several days to come. The bustling day finally drew to a close, and Gu Yunxiao's wedding concluded amidst the well-wishes of the guests. The aroma of zongzi wafting from the street outside gradually faded, and the mugwort hung outside the door began to wither. The fleeting dragon boat festival, enveloped in a festive clamor, passed in the blink of an eye. As night deepened, people settled down for the evening, preparing to resume their daily endeavors with the rising sun. Chapter 48. Uniquely distinct with Gu Yunxiao's wedding concluded, Gu Yunqi and his companions found themselves with only a few days left of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. After bidding farewell to their family, amidst Su Dong's tearful gaze, embarked on the journey back to Levexu Academy alongside Su Qi and Cheng Yin. The road was long, and as the carriage swayed, the grand gates of Hangzhou City finally came into view. The festive atmosphere of the season had yet to dissipate entirely, and the city gates bustled with a lively throng. Su Qi suddenly became animated. Speaking of which, I have yet to explore Hangzhou City. Why don't we take our time returning to the academy and wander around the city first? Cheng Yin concurred. The academy won't commence classes for another 2 days. So since we are out, let us take a look around. Gu Yunqi had no objections to this suggestion, and thus they entered the city gates. After returning the rented carriage to the livery, they leisurely strolled along the bustling streets. None of them were particularly familiar with Hangzhou City, nor did they have a specific destination in mind, simply meandering wherever their fancy led them, stopping at whatever caught their eye. Su Qi was captivated by everything along the street, pausing here and glancing there, until he was drawn to a vendor selling candied hawthorn skewers. He approached and inquired, "How much for a skewer of candied hawthorn?" The vendor replied, 5 for a skewer. Su Qi promptly fished out some coins. "I'll take a skewer." He then turned to the two, asking, "Would you like some?" Gu Yunqi, already disinterested in such childish snacks, chuckled helplessly, "I'll pass. You enjoy it yourself." Seeing Su Qi's childlike enthusiasm, Cheng Yin couldn't help but remark, "My lord, are you not known in the capital for indulging in all manner of pleasures? Yet here you are, unable to move at the sight of candied hawthorn?" Su Qi, engrossed in devouring the treat, replied nonchalantly, "Those are merely empty accolades. You see, my mother passed away when I was young, and my father never allowed me to eat such sweets, which left me yearning for them. As I grew older, I found myself surrounded by wealthy young gentlemen, and I felt embarrassed to buy candied hawthorn in their presence for fear of being looked down upon. But here in Hangzhou, aside from the two of you, no one knows me, so I can eat freely without worrying about making a fool of myself." As he spoke, his eye caught sight of a small trinket at a stall, and his eyes brightened. He quickly approached, picking up a semi-transparent jar, and asked, "What is this?" The vendor, noticing his fine attire, eagerly began to explain, "Young master, you have a discerning eye. This is a cricket jar, made of glass. Observe, it has a latch. With a simple press, it seals tightly, ensuring that even the largest cricket cannot escape." Su Qi grew increasingly fond of the jar and inquired, "Such a lovely jar. I'll take it. How much?" The vendor smiled slightly, holding out his hand for emphasis. 5 taels of silver. This is made of glass, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. You cannot find it at this price elsewhere." Gu Yunqi was taken aback. A jar for crickets costing 5 taels of silver seemed exorbitant. Just as he was about to intervene, he witnessed Su Qi's swift action, as he had already paid for it and was holding the jar with no trace of hesitation. Gu Yunqi could only exclaim, "Ancestral spirits! This glass is murky. Its It's likely a defective piece. One tael would be generous, yet you've paid 5. Su Qi, unfazed, carefully tucked the jar away, stating, "Such matters are trivial. This jar is not for me. It is a gift for the headmaster. I shall tell him I purchased it for 20 taels, and he will surely be touched. Who knows, he might even gift me that particularly fierce cricket." Chung Yin shook his head in amusement. "You truly have a knack for calculating." He then turned to Gu Yunqi, suggesting, "Since we are in Hangzhou City, why don't you also buy something for the headmaster?" Gu Yunqi considered this and found the reasoning sound. Although Su Qi's gift was somewhat eccentric, it was better than arriving empty-handed. As his disciple, he could not appear less considerate than an ordinary student. It would be improper to meet his teacher empty-handed. Each time he visited Su Qingyu, he often crossed paths with Su Shuhua, and their acquaintance had grown over time. If he were to present a gift, he should not be partial. He must also prepare something for the teacher's daughter. With this thought in mind, Gu Yunqi resolved to take the two directly to the largest bookstore in Hangzhou. Upon entering the bookstore, Gu Yunqi beckoned a free clerk over and inquired, "Do you have a bilingual dictionary for Western languages? Preferably one from the British Isles?" The clerk appeared puzzled. "We have books on Western languages, but what is a bilingual dictionary?" Gu Yunqi explained, "It is similar to Shuonjiezi, containing Western words with annotations and translations in our language, intended for learning Western languages." After pondering carefully, the clerk reluctantly shook his head. "I have never heard of such a book." Gu Yunqi, noticing that Su Shuhua seemed quite interested in studying Western languages, intended to purchase related books as gifts for her. He hesitated to simply gift a Western book, fearing she might have already read it, and thought a bilingual translation could serve her well in her studies. Just as he was about to abandon the idea for a farewell gift, he heard the clerk call out to him, "Although we do not have the bilingual dictionary you mentioned, we do have Catholic Essentials, which contains both Western and our characters, translated by a foreigner from the British Isles. Would you like to take a look?" Gu Yunqi's interest was piqued. "Yes. Please show it to me." Soon, the clerk brought the book over, and upon examination, Gu Yunqi discovered that Catholic Essentials was a Christian text, with the first half written in English and the latter half in Chinese characters. The Chinese section translated the original text quite aptly, demonstrating the translator's proficiency in both languages. Although it did not match a bilingual dictionary, it was still commendable, and Su Shuhua would likely find it useful. Satisfied with his purchase, Gu Yunqi promptly paid for the book. Su Qi, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Why have I never heard that the headmaster is interested in Western languages? Are you certain she will appreciate this gift?" Gu Yunqi replied, "This is not for the teacher, but for Miss Su. She indeed has a keen interest in Western languages." Su Qi playfully slapped Gu Yunqi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You thick-headed fool. What girl would appreciate such a gift? You ought to be gifting her some cosmetics or hairpins instead." Gu Yunqi solemnly stated, "Miss Su is the daughter of our teacher, and I am his disciple. Although we are somewhat acquainted, we are not close. I am unmarried, and she is not engaged either. If I were to present her with cosmetics or hairpins, it would appear overly intimate and could lead others to misconstrue our relationship, ultimately harming Miss Su's reputation." Su Qi found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He thought to himself that Gu Yunqi was being excessively obtuse. This was precisely the moment to indulge in a bit of ambiguity to foster a deeper connection between the two. Gu Yunqi, however, was well aware of Su Qi's thoughts, but was unwilling to act on them. Such behavior would not only make him appear insincere, but also risk subjecting Su Shuhua to unwarranted gossip, which would be detrimental to her. Dismissing Su Qi's comments, Gu Yunqi headed directly to the pastry shop to purchase a large box of treats. Su Qi wore an expression that suggested he finally understood. This is the right approach. Even if you do not gift cosmetics or hairpins, bringing food is still a fine gesture. Gu Yunqi shook his head. "This is not for Miss Su. It is for our teacher." Su Qi was increasingly baffled. What kind of gift is a box of pastries for your own teacher? The headmaster is a renowned scholar, esteemed for his virtue. Even if you do not present him with other gifts, you should at least offer him some fine writing materials or paintings. Are you certain he will not dismiss you for merely bringing pastries? Gu Yunqi confidently replied, "You do not understand. He will undoubtedly appreciate this gift." Cheng Yan, who had been listening nearby, could not help but chuckle. "We may not comprehend, but while others are gifting hairpins to young ladies, you choose to present books. While others are offering paintings to the teacher, you bring pastries. Indeed, Master Gu, your gift-giving style is truly unique." Chapter 49. The disturbance at the tavern as the group continued their stroll, hunger began to creep in. Su Qi suggested, since we are here, why not indulge in a splendid meal at the grandest establishment in Hangzhou, the Hongyun Tavern? It will surely alleviate our fatigue. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yin hesitated. Coming from a humble background, he had received assistance from Gu Xue previously, which allowed him to avoid severe financial strain. Yet he was still not well off enough to afford dining in such luxurious taverns. Su Qi noticed his apprehension, but chose not to address it directly. Instead, he said, during our visit to Yunjing County, you two have taken turns treating me, ensuring I have a delightful time. I must express my gratitude by treating you both to a meal. Before Cheng Yin could refuse, Gu Xue interjected, that sounds splendid. Surely, the young master is far wealthier than us. Today, we shall treat you lavishly. With that, he placed his hand on Cheng Yin's shoulder and urged him toward the tavern. Come on, Cheng Yin, do not overthink it. We are merely going to have a meal. During their stay in Yunjing County, Su Qi primarily resided at the Gu residence. Having only spent a day at Cheng Yin's home, which hardly constituted a significant hosting effort, Cheng Yin realized that Su Qi and Gu Xue were being considerate of his pride, wishing to spare him any embarrassment. Overwhelmed by their genuine kindness, warmth surged within him, and he smiled, saying, very well, I shall graciously accept your invitation. Despite not having previously visited the Hongyun Tavern in Hangzhou, Su Qi was an expert in dining and entertainment. He confidently entered the tavern's main hall and called out, waitstaff, come and serve us. A voice from within responded in a drawn-out manner, and soon a server rushed out. Noticing the trio's splendid attire, which indicated their affluent status, the server immediately donned a flattering smile and humbly inquired, esteemed guests, what would you like to eat? We have recently added many new dishes to our menu. Hold on. Su Qi waved his hand dismissively. Just bring us a serving of your signature dishes. I cannot remember all that you have mentioned. Certainly. The server's smile widened. And just as he turned to leave, Su Qi called out, wait. Are there any seasonal delicacies available at this time? If so, do bring us a portion. Upon hearing this, the server eagerly began to introduce the offerings. You are in luck. The white shrimp from Taihu Lake has just come into season, large and fresh. And we received a shipment this morning, all lively and well. However, he added with a knowing smile and a gesture of counting money, this ingredient is quite rare and tends to sell out quickly. We currently have only one portion left. If you wish to partake, it may come at a premium. Su Qi furrowed his brow, producing a silver ingot from his pocket and slamming it onto the table with flair. Do you think little of me? Just bring the dishes. I have plenty of money. Seeing the silver, the server's face lit up with joy. You misunderstand. I meant no offense. However, the preparation of the large shrimp is somewhat intricate, and you may need to wait a bit longer. I shall inform the kitchen to expedite your order. With that, he took the silver and hurriedly departed. Amused by Su Qi's earlier display of extravagance, Gu Xue teased, I did not realize, young master, that you could be so prodigal. You certainly broaden our horizons. Su Qi, accustomed to mingling with the young masters of noble families in the capital, often paid for meals to maintain appearances. Feeling slightly bashful at Gu Xunqi's remark, he replied, taverns are all the same. The waitstaff adjust their service based on one's generosity. If one does not display some largesse, they will neglect you. Before long, all the dishes except for the Taihu white shrimp arrived at their table. Just as they were about to begin their meal, a group of young men entered the tavern. These youths, appearing to be in their 20s, were dressed uniformly in scholarly robes, likely students from the Hangzhou Academy. The leader of the group strode in with a commanding presence, uncouthly tapping his fan against the table several times, producing an irritating noise that drew the attention of the patrons. Unfazed by the disruption, he called out, Where the staff? Is Rindayi here yet? The server, sweating profusely, rushed out and respectfully asked, Young Master Ren, what would you like to eat today? Rennings pointed at his companions and declared, Today, I wish to treat my classmates. Bring us the finest dishes, and do not forget the Taihu white shrimp. The server's expression faltered, and he hesitated. Young Master Run, I can accommodate everything else, but we have unfortunately sold out of the Taihu white shrimp. What? Sold out? Rennings's brows furrowed in disbelief. Did I not inform you yesterday that I would be hosting a banquet today, specifically for the shrimp? How could you let sell out? The server, shrinking back, replied softly, You did not provide a deposit yesterday, so according to our policy, it cannot be considered reserved. And thus we did not set any aside for you. Rennings's face darkened. He knew he was in the wrong and was about to dismiss the matter when he noticed another server placing a plate of taihu, white shrimp, on Gu Yunqi's table. Furious, he grabbed the collar of the nearest patron and demanded, "Did you not say you were sold out? What is this? Are you trying to deceive me?" The server, fearing the wrath of the young master, bowed repeatedly. "Young Master Ren, you misunderstand. I would never dare to trick you. The shrimp truly sold out today. What you see on that table is the very last portion. If you wish to partake, please return in a few days. And I assure you, I will reserve some for you." Upon hearing this, Rennings's companions began to jeer. "Young Master Ren, the exams are approaching. Who will think of dining then?" "Indeed, young Master Ren, you promised us the taihu, white shrimp, and I've been looking forward to it for quite some time. It is disappointing to find that it remains elusive." Previously, they had believed in Rennings's bold claims, but witnessing his current predicament, they began to doubt his credibility, saying, "If you cannot even secure a plate of shrimp, how can we trust your future invitations?" These words are sharp and sarcastic, each one publicly humiliating Renningse. If he were to leave like this, he would likely never be able to hold his head high among these people again. Taking a deep breath, Renningse resolved to reclaim his dignity. He approached the table of Gu Yunjing and the others, stopping the waiter who was about to serve his shrimp, and said, "I'm hosting a banquet for my classmates today and wish to have this taihu white shrimp. Would you kindly allow me to have it? I shall pay double the price." Su Chi scoffed dismissively, not lifting his head, and replied, "What does your banquet for classmates have to do with us?" Just as Renningse was about to explode in anger, he noticed the extravagant attire of the group, suggesting they hailed from a prominent background. He suppressed his temper and spoke amiably. "Given your attire, you must also come from prestigious family. Why haven't I seen you at the Prefectural Academy? I am Renningse. Surely, those from Hangzhou have heard my name. If you could be so accommodating today, we may well meet again at the academy." "Renningse? Never heard of him," Gu Yunjing replied coldly. "Moreover, we are not students of the Hangzhou Prefectural Academy. We are students of Lufxik Academy." "Lufxik Academy? No wonder." Renningse scoffed, suddenly elevating his voice. With a mocking arch of his brow, he exclaimed, "I thought it was some upstart trying to brazenly take the shrimp I had reserved. Turns out it is the high officials from Lufxik Academy. We, the common folk, simply do not know our place." Chapter 50. Jealousy. People in my lowly status dare not covet the dishes favored by the gentry. The taihu white shrimp is not for us. Though Renningse's words seemed to elevate his opponents while belittling himself, the tone was dripping with sarcasm, implying that Gu Yunjing and his companions were being domineering and had unjustly seized a shrimp he had reserved. Su Chi, incensed, slammed his chopsticks onto the floor and exclaimed, "What are you saying? You didn't pay a deposit. Why should the restaurant reserve the shrimp for you? We arrived first. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served?" Renningse let out a derisive snort, speaking with continued acidity. "Oh, even if I had paid a deposit yesterday, would the restaurant not still serve the dishes to the gentry from Lufxik Academy? They wouldn't care about us commoners." Unable to tolerate the veiled insults any longer, Su Chi stood abruptly, kicked over a nearby stool, and confronted Renningse, pointing directly at his face. "Can you not speak properly? Who are you trying to impress with your sarcasm? We are merely dining here peacefully. You are the one looking for trouble." Cheng Yin, maintaining a faint smile, replied coldly, "This is our first visit to Hongyan Restaurant. We were not acquainted with you beforehand, let alone have any grievances. Why does it sound like your words imply that we students of Lufxik Academy are bullying you?" Renningse laughed as if he had heard something amusing and retorted, "Are you not bullying us, the students of Hangzhou Prefectural Academy? Is that not the case? Oh, then please enlighten us on how the students of Lufxik Academy have bullied you," Gu Yunjing said leisurely, waving his fan. "Share with us so that we might feel ashamed and flee." "You?" Though Renningse was filled with indignation, he found himself at a loss for specific examples of how Lufxik Academy had bullied them. What could he say? Should he mention that Lufxik Academy consistently produced outstanding students, with more successful candidates in the imperial examinations than they did, overshadowing the prestige of Hangzhou Prefectural Academy? Or that the emperor, when visiting the south, paid no heed to Hangzhou Prefectural Academy, yet willingly traversed half an hour of mountain roads to reach Lufxik Academy? If he were to voice such grievances, it would be tantamount to admitting that Hangzhou Prefectural Academy was inferior to Lufxik Academy in every respect. Seeing Renningse fall silent, The eager listeners around them expressed their disappointment in hushed tones, wondering why he had ceased to speak when he was so vocal about Luxic Academy's alleged bullying. Another guest, privy to the situation, shook his head dismissively. Luxic Academy does not bully Hangzhou Prefectural Academy. They are merely envious. Under normal circumstances, the Prefectural Academy encompassed nearly all of the region's exceptional students, serving as the premier institution of the state. Yet, Hangzhou had the emergence of Luxic Academy. Luxic Academy excelled in the imperial examinations and enjoyed a distinguished reputation throughout Jiangnan. Its teachers were either contemporary sages or retired officials, and its students were either scions of noble families or exceptionally gifted commoners. In terms of both student recruitment and educational support, it far surpassed Hangzhou Prefectural Academy. This individual poured himself a glass of wine, took a sip, and continued with increasing fervor. Logically, having such an outstanding academy is a boon, indicating a flourishing literary culture in the area. Each year, the government allocates funds to Luxic Academy for its upkeep. This year, the academy has even recruited several students from Hangzhou Prefectural Academy. We support them, and they reciprocate. It should be a mutually beneficial situation. However, he paused leisurely to sip his wine, igniting impatience among those nearby, who urged him on. But what? They pressed. His argument was clear and compelling, and gradually, the restaurant quieted, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of his next words. Even the tension among Gu Yunjing and his companions seemed to hang in the air, while Reningze found himself inexplicably silent, closing his mouth in readiness to listen. Sensing the collective expectation, the speaker finally continued. However, there are those who are discontent, namely, Hangzhou Prefectural Academy. This academy is run by the Hangzhou government and is supposed to be the most authoritative and legitimate school in the entire region. Yet, ever since Luxic Academy arrived, capable teachers have left, talented students have been poached, and even the government's funding for the academy has diminished. Take this year's new students. For example, the majority were those who were unable to enter Luxic Academy and can only remain here to study. Hangzhou Prefectural Academy is nowhere near the level of Luxic Academy. If they wish to study there, they are rejected. Naturally, the students of the Prefectural Academy view Luxic Academy with disdain. Frankly, it is nothing but jealousy. These words struck a chord with Reningze, as he was one of those students who had neither received an invitation from Luxic Academy nor had his submissions accepted, leaving him only with Hangzhou Prefectural Academy. Hearing this, those around began to cast curious glances at the students from the Prefectural Academy. Their eyes filled with derision. Reningze's inner turmoil was exposed in public, leaving his face ashen with anger. He turned to the speaker, unable to contain his rage, and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is jealous of them? Speak another word, and I shall tear your tongue out." Gu Yunjing now understood the source of Reningze's malice towards them. Observing his blusterous demeanor, it was evident that the truth had struck home. Otherwise, he would not have reacted so vehemently. Calmly raising his teacup, he said, "Why are you venting your anger on them? Are you so eager to prove him right?" Su Qi, equally enlightened, leisurely returned to his seat, relaxing as he propped his leg up and mockingly remarked, "No wonder you are acting like you've swallowed gunpowder, snapping at anyone you see. It turns out you're merely bitter about the grapes you cannot reach." Reningze stubbornly clung to his pride, defiantly asserting, "Who is bitter about grapes? Let me tell you, I was accepted too. I just didn't care to go. Our Hangzhou Prefectural Academy is quite good, not inferior to yours at all. I have never been envious. Is that so?" Gu Yunjing raised an eyebrow. "Did you receive an invitation or submit an article? If it was an invitation, which official's favor did you rely upon? If it was an article, what was the title?" Reningze, feeling cornered, turned his face away. "Why should I tell you? What right do you have to ask?" Gu Yunjing smirked. "If you refuse to speak, it indicates that there is simply nothing to say. Those lacking the ability to succeed in their examinations fail to reflect on their own shortcomings and instead resort to slandering the esteemed Luxishuan. Such behavior is beneath contempt." Reningze glared furiously. "Who are you calling a petty person?" Su Qi, unafraid, rose abruptly to meet his gaze. "I am referring to you." Reningze, "What? Are you dissatisfied? If so, keep it to yourself." Reningze trembled with fury, his fists clenched tightly, nearly succumbing to the impulse to strike. Just as it seemed that the confrontation would escalate, a staff member hurried over to mediate. "Gentlemen, let us calm down. It is merely a plate of shrimp. It hardly warrants such agitation. How about we enjoy it another day?" Peace brings prosperity. A student from the academy approached Yunjing, whispering in his ear, most students at Lufsishuan come from noble families. We cannot ascertain the background of these three rascals. It would be prudent to let this matter rest. Do not act on a moment's impulse. Gu Yunji also wished to avoid a confrontation that would tarnish the establishment's reputation. He tugged at Su Qi's sleeve, urging him to sit down while softly reassuring, it is not worth losing our appetite over their provocations. Upon witnessing this, Yunjing took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anger and grit his teeth. For today, I shall let you go, but mark my words, we shall see at this year's festival. With that, he swept away with his companions. Su Qi, unaware of what the festival entailed, defiantly called after them. Go ahead, who is afraid? The disruption had dampened everyone's appetite at the table. Cheng Yin sighed softly, picking up a shrimp and placing it in Su Qi's bowl. Eat. This shrimp is a rare delicacy. You should have more. Su Qi retorted, what is there to eat? I'm already full of rage. What about all this food? Cheng Yin observed the untouched dishes with reluctance, lamenting the waste of such fine offerings. Su Qi waved his sleeve dismissively. We paid for this. There is no way we can leave it behind. Pack it all up. We shall take it back to the academy and enjoy it there. End of chapter. Chapter 51. Gift-giving the group remained largely silent on their journey back to Lufsishuan. Once Gu Yunji had settled into his dormitory, he took the gifts he had procured in Hangzhou and made his way to the residence of the headmaster, Su Qingyu. Oh, you remember to return. How considerate of you to think of this forgotten old man. Su Qingyu feigned annoyance, turning his head away. Gu Yunji, puzzled, inquired of Su Shuhua. What is the matter with the teacher? Did I not inform him of my departure beforehand? Is he upset that I was gone too long? Su Shuhua glanced at her father, reclining in his armchair, and sighed. Father is not angry with you. He is upset that no one has kept him company. During the Dragon Boat Festival, most students returned home, and many teachers also visited their families. Father had no one to talk to during this time, and was quite bored. Now that he finally sees you back, he is happy, but refuses to admit it. Gu Yunji remarked, did not the teacher host a gathering with friends in Hangzhou during the Qingming Festival? Why did he not seek them out this time? Su Shuhua lowered her voice, wary of Su Qingyu overhearing. Last time, Father prepared a fine drink, and the guests became quite inebriated. I heard many were scolded by their families to drink less upon returning home. Thus, when invited again, they all declined, leaving Father to remain at the academy. Despite her whisper, her words were caught by Su Qingyu's keen ears, and he turned around, defensively retorting. Who said they did not come? It is I who chose not to invite them. I prefer solitude on the mountain. Their absence is a blessing. Despite his protestations, it was clear he cared deeply. Leaving Gu Yunji bemused, he offered soothing words. Do not be upset, for I have returned to keep you company. Look, I even brought gifts for you and Miss Su. As he spoke, he unveiled the contents of his parcel. Gifts are not of great importance. Your thoughtfulness alone brings me joy. There is no need to spend excessively. Su Qingyu replied, though his curiosity was piqued by the sight of the package. Not wishing to be extravagant, Gu Yunji explained, I hope you and Miss Su find this gift suitable. As he revealed the book The Essentials of Catholicism, he carefully dusted it off. A book? This lad has given me a book? Su Qingyu was filled with intrigue and confusion, reminding himself to temper his expectations. Gu Yunji continued, this is The Essentials of Catholicism from the British Isles. The first half is in Western script, while the latter half is in our native characters. I noticed Miss Su seems interested in translating Western script, so I thought this might be of use to her. Su Shuhua was pleasantly surprised by the gift, exclaiming, thank you, Gu Gongzi. I once saw a copy with a Western gentleman, but there was no translated version available at the time, and I struggled to understand it. I am delighted to see it here today. Not only would she be able to read the book thoroughly, but she could also compare the translations to enhance her language skills. Initially, she had expected a more personal gift, such as a hairpin, and felt hesitant, fearing it might imply impropriety. However, this gift was perfectly appropriate and respectful, leaving her with a favorable impression of Gu Yunji. Seeing her delight, Gu Yunji smiled gently. I'm glad it is of use to you. It means my efforts were not in vain. Su Qingyu, feeling slightly awkward, averted his gaze, pretending to be uninterested. Sensing his discomfort, Gu Yunji suppressed his smile, producing a large brocade box and placing it before him. These are pastries from Yufang's High, a variety of flavors. I was unsure of your preference, so I bought one of each. He opened the lid, revealing an array of colorful, intricately crafted pastries that exuded a delicate and enticing fragrance. Su Qingyu inhaled deeply, his eyes immediately sparkling. Gu Yunji remarked, "In the past, during our lessons, I noticed several occasions where you indulged in pastries. Occasionally, when they ran out, you instinctively reached for more while sipping tea, only to find none left. I thought you must have a fondness for them, so I brought some back from Hangzhou." Su Shuhua approached with a smile. "You have chosen wisely. Father adores the pastries from Yufeng's High. He always insists on having a couple with his tea. Unfortunately, our residence is far from the city, and we cannot enjoy them daily. Now that you have brought such a large box, Father can savor them for quite some time." Su Qingyu coughed awkwardly, claiming, "Do not listen to Shuhua. I do not love them that much." Yet, as he spoke, his hand had already reached into the box to retrieve a piece, savoring its soft, rich texture with satisfaction, his eyes narrowing in delight. Gu Yunji seized the moment to offer him a cup of tea, and, after taking a sip, Su Qingyu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. "To think you would remember to bring something for your teacher after your outing. You have a good heart." Seeing both Su Shuhua and Su Qingyu pleased with his gifts, Gu Yunji felt relieved. Recalling the events at Hanyan Restaurant, he recounted the incidents and asked, "Teacher, what exactly is this festival that Reningza mentioned?" Su Qingyu was absorbed in savoring his pastries, absent-mindedly stating, "The recreational gathering, as the name suggests, is meant for enjoyment. It occurs around the Mid-Autumn Festival each year. It is not surprising that you encounter such events today, especially considering the long-standing grievances between our academy and the municipal school. This gathering is organized by the authorities to foster camaraderie and resolve conflicts. During the event, everyone gathers in the countryside to feast, compose poetry, and engage in traditional games like kuju and horseback riding. Although the intention is noble, the essence of these gatherings has long since changed. Each year, the students from both institutions covertly compete, each unwilling to yield." Su Qingyu swallowed the last bite of his pastry and reached for another piece, continuing, "However, the Hangzhou government is pleased by this rivalry. After all, competition breeds progress. They have even introduced prizes for various contests, with the victor taking home the spoils. Thus, it has become an unspoken rule that the Lu Creek Academy and Hangzhou Municipal School vie for honor through these gatherings." Gu Yunjing, understanding the implication, inquired, "So, based on your words, winning at the gathering is certainly advantageous, but doesn't tea losing incur embarrassment?" "Embarrassment? What is there to fear?" Su Qingyu replied nonchalantly. "No matter how much face we lose, our Lu Creek Academy will reclaim our dignity in the next imperial examination. Can the municipal school do the same?" He then shifted the topic. "Nonetheless, you must prepare diligently. Many local dignitaries will attend, presenting a splendid opportunity to make a name for yourself." Su Zhengi stood, patting Gu Yunjing on the shoulder with a deep smile. "While it's acceptable for other students to tarnish the reputation of Lu Creek Academy, you must not disgrace your teacher." Chapter 52. Entanglement. After the Duanwu Festival, Gu Yunjing's life at Lu Creek Academy returned to its usual rhythm. He attentively attended classes and completed the assignments given by Su Qingyu, leading to a fulfilling daily routine. One evening, after the class bell rang, Mr. Chen showed no haste to leave. Instead, he cleared his throat and addressed the students. "As June approaches, the academy will soon hold a midterm examination. All students will face the same questions, and we will conduct a unified ranking. The top 50 will gain entry to this year's mid-autumn gathering, so prepare well." After Mr. Chen departed, the students immediately began whispering among themselves. One student, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "Are we really going to have a unified ranking? We are all scholars. How can we possibly compete with those who are already successful?" "Not necessarily," another replied dismissively. "Many of them were merely lucky to pass. After all these years, they may not have improved much. Perhaps we could even surpass them. It's normal for a scholar not to have passed the imperial examinations. If you have, the shame would fall on them. Why are you worried?" Another student chimed in. "That may be true, but this ranking is crucial for participating in the gathering, so we must prepare earnestly. There will be many dignitaries present, and a stellar performance would not only bring glory to the academy, but also earn us personal renown." These discussions reached Gu Yunjing's ears, yet he paid them little mind. From Su Qingyu's earlier remarks, it was clear that even if he did not rank among the top 50, Su would leverage his connections to ensure Gu Yunjing's attendance at the gathering. Thus, for Gu Yunjing, striving for a top position in the midterm examination was unnecessary. He disregarded the chatter around him, gathered his belongings, and headed to Su Qingyu's residence with his completed assignments. Upon reaching the headmaster's courtyard, Gu Yunjing found Su Qingyu absent. As usual, he placed his work on the desk and was about to leave when he overheard a faint argument from within the inner courtyard. Su Suwu, apaving alo, stepped back warily and coldly remarked, "My father is not here. Mr. Fong, you may have mistaken the place. It is best for you to leave." Fong Zigui seemed oblivious to her displeasure and replied cheerfully, "I am not here to see Su uncle. I came specifically to visit Miss Su." Su Shuhua's tone turned abrupt. "I have not heard of any visiting guests entering the inner courtyard. Besides, I have no acquaintance with Mr. Fong. Your visit is unwarranted. Our fathers have been friends for many years, and we grew up together. How can you say we have no connection?" Fong Zigui countered, seemingly unfazed. "Moreover, I brought you a gift, Miss Su. Why should you reject my gesture?" He then opened a brocade box he had brought and revealed a jade hairpin. "I know you recently came of age. This hairpin is a gift for your coming-of-age ceremony. At the age of 15, a girl would begin to style her hair up with a hairpin, marking her transition to adulthood. This hairpin was an intimate gift, typically given only by family or a betrothed. Fong Zigui's previous behavior could now be considered audacious and inappropriate. Fong Zigui, Su Shuhua was taken aback by his boldness, her face paling with anger. "We have neither a betrothal nor a familial bond. Are you attempting to ruin my reputation?" Fong Zigui stepped closer, disregarding the implications of his actions, and said more provocatively, "Shuhua, I am genuinely looking out for you. How could I wish to tarnish your name?" He moved even closer, and Su Shuhua retreated several steps, exclaiming, "Stop! Men and women should maintain proper distance. If you persist in this harassment, I will call for help." Seeing her unwillingness to yield, Fong Zigui scoffed, losing his previous patience. "Call for help? You think you can explain the situation? If someone were to witness us here, how would you justify it? I might not care, but what would they think of you, Miss Su?" At that moment, Fong Zigui shed his facade of gentility, revealing a greedy and sinister demeanor. "Feel free to shout. By the time rumors spread, not only will you suffer, but even Su Shanchong will lose face." Su Shuhua felt a mix of anger and fear, gripping her handkerchief tightly, her lips drained of color. He spoke the truth. In this era, women were often at a disadvantage. If she called for help, people would not blame Fong Zigui for his disgraceful behavior, but rather question her propriety. Noticing Su Shuhua's hesitation, Fong Zigui reveled in his perceived triumph, softening his tone and coaxing, "Shuhua, I mean no harm. I simply wish to present you with a coming-of-age gift. If you accept the hairpin, I will not impose further." Refusing the hairpin would mean endless harassment. Accepting it would imply acceptance of Fong Zigui's advances, leading to future complications. Caught in a dilemma, Su Shuhua felt despair wash over her, closing her eyes. Just then, Gu Yunjing's voice rang out from the outer courtyard. "Disciple greets the teacher." "Teacher, why have you returned so late?" Fong Zigui's expression instantly shifted when had Gu Yunjing arrived. From the sound of it, Su Qingyu had returned as well. Should Su Qingyu discover him entangled with his daughter, he would surely face dire consequences. As the commotion from the outer courtyard reached his ears, Fong Zigui's prior confidence crumbled, and in a panic, he shoved the hairpin into Su Shuhua's hands, warning her to keep the incident quiet. "If you breathe a word of this, we will both face dire consequences." With that, he hurriedly exited through a side door. Su Shuhua glanced at the hairpin in her hand, wishing fervently to shatter it into pieces, yet fearing that Su Qingyu might see the jade remnants upon his return and discern the truth. Thus, she concealed it in her sleeve for the time being. After arranging her appearance, she summoned an artificial smile, feigning nonchalance as she stepped outside. "Father, weren't you supposed to discuss the examination questions with Mr. Chun and the others? Why are you?" Upon reaching the outer courtyard, however, she found no trace of her father, Su Qingyu. Only Gu Yunjing stood there, hands clasped behind his back. Hearing her approach, he turned, offering Su Shuhua a courteous and reassuring smile. In that moment, Su Shuhua comprehended that Su Qingyu had not returned. Gu Yunjing had deliberately pretended to be leaving. Realizing their earlier conversation had likely been overheard, she bit her lip in embarrassment and whispered, "Did you hear everything?" Not only had he heard, but he had heard it quite clearly. Upon arriving at Su Qingyu's residence, Gu Yunjing had instantly caught the dispute between Su Shuhua and Fong Zigui in the inner courtyard. Infuriated by Fong Zigui's shamelessness and audacity, he had considered rushing in, but feared that not only would he fail to stop Fang Zhigue, but he might also be accused of defaming Su Shuhua by claiming she had pursued him, thus ruining her reputation. Instead, he had raised his voice outside, pretending to greet a teacher, creating the illusion of Su Qingyu's return, which successfully frightened Fang Zhigue away. Now, upon hearing Su Shuhua's inquiry, Gu Yunjing wished to spare her further embarrassment, and thus maintained a composed facade, fabricating a lie. What did I hear? I just arrived and thought I noticed some movement at the courtyard gate. I assumed it was the teacher returning, but I must have been mistaken. This excuse was rather flimsy. Noticing the evasion in Gu Yunjing's gaze, Su Shuhua forced a bitter smile and replied, "You needn't comfort me. I know you heard it. What a coincidence it is." She paused, her voice thick with emotion. "I'm afraid I made a fool of myself, but thank you all the same." With her nose reddening and her eyes glistening, the smile on her face faltered, and she turned away, attempting to preserve the last vestiges of her dignity, not wanting Gu Yunjing to witness her distress. The recollection of the earlier scene filled her with both shame and anger. Even the jade hairpin in her sleeve felt as if it were burning, nearly provoking her to smash it into pieces. In her memory, Su Shuhua had always been gentle and confident, but now she felt as fragile as glass. Observing her slender silhouette, Gu Yunjing felt a surge of sympathy. Unsure of how to comfort her, after a moment's hesitation, he ventured, "Miss Su." Su Shuhua sniffed, feigning lightness as she said, "I had long suspected Fang Zhigue's ulterior motives, but I felt powerless to act. I feared that speaking out would jeopardize my father's long-standing friendship with Uncle Fang, so I chose to endure in silence. Around the Qingming festival, I heard that his family was arranging a marriage for him, and I thought he might finally let go. Yet, he remains relentless, shamelessly pursuing me in my father's absence." Her voice trembled, filled with resentment and indignation. Gu Yunjing's disbelief was palpable as he raised his gaze. "He is engaged yet?" Su Shuhua turned to him, forcing a smile. "Indeed, he is engaged. I never imagined he could stoop so low. If it weren't for you today, I would." "That won't happen," Gu Yunjing interjected, taking a deep breath before continuing. "I have always believed that Miss Su is a confident and generous person, endowed with abundant talent and impeccable character. Your warmth and kindness have never led you to demean yourself. You're like a clear breeze and pure lotus. How could you be sullied by someone like Fang Zhigue, who is akin to the refuse of the earth? Even if something truly did happen today, please trust that the stain lies not upon you, but upon him." His tone was resolute, as though he were imparting a profound truth. Captivated by the clarity and sincerity in his eyes, Su Shuhua found herself momentarily speechless. At their first meeting, she had mistaken him for her father and had opened the door hastily, only to find him composed and courteous, leading her to regard him as a refined gentleman. Over the subsequent days, his gentle humility and the absence of any ill intent in his gaze confirmed his integrity. That day when he presented her with a gift, he had carefully avoided any ambiguous choices, revealing his thoughtful nature. Today, his praise of her as a clear breeze and pure lotus seemed to transcend mere physical appreciation, as if he were gazing into the depths of her soul. He was indeed different from others. As the sun set, soft rays filtered through the window, casting dappled light upon the smooth stone steps. Su Shuhua suddenly felt a lightness, as if the layers of cocoon that had enveloped her since childhood were loosening, revealing a small opening through which she could extend her still untamed edges. For the first time, someone had evaluated her based not on the standards of femininity, but on the essence of humanity. After a moment, she regained her composure and smiled at him, softly saying, "All right, I believe you." Noticing that she had been clutching her sleeve as if hiding something, Gu Yunjing speculated that the jade hairpin from Fang Zhigue was likely in her grasp. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "If Miss Su truly trusts me, you may entrust the hairpin to me, and I shall handle it." "Entrust it to you?" Su Shuhua was taken aback by his proposal. "What will you do with it? Return it to him?" To her, the hairpin was indeed a hot potato, neither to be discarded nor retained. If she kept it, Fang Zhigue would undoubtedly use it to insinuate an inappropriate relationship between them, and the evidence would force Su Shuhua to acknowledge it. If she discarded it, it might be picked up by a passerby, leading to further complications. While she trusted Gu Yunjing's character, knowing he would not seize this opportunity to use the hairpin against her, she remained uncertain about how he would handle the situation. "Rest assured, I will not simply return it to him," Gu Yunjing replied, exuding confidence. As for how I will manage it, I cannot disclose that just yet. But Miss Su may trust that I will handle it with utmost care, ensuring Feng Zhigue will never dare to trouble you again. Gazing into Gu Yunjing's earnest and sincere eyes, Su Shuhua inexplicably felt persuaded. She retrieved the hairpin from her sleeve and placed it in his hand. Thank you, then, for your assistance, Mr. Gu. The hairpin was pure white, its clarity suggesting considerable value. As Gu Yunjing accepted it, he could still feel the warmth it had retained from her grasp. He instinctively recoiled slightly, suppressing an unusual sensation, and composed himself as he secured the hairpin. Standing a few paces apart, they had unwittingly exchanged many words. Though the outer courtyard was open and not as secluded as the inner one, they were still unmarried individuals. And with Su Qingyu absent, Gu Yunjing felt it inappropriate to linger. Rising to take his leave, he remarked, "It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. I have placed today's assignments on the desk over there. Please inform Miss Su to convey this to the teacher upon his return." Su Shuan nodded in agreement and bowed to him as he departed, watching his figure recede into the distance. Once outside Su Qingyu's residence, Gu Yunjing exhaled deeply. The events of the past moments still stirred his thoughts, and a fleeting image of Su Shuhua's embarrassed yet defiant expression tightened his heart. Feng Zhigue. Gu Yunjing coldly scoffed to himself, "Just you wait." During their initial meeting, Feng Zhigue had made things difficult for him, and Gu Yunjing had chosen to overlook it. Yet now, to pursue Su Shuhua despite his engagement, to threaten her with words, was utterly despicable and morally reprehensible. To use a woman's reputation as leverage against her? I shall ensure you taste the bitterness of shame. Chapter 54. The scheme. The Jiangnan region flourished economically and culturally, particularly the coastal areas, which boasted thriving maritime trade and frequent exchanges with foreign lands, fostering a more open and inclusive social atmosphere than the inland regions. Among the elite, there existed a significant number who indulged in same-sex relationships, forming intimate bonds akin to those of lovers or spouses with certain handsome youths. If it were to be believed that Feng Zhigue had become someone's sworn brother and was engaged in ambiguous affections with another man, one might wonder if he could maintain his pride and reputation, continuing his studies at the Lucy Academy. Resolute, Gu Yunjing dispensed with hesitation and returned to his dormitory, intent on forging a love letter purportedly from a sworn brother, inserting a jade hairpin as a supposed gift from a sender. He planned to seize an opportunity to expose this matter publicly, leading others to believe that Feng Zhigue had a romantic affair, leaving him unable to defend his honor. Having never experienced love in either of his lifetimes, Gu Yunjing found his attempt at composing a love letter rather dry, feeling that something essential was lacking. In the midst of his contemplation, Su Qi and Cheng Yan fortuitously entered the room. Noticing him bent over his desk, they approached with curiosity. "Are you working on the assignment from the headmaster?" "Wait, no, you are writing a love letter." Upon recognizing the handwriting, Su Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, while Cheng Yan stood in shock. Both turned to Gu Yunjing, their expressions filled with suspicion and inquiry. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Gu Yunjing reluctantly revealed his intentions, omitting anything that might tarnish Su Shuhua's reputation, and merely stating that he found Feng Zhigue's behavior intolerable and sought revenge. Sui, harboring long-standing grievances against Feng Zhigue, was eager for him to suffer embarrassment. Listening to Gu Yunjing's account, Su Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he slapped Gu Yunjing's shoulder enthusiastically. "What a splendid plan. You are quite clever. How did you come up with such a clever strategy?" Gu Yunjing chuckled awkwardly, downplaying his ingenuity. "It's really just that Feng Zhigue is extremely irritating. I simply couldn't stand it any longer." Su Qi nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up. "Great minds think alike. I've always found him unsatisfactory. How could I not take part in such a delightful scheme to humiliate him?" He then seized the unfinished love letter, reading aloud, "To my dear, what is this? It lacks flavor." With a grand flourish, he declared proudly, "It's just a love letter. Allow me to help craft the content. You see, during my time mingling with wealthy youths in the capital, I was quite the regular in the brothels. I've heard every flirtatious line imaginable. Writing a love letter will be a breeze." Cheng Yan, usually reserved, offered, "I shall take up the pen." While it was natural for Su Qi and Gu Yunjing to participate in this scheme against Feng Zhigue, Cheng Yan had no direct grievances with him and was not one to seek out trouble. Observing their puzzled expressions, Cheng Yan smiled gently. You're my closest brothers at the academy. How could I remain uninvolved simply out of fear of risk? Moreover, Fang Zigui's character is indeed despicable, and I share your disdain for him. An additional motive lingered for Cheng Yin, as he recalled how Zhu Yuanfeng had once bullied him in the cafeteria, leveraging Fang Zigui's influence. Though that incident was long past, Cheng Yin feared his friends might perceive him as vengeful, so he refrained from mentioning it. Noticing their lingering hesitation, Cheng Yin added, "When I was in Huading County, I often transcribed books to help support my family. Some bookshops sought to monopolize the market, allowing me to sell my copies only to them. To earn extra money without being detected, I practiced various styles of handwriting to sell to different shops. Your handwriting is quite distinctive. If Fang Zigui were to pay attention, he would easily trace the letter back to us. However, I can use a different style for the love letter, and even if he suspects us, he will have no evidence, allowing us to withdraw unscathed." Sui, impressed, exclaimed. "Well done, Cheng Yin. I had no idea you possessed such talent." Seeing their enthusiasm, Gu Yunjing relented. "Very well, Su Qi will dictate while Cheng Yin writes. Once you finish the letter, I will handle the subsequent matters." Thus, the three of them quickly divided their tasks and prepared for the forthcoming opportunity. A few days later, just after the bell rang to signal the end of classes at Lucy Academy, students began to emerge from the classrooms, excitedly heading to the dining hall. As Fang Zhe gathered his belongings to leave, a student rushed toward him, calling out, "Brother Fang, don't be in such a hurry. Someone sent you a package." At midday, students were either just finishing classes or on their way to lunch, gathering in the corridors outside the classrooms. Upon hearing the shout, many turned their heads in curiosity. "A package? What could it be?" Fang Zigui, puzzled, asked. "Do you know who sent it?" The student shook his head. "I'm not sure who it's from. It was delivered by a courier from the post station, who only said it was for Fang Zigui of Lucy Academy." The package, wrapped in silk, appeared unremarkable, devoid of any identifying information about the sender. "My family didn't mention sending anything," Fang Zigui thought, perplexed, and disregarding the curious gazes around him, he promptly opened the package. As he unwrapped the silk, a small wooden box revealed itself, containing a letter and a long, cloth-wrapped object. The envelope remained intact, showing no signs of having been opened, and bore no writing. Fang Zigui picked up the long object. As he unwrapped it, his eyes widened in shock. "This is the jade hairpin I gave to Su Shuhua. How did it end up here? Did she return it to me?" Without further ado, Fang Zigui opened the letter. The salutation alone made his expression shift dramatically, and as he read on, his countenance darkened, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the letter. After finishing, his face turned ashen, and he struggled to suppress the urge to shred the letter in fury, gritting his teeth as he demanded of the student who delivered it, "Who wrote this letter?" The student, taken aback by Fang Zigui's terrifying demeanor, stammered, "I don't know. Brother Fang. The courier just delivered it and left without saying anything. What's wrong?" Fang Zigui took a deep breath, striving to contain his anger and avoid a public outburst. Just as he intended to put the letter away, Su Qi, emerging from nowhere, snatched it from him. "Brother Fang, who wrote your letter? Let me see." Glancing at the letter's contents, Su Qi's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Oh, a love letter. Which girl is so infatuated with you that she sent a love letter all the way here?" At Su Qi's words, the surrounding students turned their heads in unison, unable to conceal their excitement and curiosity. Sensing the anticipation from those around him, Su Qi grew bolder, playfully retreating several steps with the letter in hand, just out of Fang Zigui's reach. "I'll read it aloud for everyone." "Shut up," Fang Zigui attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Su Qi had already begun to read aloud. "My dearest Fang Lang, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have generously supported this work. Tomorrow, I shall resume my daily updates, with posts scheduled for 7 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. Thank you all for your unwavering support." Chapter 55. The Affection of Longyang. "My dearest Fang Lang, since our parting during the Dragon Boat Festival, I have missed you immensely. In my every movement and moment of repose, in my meals and slumber, I find life devoid of flavor, for I have not beheld your visage or heard your voice. My heart feels desolate and hollow, as if I have lost my very soul, leaving behind only a mere shell of flesh." Su Qi, holding the love letter, approached the doorway and began to read aloud, his words dripping with such sentimentality that they sent shivers down the spine. His voice resonated throughout the classroom, and the previously bustling crowd gradually fell silent. Their curiosity and excitement peaked, all eyes fixed upon the letter in his hand, occasionally glancing at Gu, whose face had turned pale. Approaching the age of 40, having wandered between the seas for decades, I had resigned myself to a life of obscurity and despair, believing my days would end in insignificance. Yet, at the port of Fuzhou, I encountered you, Lang, whose celestial grace captivated my heart at first sight, igniting a fervent affection within me. It felt as though a brilliant light had pierced the darkness of my existence, dispelling my confusion and soothing my lonely heart. Near 40? Upon hearing this, a student gasped in disbelief. It hardly seemed fitting for a young lady to express such sentiments. Another astute student quickly clapped his hands, excitement flushing his face as he urged his companions, "Quickly, fetch paper and pen. I must transcribe this, lest I forget it." At this, the crowd reacted, hastily rummaging through their belongings for ink and paper, recounting the words in a chorus as they scribbled them down. Meanwhile, Su Qi remained oblivious to the commotion, wholly engrossed in his reading. Although he had penned the letter himself and knew it by heart, he still infused his delivery with passion, his tone exaggerated and fervent, evoking vivid imagery. "You, like a gentle breeze and a bright moon, do not disdain my humble merchant's demeanor, nor my unrefined appearance. We share our feelings and forge a brotherly bond, pledging before the god of marriage to walk through life together." The students exchanged astonished glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Brotherly bond? Did I hear that correctly? Fang Shixiang, the affection of Longyang. One student exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Fang Shixiang, he actually prefers men. Life in the academy had grown monotonous, a daily grind of classes and examinations, driving the students to near madness. Suddenly, this scandalous revelation stirred their spirits, igniting fervent discussions that rose to a crescendo. Despite having heard tales of such inclinations in Jiangnan, particularly along the coastal regions, this was the first time they had encountered someone with a penchant for such affairs in person. Is this truly so rare? In my hometown, such individuals are quite common. However, among our esteemed families, it is often merely a fleeting curiosity, and even if one seeks a male companion, it is typically a younger, handsome, and delicate youth. I have never seen someone like Gu so boldly offering himself as a disciple to an older man. Someone, trembling with trepidation, clutched their arms protectively and stepped back, nervously exclaiming, "Ah, I reside next to Gu. He would fancy me, would he? Though I possess charm and grace, I have no affection for men." Another, appalled by the first demeanor, retorted, "You? Spare me. With your unkempt beard and charcoal-blackened face, your unwashed feet could be detected from 3 miles away. Gu must not be desperate enough to consider you. How dare you speak so vilely? I am not repulsive. I speak only the truth. You are indeed distasteful. Look at your socks, filthy and worn. How long has it been since they were washed? Hush! The two of you are about to quarrel." A student nearby gestured for silence, pointing at Su Qi. "Be quiet. Su Qi has yet to finish reading." At this, the crowd gradually quieted, turning their attention back to Su Qi, who, satisfied by their rapt focus, cleared his throat and continued, "I am over a decade your senior. You, upon encountering exquisite trinkets, express delight akin to a child, your demeanor utterly charming. As you prepare for your coming-of-age ceremony, I must embark on a trading voyage, burdened with trivial matters that prevent me from attending your celebration in Hangzhou. Thus, I send you a jade hairpin, a token to secure your hair during the ceremony, as a gift to commemorate your transition into adulthood. When you hold this pin, let it remind you of me, and may it momentarily quell your longing. Upon my return from trading, we shall share candlelit conversations by your window, reveling in each other's company. Words are insufficient to express my longing. I implore you to cherish yourself. Written by your devoted brother, Qi Silang." Su Qi, with fervor, concluded the letter, deliberately slowing his pace for the final lines, his tone dramatically rising and falling, accompanied by gestures of farewell, creating an atmosphere rich with emotion. "Ah, such tender sentiment, exquisitely penned," he remarked, folding the letter carefully and returning it to Gu's hands, feigning shock while teasing. "I never would have suspected, Fang Shixiang, that you harbored such inclinations." Su Qi, Gu, caught off guard, had not anticipated this turn of events, Anger surged within him, his complexion shifting from a deep shade of gray to ashen, leaving him drained of energy to confront Su Qi, his voice weak. This was the first time he had faced such public humiliation, and the peculiar gazes of those around him made his blood boil, dizziness overwhelming him as darkness encroached upon his vision. Several students, friends of Fang Gu, cautiously approached to support him. Fang Xixiang, are you all right? Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. You were with us during the Dragon Boat Festival. How could you be entangled in such matters? Indeed, Fang Xixiang, this must be a prank. You were with us. How could there be any brotherly affection? Silence. I cannot bear to hear any more of this brotherly nonsense. Fang Gu, unable to tolerate the words any longer, erupted, his eyes red and fierce, resembling a wounded beast, startling the speaker into silence. He pinched his palm, the dull ache grounding him in reality. Suppressing his fury, he endeavored to regain his composure and ponder the intricacies of this predicament. He had no such brotherly affection as a merchant. It was evident that someone had orchestrated this scheme to humiliate him publicly. Yet, the letter bore no identifying marks, and the handwriting offered no clues as to the perpetrator. But then he recalled the jade hairpin, a crucial detail. However, Su Shuhua was typically cautious and timid. As a young woman, she lacked the audacity and means to contrive such a scheme. In the long courtyard of the Tianshan residence, aside from him and Su Shuhua, who else could possibly know about the matter of the jade hairpin? Wait, it seems there is indeed one more person. Upon this realization, Fang Zigui rose and approached a seemingly indifferent individual in the corner, asking, "It was you, wasn't it?" Chapter 56. The fear of rumors. It was you, wasn't it? Fang Zigui's tone was grave, his gaze piercing. Gu Yunji adjusted his sleeves leisurely, his expression unfazed. What is Brother Fang talking about? I cannot comprehend. Fang Zigui let out a cold laugh. Do not feign ignorance with me. I have not disclosed the matter of the jade hairpin to anyone. On that day, aside from her and myself, your voice was the only one heard from the outer courtyard. You took the hairpin and penned this so-called love letter to frame me. Did you not? Gu Yunji continued to feign ignorance. Jade hairpin? What jade hairpin? Did your sworn brother send a jade hairpin to you? At this, those around suddenly recalled something they had overlooked. Indeed, did he not say he sent a jade hairpin along with the letter to congratulate Brother Fang on reaching adulthood? Where is it? Here it is. A quick-witted student retrieved the hairpin from a package, holding aloft for all to see. Those knowledgeable recognized it instantly. Look at this luster and texture. This must be Lantian jade, not inexpensive at all. They cast a teasing glance at Fang Zigui. Brother Fang, your sworn brother is rather generous to you. They say he's a maritime merchant nearing middle age. He must be wealthy. Buying a Lantian jade hairpin is surely a trifling matter. Not necessarily, another chimed in. The wealthier one is, the more frugal they tend to be. It takes someone with Brother Fang's celestial disposition to win their unwavering devotion, to give whatever is desired. Precisely. Brother Fang, you must wear this hairpin at your coming-of-age ceremony. Do not let down your sworn brother's kind intentions. With that, laughter erupted among the crowd. Fang Zigui's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in silence, lost in thought. His sycophants, perceiving his mood, quickly stepped in to defend him. Hey, do not speak nonsense. There is no such thing as sworn brothers. Brother Fang was already crowned last September. This is clearly someone's prank. How can such heartfelt words in a letter be dismissed as a prank? Even if not a sworn brother, it could very well be some man secretly infatuated with Brother Fang, unable to contain his emotions, hence sending love letters and gifts. These explanations seemed ineffective. People only believed what they wished to believe. Even unreasonable aspects could be reconciled through imagination. The tale of a lovesick maritime merchant and a newly crowned handsome scholar was enough to pique curiosity and draw attention. Who cared about the truth? Such is the terrifying nature of scandalous gossip. It requires neither evidence nor fact, and even a rumor conjured from mere whispers can gain traction, especially when there are tangible tokens like love letters and hairpins involved. Seeing that Gu Yunji remained unyielding, adamantly denying his involvement, and with Fang Zigui lacking solid evidence, he found himself at a standstill. He could only retort, "Just you wait," before sweeping away in indignation. As he departed, someone called out teasingly, "Brother Fang, do not forget the hairpin your sworn brother sent you." With that, laughter erupted once more. Mission accomplished, Gu Yunji lingered no longer. humming merrily as he departed with Su Qi and Cheng Yin to dine. By the end of a single afternoon, the rumor of Fang Zigui's alleged affection for men had spread throughout the entire academy. Wherever he went, he was met with curious and prying gazes, leaving him utterly discomfort. In the face of such circumstances, Fang Zigui found himself powerless. Baseless tales, when relayed from mouth to mouth, become increasingly real. He could not explain himself to everyone. Once branded with the label of affection for men, it would be nearly impossible to shed it in the near term. For the years to come, at the Lusher Academy, or even beyond, the glances directed at Fang Zigui would carry an unusual significance. It is a challenge to establish a good reputation, yet astonishingly easy to ruin one. Gu Yunjing felt no sympathy for Fang Zigui's current predicament. Using reputation as leverage was precisely what he had once done to Su Shuhua. He knew all too well how crucial reputation was for women in this era, yet he unabashedly harassed and offended, ultimately because it was not he who suffered. In this world, true empathy is scarce. The best method is to switch places with those who speak without understanding, allowing them to experience the weight of scrutiny and disdain. Gu Yunjing even believed that Fang Zigui had come out ahead. He was merely the subject of gossip. And while he might face some obstacles in marriage proposals over the years, it would not substantially affect his imperial examination prospects or future career. Years later, when others mentioned it, they would merely regard it as a youthful indiscretion of Fang Zigui, a light-hearted jest over tea and meals, easily brushed aside without tarnishing his record. However, had the protagonist been Su Shuhua, she might have considered throwing herself into the river to prove her innocence. Listening to the stream of rumors, Su Qi struggled to suppress his mirth until the three returned to their dormitory, at which point he burst into laughter. "Ha! Today was hilarious. Did you not see Fang Zigui's face? As flushed as liver? It has been ages since I have felt such exhilaration." Cheng Yin added, "I did not anticipate things would unfold so smoothly." Su Qi merely read the letter aloud in public. We did not even need to spread the word deliberately. Everyone took the initiative to pass it along. Is he not proud? Is he not remarkable? I shall see how he dares to flaunt himself before me again. Su Qi scoffed disdainfully. We have managed to bring him down without expending any effort. Just the thought brings me immense joy. Had he not torn that letter, I would have framed it to hang on the wall, to relish whenever I felt down. It would surely bring me laughter. Immersed in his imagined scenario, Su Qi could not help but chuckle to himself, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Cheng Yin suddenly recalled something and turned to Gu Yunjing. "By the way, Yunjing, why did you not tell us you had included a hairpin in the package?" While it indeed lends credibility, it was unnecessary and quite extravagant. Su Qi echoed, his expression pained. "Yes, Yunjing, that hairpin is Lantian jade, particularly costly. Fang Zigui does not deserve it." Gu Yunjing, unable to explain the hairpin's origins, merely smiled faintly. "Do not worry, I am not so extravagant. It is merely an eye for an eye." "Huh? What do you mean?" His words left Su Qi puzzled, on the verge of asking for clarification when suddenly a loud shout echoed from outside, followed by the dormitory door being rudely kicked open. "It is indeed you. The plot thickens. Do not take it too seriously. If you encounter someone spreading rumors in real life, bravely wield the weapon of law to hold them accountable." Chapter end. Chapter 57. Resentment. It is indeed you who have been scheming behind our backs. Fang Zigui's face contorted in rage, his aura menacing as he stormed into the dormitory, his presence as if he would devour the others whole. Initially, he had harbored suspicions about Gu Yunjing, but lacking evidence, he felt frustrated. Observing Su Qi's exuberance, it was evident he was hiding something, prompting Fang to stealthily follow them, hoping to overhear something. To his surprise, he had only just reached the door when he overheard their conversation. Startled by the sudden noise, Su Qi trembled. However, when he turned to see the visitor, he quickly regained his composure and spoke with disdain. "I thought it was someone of significance, but it turns out to be you, Brother Fang. Eavesdropping on others is hardly the act of a gentleman." "A gentleman's conduct?" Fang Zigui couldn't help but laugh in anger. "You forged letters to slander me with tales of inappropriate relations, and now the entire academy is rife with gossip, tarnishing my reputation to the point where I cannot lift my head. Is this what you call gentlemanly behavior?" With their scheme exposed, Su Qi saw no reason to continue the charade and boldly confessed, "Indeed, it was us. To deal with a scoundrel like you, one must resort to scoundrel tactics. If you have the courage, go tell the headmaster and have me expelled." Fang Zhigue realized he had no evidence to support his claims. If Su Qi and his companions remained steadfast in their denial, even if he reported them to the headmaster, it would likely backfire, exacerbating the rumors about his supposed impropriety. As Su Qi had stated, Fang Zhigue found himself helpless and could only swallow this bitter pill. He took a deep breath and asked, Su Qi, I believe I have never wronged you, have I? The issues between our elders are not mine to bear, and my mother has already faced her due punishment. Why do you harbor such resentment towards me, bringing me to this state? Bah! Su Qi spat in anger. What do you mean you haven't wronged me? Your status, your wealth, your very existence are all built upon what my late cousin should have had. You have stolen everything from him. Your existence is a blunder. From the moment you were born, you have wronged me. And as for your despicable mother, what does her punishment matter? Can bring my aunt back to life? The more Su Qi spoke, the more agitated he became, his eyes icy. You want me to let this go? That can only happen if you take your own life right here, and then I will forgive you. With old grudges and fresh animosities intertwining, neither was willing to yield, and their confrontation was far from resolution. Fang Zhigue, unwilling to continue the argument, turned to Gu Yunji. What about you? Is it because I once prevented you from becoming Su Shanchang's disciple that you bear grudge and conspire with Su Qi against me? Gu Yunji appeared indifferent, responding casually. You underestimate me. I have no lingering resentment over that minor dispute. My actions stem purely from your misconduct and vile character, which I find intolerable. Is that not sufficient reason? As he spoke, he rose and approached Fang Zhigue, fixing him with an unwavering gaze devoid of fear. And you are mistaken. This scheme was not orchestrated by Su Qi, but was entirely my design. I am determined to bring you disgrace and ensure you cannot hold your head high in the academy. Fang Zhigue detected the hatred in Gu Yunji's eyes, leaving him momentarily perplexed, struggling to comprehend the source of this animosity. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and a sardonic smile crossed his face. So that is it. I had no idea you harbored such feelings for her. You should have said so earlier instead of pretending to be so noble. While Fang Zhigue did not spell it out, Gu Yunji understood the implication, and his expression darkened. Do you think everyone is as depraved as you? My conduct is honorable. My demeanor respectful. I have never crossed any lines. What I feel is none of your concern. Fang Zhigue scoffed. We are all men. Do you think I cannot discern your thoughts? Such hypocrisy. A flicker of irritation flashed across Gu Yunji's face as he warned, I advise you to abandon your misguided schemes. This time is merely a lesson. If you do not restrain yourself, I will make you regret it. Fang Zhigue's expression shifted, a surge of anger igniting within him. Will you lecture me? I will remember this grudge. I will not let it go. We shall see what happens next. With that, he stormed off, ignoring the others. Unfazed, Su Qi shouted after him. Who is afraid of you? If you have the guts, come back. I can sleep with my eyes wide open. As Fang Zhigue disappeared from sight, Cheng Yan's face clouded with concern. Fang Zhigue will not let this rest. Given his demeanor, he will undoubtedly seek revenge, especially from Yunji. It seems he bears a particular grudge against you. Be cautious. Gu Yunji's gaze was somber. There's a saying, a thief cannot expect to be guarded against forever. Worrying excessively serves no purpose and only breeds more anxiety. Though not one to instigate trouble, Gu Yunji was not afraid of it either. His decision to confront Fang Zhigue was made after careful consideration. Having chosen to provoke, he was prepared for an unending entanglement. Su Qi approached and placed a hand on their shoulders. Yunji is right. We shall face whatever comes. I refuse to believe Fang Zhigue can stir up much chaos. Fang Zhigue, however, was shrewd and patient, waiting for the opportune moment for revenge, potentially striking from behind when least expected. Cheng Yan sighed and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Later that evening at the headmaster's residence, Gu Yunji awaited Su Qingyu's review of the day's assignments. As Su lay back in a chair, he suddenly sat up and asked, Have you heard about Fang Zhigue's situation? What is going on? Gu Yunji was surprised at how quickly the news had spread. Even Su Qingyu was aware within half a day. Unfazed, he replied calmly, Yes. I heard something about a scandal involving inappropriate relations and love letters concerning a jade hairpin, but the details elude me. Upon hearing the phrases inappropriate relations and jade hairpin, Su Shuhua, who was pouring tea, slightly trembled. When she handed Gu Yunji the teacup, their eyes met for a brief moment, revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. Gu Yunji sensed her unspoken inquiry and offered a reassuring glance. whispering so only they could hear, "Do not worry." Su Shuhua raised an eyebrow, her astonishment fleeting, quickly replaced by composure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Su Qingyu, oblivious to their exchange, lamented, "I also heard about the love letters. How could such a well-mannered child like Gu Xue have such peculiar tastes? Is he under too much pressure? If he must seek companionship, at least choose someone more suitable. A merchant nearing middle age? Just thinking about it feels grim." Gu Yunji concealed his amusement, feigning ignorance. "Who can say? I cannot fathom it either. Enough about this. I hope this scandal does not affect his mindset. He should focus on his studies." Su Qingyu shook his head, then turned back to Gu Yunji. "By the way, the Academy's midterm exams are approaching. You must prepare well. Do not grow complacent." Gu Yunji responded respectfully, "Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations." End of chapter. Chapter 58. Midterm Exam Results. In late June, Luxi Academy held its biannual examination, encompassing all subjects from the provincial and imperial examinations, along with basic physical fitness tests. Soon, the results were announced, and the rankings of over 500 students, both scholars and candidates, were publicly displayed on the outer wall of the classroom, drawing a throng of onlookers. Gu Yunji felt adequately prepared, and the examination had gone smoothly. He expected a satisfactory ranking. However, when he approached the board to check the rankings, he found a large crowd gathered, fervently discussing their placements, making it difficult for him to squeeze in. One student, upon seeing his rank, erupted in excitement. "Ha ha! 63. As a mere scholar, I surpass so many degree holders. Ranking over 60. Some individuals discreetly curled their lips and murmured, "At just 63, what is there to be proud of? I scored 52. Was I ever boastful?" If one does not place in the top 50, participating in the literary fair is futile, regardless of how many scholars surpass you. Others remained fixated on the rankings, evaluating each position. 10th place, Wang Shui. 11th, Zheng Qingsong. 12th, Zhou Qinqin. 13th, Gu Yunjing. Wait, Gu Yunjing just enrolled this year, and he managed to secure 13th place? The direct guidance from the headmaster truly makes a difference. And this Cheng Yan, placing 19th, both of them have only been in the academy for half a year, yet they have outperformed a multitude of scholars to land in the top 20. Quite remarkable. Make way, make way. Su Qi, leveraging his strength, forcibly cleared a path for Gu Yunjing and Cheng Yan through the crowd. "Yunjing, Cheng Yan, come here. There's space." Gu Yunjing navigated through the throng, finally managing to poke his head out and successfully claimed an opening beside Su Qi. He looked up at the list and indeed found his name in 13th place, while Cheng Yan was in 19th. Su Qi, with keen eyes, quickly located his own name and excitedly shook Gu Yunjing's shoulder. "Yunjing, Yunjing, I scored 176. Out of over 500 candidates, I am in the top third." Breathless from Su Qi's enthusiasm, Gu Yunjing quickly reassured him, Yes, quite impressive, but calm down a bit." Upon hearing this, Su Qi released his grip, puffing with pride. "In just 6 months, I have surpassed 2/3 of the entire academy. If that isn't genius, what is? I challenge anyone to say I lack knowledge." Cheng Yan, remaining silent, pointed to the list and remarked, "Fong Zigui, 37th? He has always performed well. This rank is unexpected." Where? Su Qi's eyes lit up, confirming the 37th rank. "Neither of you surpassed him, yet he is renowned for his scholarly achievements. How disappointing." Other students, having noticed Fong Zigui's position, began to speculate. Last midterm, he ranked 2nd. How has he fallen so far? Perhaps he is not in the best form? Some laughed behind their hands, their expressions mocking. Perhaps his mind is preoccupied with his sworn brother, leaving no room for anything else. "Hush! Keep it down. He is coming." Just then, Fong Zigui passed by, and upon seeing his rank, his already sour mood darkened further. Hearing the whispers around him, he felt a sting of humiliation and shot a resentful glare at Gu Yunjing and the others, turning away in silence. Observing Fong Zigui's vexation, Su Qi felt a surge of satisfaction. TSK, look at him. He must be too ashamed to face anyone. If I were him, I'd be embarrassed to even check the list." Gu Yunjing, bemused, replied, "You ranked over 100. Why look down on someone in 37th place?" Su Qi, crossing his arms with a proud demeanor, retorted, "So what? You both ranked higher than him, and, as my good brothers, I take pride in that. As long as it makes Fong Zigui squirm, I am delighted." At that moment, Mr. Chenyi approached and clapped his hands to draw the students' attention. You have all seen the results. Those who performed well should not be arrogant, and those who did not should encourage one another. In any case, do not become complacent. Rankings are only temporary. The true test will come with the next imperial examination. A student curiously inquired, Mr. Chun, is it true that the top 50 from the midterm can participate in the literary fair, as you previously mentioned? Chenyi confirmed, indeed. It is true. The fair is scheduled for the 10th of August, just before the Mid-Autumn Festival. After the Qixi Festival, we will commence the training for the fair projects. You may take a couple of days to relax. Students who had never participated in the literary fair expressed their curiosity. Training? For what purpose? Before Chun-He could respond, someone nearby eagerly explained, it involves dedicating some time each day to practice the events of the fair, such as pot throwing and archery. Our academy typically focuses on studies, so we need to brush up on our recreational skills before the event. We can't let the students from Hangzhou Academy outshine us with their horse riding and ball games, while we can only recite poetry. Is the training open to everyone? How could that be? If everyone could participate, why select only the top 50 from the midterm? Well, let me finish, Chun-He interjected, attempting to cut through the endless chatter. Only the top 50 from this midterm can join the training. Those who cannot participate in the competition may still attend the fair to enjoy the festivities, but they will need to cover their own travel and meal expenses. Hearing that it did not pertain to most of them, several initially enthusiastic students felt doused with cold water. However, upon learning they could still observe, they became excited again. Really? That's wonderful. Even if we cannot compete, we can cheer for our fellow students from Luvexiu Academy. Exactly. We must maintain our spirit. We cannot let the students from Hangzhou Academy look down on us. Mentioning Hangzhou Academy reminded Su Qi of Ren Ying's provocation at Hongyan Restaurant. He turned to Gu Yunjing and Cheng Yin, asking, by the way, are you too skilled in events like polo and pot throwing? We can't just show up at the literary fair and only be able to write poems. Gu Yunjing chuckled wryly. You hit the nail on the head. I'm not particularly adept. Given that these examinations do not test such skills, I have little time to practice. Cheng Yin shook his head. I cannot claim otherwise. My humble background has afforded me no opportunity to engage in such pastimes. What shall we do then? We can't rely on a few days of training to suddenly excel and defeat Reningza. Su Qi lamented, what a pity. I am proficient in everything and could have brought honor to Luvexiu Academy. Yet I failed to make the top 50 and cannot participate. Seeing Su Qi's dismay, Gu Yunjing found it amusing and was about to offer comfort when Su Qi quickly regained his composure and shifted his focus elsewhere. Never mind. It's no use lamenting. With a rare few days off after the midterm, I should think about how to enjoy myself. Witnessing this, both Gu Yunjing and Cheng Yin exchanged amused glances and shook their heads helplessly. Chapter 59. Excursion on Qixi Festival on this day in the headmaster's residence. Su Qi was enthusiastically playing with a cricket in a jar when he suddenly recalled something and asked, Headmaster, will the academy have a holiday for the Qixi Festival? I've heard there will be a lantern festival in Hangzhou. You think about holidays all day long. Su Qingyu scolded lightly, then leisurely sipped his tea. Yes, there will be a holiday, starting from noon on Qixi until noon the following day, a total of 1 day. Su Qi's eyes brightened, and he excitedly turned to Gu Yunjing. Yunjing, let us invite Cheng Yin to join us for the Lantern Festival in Hangzhou. Gu Yunjing, not fond of crowded places, expressed little interest. I'm afraid all I'll see are heads, not the lanterns. Besides, isn't the Qixi Festival typically a celebration for girls? What is the point of joining? Su Qi disagreed vehemently. You clearly don't know? Who says only girls celebrate the Qixi Festival? The 7th day of the 7th month is the birthday of the star god. We scholars can also pay homage to him and pray for success. Even if we do nothing else, isn't it worthwhile to join the festivities? If I don't get out for some fresh air, I'll surely fall ill from boredom in the academy. Gu Yunji hesitated for a moment when Su Qingyu chimed in. It is rare to have a festival. It would be delightful to go out and explore. My sister Shuhua and I are heading down the mountain to pay our respects to the weaving maiden. If you wish to accompany us, I can prepare a couple of guest rooms in my residence in the city. We can enjoy a leisurely evening and return to the academy the following morning. Su Qi's spirits lifted at this suggestion. That sounds splendid. We can truly revel in the festivities. Seeing the enthusiasm of the group, Gu Yunji finally relented and agreed. On the afternoon of the Qixi Festival, Su Qingyu led Su Shuhua, Gu Yunji, Su Qi, and Chengyan down the mountain, intending to visit the Lantern Festival in Hangzhou. By the time they arrived in the city, dusk was falling. The streets were teeming with people, and charming young ladies could be seen enjoying outings, as well as couples strolling hand in hand. Stalls lined the streets, selling various trinkets, and the lively shouts of vendors filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Although the night had yet to descend, an array of colorful lanterns had already been hung along the roads. The vivid hues of the lanterns, though less noticeable in the daylight, shone brilliantly against the backdrop of the fiery sunset, presenting a uniquely enchanting scene. Among the group, Gu Yunjing and Cheng Yin maintained their composure, while Su Qingyu, due to his elder status, also refrained from overt displays of excitement. Su Shuhua, being a lady, was similarly reserved. In contrast, Su Qi was particularly exuberant, darting about like a playful monkey, stopping to examine any peculiar sight that caught her eye. Delicious chow chow rice balls made of glutinous rice. Sweet, soft, and utterly delightful. Come and have a taste. A vendor's enthusiastic call caught Su Qi's attention, and she eagerly approached, pointing at the round, white dumplings. What are these? Upon noticing her interest, the vendor promptly began to explain, "Young master, these are called chow chow rice balls. In some places, they are made as dumplings, but here, we use glutinous rice to form them into round shapes. Each contains various fillings, and consuming different ones symbolizes different auspicious meanings." What kind are included? Most of the rice balls contain peanuts and hazelnuts, though there are some special ones, such as those with silk thread representing skillfulness, red dates symbolizing early marriage, and copper coins bringing good fortune. Typically, these are popular among young ladies, but if a young master wishes to try them for novelty, that is perfectly acceptable. Intrigued, Su Qi exclaimed, "That sounds quite interesting. I would like an order." She gestured to Su Qingyu and the others, adding, "And one for each of them as well." "Certainly," the vendor replied joyfully, quickly preparing the chow chow rice balls for everyone. Gu Yunji chuckled. "You only need to eat for yourself. Why include us? Because it's more enjoyable to share, bringing good luck." Su Qi insisted, thrusting a rice ball into his hand as a prelude to her appetite. Without waiting for the others, she began to savor the dumplings. After chewing a few, she felt somewhat disheartened. They are all filled with peanuts. None hold any special meanings. Cheng Yin remarked, "I have hazelnuts. Nothing special here either. It seems the ones with silk thread and red dates are indeed rare." Suddenly, Su Qingyu's expression shifted as he frowned, as though something had lodged in his teeth. He discreetly retrieved a copper coin from his mouth, smiling, "I seem to have fortuitously found a copper coin. Good luck shall come my way." Upon witnessing someone discover a special filling, Su Qi perked up again, turning to Su Shuhua. "What about Miss Su? What did you find?" At that moment, Su Shuhua realized she too had bitten into something unusual. Cautiously, she traced the shape of the object with her tongue and, after a moment, revealed a red date pit, saying, "It's a red date." The vendor seized the opportunity to offer a blessing. "This young lady is so graceful and charming, and now she has found a red date, symbolizing early marriage. Surely, she will marry a distinguished and prosperous gentleman." While receiving such blessings is typically delightful, Su Shuhua, being an unmarried young woman, felt a blush rise to her cheeks at the vendor's words, especially in the presence of her father and peers. As Gu Yunji was enjoying his rice ball, he suddenly wore a peculiar expression, uncertainly feeling around with his tongue, before also revealing a red date pit. "You too with a red date?" Su Qi teased, arching an eyebrow. "It appears our Yunji is destined for an early marriage as well." She glanced sideways at Su Shuhua with feigned nonchalance. Gu Yunji felt somewhat uncomfortable. While it was one thing for a young lady to receive blessings of early marriage, it was quite another for a man to do so, especially when he shared this experience with Su Shuhua. The air seemed to thicken with an ambiguous tension, especially as Su Shuhua shyly retreated behind Su Qingyu. Clearing his throat, Gu Yunji quickly sought to steer the conversation elsewhere. "It's merely a rice ball? Why all the fuss? Don't you want to pay respects to the god of examinations? I will accompany you now." His abrupt change of topic felt somewhat forced, leading others to perceive his hurried departure as a retreat. All right. I won't say another word. Let us go pay our respects." Su Qi complied, though a knowing smile graced her face as she exchanged a glance with Cheng Yin, who shook his head in amusement and quickened his pace to catch up. Su Qingyu observed the scene with keen interest, the reactions of his apprentice and daughter eliciting a quiet smile as he stroked his beard, enjoying the unfolding dynamics. End of chapter. Chapter 60. An exceptional presence on the Qixi festival. Numerous individuals sought to pay their respects to the weaving maiden and the god of examinations. The authorities had even designated 2 adjacent halls within the city god temple for worshippers, placing the god of examinations on the left and the weaving maiden on the right, allowing the public to offer prayers and seek blessings. Outside the temple, enterprising vendors had set up stalls selling goods, contrasting with the lantern-adorned streets. As these stalls were filled with intricate trinkets, masks, sewing supplies, and small ornaments, primarily attracting the youth. Gu Yunjing and his companions proceeded directly to the main hall. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, they noticed a clear division in the crowd. Young men seeking academic success turned left to pay respects to the god of examinations, while young women wishing for marital bliss moved right to honor the weaving maiden. The young men on the left exuded vigor, while the groups of young women on the right radiated youthful exuberance, creating a harmonious and orderly atmosphere. As Su Qi was about to ascend the steps, she noticed Su Qingyu had halted, prompting her to ask, "Are you not joining us in paying respects to the god of examinations, master?" Su Qingyu waved his hand dismissively. Worshipping the god of examinations is for those seeking divine favor for success in the imperial examinations. At my age, I have no need for such pursuits. I shall remain outside and explore while you go ahead. He then turned to Su Shuhua, adding, "Shuhua, since you are here, you should pay your respects to the weaving maiden." Su Shuhua nodded in agreement, replying, "Then please wait here. I will be out shortly." Upon seeing Su Qingyu nod, she turned and made her way towards the weaving maiden palace. Gu Yunjing and the others ceased their lingering and headed towards the nearby Kuaishing palace. Inside, several youths dressed as scholars were already kneeling on the cushions in front of the statue, their heads bowed and murmuring incantations, exuding an air of utmost reverence. Gu Yunjing had never been particularly invested in matters of the supernatural. His hurried invitation to Su Qi to pay homage to Kuaishing was merely an attempt to dispel the ambiguous atmosphere during their meal together. He knelt down and hastily bowed a few times, considering it sufficient. Just as he was about to exit, he heard Su Qi say, "Yunjing, aren't you going to pray a bit longer? Being so perfunctory might lead Kuaishing to think you lack sincerity. You should pray like we do." With that, he pressed his palms together and bowed deeply. Gu Yunjing turned and indeed saw Su Qi and Cheng Yin kneeling upright on the cushions with remarkable decorum. He chuckled softly, saying, "For examinations, one must rely on one's own abilities. Seeking divine intervention is merely a means to find peace of mind. A semblance of reverence suffices." "Not necessarily," Su Qi replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Didn't you hear the vendor selling sweet rice cakes? Miss Su is destined to marry a top scholar. If you don't show sincerity, how will Kuaishing fulfill your wish? If you fail, it would also prevent the weaving maiden next door from granting Miss Su her desires." What nonsense! Gu Yunjing thought they were becoming increasingly audacious, seizing every opportunity to jest. Yet, Su Qi's words inadvertently led him to ponder. What kind of wish would Su Shuhua make next door? Suddenly, snapping back to reality, he noticed the barely concealed amusement in Su Qi and Cheng Yan's eyes, causing his cheeks to flush. He shook his head, suppressing the fleeting thoughts, and said somewhat sheepishly, "You two can pray as you wish. I'll step out first." At that moment, the evening glow had faded completely, the night deepening. Distant lanterns began to illuminate the surroundings, casting a gentle glow on the myriad smiling faces in the crowd, creating an enchanting spectacle. As Gu Yunjing exited the grand hall, the lingering warmth from within was swept away by the cool evening breeze, leaving him feeling refreshed. The entrance was bustling with people, and as Gu Yunjing stepped aside to let others pass, he inadvertently locked eyes with a pair of gentle, autumn water-like eyes. Su Shuhua momentarily froze at the sight of his clear and innocent gaze, then quickly lowered her lashes, pretending to casually glance elsewhere. Noticing this, Gu Yunjing hastily averted his gaze, lifting his eyes to the pitch-black sky, feeling somewhat awkward and clearing his throat, uncertain of what to say next. Just then, a young man and woman emerged from the adjacent hall, walking closely together, their elbows lightly touching as they whispered sweetly, resembling a loving couple. This only heightened the awkwardness between Gu Yunjing and Su Shuhua, both exchanging furtive glances, their expressions uncertain, unsure of where to place their hands. "Ahem, where's the teacher?" Gu Yunjing finally found a topic to broach after a prolonged silence. Su Shuhua glanced around and, not spotting Su Qingyu, replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps he went to buy pastries. Every year during the festival, Yufangzhai sets up stalls in crowded areas, and my father always buys them if he sees them. Let us wait here for a bit." "Oh, I see." Gu Yunjing had not anticipated that this topic would end so swiftly. After a somewhat awkward reply, silence enveloped them once more. As he racked his brain for another topic, Su Shuhua took the initiative, asking, "Was the matter with Fang Zigui you're doing?" Gu Yunjing was taken aback by her sudden inquiry, momentarily stunned before responding candidly, "Yes, it was I," since he resorted to using his reputation to coerce you. I thought it fitting for him to taste the bitterness of disgrace. Su Shuhua appeared hesitant. "But I fear." Gu Yunjing, thinking she was still worried about Fang Zigui seeking revenge, reassured her, "Rest assured, he carries the stigma of being favored by older men. He should be too afraid to bother you again. If he dares to, just raise your voice, and even if he tries to smear your name, no one would believe that the daughter of the esteemed Su Shanchong would fall for someone who serves older men. They would undoubtedly side with you." Su Shuhua understood that he had misinterpreted her concern and revealed a resigned smile. "That is not what I meant. You need not make an enemy of him over this trivial matter. Fang Zigui's father is a high-ranking official, and he is known to hold grudges. He might seek to retaliate against you in the future." Gu Yunjing realized his misunderstanding and felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. "Miss Su need not worry. Though Fang Zigui is troublesome, I am no pushover, and I want to be easily subdued. I just fear that my actions may appear underhanded, leading you to think poorly of my character." "How could that be?" Su Shuhua smiled gently. "I am grateful to you for teaching Fang Zigui a lesson. How could I look down on you? Moreover, Fang Zigui is of poor character, and you, Gu Gongzi, are not intimidated by his foul influence. Though your methods may be indirect, the outcome is gratifying, which is the true mark of a gentleman." Her praise caused Gu Yunjing's lips to curve upwards involuntarily. Yet fearing it might place undue pressure on Su Shuhua, he replied, "Not at all. Fang Zigui's conduct is disgraceful. Anyone would be unable to tolerate it. I merely acted on impulse. Had it been anyone else suffering under his tyranny, I would have done the same." Hearing this, Su Shuhua pondered whether Gu Yunjing would have acted similarly had another girl been in distress. It dawned on her that his concern and admiration were not solely reserved for her. This realization left her feeling inexplicably despondent. Gu Yunjing, possessing an instinctive awareness of a woman's emotions, swiftly detected the subtle shift in Su Shuhua's mood, but was at a loss as to the cause of her discomfort. Had he unwittingly touched on a painful subject or said something amiss? Or perhaps, was it because he had indicated he would assist anyone in need, suggesting that Su Shuhua held no special place in his heart? What am I thinking? How presumptuous! Gu Yunjing mused to himself, stifling a smirk. If Su Shuhua were truly upset because she felt she was not unique in his eyes, did that not imply that he held a significant place in her heart as well? Such a notion seemed absurd. He could not possibly be that important to her. While Gu Yunjing's thoughts wandered, Su Qi and Cheng Yan emerged from the Kueishing Palace. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Zigui, lurking in a discreet corner adjacent to the palace, had overheard the entire conversation between Gu Yunjing and Su Shuhua. His expression darkened, his gaze fixed upon Gu Yunjing's retreating figure like a viper poised to strike. Grinding his teeth as he silently vowed, "Gu Yunjing, just you wait." Chapter 61. Intensive Training After the Qixi Festival. The Luxi Academy commenced its intensive training in preparation for the upcoming arts festival, specifically for the top 50 students of the midterm examinations. That afternoon, Gu Yunjing arrived at the training grounds as instructed, where he found a considerable gathering of students, all having shed their cumbersome school uniforms and donned agile attire. Looking clean and sharp. "Yunjing, over here." Su Qi spotted him amidst the crowd and waved energetically. Gu Yunjing approached, inquiring, "Wasn't he had said that only the top 50 could participate? How come you're here?" With a rather smug air, Su Qi tossed a strand of hair back over his shoulder, believing he had executed a particularly suave gesture. "Who do you think I am? The son of the Duke of Dinghua, skilled in martial arts and proficient in archery. Not making the top 50 isn't a setback. I was specially admitted by the headmaster to earn more honor for the academy at the arts festival." Cheng Yin mercilessly exposed him. "It was clearly you who approached Su Shanchong, clinging to his leg and throwing a tantrum, insisting that he allow you to participate as well. Shanchong, wearied by your persistence, reluctantly agreed. Do not be so blunt. At least spare me some dignity, Su Qi replied, feeling somewhat guilty. Am I not doing this to accompany both of you? You are entirely unfamiliar with these recreational activities. What if you accidentally hurt yourselves? I must ensure your safety. Gu Yunji chuckled. We're at least young men, not delicate flowers easily bruised. Besides, I'm not entirely ignorant. I have a basic understanding of activities like throwing arrows and shooting willows, though I admit I am a bit rusty at kuju and polo. Cheng Yin remarked, nonetheless. Your presence is beneficial. After all, you excel in these areas, and should we encounter any difficulties, we can seek your guidance. Su Qi felt a warmth in his heart. Cheng Yan's words hit the nail on the head. I can indeed play a significant role. Furthermore, the three of us are good brothers. We face everything together, so how could I abandon you for my own enjoyment? Who knows who truly relies on whom? Gu Yunji thought helplessly. At that moment, the raucous crowd suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned in unison to the left front. Gu Yunji raised his head to see a middle-aged man of around 40 approaching. Clad in martial attire, he exuded a sharp and efficient demeanor, his rolled-up sleeves revealing strong, muscular forearms. Unlike Chun-He and other civil scholars, this man radiated a martial aura. He stood before the gathered students, cleared his throat, and introduced himself. I'm Chu Jing, your instructor during this training period. You may address me as Mr. Chu. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Chu Jing. Is he from our academy? Why have we never seen him before? Were not past instructors always Mr. Chun? Why the change this year? This Mr. Chu had previously served as the deputy commander in charge of military training in the capital, returning to Hangzhou due to morning duties. It was said that he had an old acquaintance with Su Shanchong, and it seemed Shanchong had taken the opportunity to invite him as our temporary instructor. So, Mr. Chu is a military officer? A dignified fourth-rank deputy commander teaching us a group of students polo seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Morning duties require 3 years at home. Since Mr. Chu has nothing else to do, he might as well spend his time here. Moreover, activities like shooting willows and kuju originated from military training, so it's not surprising. As the discussion continued, Chu Jing completed his introduction and began explaining the competition events and rules for the upcoming games. This event comprises 4 main martial activities: shooting willows, throwing arrows, polo, and kuju. Today, I will first discuss shooting willows and throwing arrows. As for the literary events, they mostly involve impromptu poetry and flower throwing, which is beyond my expertise. He picked up a prepared bow and arrow. Regarding shooting willows, the rules vary slightly by region. Here, we refer to suspending a gourd from a willow tree and shooting it with a bow. Each participant will shoot 10 arrows, and the one who hits the gourd the most wins. As he spoke, Chu Jing drew his bow, squinting at a gourd hanging from a distant tree branch. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced through the gourd, leaving 2 small holes where the arrowhead had penetrated. The surrounding students gasped in amazement. The gourd, having been hollowed out and dried, was both brittle and hard. Chu Jing not only shot through it, but did so without causing it to shatter, showcasing both his strength and precision. Maintaining his composure, Chu Jing stated, I have demonstrated how it is done. The competition will not demand such high standards. Merely hitting the target will suffice. You may try for yourselves. No sooner had he finished speaking than the students eagerly seized their bows and arrows. However, their attempts resulted in arrows that either missed the target entirely or landed too close, failing to even graze the gourd. As disappointment washed over them, Su Qi appeared remarkably self-assured. Calmly, he retrieved an arrow, knocked it on the bow, squinted his left eye, and aimed at a gourd dangling from a tree branch. With a swift release, the arrow struck the gourd's belly with tremendous force, shattering it into several pieces that scattered across the ground. Excellent, Chu Jing exclaimed, striding over to Su Qi. After years apart, it seems the young lord has improved his archery skills. You may soon surpass Duke Dinghua. Suiba with modestly, replaying, sir. You flatter me. I'm merely dabbled in archery. My skills are still rudimentary and do not compare to my father's. Chu Jing, a former subordinate of Duke Dinghua, had watched Su Qi grow up. Observing the young man's burgeoning talents reminiscent of the Duke's youth filled him with a sense of pride and encouragement. Your academic achievements may not be remarkable, but your martial prowess is commendable, he thought. Gu Yunji was surprised to discover Su Qi's humble nature, noting, I had no idea you were so modest, young lord. You've hidden your talents well. I have never seen you boast about them before. Isn't it only natural for a military descendant to possess skills in martial arts? There is nothing to boast about, Su Qi replied, his expression one of nonchalance. Just as you, Gu Yunji, do not flaunt your academic accomplishments from your scholarly lineage. Moreover, considering my mediocre skills, I'm not worthy of recognition in front of Sir Chu. If I were to take pride in it, it would be sheer arrogance. As he spoke, Su Qi continued to shoot arrows, effortlessly demolishing another gourd. Unfazed by the astonished gasps around him, he turned to Gu Yunji and Cheng Yin, saying, "Why don't you give it a try?" After all, they were scions of noble families and had some experience with shooting willows, though time had dulled their skills. Gu Yunji, relying on his fading muscle memory, struggled to draw the bowstring, managing to release an arrow that fell several paces short of the gourd. Unperturbed, he adjusted his stance and aimed again. This time, his shot was stronger, producing a sharper sound as the arrow flew, but alas, it missed the gourd entirely. Su Qi raised an eyebrow. Not bad. That shot nearly hit the target. You have some talent, Yunji. Beside them, Cheng Yin sighed, lowering his sore arm from holding the bow for too long, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "I'm not cut out for this. Just pulling the bowstring is exhausting. Do not be disheartened. This is merely your first attempt. Missing is entirely normal. Practice will improve your skills. After all, students from Hangzhou are unlikely to be particularly skilled. It's all in good fun, not a requirement to hit the mark every time," Su Qi encouraged. Cheng Yin nodded, picking up the bow and arrow once more to practice. As the day's training concluded, the students had made varying degrees of progress in their archery, yet their arms felt as though they might fall off, each one groaning as they massaged their sore limbs while trudging back to their dormitories. Observing their plight, Chu Jing silently shook his head. It is said that the students of Lusher Academy are the pillars of the nation, but they seem rather fragile. We must consider the future of the court as well. Tomorrow, we shall increase the intensity. There exists a saying regarding shooting willows. A pigeon is placed inside the gourd, which is then hung from a willow tree. When the gourd is struck, the pigeon flies out, and the height of its flight determines the victor. I cannot fathom how the pigeon takes flight after being struck, nor can I comprehend how the height of its flight correlates with archery skills, or why this method is used to declare a winner. Thus, I have modified the understanding according to my own interpretation. Chapter 62. Injury. Watch out, Yunji. Careful, mind your step. Don't trip. Hey, dare to snatch my ball? Watch me crash into you. On this day, the training ground was buzzing with energy as students engaged in an animated game of Kuju under the guidance of Chu Jing. Su Qi, the quintessential frivolous young master, was effortlessly maneuvering the ball, deftly sidestepping several opponents who sought to impede his progress. With a swift motion, he lifted the ball onto his knee, waited for the opportune moment, and sent it soaring towards the center of the field. Ding! The ball struck the bell, passing through the goal and landing on the grass beyond, just as the hourglass ran out of sand. Chu Jing called out, "Time's up. Red team scores 5. Blue team 3. The red team wins." At this announcement, the students clad in red scarves erupted in joyous cheers. Su Qi exhaled a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and approached Gu Yunjing and Cheng Yin, who were resting nearby. Gu Yunjing hadn't experienced such invigorating exercise in quite some time. The feeling of being drenched in sweat and thoroughly alive reminded him of the physical education classes from his past life. Similar open fields, the scorching summer sun, and vibrant youths. Yet, he was not clad in a blue and white uniform, nor was there a crumpled bottle of mineral water at hand. The differences were palpable. Returning to the present, Gu Yunjing handed his water bottle to Su Qi with a smile, saying, "You must be exhausted. The young master just scored 3 goals in a row. What a display." "Ah, showing off is secondary," Su Qi replied, thirstily downing half the bottle. "What truly delights me is seeing Fong Zigua eat humble pie." He gestured towards a large tree, where Fong Zigua sat with a dark expression, his gaze piercing and fierce, shadowed ominously by the leaves above. What was he plotting? Cheng Yin furrowed his brow. Since training began, Fong Zigua had been watching them with that same menacing glare, as if concocting some nefarious scheme. Su Qi dismissed the concern. Perhaps he is just upset about losing the game. Anyone would feel disheartened when they're outmatched. Gu Yunjing, however, looked troubled and shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. During the game, Fong Zigua had deliberately collided with him several times, nearly striking his ankle on multiple occasions. It didn't appear accidental. It felt intentional. Was Fang Zigua unable to contain himself and preparing to take action against him? At that moment, Chu Jing stood up and clapped his hands, announcing, "The break is nearly over. Let us have another match before sunset, maintaining the same teams." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly adjusted their attire, drank a few more sips of water, and returned to the training field. With the sound of drums signaling the start, the match commenced anew. Su Qi, ever the eager pioneer, charged forward with boundless energy. Seemingly tireless, spotting an opening in the defense, he swiftly intercepted the ball mid-air as it was being passed to an opponent. Yunjing now, as adversaries closed in, Su Qi kicked high, intending to pass the ball to Gu Yunjing. The ball, wrapped in leather and filled with animal hair, was lightweight and not as bouncy as a modern soccer ball, making it less painful upon impact. Su Qi's kick sent the ball soaring, and Gu Yunjing prepared to receive it with his chest, concentrating solely on the ball's descent and neglecting the figure that suddenly approached him. Fang Zigua emerged from the shadows, raising his right leg in an apparent attempt to intercept the ball. Just as the ball was about to land, Fang Zigua abruptly redirected his kick, striking fiercely at Gu Yunjing's ankle. Gu Yunjing cried out in pain, feeling a blunt force collide with his left ankle, followed by a sharp, piercing ache. He could no longer focus on the ball, collapsing to the ground in agony, rolling back and forth. What happened? Who got hurt? Hearing the anguished cry, everyone halted their actions and rushed towards Gu Yunjing. Make way! Make way! Su Qi pushed through the crowd, reaching Gu Yunjing in a few swift strides. Yunjing, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Gu Yunjing, pale and sweating profusely, managed to point shakily at his left ankle, gasping, left foot, ankle, kicked. Su Qi's expression changed instantly, ready to remove his shoe. What? Let me see. Not so fast. Cheng Yin interjected, squatting down slowly and cautiously. We must be careful not to cause more harm. Hearing this, Su Qi eased his actions, and with Cheng Yan's help, they carefully removed Gu Yunjing's shoe and sock. They found his left ankle swollen and bruised, the once fair skin now reddened and oozing with blood, soon to turn a deep purple. A collective gasp of shock echoed among the onlookers. Surprised and furious, Su Qi stood up and seized Fang Zigua by the collar, shouting, "Fang Zigua, how dare you intentionally injure a classmate in public, and so severely? Are you even human?" Fang Zigua offered no resistance, raising his hands innocently and feigning a tone of grievance. "I merely intended to intercept the ball. It was an accident that I stepped on his foot. I didn't mean to." Still making excuses. "You clearly did it on purpose." Su Qi's eyes blazed with anger. "If you were truly trying to intercept, you would have lifted your leg, not stomped down." Cheng Yin shot a cold glare at Fang Zigua. "If it were an accident, the injury would have been on the top of the foot, not the side of the ankle. In the heat of the moment, I didn't even realize how I stepped on him. I feel guilty for hurting a classmate. My regret is no less than yours," Fang Zigua lamented, feigning tears as he wiped non-existent ones from the corners of his eyes. His sorrow reeked of insincerity, and beneath his pitiful facade lay a glimmer of malice and arrogance. This hypocritical display ignited Su Qi's fury, and he clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. Enough. This is not the time to assign blame. Tending to the injury is paramount. As tensions flared, Chu Jing approached, examining Gu Yunjing's injury with a furrowed brow. "This is serious. I recall that Su Shanchong has excellent medicine for injuries. Let's take him there." Saying this, Chu Jing crouched down, signaling for others to help carry Gu Yunjing. Reluctantly, Su Qi released Fang Zigua's collar and turned to assist Gu Yunjing onto his back. The group slowly made their way toward the residence of the teacher. "Su Shanchong, open the door. Bring out your medicine. Yunjing is hurt." Outside the residence, Su Qi, anxious, knocked fervently on the door. Startled by the commotion, Su Shuhua, who had been reading inside, rushed out to open the door. "What's going on? Is young Master Gu injured?" Without pausing to converse, Chu Jing carried Gu Yunjing into the courtyard, carefully placing him on a chair. In mere moments, the ankle had begun to show signs of bruising, the skin swollen and glistening, painful and tender to the touch. Su Shuhua gasped. How did he sustain such a severe injury? "He was accidentally kicked by a teammate during Kuju," Chu Jing replied, scanning the surroundings. "Where is Su Shanchong?" "Father is usually teaching at this hour. I've sent someone to inform him. He should be on his way back now." Su Shuhua spoke while retrieving a bottle of medicine from a drawer. This was a blood-activating ointment, and applying it now would yield the best results. Su Qi reached out to take it, carefully applying a layer of the ointment to Gu Yunjing's ankle. Despite his efforts to be gentle, Gu Yunjing could not suppress a soft wince. The cool ointment touched the injury, finally alleviating some of the pain. Gu Yunjing let out a long sigh, slowly placing his leg on a nearby low stool. He then lifted his head and smiled at Su Shuhua, who wore a worried expression but refrained from speaking. Su Shuhua was taken aback, returning a smile, though the concern in her eyes remained palpable. Seeing that Gu Yunjing had received treatment, Chu Jing's taut nerves relaxed slightly. He turned to survey the others, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the evasive Fang Zige, his tone heavy. Fang Zige, what on earth happened? How did you accidentally kick Gu Yunjing's ankle? I don't know how it happened. I just wanted to catch the ball, and somehow I accidentally kicked Senior Gu, Fang Zige replied, his face filled with guilt and sadness. He approached Gu Yunjing, feigning concern. Senior Gu, do you feel any better now? It's all my fault for being so careless and causing you such a serious injury. He pounded his chest self-reproachfully. Gu Yunjing regarded his insincere demeanor with disdain, choosing not to engage further, merely casting him a cold glance before ignoring him entirely. Su Qi's anger flared up, grabbing Fang Zigui's clothing and shaking him. Stop pretending. You clearly did it on purpose. Didn't you just say you stepped on him? How can you now claim you kicked him? On what grounds can you accuse me of intentional harm? Do you have any evidence? Besides, I have no grudge against Gu Yunjing. Why would I want to hurt him? You. Su Qi was momentarily at a loss for words, pointing at him, but unable to articulate a response. The matter concerning his sworn brother was unknown to outsiders. To others, it indeed seemed that Fang Zigui and Gu Yunjing had no significant enmity. Furthermore, on the training field, everyone was either too far away or focused on the ball, and no one had clearly witnessed how Gu Yunjing was injured. Su Shuan knew that Gu Yunjing had been accidentally kicked during the game, but was unaware that it was Fang Zigui who had done so. While others may have been oblivious to the truth, she was fully aware. Disgusted by Fang Zigui's brazen demeanor, she tightly pressed her lips together, casting him a contemptuous and furious glance before turning her head away, concealing her emotions. Fang Zigui suddenly caught sight of Su Shua's expression, his calm facade nearly crumbling under the weight of her piercing gaze. Seeing her attention shift back to Gu Yunjing, filled with concern and compassion, he felt a pang in his heart and clenched his fists at his side. The incident had occurred in an instant, and no one had comprehended the specifics. Chu Jing could not rashly conclude based solely on Su Qi's words that Fang Zigui had acted with malice. However, having spent years in the military and being familiar with various injuries, he knew that if it were indeed an accidental kick, Gu Yunjing would not have sustained such a severe injury. There had to be something more to it. Chu Jing, not being a formal instructor at the academy, found himself in a difficult position. Just as he was pondering how to handle the situation, Su Qingyu hurriedly entered the room. What's going on? He asked, his expression grave as he immediately assessed Gu Yunjing's injury. Fortunately, there is no damage to the bone. It's just a soft tissue injury and shouldn't leave lasting effects. Su Qingyu let out a slight sigh of relief, yet his brow remained furrowed. However, it's still a serious injury, and it won't heal in less than 10 to 15 days. During the training camp, running and jumping is not suitable for recovery. Perhaps you should refrain from participating in the upcoming games and rest properly. I am capable, teacher, Gu Yunjing replied with rare stubbornness. With nearly a month until the games, he believed he would have recovered sufficiently by then. Since it's a rare event, I do not wish to miss it. At worst, I will only participate in the literary events to avoid activities that require running, such as equestrian sports and kuju. Gu Yunjing had an instinctive feeling that after he had caused Fang Zigui to stumble so spectacularly last time, Fang would undoubtedly await the perfect opportunity for revenge. And this opportunity might very well be at the games. He could not escape what was to come. If he participated alongside Su Qi and Cheng Yan, they could support one another and provide assistance in case of unforeseen circumstances. However, if everyone attended the games and he remained alone at the academy, it would be difficult to manage whatever might occur. Despite Fang Zigui's slander against him, he could not defend himself. It was better to attend the event with Fang Zigui, constantly monitoring his actions and preparing in advance. Strangely enough, if Fang Zigui truly intended to harm him in the games, he should not have deliberately injured him today. Although Gu Yunjing was indeed hurt, it was merely a flesh wound that would heal quickly, allowing him to return to his energetic self. How could it compare to the lasting impact of rumors about his sworn brother? Moreover, this would not benefit Fang Zigui either. Even without direct evidence of malice, he would still be suspected. Just as now, Su Qingyu had not questioned Fang Zigui at all, but had deliberately avoided any interaction with him, clearly demonstrating his wariness. Seeing Gu Yunjing's insistence, Su Qingyu felt helpless. Very well, you may rest for now, and if you recover well by that time, you can continue to participate. However, during these days of training, there's no need for you to attend. Stay in your dormitory and limit your movements. Also, regarding the daily assignments, you do not need to come in person. Just have Su Qi and the others bring them to me during class. After giving these instructions, he turned to the group gathered around. All right, everyone else may head back for now. Today's training ends here, and we will continue with Mr. Chu another day. Fan Zigu hestita, unso su. Su Qingyu was not oblivious. He had observed Fang Zigui's discontent towards Gu Yunjing during the initiation and his attentiveness to Su Shuhua. However, he was unaware of the grave offense Fang Zigui had committed against Su Shuhua, and, considering his friendship with Fang's father, he chose not to speak out. Therefore, even without concrete evidence today, Su Qingyu could still see that Fang Zigui likely harbored resentment towards Gu Yunjing due to the initiation and had deliberately harmed him. Such a cunning and astute child possessed a darkness within. Su Qingyu felt disappointment and surprise toward Fang Zigui, his attitude toward him noticeably cold. If there is nothing else, you may return. I will regard this as an accident, and I hope there will not be a next time. After all, he was a friend as child and had watched him grow up. Su Qingyu ultimately afforded him some leniency. Fang Zigui's face shifted between shades of pale and flushed as he stared at Su Qingyu's departing figure, torn between words, before he finally turned and left. Chapter 64. Uneased the following day at noon, due to the severity of his foot injury, Gu Yunjing could not attend classes and remained in the dormitory. However, he could not remain idle. Thinking he should prepare for the upcoming games, he utilized this free time to practice throwing the pot. As he used the last of his pot arrows and realized he could not retrieve them, he wondered when Su Qi and Cheng Yin would return. Just as a commotion erupted outside. "What are you doing here?" Su Qi exclaimed, her body blocking the entrance as she confronted Fang Zigui and his companions. Fang Zigui, unperturbed, gently pushed Su Qi's arm aside, his tone amicable. "There's no need for hostility, Su Qi. I accidentally injured Senior Gu yesterday and felt quite uneasy, so I came to visit." Su Qi scoffed, glaring at him. "Visit? You're clearly here to flaunt your power. Is it not enough that you kicked Yunjing like this? What exactly do you want? What could I possibly want? I merely came to deliver some medicinal wine for bruises as an apology," Fang Zigui replied with a smile. "Senior Gu's injury is quite severe, and I feel deeply remorseful. Surely you can give me a chance to make amends?" Su Qi spoke with indignation. "Bah, your intentions are as dubious as a weasel wishing a chicken good fortune. Yesterday, I was caught off guard and did not anticipate such audacity from you, daring to harm Yunji in public. Today, no matter what, I shall not permit your entry." Beside him, Cheng Yin maintained an equally frosty demeanor. "We do not require your meager supply of medicinal liquor. Kindly take your leave." Fang Zigui's sycophant, displeased, interjected, "Our senior brother Fang visits to check on junior brother Gu out of goodwill. Do not be so ungrateful." Fang Zigui, attempting to placate, pressed down the speaker and turned to Su Qiyu and Cheng Yin. "Dear junior brothers, considering my sincerity, could you allow me to step inside for just a moment? I merely wish to deliver some medicine." Su Qiyu, with a stern expression, averted his gaze, refusing to engage, yet his body firmly blocked the entrance, not budging an inch. Fang Zigui, undeterred, stood his ground, as both parties seemed poised for a standoff. At that moment, a voice emerged from within. "Su Qiyu, Cheng Yin, let them in." Fang Zigui raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he nodded towards Su Qiyu, clearly indicating, "Did you hear that? Let me in at once." Su Qiyu shot him a sidelong glance, ultimately relenting with reluctance, stepping aside to permit their entrance. "Ah, junior brother Gu, how are you faring? Feeling better?" Fang Zigui exclaimed dramatically upon entering. He approached Gu Yunji, scrutinizing his swollen ankle with an exaggerated expression of sorrow and guilt, appearing genuinely concerned. "Alas, it is all my fault for being so careless and causing you such injury. This is top-quality medicinal liquor. It will surely restore you to full health in no time. Allow me to apply it personally." With that, Fang Zigui uncorked a porcelain bottle of medicinal liquor and squatted down, rolling up his sleeves as if to treat Gu Yunji. Gu Yunji gestured for Su Qiyu and Cheng Yin to refrain from intervening. In silence, he observed Feng Zigui as he carefully rolled up his pant leg and gently applied the liquor to his ankle. Feng Zigui's movements were delicate, almost as if he feared causing pain. A glint of derision flickered in Gu Yunji's eyes as he leaned closer and whispered, "You are overacting, aren't you?" Feng Zigui maintained an affable expression, yet his tone chilled to the bone. "This is merely a lesson for you. If you possess any sense, you will tread carefully henceforth and cease to covet what does not belong to you. Perhaps I might even consider letting you off the hook. Your tactics are rather weak. Harming yourself while attempting to harm others. This is hardly clever." Gu Yunji scoffed, his disdain evident. "Pray tell, what is it that I covet?" As Gu Yunji pointed out, while he had been injured, others had grown wary and suspicious of him, even shying away from collaboration during training. In essence, Feng Zigui's actions had backfired, achieving nothing of value. If not for overhearing certain conversations, would he have acted so impulsively? Recalling the dialogue outside the Kueishing Hall, a wave of resentment surged within Feng Zigui. He looked up at Gu Yunji, a malicious glint in his eyes. "Need I remind you? On the 7th day of the 7th month, what did you and Su Shuhua discuss at the city god temple?" Gu Yunji's expression hardened. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much," Feng Zigui replied, the peculiar expression on his face quickly fading as he resumed his indifferent tone, continuing to apply the medicine. "I was once infatuated with Su Shuhua due to her lineage and power, showering her with affection, only to find she turned her affections to you, a mere pretty boy. If that is the case, I have no need to covet her. She is but a woman, easily given away. However, our enmity will not end here." Gu Yunji felt a flicker of unease. "What exactly are you planning?" "A grand gift, which you will soon understand," Feng Zigui replied, placing the medicine bottle down. Rising to his feet and adopting a feigned expression of concern. "Please take care of your injury, limit your movements, and recover swiftly so we may attend the festival together. It would ease my mind." Having bid farewell to the group, Feng Zigui departed with the sycophants. Su Qiyu frowned at Feng Zigui's retreating figure, perplexed by his motives. He examined the porcelain bottle of medicinal liquor closely, questioning, could it be that Feng Zigui genuinely came to deliver medicine? Can he be so benevolent? "This medicine isn't poisoned, is it?" Cheng Yin shook his head. "That seems unlikely. Yesterday's injury to Yunji has already raised suspicions. He wouldn't dare to commit such an overt act of poisoning at this juncture. Most likely, he is merely putting on a fade, claiming it was an accident while feigning remorse to maintain appearances." Earlier, Gu Yunji and Feng Zigui had conversed closely, their voices hushed, making their exchange indecipherable to others. Now, seeing Gu Yunji's solemn demeanor, Cheng Yin felt a surge of concern. "What troubles you, Yunji? Did Feng Zigui say something to you?" "Oh, it's nothing," Gu Yunji replied, snapping back to reality. Given the involvement of Su Shuhua, he refrained from elaborating, offering vague reassurances instead. Yet, the weight of Feng Zigui's words lingered in his mind. What was his true intent? What did he mean by giving Su Shuhua away? What constituted this grand gift? Moreover, it appeared that Feng Zigui had overheard their conversation outside the Kueishing Hall. Might this lead to animosity towards Su Shuhua? The more Gu Yunji pondered, the more agitated he became, desiring to rush to the headmaster's residence to ensure Su Shuhua's safety. However, hindered by his injury and fearing it would appear too conspicuous, he ultimately decided to refrain from acting immediately. Chapter 65. A son cannot be held back, unable to shake his worries about Su Shuhua. Gu Yunji, whose ankle had begun to heal enough to allow him to walk with difficulty, seized the opportunity under the pretense of submitting his assignments to make his way to the headmaster's residence, limping along. "Young Master Gu, what brings you here? Is your ankle injury serious?" Su Shuhua exclaimed in surprise, rushing to greet him as he arrived, despite being expected to rest in the dormitory. The distance from the student dormitory to the headmaster's residence was not short, and lacking a crutch, Gu Yunji had to exert considerable effort to make the journey. Hopping along the way. Now, he was breathless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, struggling to catch his breath before finally managing to speak coherently. Gu Yunji scrutinized Su Shuhua from head to toe, relieved to find no signs of distress, which settled his nerves somewhat. "I'm fine. I'm nearly recovered. I came to submit my assignments." "Where's the teacher?" "Father is inside," Su Shuhua replied. Observing Gu Yunji's evident difficulty in moving, she hesitated. torn between offering assistance and adhering to propriety, her hands hovering uncertainly. It's all right, I can manage, Gu Yunji smiled at her, slowly making his way inside. One awkward hop at a time. Arriving at the outer steps, he could no longer continue hopping, and so he called out, "Teacher, I've arrived." "Ah, why are you here? Did I not instruct you to rest?" Upon hearing the commotion, Su Qingyu hurried to help him inside to sit down. "How is your ankle? Did you come to discuss something important?" Gu Yunji smiled softly. "It's nothing pressing. I simply realized it has been a while since I last saw you, and I wish to check in and express my filial piety as a disciple." Su Qingyu huffed lightly. "When did you learn to speak so smoothly like that, rascal Su Qingyu? Just focus on your recovery. I do not require daily visits from you." Su Qingyu expressed his concerns verbally, yet his mind was still preoccupied with Gu Yunji's injuries. After asking him to roll up his pant leg for a closer examination, he remarked, "It seems you have recovered about 60 to 70%. You should be fine to attend the entertainment fair. However, it is advisable to limit your movements and focus on recuperation. I have a bottle of internal medicine for bruises. Take it back and use it in conjunction with the blood circulation ointment. This will expedite your healing." With that, Su Qingyu turned and entered the inner courtyard to fetch the medicine. On the day Gu Yunji was injured, a large crowd had gathered around him. Although Su Shuhua was anxious and worried, she refrained from approaching too closely, fearing it would appear overly familiar. Since then, she had not seen Gu Yunji again and was unaware of the state of his recovery, which weighed heavily on her mind. Today, she finally seized the opportunity to observe him closely while Su Qingyu was checking on his condition. Noticing that Gu Yunji's ankle had healed quite well, she let out a subtle sigh of relief, her previously furrowed brows easing. With Su Qingyu momentarily absent, the outer courtyard was left with only Su Shuhua and Gu Yunji. He recalled the incident involving Fang Ziguwei and wanted to inquire, yet hesitated on how to broach the subject. After a while, he finally stammered, "Miss Su, how have you been these past few days? Have you encountered any issues? Fang Ziguwei hasn't caused you any trouble, has he?" "Fang Ziguwei?" Su Shuhua was taken aback, then astutely sensed something amiss in Gu Yunji's tone. "Why do you mention him? Did he trouble you?" It seemed that Fang Ziguwei had not approached her after all. A weight lifted from Gu Yunji's heart, yet he was surprised by Su Shuhua's quick deduction. Not wanting to cause her concern, he replied, "He did come to see me, but he didn't do anything significant. He just delivered a bottle of medicine and left." Su Shuhua, however, was not convinced and pressed. "Really? Then why does what he told me differ?" Gu Yunji's head snapped up. "He really spoke to you? What did he say? He didn't harm you, did he? When did this happen? Does the teacher know?" Gu Yunji's barrage of questions made Su Shuhua smile mischievously. Realizing she was teasing him, he awkwardly turned his face away. "Fang Ziguwei didn't do anything serious. He merely provoked me a bit and mentioned you. I was worried, so I came to check on you." It turned out that Gu Yunji's concern for Su Shuhua's safety had prompted him to endure his still-healing injury under the pretext of visiting his father. This thought softened Su Shuhua's heart. "I am perfectly fine. Nothing has happened. However, you, Mr. Gu, still have not fully recovered from your injury. There is no need for you to come all this way. You should rest properly in your dormitory." Gu Yunji scratched his head. "It's nothing serious. I was just thinking that I haven't seen the teacher in a while, so I thought I might visit." Upon hearing this, Su Shuhua's expression dimmed. "Just a casual visit. Then, it seems I have been overthinking things." Noticing the fading smile on her face, Gu Yunji suddenly remembered their conversation outside the Kueishing Hall on the Qixi festival and quickly added, primarily I was concerned about you, and the visit to the teacher was secondary." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized their inappropriateness and stumbled over his explanation. The teacher is also very important. It was to see the teacher as well as you, Miss Su. Of course, you are the priority." "No, that is not right. What I mean is..." Seeing him blush and fluster, Su Shuhua chuckled softly, her mood evidently lifted. "Mr. Gu, you need not elaborate. I understand." Feeling awkward, Gu Yunji rubbed his hands on his clothing, contemplating what else to say, when Su Qingyu's voice interrupted from behind. "Ahem. Were you two discussing so intimately?" "Teacher, we weren't discussing anything," Gu Yunji stammered, turning around, feeling inexplicably sheepish. As their conversation had been quiet, Su Qingyu had only caught the phrase regarding the teacher being a secondary reason for the visit. He looked at Gu Yunji with a warm smile, his tone suddenly stern. "You seem to be in good spirits. Since you cannot attend class, your studies must not fall behind. Starting today, Your homework will be doubled. Gu Yunji, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Ah, what?" Su Qingyu handed him the bruising medicine and then presented a thick stack of books and papers. "What do you mean, what?" "I said your homework is doubled. Did you not hear? Here are the reports accumulated during this time. Take them home and review them carefully." As the weight of the academic burden settled on him, Gu Yunji's face contorted in dismay. Seeing Su Qingyu's resolute expression, he swallowed his protests and reluctantly replied, "Yes, disciple will comply." Su Qingyu nodded in satisfaction, producing a long, rough stick, and kindly remarked, "Since you are unable to move easily, I will have Su Qi bring you your assignments tomorrow. I am busy and want to deliver them personally, but take this stick. It can serve as a temporary crutch." The stick was coarse, with a darkened end and several unrefined branches, likely taken from the firewood pile. Gu Yunji felt a twinge of distaste but dared not show it, forcing a grateful expression as he thanked Su Qingyu before rising to leave, leaning on the makeshift crutch. Watching his limping figure depart, Su Shuhua expressed concern. It must be quite difficult for him to return like this. Should we call Su Qi to assist him? Su Qingyu remained silent, gazing into the distance, and remarked with profound significance, "A resilient nature, upright character, a good family background, and handsome appearance. They make quite a match. However, he is still young and requires further refinement. He can afford to wait." Su Shuhua, bewildered, asked, "What are you talking about? Are you speaking to me?" Su Qingyu turned, his tone wistful. "I was speaking to that young man about the primary person of his visit. I thought he was being filial, making the effort to come despite his injury. But it seems I overestimated his intentions. I was merely an afterthought." Su Shuhua's ears turned crimson. "Father, what are you saying?" I have nothing to do with Mr. Gu. Please do not think otherwise. I am well aware that you have nothing between you, or else I would have kicked him out long ago," Su Qingyu said while walking away, seemingly oblivious to whether Su Shuhua was listening. "Shuhua, I was once young too. I can see through that boy's thoughts at a glance. You need not try to deceive me." As Su Qingyu gradually disappeared from view, he let out a deep sigh. The child has grown. One cannot hold them forever. Chapter 66. The initial signs of locust plague the next day. As Su Qi placed the lunch he had brought back on the table, he began to chat animatedly with Gu Yunji. "Yunji, you have no idea. There have been so many people these past few days. I originally planned to rush to the cafeteria right after class to bring you something early. Guess what? In just that short time, the cafeteria was packed. I have no idea how all those people got in. Did they grow wings or something?" Cheng Yin chuckled. "The dishes in the cafeteria have become increasingly monotonous lately. There are only a few good options, and if you arrive late, there's nothing left. Naturally, everyone wants to get there quickly, making it harder to get food." He then opened the food box and pushed it toward Gu Yunji. Su Qi still did well. At least he managed to snag something for you. Some people who arrived late ended up with only vegetable scraps, which can't compare to what you have. Hurry and eat. It will help with your recovery. Gu Yunji glanced at the contents of the box and noted that the food had indeed worsened in quality over the past few days, leading him to question, logically, the cafeteria's spending on supplies should be fixed, neither too much nor too little. "We haven't reduced our meal fees, so why has the food been declining daily?" Su Qi sighed. It's all due to the locust plague. This summer, the locusts have ravaged the northern regions. Initially, it was thought to affect only a small area, but now it has spread to Kaifeng and the surrounding regions. Soon, it may threaten Shantian Prefecture. Gu Yunji furrowed his brows. Shantian Prefecture is where the capital is located, right beneath the emperor's feet. If we allow the disaster to escalate, and if more people suffer from famine, leading to a surge of refugees, won't that undermine the very foundation of the nation? Who would argue otherwise? Given the current situation, can the court remain indifferent? Su Qi shrugged his shoulders, stating that the locust plague had already begun, and at this juncture, it was too late to exterminate the larvae. Thus, they were mobilizing grain from across the nation to the north to reassure the populace. Jiangnan, the land of abundance, was among the first to be affected. Cheng Yin remarked that half of the grain being transported was sourced from Jiangnan. Although they were not directly afflicted by the locusts, the local grain reserves were dwindling, which naturally drove up prices. Consequently, the quality of the food served in the canteen had diminished, while Lushi Academy only faced a slight decline in food variety. The northern regions were suffering severely, with crops destroyed and citizens left with nothing to eat. They might even have to resort to consuming tree bark and roots, unlike those who could afford to be picky. The brief reports on the disaster in the official gazette belied the tragic toll on human lives. Contemplating this, Gu Yunji felt a deep sense of compassion. It was only the beginning of autumn, and the people were already facing starvation. By the time winter arrived, with its biting cold, many would perish from the chill alone, which would be even more dire. Alas, the plight of the common folk is grievous. It is to be hoped that the court will soon devise a plan to provide relief to the disaster-stricken. A plan for disaster relief? The officials at court are too preoccupied with their own squabbles to concern themselves with such matters. Su Qi scoffed, noting that each was busy deflecting blame and engaging in mutual accusations. Gu Yunji had only ever seen cursory mentions of the disaster in the Gazette, unaware of the deeper implications. Upon hearing Su Qi, he was incredulous. At such a critical time, instead of focusing on relief efforts, they were still avoiding accountability? Each day of delay surely meant countless lives lost. They truly had the audacity to remain unfazed. Cheng Yan's eyes were filled with coldness. It is not the nobility who suffer from hunger. They can afford to be indifferent. In their eyes, the lives of the common folk are of little value compared to their ambitions for power and wealth. Even if tens of thousands perish, it is of no consequence to them. Has it not always been this way? From the highest nobility to the lowest officials, how many truly regard the commoners as human? Their actions are hardly surprising. It is said that the discussions regarding grain mobilization alone took over 10 days to finalize. As for other matters, what further expectations could there be? Gu Yunji assumed Cheng Yan was merely expressing his anger, not noticing the turbulent emotions swirling in his eyes or the whiteness of his clenched fingers. After a moment, Cheng Yan regained his composure, the hatred fading from his face as he resumed a more placid demeanor. Su Qi glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before leaning in to whisper. Traditionally, locust plagues occur sporadically each year, yet this year's outbreak is unusually severe. An official from the Astronomical Bureau has submitted a report claiming that the calamity is a divine warning, provoked by the emperor's lack of moral integrity and his extravagant tours of the Yellow River, which has incited the wrath of heaven. Both Gu Yunji and Cheng Yan were taken aback, stammering. Which official has dared to speak so boldly? Our nation is vast. Occasional floods or droughts are commonplace. How can all blame be laid at the emperor's feet? This reasoning is sound, yet a surprising number of courtiers support such claims, many of whom are aged officials who leverage their long-standing positions to impose their will, demanding the emperor pen a self-reproach edict. Reflecting on his impression of Emperor Jingfeng, Li Zheng, Gu Yunji felt that although the emperor appeared youthful, he possessed his own convictions and was not easily swayed by others, suggesting he would not allow those elder officials to overreach. Contemplating this, he inquired, "It seems that the elder officials who demand the emperor's self-reproach are the same ones who obstruct his river tours and prevent him from visiting Jiangnan. The venerable ministers who advocated for the emperor's ascension after the previous emperor's demise. Could they possibly be the same individuals?" "You have guessed correctly." Su Qi gave him a thumbs up, indicating that the same few individuals circulate within the court. They have supported the emperor's rise, naturally hoping he would heed their counsel. However, the emperor, with his strong-willed nature, has shown reluctance to be constrained by others. Shortly after ascending the throne, he appointed Pan Shiyang, radically reforming river management strategies and dismissing several inept officials. The river management is a lucrative position, with substantial funds flowing in annually. These officials are closely intertwined, facilitating mutual benefits, and have long established a covert system of deception that makes it difficult for outsiders to intervene. With the loss of their river management influence, they stand to lose a significant source of income, which they naturally resist. These individuals vigilantly watch the emperor, eagerly awaiting any misstep to undermine pro-imperial ministers and elevate their own allies. Gu Yunji and Cheng Yan had previously immersed themselves in books, lacking the insights that Su Qi, raised in the capital, possessed. For the first time, they grasped the complexities of court politics, captivated by the revelations. Su Qi, parched from speaking, took a sip from his teacup and continued. Their aspirations are commendable, but who is the emperor? A young and wise sovereign. Those who demand his self-reproach are disregarded, while he relentlessly pursues the official from the Astronomical Bureau for investigation. Upon investigation, it was revealed that several local officials from the disaster-stricken areas had embezzled funds that should have been allocated for combating the locust larvae, exacerbating the crisis. Fearing punishment, these officials colluded with the Astronomical Bureau to deflect blame onto the emperor. Gu Yunji scoffed. Instead of accepting responsibility, they uniquely chose to shift the blame to the emperor. They are indeed creative, Cheng Yin remarked. These corrupt officials were previously involved in river management, which suggests they have already embezzled substantial funds. This presents an opportunity to apprehend those colluding at all levels. Su Qi shook his head, unconvinced. You are mistaken. The emperor dealt with only a handful of implicated corrupt officials and those from the Astronomical Bureau, after which the matter was effectively closed, leaving others who may have been complicit and scathed. However, subsequent grain mobilizations and other relief efforts proceeded smoothly. Though Su Qi did not explicitly state it, Gu Yunji understood. If Emperor Jingfeng were to take this opportunity to address the elder officials, whether he could eradicate their influence is uncertain, but it would likely disrupt the majority of the court. In the event of future crises, the emperor might find himself devoid of capable supporters. These seasoned officials, though corrupt, are also pragmatic individuals. Their roles do not conflict. Hastily purging them could render lower-level officials ineffective and leave the court ineffectual, a net loss. It would be wiser to first clip their wings, issue a warning, and navigate through the current locust crisis before addressing the matter further. Reflecting on this, Gu Yunji could not help but admire. It seems that the current emperor of the Daxia dynasty, Li Zhong, is not only intelligent and youthful, but also possesses profound depth and strategy. If one were to enter the bureaucratic realm, one must tread carefully in dealings with him. Chapter 67. Departure before one realizes it. August has arrived, and the Grand Entertainment Festival is soon to commence. On the morning of the 10th day, the teachers and students of Lu Shi Academy gathered in the small square before the mountain gate, counting heads and inspecting luggage, making final preparations for departure. Many were participating in such a large-scale event for the first time, filled with excitement. Despite the early hour, these youth showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, they were spirited, animatedly discussing their expectations and plans for the festival, reminiscent of elementary school students eagerly anticipating a spring outing. Gu Yunji's foot injury had healed significantly, allowing him to walk without assistance. However, he still found it challenging to engage in strenuous activities, precluding him from participating in polo or kuju. Amidst the lively chatter of the crowd, the headmaster Su Qingyu approached, clearing his throat to address everyone. Esteemed students, today, we shall embark on a journey to the outskirts of Hangzhou to partake in the festivities of a grand amusement fair. The road is long and the crowd is vast. Whether one is a competitor or merely an observer, all must adhere to the commands and refrain from acting independently. This fair will span 2 days, beginning with our departure in the morning, allowing us to reach our destination by noon. We shall spend the night outdoors and return only after lunch the following day. I urge everyone to prepare their clothing and luggage diligently, for should you forget anything in this remote wilderness, there will be no one to fetch it for you. The students below were already lost in thoughts of the fair, scarcely paying attention to Su Qingyu's lengthy admonitions. Thus, he had barely spoken a few words before they could no longer contain their eagerness and began to hastily urge him. Headmaster, we are aware. Let us depart quickly. We must not squander our time. Indeed, Headmaster, given the fine weather these days, we should take our time to appreciate the scenery. What is the point of lingering here? Seeing the youthful exuberance of the students, Su Qingyu furrowed his brow in displeasure and commanded, silence. What is the rush? Do not forget that aside from the students from Wuxik Academy and Hangzhou Academy, there are also many dignitaries and local officials in attendance, all accompanied by their families. You must conduct yourselves with decorum, especially tonight when we camp outside. The tents for men and women are separate. Remain in your designated areas and refrain from wandering about. Should anyone harbor any improper thoughts, I shall be the first to deal with them. Do you understand? The students, chastened, responded in unison, understood. With his instructions concluded, Su Qingyu wasted no time. After counting the number of attendees and their belongings, he led the group forward. Descending the mountain, the members of Wuxik Academy switched to horse-drawn carriages. Even with several students sharing the ride, the throng of over 100 required no less than 30 to 40 carriages, creating a magnificent spectacle from afar. Gu Yunji's foot was somewhat unsteady, so he shared a carriage with Cheng Yin and Su Qingyu. Upon seeing this, Su Qi insisted on joining them. The carriage was spacious enough for 4, yet Su Qi, a veritable chatterbox, filled the air with incessant conversation, frequently peeking out from the curtains, creating the impression of 2 or 3 people. Su Qingyu, exasperated by the din, rubbed his temples, and said, "Su Chi, could you not quieten down for a moment? Save your energy for the competition. Once we arrive, you may unleash your exuberance to your heart's content. All right?" Unfazed, Su Chi replied, "The journey will take half the day. How dull it would be to do nothing. I am merely alleviating your boredom. Besides, I have ample energy. I am sure I can outshine the students from Hangzhou Academy without saving up." With Su Qingyu's diversion, Su Chi's attention shifted back to the headmaster. "Headmaster, you are seated with us, but what of Miss Su? Does she not have a maid to accompany her? Shall she travel alone in a carriage?" Su Qingyu responded, "She has no maid, but is accompanied by 2 caretakers who have known her since childhood, so there is no cause for concern." Once Su Chi's curiosity was piqued, it seemed insatiable. He inquired further, "Speaking of which, daughters of wealthy families typically have maids. Why does Miss Su not have one? It must be quite lonely for her, without anyone to converse with." Gu Yunjing interjected, "Why are you so inquisitive? Just mind your own affairs." Su Chi pouted and muttered, "I was merely asking, what is wrong with that? Her own father has said nothing, yet you are the one getting worked up." Gu Yunji was momentarily taken aback by his words, casting a furtive glance at Su Qingyu before turning his head away, as if to conceal his discomfort. Su Qingyu noticed this reaction and chuckled softly while stroking his beard, saying, "Miss Su's mother passed away early, and her elder brother is often away on official duties, so I naturally take her under my wing. However, Wolfsik Academy is not like other institutions, and, as the headmaster, I must not be overly extravagant. Thus, I have neither attendants nor maids for her. We only have a few elderly servants at home. Though few in number, they provide comfort." Cheng Yan, who had remained largely silent, was absorbed in the scenery outside the window. He then observed a flock of ducklings waddling along the field and queried, "I have seen several groups of ducklings along the way. Since we have no lakes or ponds nearby, why are there so many ducks?" Su Qingyu turned his gaze to the window and indeed spotted a group of adorable ducklings foraging nearby. He sighed and explained, "The locust plague, ravaging the north, has affected several provinces. Local officials have likely advised farmers to raise ducks in advance, so that if the locusts invade, they can consume the larvae as a precaution." Gu Yunji's expression turned serious. Will the locust plague spread to Jiangnan? Do these pests reproduce so rapidly? Su Qingyu shook his head. It should not come to that. However, it is wise for local officials to take precautions. With autumn upon us, the pests will be less active once winter arrives. Gu Yunji sighed with relief. "Let's hope so. If we can endure this year and make it a spring, the plight of the afflicted will improve." Yet, Su Qingyu's eyes darkened with worry. It may not be so simple. The scope of this locust plague is vast, and countless victims are suffering from hunger. The grain dispatched from across the nation will soon be depleted, unable to alleviate the situation. When winter arrives, they will face both cold and starvation, and many may be compelled to migrate south. The 3 of them fell silent, the gravity of the situation hanging heavily in the air. Su Qingyu finally sighed. "Let us only hope that this winter is not too harsh and that the government's relief efforts can quell the unrest, allowing these victims to weather this crisis." The remainder of the journey was quiet. As the carriage swayed, the sun rose higher in the sky, and the members of Wolfsik Academy finally arrived at their destination before noon. Chapter 68. The amusement fair. The venue for the fair was chosen in an open area on the outskirts, where the terrain was flat and the vistas expansive. A large, pre-prepared grassy field served as the main arena for events such as kuju, a form of ancient football, and polo. Nearby flowed a shallow, crystal-clear river, ample for daily needs such as cooking. Not far from the river, rows of neatly arranged tents awaited, as many people were already busy setting down their belongings. Wow, the scenery here is truly splendid. As soon as the carriage halted, Su Chi jumped down eagerly, inhaling the fresh air deeply and expressing his delight. Gu Yunji surveyed the surroundings, noting the picturesque landscape that was indeed a delightful spot for leisure and enjoyment. He gazed upwards to see the main arena, encircled by low partitions, obscuring the view within. But he could discern the lively movement of several figures beneath a makeshift pavilion nearby, hinting at the excitement to come. A welcoming attendant approached Su Qingyu, addressing him. "Are you the esteemed headmaster Su of Wolfsik Academy? The fair has yet to commence officially, so please take a moment to settle your belongings and rest. Your academy's tents are over this way. Allow me to guide you." Su Qingyu responded affirmatively and led the group from Lucy Academy onward. Each person's tent had been prearranged, The row with the best view at the front was designated for the officials from Hangzhou and the heads of the two schools, followed by the local gentry and their female relatives. The tents for the female relatives were encircled in a specially designated area in the center, guarded by robust middle-aged maidservants, ensuring that men could not easily enter, thereby providing a degree of privacy and protection from unwelcome intrusions. Observing this, Gu Yunjing felt a measure of reassurance. Even without her father's company, Su Shuhua seemed to be quite safe. Unbeknownst to Gu Yunjing, he had developed a habitual concern for Su Shuhua's well-being. Noticing Gu Yunjing's keen observation of the surroundings, as if he were searching for something, Su Qi stifled a laugh and teased. "What are you looking for, Yunjing? Miss Su's tent is right at the back. You won't see it from here." Gu Yunjing, slightly embarrassed, attempted to deflect, saying, "What are you talking about? I was merely surveying this desolate wilderness with no signs of life. I was concerned there might be wild beasts lurking in the woods, and it would be unfortunate if they were to spring out and harm someone." Su Qi glanced towards the nearby woods and replied, "This forest has long been cleared by the officials. There are hardly any bushes left, let alone wild animals. If you were to find a rabbit's den, that would be your lucky day. I can't decide whether to call you overly anxious or simply concerned." With a raised eyebrow, Su Qi regarded him meaningfully. Gu Yunjing pretended not to hear and smoothly changed the subject. "Since our luggage is settled, I shall go find my teacher now." With that, he disregarded Su Qi's reaction and walked ahead. Su Qi shook his head in amusement and continued to organize his belongings. By the pavilion adjacent to the main arena sat Lu Xianji, the governor of Hangzhou, resplendent in his crimson official robes, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing Su Qingyu and his companions approach, he instantly rose with a broad smile and greeted them warmly. "Mr. Su, it's been a long time. I trust you are in good health. Since my appointment, I have been swamped with mundane affairs and haven't had the chance to visit Lucy Academy. I hope you will not take offense." Su Qingyu replied, "You are too kind, Governor. As the governor of Hangzhou, it is only natural that you prioritize your official duties. Moreover, I have distanced myself from the court and am now residing in the countryside, no longer involved in state affairs. It is commendable that you still think of this old man." Lu Xianji expressed his disagreement with a sound of disapproval, saying, "How can you say such a thing? You are my mentor. It is only right for me to show concern for you. Besides, you have educated countless talents, and if you were not so modest, people would be lined up from Hangzhou to Songjiang to pay their respects." Though Su Qingyu had retired from public office and held no official position, local officials' attitudes toward him remained marked by deference. After all, he had been the chief examiner during Lu Xianji's imperial examination, and their relationship as teacher and student demanded respect. Furthermore, Su Qingyu continued to impart knowledge, nurturing many who would later serve the court, thereby earning him a reputation of high esteem. Not only Lu Xianji, but even other officials in Hangzhou dared not show any sign of neglect toward him, all wearing smiles and extending courteous greetings. As Gu Yunjing observed the cordial exchanges and flattery, he reflected on the nature of political dynamics. It was no wonder that during the latter half of the Ming dynasty, despite the ostensibly fair nature of the imperial examination system, officials still sought to align themselves with powerful connections, creating intricate webs of relationships based on geography and shared experiences. For someone like Gu Yunjing, his lineage predetermined that he would represent the interests of the Jiangnan scholars, forging close ties with the Gu family and the Su faction. He did not need to choose sides, as his position had been established long ago. Naturally, factional disputes were not entirely detrimental. They could maintain balance within the court, preventing any single entity from monopolizing power. Yet, as various forces waxed and waned, it was inevitable that some would become casualties in the fray. Navigating the political landscape required not only the ability to accomplish tangible work, but also the acumen to discern the prevailing currents of the times. Managing interpersonal relationships, gauging the emperor's disposition, and fulfilling one's duties were equally paramount. As Gu Yunjing pondered these matters, the pleasantries among the others had concluded, and their attention turned toward the younger generation behind them. Lu Xianji appraised Gu Yunjing and remarked, "This young man must be Mr. Su's prized disciple this year, correct?" Hearing this, Gu Yunjing stepped forward, bowed, and respectfully introduced himself. "I'm Gu Yunjing, honored to meet you all." At that moment, a young voice, imbued with a hint of arrogance, chimed in. "Gu Yunjing? So it is you. How fortuitous." Gu Yunjing turned to see a familiar face. "Reningza, clad in a brand-new scholar's robe, stood confidently beside Zhao Feng, the educational officer of Hangzhou, his demeanor exuding pride. His presence at such an occasion, accompanied by a figure of authority, indicated his distinguished status. Gu Yunjing's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "Ah, Master Ren, what a coincidence to encounter you here." Lu Xinji raised an eyebrow, glancing between the two. "Do you know each other?" Perhaps due to the presence of their elders, Ren Yingzi appeared composed and reserved, a stark contrast to his previous boisterousness at the restaurant. He smiled slightly and remarked, "Not quite. We have merely crossed paths once before. Before today, I was unaware of your name, Master Gu. Then allow this opportunity for you to become acquainted. It will be beneficial to establish a friendship," Lu Xinji suggested, introducing them. "This is Gu Yunjing, a direct disciple of Mr. Su. And this is Ren Yingzi, the grandson of Officer Zhao. Both of you are distinguished young talents and representatives of your respective schools. While this competition is primarily about the contests, I hope you will not be overly concerned with winning or losing. It is the camaraderie that matters." Ren Yingzi nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Gu Yunjing. "By the way, last time, you had 2 companions with you, both of whom possessed remarkable demeanor. I wonder why they are not here with you now. To know them all at once?" It seemed he intended to remember their names and appearances for future confrontation. Despite Ren Yingzi's restrained words, his gaze toward Gu Yunjing was filled with disdain and provocation, clearly harboring resentment from their previous encounter at the restaurant. Gu Yunjing smirked internally but masked his feelings. Responding amiably, they're currently attending to their luggage. The event will last 2 days, so there will be ample opportunities for introductions. No need to rush, Master Ren. Ren Yingzi appeared to agree, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, there's plenty of time for that. Lu Xinji, sensing the underlying tension between the two, chose not to address it directly, instead stating, "It is getting late. I believe everyone must be hungry. Let us take our seats and enjoy lunch. The competition will formally commence in the afternoon." Thus, the group ceased their idle chatter and, once the attendants had arranged the tables and food, each found their respective places to partake in the meal. The entertainment event is organized solely by the government of Hangzhou, ensuring an exquisite array of dishes. Su Qi, with an impressive appetite, eagerly sampled a variety of offerings, his mouth never resting. At that moment, with his mouth full, he reached for the water jug only to discover it was empty. Muffled, he inquired, "Where's the water? Has it run out? Does anyone at the table have some to spare?" "I have some. Here you go," a voice interjected, offering a jug. "Thank you. Wait, why is it you?" Su Qi was about to take it when he looked up to find Feng Zigui standing before him. Instantly, he narrowed his eyes in suspicion and withdrew his hand. Feng Zigui shook the water jug, teasing, "Don't you want water? Here, take it." "What, is my water poisoned?" "It is poisoned," Su Qi retorted stubbornly, refusing to accept the water, forcibly swallowing his food, which caused him to nearly choke. Gu Yunjing, alarmed, rushed over to pat him on the back, helping him to swallow successfully. Once Su Qi had cleared his mouth, he pointed accusingly at Feng Zigui, declaring, "I'd rather choke than drink your water. Last time you injured Yunjing during training, who has to say you won tea poison my water this time? Attempting to kill me." Feng Zigui chuckled lightly. "Unfazed, you exaggerate far too much. I am not that malicious. Even if I were inclined to harm my classmates, I wouldn't be foolish enough to employ such an obvious method." Su Qi's eyes widened as he shouted, "You are indeed that malicious. Look, you've already devised a plan. Your hesitation to poison suggests you've thought of another way to harm us, and I must remain vigilant at all times." Feng Zigui shrugged, "Think what you will. If you refuse my water, then so be it." With that, he returned to his seat, unwilling to relent. Su Qi kept a close watch on Feng Zigui, hardly eating any more. Gu Yunjing, exasperated, tugged at Su Qi's sleeve, urging him to sit down. "Don't be so paranoid. Even if Feng Zigui harbors a desire for revenge, he wouldn't choose this moment. Focus on enjoying your meal." Since witnessing Gu Yunjing being injured by Feng Zigui on the training ground, Su Qi had remained on high alert, fearing that Feng Zigui might do something detrimental to them again. Thus, upon seeing Feng Zigui offer him water, he assumed ill intent and reacted excessively. Cheng Yin remarked to Feng Zigui, "You and he have long-standing grievances, so he likely won tea rush to settle the score. I am merely collateral damage, less likely to be targeted." Only Yunjing stand a chance of being specifically targeted for retribution. Su Qi, your concern for him is excessive, but it never hurts to be cautious. Gu Yunjing frowned at this, recognizing the validity in Cheng Yin's words. He observed Feng Zigui, who was consuming his meal, and, finding nothing amiss, remarked, "Thinking too much about it is futile. We can only keep a watchful eye on him." The trio then dropped the subject and resumed their lunch. After the meal, as they were about to leave, Reningze approached with several students from Hangzhou Academy. "Young Master Gu, and you too must be Su Qi and Cheng Yin," he stated with an air of cockiness. "I've been looking for you for quite some time." Su Qi, in a foul mood, snapped, "What do you want with us? I have no desire to see your obnoxious face." Reningze, undeterred, casually took a seat, crossing his legs and saying, "Have you forgotten our agreement at the tavern? I said we would meet at the entertainment event, and now I'm here to fulfill that promise. How about a match? Horse polo or kuju? The choice is yours." Gu Yunjing scoffed. "Who agreed to anything with you? Weren't you the one who ended up fleeing after failing to argue your case and resorting to threats?" Reningze smirked, snapping his fan shut with a loud clap. "Are you scared? The kuju field is all set up, and we from Hangzhou Academy have come to challenge you. Are you too cowardly to respond? Perhaps we should rename your school to Turtle Academy." Laughter erupted among the students from Hangzhou Academy. Su Qi slammed his hand on the table and leaped to his feet. "Who's afraid? Yunjing's foot is injured, but I, Su Qi, will compete with you." "Oh, an injury, is it? You seemed fine just a moment ago." Reningze, hunched over, examined Gu Yunjing's foot with skepticism. "You're not trying to fool me, are you? I'm set on competing with you." Gu Yunjing. Chapter 70. Pitching the pot. Reningze, displaying arrogance and an unyielding demeanor, declared, "If you refuse, I will go to the governor and tell him that you, the head disciple of the Deer Creek Academy, are a coward too frightened to compete with me. I'll relish seeing if Su Qingyu can still hold his head high after that." Gu Yunjing's gaze turned cold, piercing as ice. "Reningze, do you think you have a right to call my teacher by name?" He calmly stood up, walking towards Reningze, locking eyes with him. "Is this about the humiliation you suffered at Hongyan Tavern? You wish to regain your pride now? Very well, we shall accept your challenge." He continued, however, "My foot injury is real, so I cannot compete in horse polo or kuju. If you wish to compete in something else, I can entertain you." "Excellent. Let us engage in a pot pitching contest." Reningze quickly agreed, fearing Gu Yunjing might back out. "If your foot is injured, your hands are still free. Pitching the pot isn't unfair, is it?" Gu Yunjing smiled slightly, showing no fear, not at all. Reningze had chosen wisely. Pot pitching was Gu Yunjing's forte. During his recovery, he had taken the time to practice diligently, and after a month, he could confidently hit the target nearly every time. Soon, the necessary equipment for pot pitching was prepared. Gu Yunjing and Reningze stood a few paces apart, both focused on the earthenware pot before them. As a favored disciple of Headmaster Su Qingyu and the grandson of the official Zhao Feng, both were prominent figures in their respective schools, drawing attention easily. The anticipated contest attracted a large crowd of spectators eager to watch. The students from Hangzhou Academy, witnessing Reningze's confident stature, boasted, "Our brother Run is a true polymath, excelling in poetry and kuju alike. Can this Gu Yunjing even hope to match him in pot pitching? It's a guaranteed loss." Hearing this, the students from Deer Creek Academy clenched their fists, frustration evident on their faces. Some voiced their concerns. "I know Gu Yunjing is talented in literature, but pot pitching, can he manage? Just look at their ages. Reningze has come of age, while Gu Yunjing is only 15, significantly shorter. He likely lacks the strength." Su Qi furrowed his brow, retorting, "What's this? Are you boosting someone else's confidence while diminishing our own? Pot pitching doesn't require immense strength, like horse riding or archery. Besides, Yunjing is disciplined, maintaining a balanced diet and regular exercise, so he is quite fit." In contrast, Reningze, despite his height, appeared weary and weak, prompting Su Qi to add, "Perhaps he is suffering from some deficiency." At this remark, the previously tense atmosphere within Deer Creek Academy lightened, and laughter spread among the students. Reningze's face turned a spectrum of colors, shooting a venomous glare at Su Qi, and turned to the referee nearby, demanding, "What are we waiting for? Let's get started." The referee, sensing the tension, cleared his throat and announced, "The first pot pitching contest of the entertainment event is about to commence." The The two parties were respectively Gu Yunji from Levexi Academy and Reningze from Hangzhou Prefectural School. Each held 5 throwing arrows, taking turns to cast them, with the one scoring the most being declared the victor. No premature throws, no excessive casting, and no altering of distances were permitted. The drawing of lots to determine the order of play began, with the elder going first and the younger following. Upon concluding, the referee turned away from the crowd, grasping 2 blades of grass from the ground, presenting them to Reningze and Gu Yunji. At this moment, Reningze cast aside any thoughts of modesty, carelessly drew a blade of grass, and upon comparing it with Gu Yunji's, realized his was longer. Consequently, he confidently picked up an arrow, took aim at the earthen vessel before him, and released it. The arrow struck true within the vessel. The referee announced, "First arrow hit," with an initial score of 3 points. Seeing this, Reningze smirked slightly, clasped his hands towards Gu Yunji, and proudly declared, "I concede. It's merely the first arrow. No need to rush." Unperturbed, Gu Yunji calmly adjusted his stance and decisively launched his arrow. The arrow made a gentle sound as it collided with the vessel. The referee bent down to scrutinize, his eyes lighting up. First arrow hit, with an initial score of 5 points. The crowd behind Gu Yunji erupted in cheers, clapping vigorously. "Excellent. A perfect shot to start with. Let us seize the moment and diminish the pride of Hangzhou Prefectural School. I shall see what they boast about." The earthen vessel, aptly named, was narrow at the top, wider at the bottom, with a long neck and a rounded belly, featuring symmetrical vertical ear-like tubes on either side. The narrow mouth made it a challenge to hit, and the narrow tubes further amplified the difficulty. Observing the arrow firmly lodged within the right ear of the vessel, Reningze's expression faltered. He steadied his breath, reining in his unsteady nerves, and launched his second arrow. It struck true again, yielding 2 more points. Yet, Reningze's countenance remained grim. The first arrow held the greatest weight in scoring, even if he hit with all subsequent arrows. He could not equal the score unless Gu Yunji faltered. Gu Yunji, maintaining his composure, launched his second arrow, which precisely landed in the left ear of the vessel with a clang. Combined with the previous arrow, he scored 4 points. Another hit. Double ear hit. Ha ha ha. There's no need for further competition. Levexi Academy is certain to win. Listening to the overwhelming cheers from the opposing side, Reningze's face darkened, abandoning his previous steady method. Gritting his teeth, he seized an arrow and aimed at the left ear of the vessel, releasing it with fervor. The referee glanced at the arrow that merely grazed the vessel, announcing, "Third arrow missed. A foul." 1 point recorded. With eyes ablaze, Reningze kicked a nearby table in frustration, his fists clenched tightly, unable to conceal his resentment. Gu Yunji chuckled lightly, disregarding Reningze's murderous demeanor, and casually launched his third arrow, which found its mark within the vessel. Third arrow hit. 2 points. After 3 arrows, Reningze trailed Gu Yunji by 5 points. To equal the score in the remaining 2 throws, not only did Reningze need to achieve remarkable success with his arrows, but Gu Yunji would also have to falter, missing at least 1 shot, an exceedingly difficult task. Reningze, visibly agitated, grasped several arrows in a fit of desperation and recklessly hurled them forward, missing every time, leaving them scattered on the ground. Observing this, the crowd from Levexi Academy immediately protested. Hey, that's a violation. It doesn't T-count." The referee frowned, stating, "Only 1 arrow may be thrown at a time. Reningze has violated the rules, and the remaining rounds need not proceed. The victor of this archery contest is Gu Yunji." Upon hearing this, while the crowd celebrated, Gu Yunji did not miss the chance to mock Reningze. When faced with defeat, you resort to cheating. Is this the measure of Hangzhou Prefectural School? The laughter echoed. What a bold challenge, only to be utterly defeated by Gu. This must be a bitter pill to swallow. Losing the match was one thing, but the inability to accept defeat was far worse. Reningze's final desperate attempts reflected his panic, disregarding the rules of the contest, bringing disgrace not only upon himself, but also upon Hangzhou Prefectural School. Gu Yunji sauntered over, arching an eyebrow. "So, what now? Are you willing to concede?" Reningze, with a scowl, begrudgingly spat out, "No, I refuse to concede. That was merely an accident. I demand a rematch." In the following days, 2 additional chapters would be added to the existing updates. In the ladies' tent area, Su Shuhua was busy arranging her belongings when a young maid approached. "Greetings, Miss Su," the maid said with a bow, presenting a fragrant sachet. This is a gift prepared by Madame Li from our prefectural house, meant for the ladies attending the games. Su Shuhua accepted it gracefully, replying, "Please convey my gratitude to Madame Li." As she prepared to set the sachet aside, she noticed the maid lingering at the entrance, seemingly with more to say. "Is there something else, dear?" The maid smiled gently. "Nothing much. Just that this sachet was handcrafted by Madame Li herself and took considerable time. It would be lovely if you wore it now. Should Madame Li see it later, it would surely please her." "Ah, I see." Su Shuhua hesitated momentarily before tying the sachet to her waist, conceding, "Thank you for Madame Li's kind gesture and for bringing it here. That is what I am here for." Seeing the sachet adorning Su Shuhua, the maid's expression brightened with satisfaction before she turned to leave. Observing the maid's reaction, Su Shuhua felt an inexplicable discomfort, unable to pinpoint the source. She leaned down to inhale the sachet's fragrance. It was rich, with notes of mint and white peony. Yet, there seemed to be an elusive scent, indistinct and hard to identify. Surely, there was no issue. Su Shuhua dismissed her unease and moved on. Meanwhile, at the competition venue, Reningze, unable to accept his loss in the archery contest, insisted on challenging Gu Yunji again. Not satisfied? It makes no difference. Su Qi raised an eyebrow regardless. Yunji has won. Who would bother with another match? What purpose would it serve? Continuing would only further humiliate Hangzhou Prefectural School. Gu Yunji, uninterested in further entanglements, replied impatiently. "You challenge, I respond. That should suffice. What more do you want? You clearly cannot match me in archery, and I injure my foot in polo. Do you intend to challenge me to a game of willow shooting?" Archery was Reningze's forte, yet he had unexpectedly lost to Gu Yunji. The thought of competing in willow shooting, where he had even less confidence, was daunting. Taking a deep breath, Reningze gritted his teeth. "Since we have already competed in martial skills, let's now engage in literary pursuits. How about composing an essay?" Su Qi could not help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. I thought you would choose something more challenging. You wish to compete with our Yunji in writing? Do you know who he is? The top scorer in the county exam. From the esteemed Gu family of Songjiang, an esteemed disciple of Master Su. He has grown up amidst books. Composing an essay would be a breeze for him." Gu Yunji smiled slightly. "Very well, let us compose an essay. You may propose the topic." Writing an essay is rather dull. It takes at least half an hour without any excitement, Fang Ji casually interjected. He cast a knowing glance at Gu Yunji, suggesting, "I believe an archery contest would be much more engaging, with both sides exchanging shots. How about a game of flying flowers?" At this, Gu Yunji furrowed his brow, calmly replying, "I am not skilled in poetry. Let it be." In this era, the game of flying flowers typically manifests in two forms. One involves reciting poetry that contains specific keywords, while the other requires the spontaneous creation of original verses featuring those keywords. The latter is more widely applicable. Gu Yunji's poetic prowess is modest. He manages reasonably well with the former, but finds the latter quite challenging. Should he falter and produce incoherent lines, it would not only embarrass him, but also tarnish Su Qingyu's reputation. Moreover, having already secured a victory, he sees no need to risk further exposure in this contest. Seeing this, Reningze immediately perked up, exclaiming, "Though I'm not adept at this, I believe this suggestion is splendid. If we were to write essays, it would be dreadfully dull to have a crowd watching us ink and paper, wouldn't it?" The Flying Flowers contest engages both reflexes and creativity, truly showcasing the disparity in our talents. Although Reningze is not particularly skilled in poetry either, he sensed an opportunity when he noticed Gu Yunji's evident hesitation. This contest could well serve as a means for him to reclaim the spotlight, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Thus he seized upon it relentlessly. At this moment, Reningze and Fang Zge stood united, their collective presence imposing, and the onlookers from Lucy Academy wore expressions of eager anticipation, seemingly hoping for Gu Yunji to acquiesce. Just as Gu Yunji grappled with his dilemma, he spotted Su Qingyu approaching with several officials from Hangzhou Prefecture. Su Qingyu, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "Since Jier has already competed with young Master Run, there is no need to further occupy everyone's time and space for another display. Let's leave some opportunities for others. Furthermore, our dynasty places greater emphasis on prose than poetry. The youth have not invested much thought into this, and I suspect exquisite verses are scarce, so perhaps we should let this go." His words carried an unmistakable tone of protection, and as Gu Yunji's teacher and the prefect's instructor, his authority was significant. Upon hearing this, the eager spectator's spirits dampened, realizing that this event would likely not transpire. However, the prefect Lu Xinji gestured with a smile, saying, "I beg to differ. The exchange of verses in flying flowers is indeed captivating, with participants engaging in a delightful back and forth. If composing poems proves too difficult, let us resort to recitation, which will still test the literary depth and creativity of these two young men." Being the prefect, Lu Xinji had to maintain decorum, and since he had already made a concession, Su Qingyu found it challenging to further excuse his pupil. Still somewhat hesitant, he glanced at Gu Yunji, who offered a slight nod, which brought him some reassurance. "In that case, Jier shall compete with young Master Fong," he declared. Though Gu Yunji's poetic skills were not exceptional, his background in university studies and his previous life endowed him with a reasonably rich reservoir of poetry, ensuring that he could at least hold his ground against Reningza. His primary concern lay in the parallel nature of this era and his previous life, where many classical works from antiquity existed in one but not the other. He could not clearly recall which esteemed pieces were shared between the two timelines and which belonged exclusively to his former existence. If he were to recite a line unfamiliar to everyone, it could lead to complications. Resigned to the situation, he resolved to focus on verses he felt confident in. With that thought, Gu Yunji composed himself and bowed to Lu Xinji, stating, "I am willing to compete with young Master Run in the Flying Flowers contest. I humbly request the topic from you, sir." "Excellent." Lu Xinji clapped his hands, clearly pleased. For thematic appropriateness, the word autumn might be ideal, yet it often evokes a sense of solitude that could dampen the lively atmosphere. Given our location in Hangzhou, let us use Jiangnan as the topic, which seems fitting. The verses must include the characters Jiangnan, with no restrictions on theme. Poetry, lyrics, and tunes are all permissible. There is no need for drawing lots. I shall designate young Master Reningza from Hangzhou Academy to begin. Upon hearing his name called first, Reningza composed himself, cleared his throat before the assembly, and slowly recited. "Then I shall speak of memories of Jiangnan. Most cherished are those of Hangzhou." While this line bore the semblance of flattery, it nonetheless appealed to Lu Xinji, the governor of Hangzhou, who chuckled as he stroked his beard, turning to Gu Yunji. "And what of you, young Master Gu?" Gu Yunji pondered for a moment before responding. "At sunrise, the river flowers blaze red. In spring, the waters of the river shimmer green as blue. How could one not reminisce about Jiangnan?" Lu Xinji exclaimed in admiration. A classic line indeed. Unwilling to be outdone, Reningza immediately countered. "In Jiangnan, one can gather lotus. The lotus leaves are lush and abundant." Afterward, he muttered dismissively, "Isn't this just a classic line? Who cannot recite it? Han Yuefu. Quite classic, wouldn't you say?" Gu Yunji maintained a steady demeanor and calmly replied with his next line. "Indeed, Jiangnan boasts beautiful scenery. During the season of falling flowers, I meet you again. Jiangnan possesses nothing, yet I offer a branch of spring. Dreams enter Jiangnan along the misty waterways. Traversing Jiangnan, I meet not the departing lover. The spring breeze once more greens the banks of Jiangnan. When will the bright moon illuminate my return?" Gu Yunji and Reningza exchanged lines, each refusing to yield, almost completing each other's verses in rapid succession, their pace quickening and their tones growing more fervent. The spectators watched with wide eyes, holding their breath, afraid to disrupt the engrossed duel. Thus, in the expanse of the grassy field, apart from the distant chirps of birds, the only sounds were the resonant and powerful recitations from the two participants. Reningza's body tensed, his heart pounding like a drum, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow as he fixed his gaze on Gu Yunji's eyes, articulating his next line with deliberate clarity. "Regardless of misty waves or stormy winds, I carry the weight of parting sorrows, Jiangnan." Feeling the pressure of Run Ingz's intense gaze, Gu Yunji momentarily found his thoughts ensnared, mentally traversing through all the verses he recalled. Finally, he remembered an unspoken line and blurted it out. "In September, the floral affairs of Jiangnan cease. The hibiscus gracefully turns in the aisles." The moment these words escaped his lips, the crowd paused, as if the air had thickened. Someone whispered, "Whose lines are these? I have never heard them before. Am I truly so ignorant?" Others looked equally puzzled. "I have not heard of it either." Yet, to compose such a beautiful line, they must not be obscure, right? Listening to the murmurs, Gu Yunji inwardly cursed his luck. This line belonged to Yunjing, one of the four talents of Jiangnan from his past life. From the reactions of those around him, it became evident that this era lacked knowledge of him. Gu Yunji hastily coughed to cover his embarrassment and explained, I once came across these lines in an obscure poetry collection. The poet's name is One Bai. Reningza scoffed. One Bai? I have never heard of this individual. An obscure poetry collection sounds utterly baseless. Surely, you are not fabricating this. Su Qi glared at him. In September, the floral affairs of Jiangnan cease. The hibiscus gracefully turns in the aisles. Such a splendid line. Can you conjure one like it? Reningza was momentarily silenced, ready to retort when Lu Xinji raised a hand to signal for silence. Enough, enough. No need for further disputes. This line is acceptable. Please continue. With the governor's word, Reningza dared not press the matter further, casting a reluctant glance at Gu Yunji before resuming his recitation. As the rounds progressed, the remaining lines dwindled, and having been momentarily distracted, Gu Yunji found his thoughts muddled, struggling to recall the verses he had yet to articulate. As the hourglass neared its end, Gu Yunji, feeling helpless, recited a line he was uncertain about. The Wu dialect is suited only for the elderly of Jiangnan. The branches in the snow bloom red early. The crowd fell silent once more. After a moment, Lu Xinji inquired skeptically, is this also from that obscure poetry collection? Gu Yunji steeled himself. Indeed. The poet's name is Su Mingxia. Using this excuse once may have sufficed, but to repeat, it raised doubts among the onlookers. Lu Xinji remained silent, nodding slightly at both participants. Continue. After several exchanges, Gu Yunji finally managed to recite. The moon shines bright over the crow's nest, amidst the haze. Jiangnan appears faintly, as the orchids and lilies entwine, adding to the heartache. This time, there was no need for others to inquire. He took the initiative to state, it is still a piece from that poetry collection, authored by Weizun. Time and again, Reningza could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Gu Yunjing, are you mocking me? What nameless anthology could possibly include so many works I've never heard of? And only you have had the privilege of seeing it? The onlookers began to murmur. This is the third time. I cannot believe that Gu Yunjing derived this from any poetry collection. Perhaps he composed it himself? Was it to outshine Reningza and draw attention to himself? How utterly utilitarian. Perhaps not. I find Gu Yunjing to be quite composed and humble, not one to be so ostentatious. It truly is a mystery. The supervising official, Zhao Feng, snorted softly, a half-smile playing on his lips as he addressed Su Qingyu. Su, you have indeed acquired a remarkable disciple, quick-witted and eloquent. He outshines my dull grandson. Su Qingyu cast a deep glance at Gu Yunjing, remaining silent. Alas, now everyone believes I premeditated this, intending to compose poetry during the recitation segment to showcase my talents and overshadow Reningza. Gu Yunjing thought in despair. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and hesitantly spoke. You see, the stylistic disparity among these lines of poetry is immense. They are truly not my spontaneous creation. I simply could not recall anything else, hence. That will suffice, young Master Gu, Lu Xinji interjected. It is quite normal for youth to harbor a touch of pride in their talents. The sandglass had run out. The competition concluded, and Ren Gongzi failed to respond to the final line. Thus, it was declared that for this round of the poetry contest, Gu Yunjing from Lucy Academy emerged victorious. Regardless of the process, the outcome was favorable. Upon hearing this, the students of Lucy Academy erupted in cheers. Gu Xue, I never expected you to have such a profound understanding of poetry, one exclaimed. Not to mention, those 3 lines you delivered were impeccably balanced, adorned with exquisite language, and resonated beautifully. Truly splendid poetry. It deserves to be immortalized for eternity. After all, it was a renowned masterpiece that had endured for centuries. How could it not be exceptional? Listening to the accolades surrounding him, Gu Yunjing felt no joy, forcing a strained smile at the corner of his lips. Whether or not he intended to flaunt his literary prowess, Reningza had lost face in the competition, having stumbled twice at his hands. Reningza's courage to challenge him again evaporated. After casting a resentful glare at Gu Yunjing from afar, he departed with a flick of his sleeve. Outside the crowd, Lu Xinji observed the throng surrounding Gu Yunjing and remarked to Su Qingyu, this young Gu Yunjing, at such a tender age, possesses such exquisite literary talent. He is truly a prodigy. However, there remains a hint of restlessness about him, an inclination to seek the spotlight. Mr. Su, he requires careful cultivation. Su Qingyu's expression remained inscrutable as he replied softly, "Indeed, you speak wisely. I shall ensure he receives proper guidance." That evening, despite the excitement from the day's various competitions, the crowd did not rush to their tents for rest. Instead, they gathered around the bonfire, indulging in the roasted meat prepared by the authorities. Su Qi exhibited no signs of fatigue from participating in 2 rounds of kuju and 5 rounds of archery. He tore off a large bite from the roasted leg of lamb and, with a flourish, drank half a jug of wine, shouting, "What a delight!" Gu Yunjing chuckled. "Your demeanor resembles that of a bandit from the Greenwoods." Cheng Yin remarked. In today's 2 rounds of kuju, Su Qi was a key player. Winning one match 7-4 and the other 6-2, he achieved remarkable victories. The students from Hangzhou Academy were quite frustrated, attempting to thwart him during the matches, yet none succeeded, allowing Su Qi to bask in the limelight. How could he not feel elated? With his mouth full, Su Qi mumbled, "The headmaster said that our Lucy Academy is not adept in martial events, often overshadowed by Hangzhou Academy, and we haven't had such an opportunity to hold our heads high in ages. If it weren't for the horse polo match later, where I wasn't allowed to participate, we would definitely have one again. You should be content." Gu Yunjing gently punched him playfully. "Did you not notice the faces of the Hangzhou Academy students? This event is sponsored by the government primarily to foster friendship between the 2 schools. We cannot leave them without any dignity." Su Qi didn't respond, swallowing his food before taking another sip of wine. "By the way, what kind of wine is this? Although it has a mild potency, its flavor is rich and lingering, warming my body and making this autumn night feel quite comfortable." A nearby servant approached, stating, "This is the specially brewed Yuqiong liquid from the Hangzhou government, infused with herbs for warmth and vitality. It is quite nourishing. It cannot be found in the market and is typically reserved for significant occasions." Hearing this, Gu Yunjing lowered his head to sip the wine, savoring its fragrant essence, and remarked, "Indeed, it is fine wine. It seems the Hangzhou government truly values this gathering, generously allowing us to indulge. Then I shall have a few more cups." Su Qi exclaimed, akin to Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit, and promptly downed half a jug of Yuqiong liquid. As he relished the flavor, he shook the empty wine jug at the servant, demanding, "It's empty. Pour some more. Young master, please drink slowly." Although the wine's potency is mild, consuming it hastily can still lead to intoxication, the servant replied with a wry smile. "If you wish to continue drinking, I'll fetch some more, but the wine is stored at a distance, so please wait a moment." After the servant left, Fang Zige approached with a jug of wine, offering, "I still have plenty. If you're impatient, you can drink mine." As he spoke, he pretended to pour wine into Su Qi's cup. Su Qi frowned, quickly seizing his cup and shielding it against his chest, coldly stating, "Who wants to drink your wine? Fang Zige, what is your issue? You offered me your water flask at noon, and now you wish to give me your wine. Why are you so eager for me to drink your things? Are you trying to poison me?" Fang Zige innocently spread his hands. "How can you think that of me? I am merely being kind. If you don't appreciate it, so be it." With that, he tucked away his wine jug and returned to his seat. This was the second time he had attempted to offer Su Qi something, only to be rebuffed and then immediately give up, showing no persistence. What could he possibly be after? The 3 exchanged worried glances at Fang Zigui's retreating figure. At that moment, another servant stepped forward, cheerfully suggesting, "Gentlemen, let us continue our meal. I will pour you some wine." Gu Yunjing and the others were so focused on Fang Zigui that they failed to notice that this servant, pouring wine, was unfamiliar and not one of the government's attendants. Moreover, the wine jug he carried had a peculiar design, differing from those of the others. The servant discreetly filled each person's cup with wine, and when it came to Gu Yunjing, he subtly glanced at him, noting that Gu Yunjing was unaware of his actions. He imperceptibly twisted the lid of the jug and gently swirled it, seemingly allowing the wine to blend well. After completing this, he filled Gu Yunjing's cup to the brim and respectfully bowed to the group before stepping back a few paces, gradually disappearing into the night. Not having noticed anything unusual about Fang Zige, Su Qi had no choice but to reluctantly return to his seat. Cheng Yin pushed the wine cup toward him, soothingly saying, "All right, just ignore him. You have wine poured for you. Go on, drink." Su Qi felt a heaviness in his heart, raised the cup to take a sip, and remarked, "Whenever I see him, My mood plummets, and no amount of joy remains. It is truly quite unfortunate. Let's eat and drink as we please, ignoring him entirely. Gu Yunjing composed himself, raised his cup, and clinked it lightly against Su Qi's before taking a hearty drink. Seeing this, Su Qi smiled and decided to let the matter rest. As the revelry continued, and the group had their fill of food and drink, they languidly reclined on the grass, indulging in leisurely post-meal conversations. Gu Yunji, however, was perplexed by his own discomfort. He felt an intense heat coursing through him, as if a fire were kindling within. Rising from his spot, he distanced himself from the bonfire and waved a fan to summon a breeze. It was already mid-August, yet the warmth was stifling. Su Qi cast a casual glance in his direction and remarked, "Have you perhaps overindulged in wine? I find it rather tolerable." Despite the fan-esque movement, Gu Yunji felt increasingly feverish, the heat unyielding. He decided to remove his outer garment and began to pace restlessly. As dusk fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, the faces of his companions became indistinct. Had they been able to see clearly, Su Qi and Cheng Yin would have noticed the peculiar flush on Gu Yunji's face, illuminated by the flickering firelight. Concerned by Gu Yunji's unusual agitation, Cheng Yin voiced his worry. "Earlier, that lad mentioned the wine contained warming herbs. Could it be that your constitution is reacting more acutely?" "Perhaps," Gu Yunji responded, lacking the energy to contemplate further. He felt as if he might ignite, every inch of him ablaze. "Stay here. I shall wash my face in the river and return shortly." Unable to endure any longer, he hastily departed. Cheng Yin called after him, "Be cautious by the riverbank. It may be slippery." Gu Yunji hurried away, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving Cheng Yin uncertain if he had even heard the warning. In the secluded area away from the festivities, the silence was profound and the darkness enveloping. Only the faint chirping of insects broke the stillness. Under normal circumstances, one might feel trepidation in such an environment. Yet Gu Yunji was solely focused on reaching the river, oblivious to the shadow that stealthily approached from behind. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder, and with a muffled groan, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 74. Aphrodisiac. The shadow that had emerged was no ordinary assailant. With a swift motion, it struck Gu Yunji at the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious. The figure then lowered Gu Yunji to the ground, hands probing at his sides as if searching for something. Suddenly, the intruder's expression brightened as they retrieved a jade pendant from Gu Yunji's person and handed it to a woman dressed as a maid. "Here, take this, and remember your words when you find her." "Understood." The maid nodded. "Be quick about it, and once done, report back to young Master Fong, and see to it that the wine is disposed of without leaving a trace." As the assailant dragged Gu Yunji deeper into the woods, they reassured, "Rest assured, I have tidied everything up. There will be no evidence left behind. Hurry now, don't dawdle. He may awaken soon." The maid, seeing the urgency, turned away and made her way back to the gathering. Meanwhile, since Gu Yunji's departure, Cheng Yin had been plagued by an unsettling feeling, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Recalling Gu Yunji's strange demeanor before leaving, his anxiety mounted. Why hasn't Yunji returned? In this darkness, could something have happened? It's quite a distance to the river. It's normal for him to take some time, Su Qi replied, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Just then, he noticed Fong Zigue casting a cryptic glance their way, surveying them with a bemused expression, a hint of pity glimmering in his eyes. After sensing Su Qi's gaze upon him, he quickly averted his attention. The seemingly casual exchange left Su Qi unnerved, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart, chilling him to the core. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet, gripping Cheng Yan's sleeve as he strode purposefully outward. "Let's go check on him." Cheng Yan stumbled, taken aback by Su Qi's abrupt shift in demeanor. As he observed Su Qi's worried expression, his lips pressed tightly together. He sensed a wave of unease wash over him. Silently, they made their way toward the riverbank. The cool night breeze stirred the water into gentle ripples, the tranquil darkness accompanied by the chorus of chirping insects and distant croaking frogs, creating an oddly enchanting atmosphere. Yet, both Cheng Yin and Su Qi were too anxious to appreciate the scenery. They searched the riverbank multiple times without spotting Gu Yunji, their calls growing frantic. "Yunji, where are you?" Nearby, a shadowy figure dragging something heard their voices and hastened its pace, clumsily creating a ruckus. "Who goes there?" Su Qi, trained in martial arts, was quick to react, his senses sharper than most, and he turned to investigate the source of the disturbance. The figure froze, realizing it was about to be discovered. In a panic, it abandoned Gu Yunji and bolted away. "Stop!" Su Qi shouted, seizing a stone and hurling at the figure, then swiftly pursuing. The stone struck the assailant's leg, nearly causing them to falter. They glanced back briefly, clutching their wound as they fled into the night. "Curse it, they've escaped." Su Qi muttered in frustration, but his concern for Gu Yunji outweighed his desire to continue the chase. Cheng Yin knelt beside Gu Yunji, calling out, "Yunji, wake up!" Gu Yunji's eyes remained shut, yet he stirred slightly at the sound, frowning and murmuring incoherently before slipping back into unconsciousness. Cheng Yan's anxiety deepened. What is happening? Is he under the influence of something? Su Qi leaned down and touched Gu Yunji's face, recoiling from the heat radiating from him. With Cheng Yan's assistance, Su Qi examined Gu Yunji thoroughly, but found no visible injuries. Familiar with such matters from his time in the company of courtesans, he raised his head, his voice grave. "I fear Yunji may have been affected by an aphrodisiac." "Aphrodisiac? What do we do now? Should we find a doctor? Or perhaps a woman?" Cheng Yin stammered. Flustered, Su Qi adjusted Gu Yunji's clothing, propping him against a tree. "Aphrodisiacs are typically used for stimulation. It's not dire. We should allow him to rest quietly until the effects wear off. He will be fine." Reassured yet still furrowing his brow, Cheng Yin pondered aloud. Considering how closely Yunji has been with us, how could he have been poisoned? Why are we unaffected? If someone intended to harm him, why only use an aphrodisiac? Su Qi suddenly recalled Feng Zigui's earlier gaze. Yunji hasn't offended anyone else. It's likely that Feng Zigui is behind this. We may have intercepted him just in time. Who knows what fate awaited Yunji had we not intervened? Cheng Yin fell silent in thought. If Yunji has indeed been dosed with an aphrodisiac, and Feng Zigui is responsible, he must have ulterior motives. Perhaps he intends to frame Yunji for an alleged offense against a virtuous woman. Frustrated by the lack of evidence, Cheng Yin urged Su Qi, "You must return immediately and keep a close watch on Feng Zigui. We cannot allow him to carry out any further misdeeds." Sui Hisitativ. "But what about you and Yunji? You've said it yourself. An aphrodisiac merely requires time to dissipate. I will stay here and guard Yunji, ensuring no one approaches him. Once he awakens, we will regroup." Upon noticing the situation, Su Qi nodded and immediately ran back. Amidst the crowd by the campfire, a maid approached Su Shuhua, who was engaged in idle chatter with the ladies, and leaned in to whisper, "Miss Su, Master Gu requests a meeting by the river," stating he has urgent matters to discuss. Su Shuhua, startled, raised her head in surprise. "What did you say?" The maid, maintaining her composure, discreetly slipped an object into Su Shuhua's hand, continuing, "The situation is pressing. Master Gu could only send me to deliver this message. You must hurry and remember not to alert anyone." Su Shuhua glanced at the object in her hand and recognized it as the jade pendant that Su Qingyu had given to Gu Yunjing on the day of her apprenticeship, inscribed with the words knowledge and propriety. Gu Yunjing usually wore it close to him, making it impossible to forge or replicate. What could this mean? Why would Gu Yunjing want to see her at this moment? He couldn't even come personally to convey his message and had to send a personal belonging with someone else. What had he encountered to be in such a state of urgency? Gripping the jade pendant, Su Shuhua's mind raced, filled with worry and anxiety, nearly losing her composure. Finally, she resolved to whisper to the maid, "I understand. I will go quickly." Chapter 75. A burning desire. Gu Yunjing lay unconscious, his brow furrowed, restless and agitated, instinctively tugging at the collar of his garment. Cheng Yin, noticing his discomfort, pulled out his sweat towel, intending to dampen it for a cooling compress, hoping it might bring him some relief. As Cheng Yin squatted by the nearby river, he caught sight of a graceful figure approaching from a distance. "Is that you?" "Chen Gongzi?" "Su et glim, so mewat hastoits." Upon reaching the riverbank, she searched in vain for Gu Yunjing, her heart racing with anxiety. Spotting Cheng Yin, who often associated with Gu Yunjing, her face brightened, and she eagerly inquired, "Cheng Gongzi, do you know where Gu Gongzi is? How is he? Is he all right?" Cheng Yin was equally surprised to see Su Shuhua there. Instead of answering her question directly, he countered, "Miss Su, what brings you here? Has something happened?" Realizing she had been too hasty, Su Shuhua quickly concealed her concern, adjusting her tone to a gentler pitch. "I heard that Gu Gongzi was looking for me to convey something urgent. but I arrived here and could not find him. Do you know where he is? Heard? Cheng Yin keenly picked up on that word, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that Fang Zigui had a plan in mind. Considering the context and observing Su Shuhua's disarray and concern, Cheng Yin understood. With this thought, a deep darkness flickered in his gaze, and he altered his response. Adopting a worried expression, he sighed. Yunjing's foot injury has not healed, and he inadvertently twisted it again. He is in so much pain that he cannot walk. I was just about to fetch a doctor for him. Su Shuhua's heart tightened, and disregarding her own composure, she immediately pressed. What? Is it serious? Where is he? Over there in the woods. Shall I take Miss Su to see him? Cheng Yin suggested, pointing in a direction behind him, distracted by her concern for Gu Yunjing's condition. Su Shuhua nodded fervently and followed Cheng Yin deeper into the woods. As they walked, Cheng Yin suddenly exclaimed, feigning a search, "Oh no, my sweat towel is missing. I hope I didn't lose it along the way. It was embroidered by my mother. I must go back to find it." Then, turning to Su Shuhua, he added, "Yunjing is just over there. You can go ahead, and I will return to look for it." Following his gesture, Su Shuhua noticed a figure resting against a tree several paces away and responded, "All right, take care, Cheng Gongzi." Watching Su Shuhua's retreating figure, Cheng Yan's lips curled into an inscrutable smile. After a brief pause, he turned and walked away. "Master Gu, are you well?" As Su Shuhua approached Gu Yunjing, she called out a couple of times, but received no response. Puzzled, she stepped closer. Gu Gongzi. Gu Gongzi. What is wrong? Gu Yunjing found himself lost in a tumultuous dream, but suddenly a captivating fragrance wafted into his senses, igniting a fire within him, making his previously cooling body turn feverish once more. "Gu Gongzi, wake up." "You." Su Shuhua intended to crouch down for a closer look, but as she bent, Gu Yunjing seized her arm, pulling her down, causing her to gasp in surprise. In his dazed state, Gu Yunjing was captivated by the intoxicating scent, instinctively flaring his nostrils to inhale more. But as he did, his body grew increasingly feverish, the desire raging in his abdomen becoming unbearable, nearly driving him to madness, yearning to be closer to the source of the fragrance. Hearing her scream, Gu Yunjing regained some awareness and abruptly opened his eyes. "You are Miss Su. Forgive me. I don't know what is wrong with me. I'm so sorry." Upon recognizing Su Shuhua, Gu Yunjing was startled, his mind clearing somewhat. He quickly released her arm and stepped back, distancing himself from her. Just as he stood, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and a sharp pain filled his head, forcing him to lean against a tree for support. Su Shuhua, rubbing her sore arm, still trembling from her fright, noticed Gu Yunjing's flushed face and labored breathing. As he clutched his head, seemingly enduring great discomfort, she stepped forward anxiously. "Gu Gongzi, what is the matter? Are you ill?" "I." Gu Yunjing began to respond, but the fragrance overwhelmed him again, nearly causing him to lose his grip on rationality. He struggled to shake his head, striving to regain clarity. Yet, under the influence of the scent, his thoughts became increasingly muddled, the desire in his abdomen spreading throughout his body. Suddenly, an impulsive urge surged within him, compelling him to lunge at the woman before him, who radiated that alluring fragrance, disregarding everything else. Just as that thought crossed his mind, his legs began to move toward Su Shuhua against his will. "No, this cannot happen." Gu Yunjing abruptly halted, forcefully suppressing his impulses. Before losing all control, he clenched his fist and struck a nearby tree, the immense force causing the branches to tremble. A sharp pain shot through his hand, and he felt moisture, likely blood. Through this near self-destructive action, Gu Yunjing finally regained a semblance of control over his senses. He closed his eyes for a moment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and hoarsely addressed Su Shuhua. "Miss Su, please don't come near me. The fragrance on you, if I catch a whiff." "The fragrance on me?" Su Shuhua's complexion changed as realization dawned. She swiftly removed the scented pouch the maid had given her earlier, tossing it far away. "Gu Gongzi, do you feel better now?" Noticing the scent fade slightly, Gu Yunjing's expression improved, and he exhaled deeply, weakly stating, "I feel a bit better, but the fragrance still lingers on you. Please keep your distance for now." Having worn the scented pouch for most of the day, Su Shuhua was thoroughly permeated with its scent, and unless she changed clothes and bathed, it would not dissipate quickly. She quickly stepped back, striving to minimize her scent's impact on Gu Yunjing. Her eyes filled with concern. "Gu Gongzi, What exactly is wrong with you? Reflecting on his recent experiences, Gu Yunjing understood the gravity of his situation. I fear I have been affected by an aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac? Su Shuhua gasped, instinctively stepping back. What do you feel now? Is it serious? Gu Yunjing replied. Just moments ago, I was fine, but upon catching a whiff of your fragrance, it felt as though I were engulfed in flames. Unbearably hot. For now, I am barely managing. Miss Su, how did you come to be here? Su Shuhua revealed his jade pendant, stating that someone had given it to him, saying you wished to see me, so I came. Gu Yunjing, upon hearing this, instinctively touched his waist and found it empty. He had just been administered an aphrodisiac, and Su Shuhua had been lured here by someone. Had he not managed to restrain himself moments ago, the consequences would have been dire. Feeling a dull ache in his hand, Gu Yunjing suddenly recalled what Feng Zhigue had said during his visit after Gu Yunjing had sustained an injury. It turned out that sending Su Shuhua to him was the underlying intention. A bitter smile crept across Gu Yunjing's lips as he mused, Miss Su, it seems we have both fallen into Feng Zhigue's trap. Chapter 76. Restraint gathered around the flickering campfire. Feng Zhigue wore a sinister expression after hearing a report from one of his attendants. They were rescued? By whom? Where are they now? The speaker, clad in the garb of a servant, concealed a black outfit beneath a loose outer robe. Grimacing in pain from his injured right leg, he leaned in and whispered. Two young men, appearing to be of similar age to Gu Yunjing. I couldn't see their faces clearly. I left my companion behind and fled. I have no idea where they took him. Damn it, all my efforts wasted. Feng Zhigue cursed, realizing it must have been Su Qi and Cheng Yan. He hadn't expected them to be so inebriated, yet act so swiftly. If only he had thought to lace their drinks with a sleeping potion. Weren't you the one who insisted that fewer people be affected by this? That's why you didn't alert anyone else? The attendant silently grumbled inwardly, but maintained a subservient demeanor. Feng Zhigue suddenly recalled something and asked, Has Su Shuhua not returned yet? Upon receiving a nod, he narrowed his eyes, pondering. If she had returned empty-handed, logically, she wouldn't linger. But since she hasn't returned, could it be that she encountered Gu Yunjing? A shadow flickered in Feng Zhigue's eyes at this thought. If they met, and Gu Yunjing caught a whiff of her musk, wouldn't that? I must see for myself. Perhaps I will catch them in a compromising position, thus obtaining leverage. Typically, aphrodisiacs are merely used to enhance pleasure and are not particularly potent. Even if intimacy does not ensue, the effects wear off gradually if the afflicted can endure. However, Feng Zhigue had prepared a potent blend of aphrodisiac powder, predominantly musk, concealed within a sachet that Su Shuhua had unwittingly worn. While the powder appeared innocuous to others, it would ignite uncontrollable passion in those already affected by an aphrodisiac, resulting in a situation no one could resist. When the time came, Feng Zhigue would simply need to reveal the affair publicly, shaming both parties and destroying Su Shuhua's reputation, effectively severing the bond between Su Qingyu and Gu Yunjing. Perhaps even a magistrate would accuse Gu Yunjing of assaulting a virtuous lady, thus ruining his prospects for the imperial examinations and relegating him to a life of subservience. Unfortunately, his plans had been thwarted midway when Gu Yunjing was rescued. Even if he could not catch them in the act at the predetermined location, if he could confront them himself, he would still possess incriminating evidence that would allow him to manipulate them at will. With this thought, Feng Zhigue rose to his feet. But before he could take 2 steps, someone blocked his path. Su Qi's gaze was penetrating. Brother Feng, where are you off to? Feng Zhigue's pupils constricted as he asked coldly, Su Qi, what do you want? Su Qi leisurely rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, his intent to intimidate unmistakable. Nothing in particular, but I am curious about your intentions, Brother Feng. He glanced knowingly at the attendant behind Feng Zhigue, and this young man seems to be in a bit of discomfort. The attendant stiffened, instinctively covering his injured leg, and whispered in Feng Zhigue's ear, I recognize his voice. He was the one who injured me when Gu Yunjing was rescued. With Su Qi present and Cheng Yan absent, it appeared that one was guarding Gu Yunjing while the other was keeping watch here. Unable to fight back or force his way out, Feng Zhigue felt hopeless. He relaxed his clenched fists and sat back down, stating, nothing much, just wanted to take a stroll, but I suddenly feel fatigued and prefer to remain here. Very well. I shall accompany you for a while, Su Qi replied, seating himself close to Feng Zhigue, their demeanor casual, as if they were truly intimate. Feng Zge silently swallowed his frustration. Under Su Qi's watchful gaze, he dared not converse with the attendant, exchanging only a glance before resigning himself to remain seated. By the desolate riverside, Cheng Yin did not seek out any cloth to wipe his face but stood 100 paces away from Gu Yunjing and Su Shuhua, vigilantly observing their surroundings as if standing guard for the two nearby. In the thicket, Gu Yunjing, anxious that Feng Zige might have further schemes, urged Su Shuhua to leave. "Miss Su, it would be best for you to depart quickly. In this darkness, should anyone stumble upon us together, your reputation would be at stake." Seeing him distressed, Su Shuhua's heart ached. "But what about you? Young Master Cheng has gone to fetch his cloth and will return shortly. It should be fine." Cheng Yin. Gu Yunjing had little recollection of events after losing consciousness and was about to inquire further when the fire ignited within him again, causing him to stifle a groan, tormented as if he were being roasted over flames. Su Shuhua gasped, her eyes turning red with concern. "Young Master Gu, perhaps I should fetch my father to take you to a doctor. You cannot continue to suffer like this. Do not go." Gu Yunjing managed to utter with difficulty. "I have been administered an aphrodisiac. It would be all too apparent to others. You are a lady. If anyone thinks we are here trysting, what would become of your reputation? Moreover, today it is clear that Feng Zige is trying to ensnare us. We must not fall into his trap." Su Shuhua remained resolute. "You fluctuate between consciousness and delirium. What will you do if I leave?" Hearing her concern, Gu Yunjing forced a smile. "It is merely an aphrodisiac. It cannot take my life. I can withstand this heat for a while longer. I refuse to believe I cannot alleviate this discomfort." With that, he took unsteady steps toward the riverbank. Upon reaching the water, he splashed some onto his face, but it provided no relief. He decided to remove his shoes and wade into the river, gradually immersing himself. The water was shallow, only reaching his waist, yet the icy current finally quelled the heat within him. In the chill of autumn, he could not help but shiver. Raising his head, he addressed Su Shuhua on the shore. "Miss Su, you should leave now. I feel much better, I assure you." Su Shuhua, observing the lingering flush on his face, was unconvinced by his reassurances. She shook her head. "You nearly lost consciousness several times. Now you are submerged in cold water. The combination of internal heat and external cold could lead to fever. What if you faint again? I must stay here." "Very well." Gu Yunjing conceded, though he remained uneasy. "But keep your distance. If anyone approaches, you must leave quickly and not let anyone see you." Despite his evident discomfort, he continued to worry about her well-being. How few men in the world would act with such selflessness? Watching Gu Yunjing, who stubbornly fought against his desires yet refrained from touching her, Su Shuhua felt a lump at her throat, ultimately whispering, "Gu Yunjing, you need not go to such lengths for my sake." Chapter 77. Confession to preserve my fleeting reputation. Why would you subject yourself to such distress? The reputation of a woman is an intangible notion, and as a man, it suffices for you to uphold propriety and decorum in your daily life. There is no need for you to go to such lengths. Su Shuhua's nose was slightly flushed, her eyes veiled with a mist of emotion, feeling both touched and bittersweet, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. It was rare to hear Su Shuhua utter his full name, and Gu Yunji was taken aback, looking up at her with a bright smile. "Although the reputation of a woman may not affect a man like me, it is indeed a matter of life and death for you. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable ruin." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, lowering his head with a sigh. In this world, there should be no distinction between men and women. Yet, men roam freely, enjoying vast horizons, while women are born to be confined within their chambers, shackled by countless restraints that sever their wings and edges, forever trapped in the inner sanctum, unable to escape. Gu Yunji gazed directly into Su Shuhua's eyes, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. "Under such strictures and admonitions, Miss Su, you possess such exquisite literary talent, a wealth of knowledge, an understanding of Western poetry, and a broad perspective, comporting yourself with grace, like a precious gem emerging from a pile of unrefined stones. Given this, how could I not cherish you with utmost care? Miss Su has endured countless hardships to arrive at this day, and she must not be easily destroyed by the idle gossip of others. In this era, women have too few opportunities for education, even in affluent families. Daughters are only taught the basics of female morality, a couple of characters at best, with no further instruction. Fortunately, Su Shuhua has a father like Su Qingyu, who was far more enlightened than the average man, educating both sons and daughters alike, cultivating a rare atmosphere of literary refinement. Nevertheless, she has often heard the adage that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue. Yet, she has stubbornly insisted on being herself, refusing to conform to the expectations of how a woman ought to be. Over the years, the prejudice and discrimination she has faced are beyond the imagination of most. Aside from her father and brothers, how many truly understand her? At this moment, hearing Gu Yunji's words, Su Shuhua felt as though her heart had been gently scratched, rendering her utterly soft. A mix of joy at finding a kindred spirit and the grievances of her arduous journey intertwined within her, choking her throat with a bittersweet ache. Looking at Gu Yunji's remarkably bright eyes in the darkness, she suddenly smiled. Though the corners of her lips had not fully lifted, tears slipped down her cheeks, prompting her to hastily wipe them away, turning her head to stifle the surge of emotion. On that day, when Feng Zhigue had come to entangle her, he had used trickery to frighten off the other party. He could have let the matter pass as if nothing had occurred. Yet he willingly involved himself with Feng Zhigue for her sake, entangling himself in the situation. After being retaliated against and suffering an injury to his ankle, and now being secretly harmed, he bore no complaints, still filled with concern for her safety and reputation. Yet, he need not have acted so. Contemplating this, Su Shuhua felt a heaviness in her heart and softly asked, "Was it worth it for me?" At her words, Gu Yunji was momentarily taken aback. Worth it? He had never contemplated this question, yet he knew he had no regrets. Initially, Gu Yunji had told himself that he had schemed against Feng Zhigue purely because of the latter's despicable character, with no ulterior motives. However, reflecting on the experiences shared with Su Shuhua, could he still deceive himself into believing he was not moved by her? Gu Yunji placed his hand over his left chest, and under the gaze of Su Shuhua's autumn-like eyes, he felt his heart racing, pounding like a drum. It was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Since his body was already honest, he ought to confront his own heart. Gu Yunji raised his gaze to meet Su Shuhua's, his eyes sincere, his tone resolute. It is worth it. With such character and talent, if Miss Su were a man, she would have long been pursued and praised by many. It is merely because she resides in the confines of her chamber that her brilliance remains unrecognized. Having glimpsed her elegance, how could I not be captivated and feel affection for her? Upon hearing this, Su Shuhua's heart trembled. She was not naive. She could perceive Gu Yunji's feelings for her and sense the warmth blossoming between them. Yet, it was the first time she had clearly heard him express his admiration for her. In truth, hearing Gu Yunji speak thus, Su Shuhua found it hard to contain her own emotions, yearning to confess her feelings immediately. However, as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she faltered, ultimately biting her lip and swallowing her words. The river water was chillingly cold on that autumn night. Gu Yunji had only been in it for a brief moment, and his lips were already turning pale, his body trembling with cold. Sensing the heat within him had subsided, presumably the effects of the drug had waned, he stood up from the water, dragging his weakened body onto the shore. "Miss Su, I am well now. You should return first," Gu Yunji said, wringing out his damp clothes. "It is inconvenient for me to leave with you in this state. I will return slowly once you have gone." Su Shuhua had not been gone long. If she delayed further, it might arouse suspicion. Now seeing the flush on Gu Yunji's face had completely faded and he spoke with strength, she felt reassured and cautioned. "Very well, take care of yourself. And return swiftly to change your clothes. Do not catch a chill." "Understood," Gu Yunji replied, and after Su Shuhua turned to leave, he slowly made his way along the riverbank back to his tent. Not long after he had left, a familiar figure appeared ahead. "Yunji, you? You didn't?" Changyan had spotted Su Shuhua's departing figure from a distance. Puzzled as to why their meeting had concluded so swiftly, when he saw Gu Yunji drenched from head to toe, instantly filled with suspicion. "What happened to you? Did you fall into the river?" "I did not fall. I jumped in myself." Gu Yunji waved his hand dismissively. "What are you doing here?" "Where is Su Qi?" Changyan replied. "We noticed you had not returned, so we came to look for you." Su Qi is over by the campfire, keeping a watchful eye on Feng Zhigue to prevent any further actions. As he spoke, he recounted the events to Gu Yunji in full. After listening to Cheng Yan's account, Gu Yunji finally pieced together the circumstances. Sighing in relief, "It is fortunate you were vigilant. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Wait. Suddenly, he recalled something, narrowing his eyes. Since you rescued me. How did Miss Su find me? Cheng Yin hesitated, forcing a smile. What Miss Su? I have been here the whole time. I did not see her. Gu Yunji had been saved by Su Qi and Cheng Yin, and even if Su Shuhua had been lured to the riverbank, she should have been unable to find him, and thus, it should have been in vain. Yet, not only had Su Shuhua found him, but she had also nearly caused him to lose control under the influence of the aphrodisiac. Right? Su Shuhua had mentioned that Cheng Yin had gone to fetch his handkerchief and would return shortly. This meant that Cheng Yin must have brought her over. But why had he only seen Su Shuhua and not Cheng Yin at that time? With this thought, Gu Yunji's aura suddenly darkened. Disbelief etched across his face. It was you? You did this on purpose? Chapter 78. Fury. Gu Yunji's expression was one of incredulity. Cheng Yin, you knew I was drugged. So you deliberately brought Su Shuhua to me and then left just to create an opportunity for me to violate her, didn't you? Realizing he had been found out, Cheng Yin ceased his evasions and admitted outright. Yes, that was my intention. Cheng Yin. Gu Yunji's fury erupted as he seized Cheng Yin by the collar. A fierce aura radiating from him. She's my teacher's daughter. Why would you harm her? And me as well. Cheng Yin's gaze remained calm, his expression unperturbed, showing no sign of resistance. I did not intend to harm you. I merely wished to help you. Gu Yunji, momentarily taken aback by the absurdity, retorted with a bitter laugh. Help? You call this help? Cheng Yin steadily removed Gu Yunji's hand, his actions resolute. Indeed. You are a disciple of Master Su, and you share a daily proximity with Miss Su. It should have been an advantage for you, given her esteemed lineage. With her as your wife, the entire Su clan would rally behind you, ensuring a smooth path for your future ambitions. Yet, you remain oblivious. Master Su is acquainted with numerous talented youths. As a mere scholar, you do not stand out among them. If you do not take the initiative, Miss Su will not wait for you. Today presents a splendid opportunity. 2 souls alone in the depths of the forest. You ought to seize this moment to transform raw intentions into reality. Master Su would have no choice but to acknowledge it. Gazing into the inky depths of Cheng Yan's eyes, Gu Yunji's heart surged with an icy dread, prompting him to take 2 steps back. Cheng Yan, do you comprehend what you are saying? Your actions bear no distinction from Feng Ziguei. Indeed, there's a distinction. Cheng Yan replied, seemingly unfazed by Gu Yunji's reaction, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Feng Ziguei intended to expose the affair publicly, seeking to ruin you outright. I, however, wish for this matter to remain a secret, known only to you, me, and the Su family. With a wry smile, Cheng Yan advanced slowly, matching Gu Yunji's movements. Yunji, it is evident that you and Miss Su harbor mutual affections. If that is the case, why not take a decisive step further and claim her completely? Then she would be undeniably yours, with no escape. Overwhelmed, Gu Yunji could bear no more. He forcefully shoved Cheng Yan to the ground and shouted, Cheng Yan, you madman! His eyes burned crimson, his damp hair dripping with water, his disheveled attire reflecting a tempest of rage. Have you considered Miss Su's feelings? A single misstep could lead to ruin. Why should she be subjected to such turmoil? If he could not restrain himself tonight, what repercussions would befall Su Shuhua? The thought of her suffering even the slightest indignity was unbearable. He dared not imagine such a consequence. My future is mine to forge. I do not require your underhanded methods to assist me. Underhanded? Cheng Yan rose from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Yunji. Yunji, as a scion of a prominent family, you cannot fathom the sacrifices I have made to stand on equal footing with you. His voice grew fervent. You can act with integrity because you possess the means, but I lack such privilege. I must seize every opportunity and exhaust all means to ascend, regardless of the morality of those methods. Consider last year's county examination in Huiting. Had I not orchestrated our switch of names and secured your father's support, even if my essay had gained entry to Lucy Academy, I would have had no means to pay the tuition. If that had been the case, would we even be conversing now? Cheng Yan's self-deprecating laughter faded as he turned his head away, his tone suddenly deflated. I genuinely regarded you as a friend, wishing for your success, and that is why I acted thus. As for Miss Su, I cannot concern myself with her. You may despise me or resent me, yet I have no regrets about today's decision. It pains me, however, that you failed to act, rendering my efforts in vain. At this juncture, you still lament? Gu Yunji's chest heaved with indignation, struggling to reconcile the betrayal from someone he considered a confidant. Cheng Yin, have you contemplated the consequences of your actions? If I had given in, regardless of what happened to Miss Su, how would our mentor perceive me? Could I still face my peers at Lucy Academy? Cheng Yan's gaze deepened. I have indeed considered it. Yunji, should you fall under the influence of an aphrodisiac, a momentary lapse in judgment is not beyond comprehension. The master may be displeased for a time, but he would not hold it against you, especially given your mutual affection with Miss Su. It would merely be an event hastened. Cheng Yin stepped closer, narrowing the space between them, and spoke softly. If I were you, I would not hesitate tonight. Gu Yunji leaned in, his emotions boiling over as he shouted, but I am not you. I would never resort to such methods to harm those I cherish. Gu Yunji's fury reached a boiling point. He could scarcely believe that Cheng Yin, whom he had regarded as a true friend, would calculate against him in such a manner. Even if Cheng Yin believed he was acting in Gu Yunji's best interest, the betrayal was too much to bear. Clenching his fists tightly at his sides, he longed to strike Cheng Yin, but ultimately quelled the impulse, biting his lip and fixing his gaze upon him. As Gu Yunji's face flushed with rage, Cheng Yin appeared unfazed, defiantly raising his chin and maintaining eye contact. In this tense standoff, Su Qi unexpectedly arrived, calling out from a distance, Yunji, Cheng Yin, there you are. I've been searching for you. Breathless from running, Su Qi failed to notice the tension between the two, casually climbing onto Cheng Yan's shoulder. Did we not agree that once Yunji awoke, you would both come find me? What took so long? I can barely contain Fong Ziguei any longer. And Yunji, how do you feel? Su Qi turned to Gu Yunji, only then noticing his drenched clothing. Yunji, why are you soaked? Did you fall into the river? Gu Yunji forced a smile. The effects of the potion were unbearable. I could not endure it and took a dip in the river. I feel much better now. Su Qi urged, then you should quickly change your clothes. It must be uncomfortable. Take care not to catch a chill. Gu Yunji replied, I will do so immediately. Have you noticed anything unusual about Fong Ziguei? Su Qi responded, not much, except he kept trying to leave, but I stopped him. It's good you're awake. As long as you're unharmed, he cannot act on any of his sinister intentions. As the two conversed, Cheng Yin remained silent, gazing off into the distance. Lost in thought, Gu Yunji discreetly cast a glance at him before quickly averting his gaze and addressing Su Qi. You two should return. I will change my clothes now. Su Qi, still concerned, asked, are you truly all right? Do you not need us to accompany you? Why would I need company to change clothes? Gu Yunji chuckled. I am perfectly fine now and will not encounter any more issues. You both should return to monitor Fong Ziguei. With that, Su Qi ceased his inquiries. And after Gu Yunji turned to leave, he and Cheng Yin made their way back. Chapter 79. A struggle upon emerging from the tent after changing into dry attire. Gu Yunji spotted Fong Ziguei nearby, peering around as though exploring the surroundings or searching for something. A sense of dread filled Gu Yunji as he approached. Fong Ziguei, what are you up to? Startled by the sudden inquiry, Fong Ziguei turned and regained his composure. Oh, there you are. I'm merely wandering about. Is it a crime? As Gu Yunji laid eyes on him, his anger surged. Observing Fong Ziguei's pretense only fueled his disdain. Fong Ziguei, do you think you can deceive me? You're not just wandering. You're here to ascertain the outcome of your schemes, are you not? Unfortunately for you, your plans have failed. Having learned from his subordinates that Gu Yunji had been rescued by Su Qi and Cheng Yin, and seeing Su Shuhua return fully clothed, Fong Ziguei knew his plot had unraveled. Noticing Gu Yunji's agitated demeanor, he abandoned his act of ignorance. Speaking of which, that potion is quite precious. It cost me a pretty penny. It's a shame you wasted my efforts in procuring it for you, Gu Shidi. Gu Yunji's eyes darkened. So it was you. And you deceived Miss Su into coming here, did you not? Ah, so you have met her. Fong Ziguei raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance at Gu Yunji's lower body. It seems my potion was not wasted after all. However, Gu Shidi, you are quite tall and robust. It is surprising that you could finish so quickly. Fong Ziguei possessed a profound confidence in the effects of the potion he had administered to himself. He believed that if Gu Yunjing had merely fallen victim to an aphrodisiac, it was something he could endure. However, the mere scent of musk emanating from Su Shuhua was likely to provoke an uncontrollable reaction. At the tender age of adolescence, when youthful passions run high, he could not fathom that Gu Yunjing could truly maintain his composure. Observing Gu Yunjing's increasingly dark expression, Fong Ziguei felt a surge of delight and could not restrain his tongue. So, how does it feel to be with Su Shuhua? Such a graceful figure. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Alas, it seems that in the end, it is you who benefits. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yunjing was instantly consumed by rage. His entire demeanor shifted, and with a swift motion, he struck Feng Zigui squarely in the face, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth." It was rare for Gu Yunjing to resort to such vulgarity. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he trembled with fury, his eyes ablaze with resentment directed at Feng Zigui, as if he wished to devour him whole. "Feng Zigui, it was I who vied for the opportunity to be your mentor. It was I who conspired to tarnish your reputation for consorting with men. Everything rests on my shoulders. So why drag Su Shuhua into this? What wrong has she committed?" Feng Zigui was taken aback as Gu Yunjing's fist connected with his right cheek, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Once he regained his balance, he touched his mouth and found blood upon his fingers, igniting a flame of anger within him. He spat, "How dare you? I have shown Su Shuhua nothing but kindness, yet she turns a blind eye to me and instead flirts with you. She is nothing but a shameless harlot. You and your lewd companion are cut from the same cloth, and I only regret not exposing you both right here and now. You vile creature." Gu Yunjing fumed, seizing Feng Zigui by the collar and delivering another blow. "You despicable wretch. You deserve to be struck by divine retribution. Am I supposed to bow to your whims?" As Gu Yunjing prepared to strike again, Feng Zigui, overwhelmed by a mix of indignation and fury, evaded and forcefully broke free from his grasp, then delivered a swift kick. Gu Yunjing grunted in pain, his knee buckling slightly. Despite the pain, he forced himself to rise, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and in a fit of rage, he lunged at Feng Zigui without a thought for his own safety. Feng Zigui sidestepped, yet Gu Yunjing managed to grab his clothing, pulling him down to the ground, landing several blows to his midsection in the chaos. Feng Zigui, incensed, bent down to seize Gu Yunjing, and they began to grapple fiercely. Gu Yunjing, with his vision clouded by anger, fought wildly, landing punches without any semblance of strategy, striking wherever he could, as if he were fighting for his life. Despite being of a lesser stature, he displayed no fear, momentarily gaining the upper hand. Their ruckus drew the attention of patrolling guards nearby, who swiftly intervened to separate the two. Gu Yunjing's eyes were bloodshot, his lips stained with blood. Yet he continued to cling to Feng Zigui, pushing against the guard's restraint, desperate to continue the fight. However, Su Qingyu's commanding voice halted him. "Gu Yunjing, enough." At this command, Gu Yunjing reluctantly ceased his struggle, suppressing the fire within him, and retreated with a sense of unwillingness. Su Qingyi ap go tek silenti, observing that both boys were disheveled and bore various injuries. Gu Yunjing appeared relatively unscathed, with only a few bruises, while Feng Zigui was in a dire state, bloodied and battered, even losing tufts of hair that oozed with blood, causing him to wince in agony. Su Qingyu surveyed the two and inquired gravely, "What transpired here?" Feeling the weight of his gaze, Gu Yunjing turned his head away, refusing to meet his eyes, his jaw clenched in silence, clearly seething with suppressed rage. Since Gu Yunjing remained silent, Feng Zigui was equally disinclined to reveal the truth, muttering sullenly, "It's nothing, just a disagreement. Is a mere disagreement worth such violence?" Su Qingyu's voice carried a hint of irritation. "You are both my students, yet you seem to harbor a long-standing grudge. What could possibly have led to this?" Seeing their expressions, it was evident that animosity had been brewing for quite some time. Although Su Qingyu was aware that they had not seen eye to eye since their apprenticeship began, he could not fathom why Feng Zigui would deliberately injure Gu Yunjing or why the usually composed Gu Yunjing would retaliate with such ferocity. Still silent? Noting their continued lack of response, Su Qingyu gathered his thoughts, deciding not to press further. However, given the commotion during the festival, it is best you two remain composed. Whatever issues you have, we shall address them once we return to the academy. Understood? A crowd began to gather, making it clear that lingering here was unwise. Su Qingyu gently urged both boys forward, saying, "Put aside your anger. Do not give others a reason to mock you. Now, return to the infirmary and tend to your wounds." Gu Yunjing cast a glance at Su Qingyu, immediately feeling the weight of his authoritative gaze, which deflated his anger. He muttered, "Yes, master," and began to walk ahead. Just a few steps in, Feng Zigui approached, his eyes darkened. a mocking smile gracing his lips as he leaned close to Gu Yunjing, whispering coldly, "This matter is far from over. Once we return to the academy, you'll see what I can do. And as for Su Shuhua, do you think she can evade the effects of the aphrodisiac? Fang Zigue, you beast!" Gu Yunjing's pupils dilated as rage consumed him, extinguishing all rational thought. In a fit of fury, he turned and delivered a powerful kick to Fang Zigue's abdomen, sending him sprawling several feet away. This kick was fueled by Gu Yunjing's pent-up anger and resentment, executed with complete force, showing no mercy. Fang Zigue cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground, his face as pale as a ghost, devoid of even the strength to speak. Chapter 8. Awareness. Hearing Fang Zigue's anguish cry, Su Qingyu was taken aback. "Gu Yunjing, how dare you?" He rushed to Fang Zigue's side, crouching down to assess his injuries. Observing Fang Zigue drenched in cold sweat, his lips devoid of color, trembling in pain, Su Qingyu's heart tightened. He turned to a nearby student and commanded, "Quickly, fetch the doctor." Immediately, one student dashed off to summon the attending physician. Listening to Fang Zigue's pain groans, Su Qingyu's brow furrowed deeply. He turned and kicked Gu Yunjing's knee, exclaiming, "Gu Yunjing, are you rebelling? You dare to injure your classmate in my presence? Do you not regard me as your teacher?" Gu Yunjing grunted as he was forced to kneel, defiantly retorting, "I acknowledge my fault, but I have no regrets. I only wish I had kicked him to death." "You." Su Qingyu was rendered speechless by his response. He raised his hand, poised to strike, but restrained himself, instead shaking his head in frustration. Soon after, the doctor arrived, carefully examining Fang Zigue's injuries. He administered a pill and then looked up at Su Qingyu, stating, "Fortunately, there are no internal ruptures. However, he has sustained significant trauma to his abdomen and must rest for several days, avoiding any vigorous activity. I have already given him a tonic to alleviate his condition. He will feel better shortly. You may carry him back to the tent to rest, but be gentle in your movements to avoid further injury. It is best that he remains in bed for the next 7 days, avoiding any unnecessary exertion." Su Qingyu nodded, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. "Thank you, doctor." He called upon a few students to assist in carefully transporting Fang Zigue back. At that moment, Su Qi and Cheng Yin, having received word of the incident, hurried over. Observing Su Chengyu's grim demeanor and Gu Yunjing kneeling on the ground, Su Qi expressed his concern. "Yunjing, I heard you fought with Fang Zigue. Are you all right? Are you injured?" As he reached to help Gu Yunjing to his feet, Su Qingyu interjected, "Let him remain kneeling." Su Qingyu let out a cold laugh and turned to Gu Yunjing. "You are quite audacious now, aren't you? You fought with Fang Zigue, and he is more severely injured than you. I did not pry into the matter, instructing you to discuss it upon your return to the academy. Yet, you agreed to me only to later kick him to this extent. What exactly do you intend to do? Have my words lost their meaning?" Su Qingyu gazed at the stubborn expression on Gu Yunjing's face, feeling a mix of shock and disappointment. He could not fathom why his usually cautious and obedient disciple had transformed into someone so reckless and fierce, capable of inflicting such harm upon a fellow student. Su Qi had not anticipated that Fang Zigue, whom he had watched for so long without giving up, would seize the opportunity to confront Gu Yunjing while he was looking for him and Cheng Yin. In mere moments, they had engaged in a fight, and it seemed Fang Zigue had not emerged victorious, suffering considerable injury in the process. Seeing that Gu Yunjing was about to be reprimanded by Su Qingyu, Su Qi hurriedly interjected, attempting to explain the events leading up to this moment. "Su Shanzhong, you misunderstand Yunjing. In truth, Fang Zigue." "Su Qi, do not say another word." Gu Yunjing abruptly interrupted, lowering his head once more. "There is no misunderstanding. I deliberately struck him. That kick was intentional. Please, master, feel free to punish me." Su Qingyu, known for his protective nature, would likely believe any accusation against Fang Zigue, even without concrete evidence. However, the involvement of Su Shuhua complicated matters greatly. Gu Yunjing's loss of temper and subsequent action were provoked by Fang Zigue's disrespectful words towards her. The moment Su Qi began to speak, Su Qingyu would undoubtedly dig deeper, and with several onlookers present, any mention of Su Shuhua could tarnish her reputation. It was better for Gu Yunjing to swallow the entire situation in silence, suffering a mere punishment rather than facing worse consequences. Su Qingyu's anger flared as he observed Gu Yunjing's defiance. Unwilling to speak, "Then kneel." You will kneel for 2 hours until you decide how to articulate your thoughts, and then you may tell me. His frustration stemmed not only from Gu Yunjing's violent actions, but also from his refusal to divulge any information. Was it because of Feng Zhigue that he doubted Su Qingyu would act fairly? But how could he know that Su Qingyu might actually stand by his side if he chose to remain silent? While the son of a friend was indeed significant, could it compare to the bond forged over half a year of dedicated mentorship with a disciple he had poured his heart and soul into? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Qingyu felt a heavy gloom settle over him, his expression remaining stern. He turned to Su Qi and Cheng Yin, warning, "If you dare to plead for him, I will impose an even harsher punishment." With that, he turned and stormed away. Yet, after taking only a few steps, Su Qingyu was halted by his daughter. Su Shuhua cast a distant glance at the kneeling Gu Yunjing, her eyes filled with concern and sorrow. Biting her lip and clutching her handkerchief, she hesitated before speaking. "Father, I have something to tell you." She cautiously glanced around before leading Su Qingyu to a secluded area where they would not be overheard. In the midst of Su Qingyu's suspicion and astonishment, Su Shuhua recounted the events, beginning with Feng Zhigue's relentless pursuit and culminating in Gu Yunjing's desperate measures to dispel the effects of the aphrodisiac. Su Qingyu was overwhelmed by this deluge of information, his heart racing as he repeatedly questioned her. "Shuhua, are you certain every word you speak is true?" Even though she was revealing these matters to her own father, Su Shuhua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. With a pale face, she forced a smile. "Father, do you think I would jest about my own reputation?" Thus, everything fell into place. Su Qingyu closed his eyes in resignation, leaning against a nearby tree as cold sweat soaked through his garments. Thank goodness Feng Zhigue's scheme had failed. Thank goodness Su Shuhua was unharmed. And thank goodness no irreparable damage had been done. If not for Gu Yunjing, Su Shuhua might have. Su Qingyu's throat tightened, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Shuhua, why did you not inform me sooner?" With a bitter smile, Su Shuhua replied, "Father, you and Feng Bo are close friends. If I had told you early on, how would our families interact in the future? Besides, Feng Zhigue has always presented himself well in your presence. Would you have believed me even if I had spoken up? Therefore, I could only endure and retreat. I never expected him to go this far." Before Feng Zhigue presented her with a hairpin, his transgressions had mostly been subtle and unintentional flirtations or invasive glances. These were matters Su Shuhua found impossible to discuss, and even if she did, she feared Su Qingyu would dismiss her concerns as mere exaggeration. As for the more egregious acts that directly affected her reputation, she was even less inclined to share them with her father. But now that events had escalated to this point, and Gu Yunjing was willing to endure punishment to protect her without uttering a word, how could she continue to stand by and do nothing? Su Qingyu could hardly believe that Feng Zhigue was a gentleman in public, yet a beast in private. His shock was intertwined with anger and hatred for the man who had nearly led his daughter to ruin. In retrospect, he felt that Gu Yunjing's kick had not been severe enough. Yet, compared to Feng Zhigue, Su Qingyu's focus shifted to another matter. He raised his gaze to Su Shuhua, his expression solemn. "Shuhua, what are your true feelings for Gu Yunjing?" Chapter 81. Confirming intentions. Gu Yunjing knows far too much. I cannot remain indifferent and allow matters to unfold as they may. Su Shuhua was taken aback. "Father, what do you mean?" Su Qingyu fixed his gaze upon her, as if trying to penetrate her thoughts. "Shuhua, you are a young lady yet to be wed. Whether it is Feng Zhigue's harassment or the danger of losing your virtue, Gu Yunjing is aware of it all and has been overly involved. He is a man from outside our family. We must exercise caution. Thus, I wish to know your stance." At this, Su Qingyu paused. "If you hold feelings for him, then that is well and good. If not, I shall silence him, ruin his prospects, and cast him far away, ensuring you will never have to worry again." "Father, no." Su Shuhua blurted out in alarm, meeting her father's penetrating gaze. She realized her feelings had been laid bare. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her ears burning crimson. "Gu Yunjing, he is truly exceptional. He always considers my feelings, never oversteps his bounds, unlike Feng Zhigue. He is a gentleman of impeccable character." I. Understanding dawned upon Su Qingyu, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Very well, you need not say more. I understand." In truth, both from Su Shuhua's account and their interactions, Su Qingyu had observed Gu Yunjing's genuine character. His earlier remarks were intended to provoke a reaction from Su Shuhua. He needed to ascertain his daughter's intentions. He could not easily entrust her future to another. Su Shuhua glanced back at Gu Yunjing, still kneeling, and hesitated. Then, will you still punish him? He saved you. I am grateful to him and would not dream of punishing him. Su Qingyu replied, his eyes filled with warmth. Rest assured, I know how to proceed. You may return now. With that, he reassuringly patted Su Shuhua's shoulder before turning to approach Gu Yunjing. Standing before Gu Yunjing, Su Qingyu glanced down at him. His expression neutral, his voice devoid of emotion. Rise. Come with me. I wish to speak with you. Though uncertain of Su Qingyu's intentions, Gu Yunjing complied and stood. After kneeling for so long, his legs felt stiff, and he nearly stumbled as he rose, only to be steadied by Su Qi. Concerned that Su Qingyu's demeanor was merely the calm before the storm, Su Qi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Yunjing. Where are you taking Yunjing, Shanzhong? May we accompany you? Su Qingyu replied, there is no need for you to follow. I only wish to speak with him. You'll come to no harm. Upon hearing this, Su Qi had no choice but to step aside, allowing Gu Yunji to pass, watching helplessly as he was taken away by Su Qingyu. The two traveled in silence until they arrived at Su Qingyu's solitary tent. He instructed his attendants to stand back, dismissing them from service, and firmly closed the tent flap to ensure that no sound could escape. Only then did he turn and sit down. Su Qingyu gestured to the chair beside him, saying to Gu Yunji, please take a seat. Gu Yunji was perplexed by Su Qingyu's sudden change in demeanor. His heart raced with anxiety, and unable to fathom the man's intentions, he dared not sit. Instead, he lifted his robe and knelt, saying, disciple has erred and does not dare to take a seat. Su Qingyu chuckled lightly, leisurely inquiring, then do enlighten me. What error have you committed? At this, Gu Yunji felt even more bewildered by Su Qingyu's thoughts. He stammered, disciple. I erred in engaging in a brawl with my fellow students, and in injuring Feng Zigua despite having promised my teacher otherwise. It truly is here. Gu Yunji faltered, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts, when Su Qingyu's voice suddenly rose, resonating, indeed, you did well. Gu Yunji looked up in astonishment. Teacher, you. Su Qingyu sighed deeply, his expression softening. He rose to assist Gu Yunji from the ground, speaking gently. Yunji, Shuhua has informed me. You are not in the wrong. It was I who misunderstood you. Feng Zigua had it coming. Gu Yunji swallowed hard, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. You already know? To Gu Yunji, Su Qingyu was both a mentor and a father figure, holding significant importance in his life. Although he had refrained from explaining himself, being misunderstood and punished by his teacher weighed heavily on him. He had considered confiding in Su Qingyu. But out of respect for Su Shuhua's reputation and the fact that Feng Zigua was someone Su Qingyu had watched grow up, he hesitated to gamble on whether Su Qingyu would choose to believe him without solid evidence. Su Qingyu sighed again, his demeanor turning somber. I know, in the past, I was too negligent, failing to recognize Feng Zigua as a duplicitous individual with nefarious thoughts toward Shuhua, who sought to harm both of you. Today, had there been even a slight misstep, you both, if Feng Zigua's plans had succeeded and the world had witnessed Gu Yunji assaulting Su Shuhua, not only would Gu Yunji have faced severe consequences, but Su Shuhua would have also lost all dignity, potentially leading her to a tragic end. Thinking of this, Su Qingyu felt a wave of dread. He closed his eyes to gather his emotions, then looked at Gu Yunji and said, putting those matters aside, the main reason I sought you today is to inquire, Yunji, what are your feelings for my daughter Su Shuhua? If on that day, Feng Zigua pursued her and you merely happened to intervene, what about today? Was it merely happenstance? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunji locked eyes with Su Qingyu and replied earnestly, it was not mere happenstance. It was a deliberate act of protection. For I harbor romantic feelings for your daughter. Su Qingyu's expression grew inscrutable, his gaze penetrating. Gu Yunji, I am not speaking to you as your teacher, but as Su Shuhua's father. You must think carefully before responding. Gu Yunji rose and solemnly bowed to Su Qingyu, stating resolutely, I have thought this through. I, Gu Yunji, indeed hold affections for Miss Su. Excellent. Su Zhengi, please, acknowledging him openly without hesitation, recognizing him as a gentleman. He stood and patted Gu Yunji on the shoulder, saying at last, I did not misjudge you. Your talent for learning is commendable, your lineage respectable, and your character and appearance admirable. You are indeed a worthy candidate for son-in-law. Should I request your parents to come and formally propose, would you be agreeable? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunji's expression darkened, and he replied with difficulty, "I am not willing." "What did you say?" Su Qingyu nearly doubted his own hearing, disbelief evident on his face. "You are unwilling? Do you not wish to marry her?" A bitter smile crept upon Gu Yunji's lips. "I wish to marry her. I dream of it. But at this moment, I cannot agree." Chapter 82. Reluctance to marry. Hearing this, Su Qingyu's astonishment turned to anger, his voice darkening. "Gu Yunji, you just professed your affection for my daughter. Yet now you refuse to marry her. Do you take her for granted?" Outside the tent, Su Shuhua, who had come to return a jade pendant to Gu Yunji, froze upon hearing the words, "I am not willing." Her lovely face turned pale, and her fingers trembled slightly as she held the pendant. Gu Yunji, unaware that Su Shuhua had overheard, did not rush to answer Su Qingyu's question, but countered, "I wish to ask Mr. Su, in desiring to betroth your daughter to me, do you genuinely appreciate my character and abilities, or is it because I am privy to too many of Miss Su's secrets that you feel compelled to proceed?" Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to articulate his response. Gu Yunji had a point. Despite his many virtues, he was still merely a lowly scholar, without an official position or noble title, and his family, the Gu clan from Songjiang, could hardly provide substantial resources to support him as an illegitimate son. If Su Qingyu truly valued Gu Yunji, he should invest in nurturing him, allowing him to achieve success in the examinations before considering any match, as that would be a more suitable union. Originally, Su Qingyu had intended to follow this course. However, knowing that Gu Yunji was aware of Su Shuhua's secrets made him anxious. He feared that if he did not secure a commitment soon, Su Shuhua's reputation would be irreparably damaged. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Su Qingyu genuinely admired Gu Yunji, believing in his potential for a brilliant future. Otherwise, to protect Su Shuhua's honor, he could have easily dismissed Gu Yunji rather than consider him for marriage. Seeing Su Qingyu silent, Gu Yunji realized he had struck a chord, and a sense of irony and pity welled up within him for the absurdity of the world, lamenting Su Shuhua's plight. He lowered his gaze, suppressing the bitterness rising in his throat, and said with difficulty, "Mr. Su, I have always taken great care to protect your daughter's reputation, being vigilant and cautious, not only because I admire her, but also because I understand how challenging life can be for women, especially unmarried daughters. A single misstep can lead to ruin." As he spoke, Gu Yunji felt a tinge of melancholy. "Despite my carefulness and profound care, I have still failed." Su Qingyu regarded him with surprise, then observed as Gu Yunji's tone grew impassioned. "Had I not known of Miss Su's secrets, would you still consider marrying her? Would you?" Gu Yunji sagged, answering his own question, "You would not." In the end, she would still be ensnared by her reputation, left with no choice. Su Qingyu gazed intently at him, his tone resolute. "Indeed, I would not. However, even without this incident, your union with Shuhua is merely a matter of time. I chose to bring this up now because I value you and believe in your potential. If you truly believe in me, then you should set this matter aside, allowing me the opportunity to prove myself through trials and cultivation, rather than rushing into this arrangement." Gu Yunji bowed again, his eyes filled with determination and fervor. "I admire Miss Su not only for her beauty, but for her heart. I respect her autonomy and hope she possesses the freedom to choose her own path, rather than being like a parasitic plant, relying on others." At this, Gu Yunji looked up at Su Qingyu and spoke with deliberate clarity, setting aside other matters. "Does Miss Su know of your intention to betroth her to me? Is she willing? Has she had a say in choosing me? She undoubtedly holds the highest place in my heart. How could I possibly refuse to marry her? Yet, at present, I feel unworthy of her. If I were to agree to your proposal without knowing her feelings, it would not only carry the suspicion of taking advantage of her vulnerability, but would also constitute an affront to her dignity. Thus, I must decline." Outside the tent, Su Shuhua's delicate lashes fluttered, and her pale complexion flushed once more. She gently toyed with Gu Yunji's jade pendant, her heart seemingly breaking open for a fleeting moment, causing a pang of discomfort in her chest. Hearing Gu Yunji's words, Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. He was certain of Su Shuhua's affections, believing she wished to marry Gu Yunji. However, since she had not voiced her intentions directly, he felt somewhat presumptuous about the matter. But has it not always been thus? In matters of marriage, parental commands and matchmakers' words prevail. Men may have some agency, but women traditionally possess little choice. Su Qingyu parted his lips, realizing his voice was somewhat strained. So, you wish to leave Su Shuhua with more options? Gu Yunji nodded slowly yet resolutely. Indeed. I wish to prove myself over time, to demonstrate that I am worthy of her. Simultaneously, I want to provide her with the opportunity to determine if she truly wishes to marry me, rather than feeling compelled to do so without alternatives. At the very least, I must wait until I achieve success in the next imperial examination before seeking Su Miss's hand in marriage. Until then, I hope you refrain from mentioning this matter again. Su Qingyu regarded him with a complex expression, exhaling a long sigh before conceding. Very well, I agree. You hold Su Shuhua dear to your heart, and I trust you will strive earnestly for her, obtaining my true approval without disappointing her. Gu Yunji bowed in response, and, at Su Qingyu's gesture, he turned to exit the tent. Su, Miss Su, what brings you here? Upon seeing Su Shuhua standing outside, Gu Yunji was caught off guard. A hint of sorrow lingered in her exquisitely shaped eyes as she forced a smile, slightly strained, and handed him the jade pendant Su Qingyu had given her. Your pendant. I forgot to return it to you earlier. With that, she turned her slender form, preparing to leave. Su Miss, wait a moment. Realizing Su Shuhua must have overheard, Gu Yunji called out hurriedly, I was just... Su Shuhua halted, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her tone cool. Gu Gongzi, I know you are a man of integrity, unwilling to coerce others. But do you truly not sense my feelings for you? As an observer, Su Qingyu was unaware of the intricacies of their relationship. Yet, Su Shuhua and Gu Yunji, entrenched in their circumstances, had long understood each other's thoughts and affections. Gu Yunji had just declared his reluctance to hastily agree to a marriage without knowing Su Shuhua's heart. But does he genuinely remain oblivious to her feelings? Is it that Gu Gongzi does not trust me, belittling my emotions and underestimating my resolve? Or is it that your affections shift easily, rendering you overly cautious in your promises, reluctant to shoulder the weight of my future? Gu Yunji's true intention was to prevent Su Shuhua from making an impulsive decision that she might later regret. However, to Su Shuhua's ears, it transformed into a different interpretation. That Gu Yunji hesitated, unwilling to make a commitment, and shied away from the heavy responsibility. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunji's eyes widened. No, that is not my intention. Su Shuhua possessed a sensitive and delicate heart, having always been reserved in matters of emotion. Today, her willingness to express herself to Gu Yunji was a significant departure from her usual modesty. Gu Yunji recognized that Su Shuhua felt insecure, leading her to misinterpret his words. Collecting his thoughts, he gazed directly into her doe-like, glistening eyes and earnestly stated, Su Miss, I am not the sort to shy away from making promises. I simply believe that I am not worthy of you at this moment. Because of my admiration, I cherish you. Because I cherish you, I do not wish for you to endure any hardship, even if that hardship is inflicted by me. He paused, placing a hand over his heart, and continued solemnly, If you do not believe me, I hereby vow, as long as you do not abandon me, my feeling shall remain steadfast. Once I achieve success in the imperial examination, I shall formally seek your hand in marriage with all due propriety. Upon witnessing the sincerity and fervor in his gaze, Su Shuhua smiled brightly, as if a warm current flowed through her, dispelling the chill that had previously lingered in her heart. She raised her eyes to meet his, softly responding, Very well, I believe you. In the night, the distant flames danced, concealing the blush on their faces as the young man and woman stood facing each other. Their smiles gentle and radiant, resembling a pair of perfect match. Chapter 83. The heart's ebb and flow. Perhaps Su Shuhua's words held truth. Gu Yunji, feeling an unbearable heat throughout his body, sought relief in cold water, only to be invaded by chills and succumb to fever in the dead of night, leaving him in a daze. Both Su Qi and Cheng Yin were frantic, summoning a doctor and tending to him throughout the night, creating a tumult that left everyone uneasy. It wasn't until dawn that Gu Yunji finally fell into a deep slumber after consuming a bowl of medicine. When he awoke again, the sun was high in the sky. Gu Yunji was drenched in sweat, feeling considerably lighter than the previous evening. Just as he was about to rise from bed, Su Qi entered with a basin of water. Ancestor, you ought to rest. Be careful not to catch a chill again. Without allowing him a chance to protest, Su Qi pulled Gu Yunji back to bed, tucking the covers around him and checking his forehead, his expression finally relaxing. Thankfully, your fever has subsided. You were burning hot last night, and it frightened me quite a bit. Gu Yunji understood that Su Qi had been restless all night out of concern for him, and warmth surged within him. I appreciate your efforts. I feel much better now. Ah, it's nothing. Su Qi waved his hand dismissively, saying last night you fell ill. And not only were Qingyan and I busy, but even Su Miss was quite worried, staying by Su Shanchong's side for a long while. This morning, I noticed she didn't look well. I suspect she was exhausted from worrying about you. Thankfully, you are fine now. Gu Yunji's heart stirred, and he inquired, what time is it now? Su Qi replied, it's nearly noon. After lunch, we will return to the academy. I came by to wake you so you could prepare, but it seems you were already awake. At that moment, the tent flap opened. Yin entered with a tray of food. Upon seeing Gu Yunji awake, he visibly relaxed and asked, you're awake? Gu Yunji glanced at him briefly, then quickly averted his gaze, replying coolly, yes. The events of the previous night left a lingering tension in Gu Yunji's heart. He could neither forgive Cheng Yin with grace nor sever ties with him. Both felt awkward, unsure how to face one another, unaware of the awkward atmosphere between them. Su Qi placed the food before Gu Yunji and urged, eat quickly. You haven't had anything since last night. If you don't eat, you might faint from hunger. The meal was light and delectable. Gu Yunji scooped a spoonful of rice porridge and found it soft and fragrant, perfect for someone recovering from illness. As he ate, he said to Su Qi, please inform the teacher that I have awakened and am feeling much better, so he need not worry. Su Qi saw through his intentions and teased, I know. Not only do you want to inform Su Shanchong, but it's even more important to let Su Miss know, lest she be worried about you, right? Don't worry, I understand. Gu Yunji smiled faintly, playfully nudging him. So you think you're clever? Stop dawdling and go. All right, I'm on my way. With that, Su Qi promptly exited the tent. Once Su Qi left, the tent fell into silence. Cheng Yin, typically reserved, silently organized his belongings, not uttering a word. Gu Yunji appeared somewhat listless, engaging in minimal conversation as awkwardness permeated the air. After a moment, he spoke softly. Cheng Yin, what transpired last night is in the past. I will not hold it against you any longer. From this point forward, let us interact as if nothing has occurred. However, this does not imply that I am unbothered by it. He lowered his gaze and swallowed a spoonful of soft, glutinous rice porridge, not once looking at Cheng Yin. You and I are fundamentally different. I cannot dictate how you think. Yet, I sincerely hope that you will refrain from employing such tactics on me or on anyone I hold dear in the future. Cheng Yin paused in his task of arranging his clothes, concealing the disappointment in his eyes, and managed a warm smile at Gu Yunji. Very well. His smile was surface level, yet his seemingly gentle eyes concealed a chill within. Sensing the dissonance in Cheng Yin's heart, Gu Yunji sighed, lifting his gaze to meet him. Cheng Yin, I comprehend your ambitions and aspirations. I am aware of the hardships you have faced and the cunning strategies you have employed to achieve your current standing. Nevertheless, I hope you will act within reason and not lose sight of your true self. Those who resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals will inevitably be consumed by their desires and ambitions. Those who lack ethical boundaries will ultimately reap the consequences of their actions. If you continue down this path, you may find yourself lost in a mire of despair from which there is no return. I'm not issuing a warning. I'm expressing my concern. I fear that if you carry too much burden, you may lose your way. Cheng Yin chuckled lightly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. I am well aware of my actions. Our positions are different, as are our backgrounds. You can never truly empathize with my circumstances. Gu Yunji, your family is affluent, and your demeanor exudes the grace of a gentleman. Your character is noble and esteemed, which naturally leads you to disdain the struggles of someone from a humble origin like mine. Rest assured, I shall no longer act in such a manner towards you, nor will I allow my inner turmoil to taint you. Cheng Yin, Gu Yunji's voice rose slightly, tinged with irritation. I am advising you, please do not ignore my words. I have never looked down upon you, nor have I intended to belittle you. I simply cannot bear to watch a friend, someone I have treated sincerely, step by step descend into an abyss. I hope that at all times you maintain your principles. Do you remember why you pursued your studies? What was the purpose of the imperial examinations? To prevent being looked down upon by others. Those who wrong me must learn humility. Those who insult me must learn to be lowly. Those who belittle me must learn to regret. The smile on Cheng Yin's face faded, his tone growing colder. I have told you this since my first day at Luxi Academy, and I have never forgotten. Gu Yunji took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration, and spoke in a low voice. Do you recall what Su Shanchang also said about not straying from one's true self? Cheng Yin swallowed hard, the darkness in his eyes suddenly dissipating, and he managed to utter 2 words with difficulty. I remember. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunji felt a slight easing of his tension, and his tone softened. Cheng Yin, you possess abundant talent. It is only a matter of time before you rise to prominence. I hope you do not belittle yourself or carelessly discard your pride, if you would. This remark pierced Cheng Yin's heart. Gu Yunji had a steadfastness and integrity. But how could Cheng Yin, well-versed in literature and steeped in Confucian teachings for years, lack his own sense of dignity and pride? He too yearned to reject all underhanded dealings and earn a bright future solely through his abilities. Yet he was unanchored, and no matter how much talent and strength he possessed, he could still be easily surpassed by those from noble families. Just taking a single step forward was already immensely challenging. The 2 aspirations seemed irreconcilable. How could one find balance? Contemplating this, Cheng Yin was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of powerlessness, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment, he tightened his grip at his side and looked up at Gu Yunji, offering a smile. Very well, I promise you. Gu Yunji scrutinized him intently, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. Yet the depths of the youth's eyes concealed myriad emotions, rendering them impenetrable to others. Unable to discern anything further, Gu Yunji finally withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. I can only hope he truly keeps his word and remains true to himself. Chapter 84. Fang Ziguwei departing under the enthusiastic closing remarks of the governor of Hangzhou, Lu Xinji. The carnival came to an end. That afternoon, Su Qingyu led everyone back to Luxi Academy. After a few days of rest for the students, classes resumed, and life gradually returned to its normal rhythm. Since that night, Gu Yunji had not seen Fang Ziguwei, and those around him were equally unaware of his whereabouts. When he inquired with Su Qingyu, he merely stated that he would handle everything, urging Gu Yunji not to worry, and thus Gu Yunji ceased to concern himself with the matter. In a late autumn season, leaves fell in a flurry amidst the desolate autumn wind, carpeting the ground in golden hues. From a distance, it resembled gold cascading down in a splendid waterfall, vibrant and resplendent. On this day, as Gu Yunji walked back to his dormitory, he noticed several individuals gathered outside dormitory number 1, seemingly observing something of interest. He cast a casual glance, intending to bypass them, when he spotted Su Qi waving at him. Gu Yunji, over here. Cool me. Gu Yunji paused momentarily before making his way over to Su Qi, discovering several attendants bustling in and out of the dormitory, moving belongings, which seemed rather unremarkable. Losing interest, he remarked, what is so captivating about this? Is it worth your attention? Su Qi gestured ahead with a knowing expression. Look, this is Fang Ziguwei's dormitory. He is leaving the academy. I hear that it is none other than Grand Scholar Fang himself who has come to escort him. Gu Yunji raised an eyebrow. Grand Scholar Fang is a high-ranking official perpetually occupied with governmental affairs. It is astonishing that he would travel such a distance to Hangzhou to fetch him. Is it any wonder that there are so many people here to gawk? Su Qi replied with a cold laugh. Not only is he here to pick him up, but more importantly, he needs to appease Su Shanchang. Fang Ziguwei has committed a grave misdeed. If it were anyone else, they would have been turned over to the authorities long ago. It is only due to Su Shanchang's good heart, considering his friendship with Fang Ziguwei's father, that he has spared him any disgrace. As they spoke, the attendants finished packing, and Fang Shu, along with Fang Ziguwei, emerged, preparing to bid farewell to Su Qingyu, who had just approached. Fang Shu wore a complex expression, his gaze laden with shame as he addressed Su Qingyu. Brother Su, the fault lies with the son, not the father. I have neglected my duty in guiding my son, which has led him to this calamity. I do not dare to expect your forgiveness, but I hope that in the future, during festivals and celebrations, we can exchange letters and not let the ties between our families grow distant. Su Qingyu's demeanor was indifferent, his tone cold and detached. I have lived a good portion of my life and have gradually grown indifferent to social interactions. All I seek is the health and happiness of my children. Grand Scholar Fang is busy with official matters. It suffices for you to teach your son diligently without worrying about our family, which is nestled in the mountains. His words were pointed and unyielding, leaving Fang Shu feeling humiliated. However, as it was his son who had wronged another, Fang Shu was left speechless for a moment, ultimately choosing not to prolong the encounter. He bowed respectfully to Su Qingyu. In that case, I shall not impose further. I apologize on behalf of my son for his transgressions and thank you for your leniency in granting him a chance to amend his ways. I will surely impose strict discipline and guidance upon him, ensuring he does not engage in further wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu merely raised his eyelids, silently accepting Fang Shu's bow. Gu Yunjing observed Fang Shu's comportment and found him to be a reasonable individual, which led him to ponder. Why does such a commendable grand scholar have a son like Fang Ziguei? Most likely, he takes after his mother, Sui Pleads, a fire brewing within him. Grand Scholar Fang is perpetually occupied with official duties and has not closely overseen his son since childhood. Fang Ziguei grew up without any elder guidance and inherited the vile temperament of his lowly mother, thus leading him astray over time. Moreover, owing to the matter concerning my aunt, Grand Scholar Fang feels indebted to our family and has not remarried, only keeping a few concubines. After that, all of his children tragically passed away. It was only when Fang Ji returned home, with his last remaining child now in their teenage years, that he realized the importance of nurturing this sole survivor. Alas, it was too late. Gu Yunjing lamented. It is said that Scholar Fang was an exceptional talent in his youth, achieving the highest honors at a tender age, unmatched by anyone else. The world praised him for his vast knowledge and virtuous conduct, deeming him a model for scholars everywhere. Who could have foreseen that, after experiencing the prime of his life, he would falter in the education of his son, leaving him with future worries? As these thoughts surfaced, Su Qi fell into a reverie, gazing into the distance. In his youth, Scholar Fang was indeed a dragon among men. Otherwise, my aunt would not have been drawn to him. Who could have anticipated the events that followed? Around 2 decades ago, a maid from the Fang household, Wu, administered an aphrodisiac to her master, taking advantage of his drunkenness to climb into his bed, resulting in the birth of a son whom she elevated to the status of concubine. Yet Wu, driven by greed and cruelty, became insatiable and secretly poisoned the legitimate mistress, causing her to suffer a miscarriage and ultimately leading to her despair and death. The young Duke of Dinghua, consumed by grief over his sister's untimely demise, found it hard to accept the circumstances, suspecting foul play. He stormed into the Fang residence, disrupting everything, which ultimately unveiled Wu's true nature, bringing the truth to light. This scandal created a stir in the capital, catching the attention of the emperor. The late emperor issued a decree sentencing Wu to death, comforting the duke and reprimanding the Fang family. Fang Shu's mismanagement led to his demotion, and after enduring years of hardship as a local official, he finally returned to the capital after much struggle. Had it not been for these events, with Fang Shu's intellect and capability, he would have already attained a position akin to that of Su Qingyu, rather than just recently entering the cabinet. Perhaps the volume of their conversation caught Fang Shu's attention. He casually glanced over, and for a brief moment, the color in his eyes brightened upon recognizing Su Qi. He approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "It has been several months since we last met, and you have grown taller. I did not have the opportunity to speak with you when I accompanied His Majesty last time, but I am glad to have a chance today. How have you been at Levexi Academy?" Su Qi hesitated for a moment before awkwardly responding, "Greetings, Uncle Fang." The events of the past were not what Fang Shu desired. After the death of his beloved wife, he fell into a deep melancholy for several years before slowly recovering. Moreover, out of guilt, he had provided assistance to the Su family, both openly and discreetly. Although the Duke of Dinghua still held some reservations, he gradually softened, no longer displaying a cold demeanor towards Fang Shu. The relationship between the two families had improved, with frequent exchanges during festivals. Although Su Qi harbored a dislike for Fang Ji, she could not transfer her resentment onto Fang Shu. Thus, despite the awkwardness, she respectfully addressed him as uncle. Fang Shu nodded with a smile, his gaze shifting to Gu Yunjing beside Su Qi. He tentatively inquired, "You must be Gu Yunjing?" Gu Yunjing averted his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor, and replied, "I am indeed Gu Yunjing. Honored to meet you, Lord Fang." Previously, during the emperor's visit, Fang Shu had only observed Gu Yunjing from a distance. Now, he scrutinized him closely, noting his calm disposition and extraordinary bearing. He could not help but feel a sense of admiration, and without any pretensions, he straightforwardly stated, "Fang Ji has committed a grave error, causing you much distress. I apologize on his behalf." Gu Yunji sidestepped the gesture of respect, lowering his gaze and politely responding, "You are too kind, Lord Fong." There lingered a sense of unresolved tension. However, it was a natural sentiment. Fong Shu perceived Gu Yunji's reaction, but chose not to comment. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su Qi, he departed with Fong Ji to bid farewell to Su Qingyu. After that night, it remained a mystery what Fong Ji had experienced. Today, he remained silent, trailing behind Fong Shu with his head bowed, his expression inscrutable. Watching the father and son of the Fong family retreat, Su Qi let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and exhilaration. Unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "The plague that is Fong Ji has finally departed. I shall never have to see him at the academy again. What a relief." Gu Yunji chuckled at her outburst, though the weight in his heart had not entirely lifted. The animosity between them persisted. Fong Ji was known for his vindictive nature, and given his status, he would undoubtedly continue to pursue the imperial examinations. Even if they did not cross paths for the time being, their encounters in the future within the political arena were bound to be numerous. Chapter 85. Meeting the parents on this day, Gu Yunji, as was his custom, went to deliver his homework to Su Qingyu. But upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a chorus of laughter and lively conversation from a young man. Confused, he stepped inside and discovered not only Su Qingyu and his daughter, but also a stranger he had never encountered before. The man, clad in a crimson official's robe and appearing to be in his 20s, possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, his lips curving into a smile, exuding remarkable handsomeness. He bore a resemblance to Su Qingyu, and at that moment, he was engaged in a casual conversation with Su Shuhua while sipping tea, their demeanor warm and natural. Upon noticing Gu Yunji's entrance, the man glanced up, his gaze probing and assessing, visibly sizing him up from head to toe before he returned to his tea. Maintaining an air of casualness, Gu Yunji felt a wave of unease wash over him, an inexplicable tension swelling within as he hesitated at the threshold, struggling to step forward. "Ah, Yunji has arrived. Just in time for an introduction," Su Qingyu exclaimed, seemingly in high spirits. He rose and warmly ushered Gu Yunji inside, gesturing towards the young man. "This is my newly accepted disciple, Gu Yunji." Then, turning to Gu Yunji, he introduced, "This is my eldest son, Su Shujing. He has come to Hangzhou on official business and took the opportunity to visit us." Realizing this was Su Shuhua's elder brother, Gu Yunji finally understood the source of his discomfort. Just as he was about to greet Su Shujing, he saw Su Shujing leisurely brush off some tea foam, a sly smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "So, you are Gu Yunji. No wonder I felt a bit off upon first meeting you." Su Shujing was over a decade older than Su Shuhua, and they shared a close sibling bond. Due to the significant age difference and Su Shuhua's early loss of their mother, Su Shujing had always been protective of his sister, nurturing her with great care. He had not anticipated that, after being away for just a few months, his delicate sister would be swept away by some impudent lad from nowhere. Upon receiving news from Su Qingyu, Su Shujing, both anxious and irritated, had taken on the task of supervising salt affairs in Hangzhou, determined to see what kind of person this Gu Yunji was who had so swiftly captured his sister's heart. He aimed not only to safeguard Su Shuhua, but also to confront Gu Yunji, resolved to challenge him. Upon hearing Su Shujing's words, Gu Yunji felt awkward and flustered, mentally lamenting his predicament, yet he mustered the courage to respond, "I'm Gu Yunji. Honored to meet you, Brother Su." Su Shujing paused, his tone turning frosty. "Is it not too early to call me brother?" At this remark, Gu Yunji nearly choked on his breath, the words caught in his throat, leaving his face flushed. He had merely thought to address Su Shujing more intimately, given their shared connection through Su Qingyu, wishing to bridge the distance. He had not intended any offense. Su Shujing, seemingly oblivious to the tension, leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "You may refer to me by my official title, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Su." "What kind of address is that?" The room fell into an awkward silence at his words. Su Shuhua, both embarrassed and angry, quietly called out, "Brother." "Yes, what is it?" Su Shujing replied nonchalantly, as if he found nothing amiss. For a first meeting, he believed it appropriate to maintain a balance between formality and familiarity, thus opting for a professional address, treating it as a matter of official business. Su Shuhua, frustrated, bit her lip. "What are you talking about? There is no need for such formalities." Gu Yunji took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and after forcing a strained smile, he managed to utter. "Greetings, Lord Su." "Young Master Su." Su Shujing raised an eyebrow, neither accepting nor rejecting the address, leaving the air thick with unspoken tension. Su Qingyu was acutely aware of his son's temperament and felt quite exasperated by his behavior. He quickly stepped in to mediate the situation. All right, since you have met, let's consider you acquainted. Yunji, please take a seat. There is no need to stand." Upon witnessing Su Shujing's unkindness towards Gu Yunji, Su Shuhua felt helpless and could only discreetly convey an apologetic glance to Gu Yunji as he sat down. Receiving Su Shuhua's silent apology, Gu Yunji responded with a smile, silently assuring her that all was well. Feeling the tension between the two, Su Shujing grew increasingly irritable and glared at Gu Yunji. Leaning forward slightly to obstruct Su Shuhua behind him, he smiled ominously at Gu Yunji. "What are you looking at, young Master Gu? Perhaps you could point it out for me as well?" His words made Gu Yunji uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and, feeling embarrassed alongside Su Shuhua, quickly averted his gaze, sitting up straight and adopting a posture of feigned indifference. This finally eased Su Shujing's agitation somewhat. Regaining his composure, he fixed his gaze on Gu Yunji and began a rapid-fire series of questions. "How old are you this year, young Master Gu? What is your zodiac sign? Where do you reside? Do you have parents or siblings, and what do they do?" His demeanor was relaxed, but the barrage of inquiries felt like a net tightly ensnaring Gu Yunji, who was momentarily at a loss and began to sweat profusely. "Brother." Su Shuhua could no longer bear to listen and interjected, "Why are you asking him so many questions?" Su Shujing reined in his intensity and smiled at Su Shuhua. "Shuhua, I am merely inquiring. I want to bite him. There is no need to be so anxious." With a sigh, he added, tinged with a hint of melancholy, I remember when you were just an innocent little girl, and now you are defending others. When did you become so protective of me? I've only asked a couple of questions, yet you leap to his defense. How biased you are. Brother, you." Su Shuhua felt embarrassed and indignant, momentarily lost for words, turning her head away in displeasure. Gu Yunji wiped the sweat from his forehead, internally lamenting Su Shujing's difficult nature, and reluctantly replied, "I am 15 this year, born in the first month, and my zodiac sign is the dragon. I reside in Huading County, Songjiang Prefecture, where both my parents are present. I have 2 elder brothers and a younger sister." Before he could finish, Su Shujing raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you're from the Gu family of Songjiang. Do you know Gu Mingxian? What is your relation to him?" Gu Yunji was taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation and responded honestly, "Gu Mingxian is my uncle's son, my cousin." "Ah, that makes sense," Su Shujing chuckled lightly. "The first one causes me trouble in the court, and the other one has bewitched my sister. It seems trouble runs in the family." Chapter 86. A Brother's Protective Heart. Su Shujing currently held the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a 5th-rank official. Gu Mingxian, serving as a member of the Revenue Department, held a 7th-rank position, although his rank was lower than Su Shujing's. He was a censor directly accountable to the emperor and not subject to the ministry's oversight. Consequently, Su Shujing could not exert authority over Gu Mingxian and, in fact, had to show him respect. The duties of the Revenue Department were complex, and its officials were perpetually occupied. It was inevitable that there would be administrative discrepancies. However, the censors were known for their strict impartiality, ready to report any mistakes to the emperor without hesitation. While it was understood that this was part of their duty, officials often found themselves exhausted and frustrated, harboring no fondness for the censors. Since assuming his position, Gu Mingxian had diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, adhering strictly to rules and regulations, which had caused Su Shujing considerable annoyance. Thus, upon discovering Gu Yunji's relation to Gu Mingxian, Su Shujing's displeasure only intensified. "Trouble seems to be a family trait," Su Shujing remarked lightly, leaving Gu Yunji feeling exceedingly awkward. Despite his good upbringing, he found himself at a loss for how to navigate the situation. Although he and Su Shuhua were not formally engaged, their mutual understanding was evident to all, making Su Shujing's bluntness all the more startling. Su Qingyu cleared his throat, attempting to redirect the conversation. "Shujing, the weather has turned cold, and the locust plague is coming to an end. However, the number of refugees in the north is increasing. Given your time in the capital, has the court proposed any measures for their resettlement?" Seeing Gu Yunji's discomfort, Su Shujing seemed to feel he had tormented him enough and readily began addressing Su Qingyu's inquiry. "There are no concrete plans. The ministers have differing opinions. Before I left, They were still arguing fiercely. Some suggested focusing on appeasement, allocating funds and grain to encourage the refugees to remain in their hometowns, but the ministry lacks the necessary funds. Others argued that since the refugee crisis has already arisen, it is too late for appeasement, and that the nearby provinces should quickly accept the refugees to prevent disruption in the capital and potential disaster for the emperor. This led to discontent among the local officials in the northern provinces, as accepting refugees was no simple task. It required vast resources. Furthermore, with winter approaching, any mismanagement could lead to chaos, creating disaster for the entire province. Consequently, the ministers had yet to reach a consensus. As Su Yunjing spoke, his tone grew grave, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. From what I have witnessed on my journey from the capital, the influx of refugees heading south has already gained momentum. I have reason to believe that a significant part of this is due to local officials in the disaster-stricken areas covertly encouraging the southward migration of refugees. Su Qingyu furrowed his brows and scoffed coldly. They wish to avoid complications by pushing the refugees southward, not caring how many lives will be lost along the way. They certainly have an easy job. He continued, once the refugees reach the south and clash with local customs and traditions, it is bound to lead to great turmoil. Su Yunjing replied, therefore, my visit to Hangzhou is not only to see you and your sister, but also to alert you to prepare in advance. The mention of the locust plague and the refugees cast a heavy pall over the group, diminishing the joy of their reunion, and they could only engage in light, casual conversation. Before long, the sun began to set. Su Yunjing glanced outside and remarked, having sat indoors for so long, I feel rather stifled. With the beautiful evening glow, I would like to take a stroll outside. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Gu Yunji, a playful smile on his lips. I am not very familiar with the Xishu Academy. Perhaps young Master Gu could accompany me for a walk. Su Chengi, Wei closed his eyes and said, I am feeling a bit fatigued, so I shall remain here. You two go ahead. Su Shuhua immediately stood up, then I will join you. Su Yunjing gently pushed her back in her seat. No need. I have young Master Gu to accompany me. The academy was bustling with people, loud and chaotic. As a young lady, she should be cautious of being jostled by the crowd. It is best for you to stay at home. Su Suhu, concerned that Su Yunjing would make things difficult for Gu Yunji, hesitated. What about you two? Gu Yunji sensed that Su Yunjing likely had something to discuss with him, so he stepped forward to reassure her. It is nothing to worry about. I will simply accompany young Master Su for a casual stroll. There will be no issues. With no other choice, Su Shuhua resigned herself to staying back. Noticing that Su Yunjing was not paying attention, she leaned in and whispered to Gu Yunji, my brother can be like this. If he says anything unpleasant, do not take it to heart. Gu Yunji smiled gently, understood. As the sun dipped lower, Su Yunjing and Gu Yunji strolled side by side, wandering leisurely through the academy. The two individuals walked at a leisurely pace, both gazing ahead in silence, with no intention of conversation. After a considerable time, Su Yunjing finally spoke softly. You must think me difficult to get along with after the trouble I caused you earlier. Not at all, Gu Yunjing replied, maintaining his stride with a gentle tone. I can understand your protectiveness over your sister, as I have a sister myself. In some ways, I can empathize. If I were in your position, I might have been even harsher in my words. Upon hearing this, Su Yunjing gradually halted his steps and turned to look intently at him. Since that is the case, I shall not beat around the bush. I have only one sister, Shuhua, whom I have cherished and raised with great care. Naturally, I wish for her to find a worthy partner and lead a stable life. Initially, upon hearing about your relationship, I felt both anxious and concerned. I worried that Shuhua, being young and still maturing, might not discern people's true intentions and could be easily deceived. However, having met you today, I realized that my father's assessment of you was indeed accurate, and I understand why she is drawn to you. As he spoke, Su Yunjing turned back and resumed his pacing. You made a valid point when you said that you currently do not deserve Shuhua. Although you are not yet betrothed, it is evident that her heart is already entwined with yours. If you truly admire her and wish to marry her, you must strive harder, excel in the imperial examinations, and secure a position in the court, thereby earning a status worthy of her. This is not only for your sake, but for Shuhua's as well. Do not betray her sincere feelings. Do you understand? Su Yunjing halted, fixing Gu Yunjing with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Gu Yunjing solemnly replied, I understand. I will exert all my efforts to earn your and the teacher's approval. In 2 years' time, I shall return with news of my success in the imperial examinations." Hearing Gu Yunjing's ambitious declaration, Su Shujing chuckled heartily. "Ah, indeed, you possess great ambition." He patted Gu Yunjing on the shoulder and strode forward, letting his voice drift away in the wind. "I hope you can fulfill your promise. I await your good news." Chapter 87. The holiday approaches. Time flew by, and within the monotonous daily life at Gu Xue Academy, the fierce northern winds swept through the fallen leaves, quietly dispelling the lingering chill of autumn. With a sharp and cutting force, the frost-laden winds arrived, swiftly ushering the temperate Jiangnan into an extended winter. The Jiangnan landscape, known for its gentle beauty, remained verdant on distant hills, yet compared to the vibrant spring, it lacked vitality, now marked by a certain desolation. As the 12th month approached, the lively and festive Spring Festival was already on the horizon. With the holiday nearing, the students at Gu Xue Academy grew increasingly restless, their faces betraying a mix of suppressed excitement and impatience, infusing the cold winter days with a rare vibrancy. In the academy, Su Qingyu was reviewing Gu Yunjing's assignments as he remarked, Your recent coursework has been commendable. It is rare to see you so focused." With the holidays approaching, not just the students, but even the teachers find it hard to concentrate on their lessons. Although they seem to be sitting still, their minds have already flown home. Gu Yunjing handed him a hand warmer filled with charcoal, smiling as he said, "Who can blame them? Even though there are still several days before the holiday, many have already begun to pack their bags." Su Qi has been calculating what to bring to the northern border, and last night, he suddenly remembered he hadn't packed his knee pads. He threw on a coat and started rummaging around in the middle of the night, oblivious to the cold. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is he going to the northern border this year? Not returning to the capital?" Gu Yunjing replied. He received a letter from the Duke of Dinghua, instructing him to pack up and head to the northern border as soon as the holiday begins, to accompany him in military training and return in the spring. At this, Su Qingyu couldn't help but click his tongue. The northern border is already harsh and unforgiving, and in winter, it is even more severe. The Duke is quite ruthless to send his son to such a place. Yet, Su Qi, who is so accustomed to luxury, was initially reluctant to come to the academy. Now he is willing? Not willingly, Gu Yunjing chuckled. Su Qi complained about his father's decision for several days and wrote multiple letters in protest, but the Duke was unyielding and returned them without mercy. Ultimately, he had no choice but to comply. Recalling Su Qi's demeanor, Gu Yunjing found it amusing, but I think he's merely putting on a facade. Despite his complaints, as soon as he received his father's letter, he began packing his bags. Even before the Duke's envoy arrived to fetch him, he had everything prepared and had even mapped out several routes to the northern border. Yet, he keeps lamenting that he feels like an abandoned child, as if the Duke has no concern for him. Su Qingyu couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head in amusement for a while before he remarked, "Indeed, he comes from a family of military generals. Although Su Qi may seem frivolous, he possesses a certain spirit and resilience inherited from his father. A tiger father does not beget a dog son." In terms of scholarly aptitude, Su Qi may not be particularly gifted, likely stopping at the status of a jiren. However, in military matters, with his temperament and martial skills, he has great potential if he trains diligently. Gu Yunjing agreed wholeheartedly and chimed in a few more words. As they conversed, the topic circled back to their plans for the Spring Festival. Gu Yunjing said, "I, along with Cheng Yin, will return to Songjiang Prefecture, Huiding County, to reunite with family. And what about you and Miss Su? Will you remain in Hangzhou or return to the capital to celebrate the new year with young Master Su?" Su Qingyu shook his head. "Neither. Shujing will stay in the capital, while Shuhua and I will return to our hometown in Shaoxing Prefecture." The Su family in Shaoxing, like the Gu family in Songjiang, is a prominent clan in Jiangnan. The Su family holds significant influence, not only sending their descendants into officialdom, but also engaging in maritime trade, thriving in various markets. Although Su Qingyu's parents have passed away, he remains rooted in the Su family and has many brothers and nephews in Shaoxing whom he visits from time to time. With a sigh, Su Qingyu continued, "In recent years, coastal pirates have been rampant, causing great unrest in Shaoxing Prefecture. Last year, our family suffered significant losses in trade profits. I must return to offer some comfort and reassurance to my relatives." Su Qingyu had served as the prime minister before his retirement, and his influence within the Su clan was considerable. Whenever issues arose, the family tended to look to him for guidance. Given the current situation with the pirates, it was only natural that they would seek his counsel. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunjing's expression turned serious. Are the pirates causing trouble again? Why hasn't there been any mention of it in the official reports? Su Qingyu explained, pirates have been a persistent issue, surfacing in waves, and it's no longer a rare occurrence. Unless a significant crisis arises, the court does not pay sudden attention to it. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gu Yunjing asked, with Japan embroiled in civil war and unable to attend to external matters, how did these rogue warriors come together to form pirates at sea? Logically, such a small nation with limited population should not be able to pose a threat. Why is it so difficult to eradicate these coastal pirates? Su Qingyu elaborated. Although the pirates are few in number, they are highly dispersed. You may drive some away, but they will simply evade and cause incessant trouble. Every time our country gathers a large number of soldiers to confront them directly, the pirates will cunningly evade capture, forcing us to chase them around, thereby wasting military resources and financial support. Thus, while the threat of pirates has persisted for years, they are challenging to eradicate completely, much like cutting chives. Once you cut them down, they simply grow back again. Su Qingyu's worry was palpable. He was concerned not only for his family members, but also for the coastal residents of several prefectures affected by the pirates. Hearing this, Gu Yunjing couldn't help but recall the renowned anti-pirate general, Qi Jiguang, from history. He pondered whether this era also had a similar hero, one who safeguarded the coastal populace with peace and security. As they spoke, the two fell into a reverie, unknowingly concluding their conversation in a silence that lingered. The winter winds howled, and for the first time in a long while, the typically gentle Jiangnan region was graced with a light, damp snowfall, adding a touch of muddiness to the students of Lucy Academy's journey home. Yet, this minor inconvenience did little to dampen their joyous and eager spirits. Instead, it became a topic of light-hearted banter during their lengthy return. While Gu Yunjing and Cheng Yin sat in a carriage, swaying gently towards Huitang County in Songjiang Prefecture, Su Qi was also embarking on a journey to the frigid northern borders after several changes of transport. In the 12th lunar month, after a year of toil, people finally had the opportunity to rest, preparing for the new year by acquiring goods, donning new garments, and pasting up spring festival couplets to bid farewell to the old year. This bustling atmosphere was infused with the exuberance and joy of reunion that accompanies the spring festival. After being away for several months to pursue his studies, Gu Yunjing managed to return home just in time to celebrate the new year with his family, enjoying a fulfilling and complete celebration amidst the crackling sounds of firecrackers. Chapter 88. Birthday on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Gu Yunjing celebrated his 16th birthday. Early in the morning, upon opening his door, he was greeted by the sight of his charming younger sister, Gu Yunxiao, wrapped in fluffy snowflakes, looking as lovely as a jade figure. "Brother, happy birthday," she exclaimed, her face beaming with joy as she presented him with a steaming bowl of longevity noodles. "I made this myself, please try it." Seeing Gu Yunxiao's nose flush from the cold, Gu Yunjing's heart softened. He accepted the noodles and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Xiao." Gu Yunxiao, sensing his gesture, turned her head to evade him, but he held her head firmly, playfully tousling her hair further. After spending the morning meticulously styling her hair, it was now a disheveled mess thanks to her brother. She covered her hair with both hands and shot him an annoyed look. "Brother, I'm grown up now. Please don't treat me like a child anymore." At merely 12 years old, she was still very much a child. Gu Yunjing, unfazed, replied dismissively, all right, Xiao Xiao is all grown up, a proper young lady now. But no matter how grown, you're still younger than me, and in my eyes, you will always be a child. What's wrong with me ruffling your hair?" Noticing her impending displeasure, he quickly disguised his actions by taking a large mouthful of noodles, exclaiming, Our Xiao Xiao is truly skilled. These noodles look light and delicate, yet they taste exquisite. One could almost swallow the bowl whole." Seeing Gu Yunjing enjoying the meal, Gu Yunxiao's irritation melted away, her laughter lighting up her features. "I'm glad you like it. No wonder Jier hasn't come to breakfast yet. It seems Xiao Xiao has already prepared longevity noodles for her brother." Gu Kaijin and Madame Wang approached with beaming smiles, their hearts swelling with joy as they witnessed their children in harmony. "Jier, today is your 16th birthday, and your mother has ordered some new clothes for you," Madame Wang said, turning to beckon a maid. "Quickly, Bring them here so Jie can have a look. Madame Wang unfolded a garment, holding it against Gu Yunjing, her expression one of satisfaction. Well, Jie has grown up now. You've matured, and with this attire, look how handsome you are. So spirited and well-fitted. Truly a fine young man. Gu Yunjing examined the garment, noting the exquisite craftsmanship and luxurious fabric, far surpassing the ordinary clothes he had worn before. Indeed, whenever he exhibited a hint of brilliance or exceptional talent, he effortlessly garnered the family's attention and regard. He instructed someone to take the clothing away and smiled at Madame Wang, saying, "Thank you, mother." Gu Kaijin also stepped forward, presenting a fine set of writing implements. "I wasn't sure what you would like, fearing that my gift might not please you. After much thought, I believe writing tools are most appropriate. I wish you a joyful birthday, Jie, and may you excel in your studies and triumph in your examinations." Gu Yunjing respectfully accepted the gift with both hands, saying, "Thank you, father. The nurturing my parents have provided is a tremendous blessing. There is no need for further gifts. Today's birthday present is a testament to your affection for me, and how could I not feel grateful? Regardless of what my parents bestow upon me, I shall cherish it." Gu Kaijin felt a warmth in his heart at his son's words. Observing how his once timid and reserved child had matured into such a considerate young man brought tears to his eyes. He placed a hand gently on Gu Yunjing's shoulder, saying, "Our Jie has truly grown up now, understand gratitude, and no longer causes his father worry." At that moment, Gu Yunxiao and his wife, along with Gu Yunlin, entered the room. Zhang Xiuyun, now 7 months pregnant, moved with some difficulty, but Gu Yunxiao was there to support her waist, guiding her gently as they approached. Gu Yunjing, concerned, quickly fetched a chair for Zhang Xiuyun. "Sister-in-law, now that you are expecting, you should rest more. Don't tire yourself with all this moving about. It's fine. The doctor said that occasional movement is beneficial for the child," Zhang Xiuyun replied with a slight breathlessness, smiling up at him. "Besides, today is my third brother's birthday. I must come to wish him well." Zhang Xiuyun, already naturally beautiful, radiated a gentle maternal glow now that she was pregnant, her demeanor exceedingly graceful. Gu Yunxiao stood quietly beside her, his eyes never leaving her form, occasionally adjusting her sleeves or tucking stray hairs behind her ear, embodying the ideal husband. Gu Yunjing observed his brother's demeanor, marveling at how marriage and family changed a person. Gu Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with tenderness, as though his heart was filled to the brim with love for his wife and child, banishing the despondency he once felt after failing his examinations. At that moment, Mama Zhao, who had been beside Madame Wang, hurriedly entered the room. Her lips parted as if to speak, but sensing the warm and harmonious atmosphere, she hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Noticing her indecision, Madame Wang frowned and spoke with a hint of impatience. "If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then leave." Mama Zhao glanced at the assembled family before stepping forward to bow to Madame Wang and Gu Kaijin. "Master, Madame Chuier has given birth. It's a boy, and both mother and child are well." The room fell silent at her words. Last year, the affair between Gu Yunlin and Chuier had caused quite a scandal in the Gu household, nearly tarnishing their reputation. Though the matter had ultimately been handled with some discretion, the family held little fondness for Chuier, and few were eager to hear news related to her, which explained Mama Zhao's earlier reluctance. She feared that her announcement might dampen the festive spirits. After a long pause, Madame Wang spoke coldly. "Let her give birth. Bring the child back. Arrange for a wet nurse and prepare whatever is needed." "Do I really need to instruct you on this?" "Yes, madam," Mama Zhao replied hastily, preparing to leave. "Wait," Gu Kaijin called out, though he knew that the child's mother and lineage were far from illustrious. He recognized that this was nonetheless a child of the Gu family, a male heir. He should be given a name for the sake of our family lineage. He glanced intentionally at Gu Yunxiao and his wife, slowly continuing. "According to the family genealogy, he belongs to the Zhao generation, as the first grandson with the gene radical. Let us proceed as previously discussed, and name him Gu Zhaoqin." Madame Wang's complexion paled instantly, and she hurriedly interjected, "Master, that may not be appropriate. Zhaoqin is a name we decided on early, and while this child is indeed the first grandson, the true heir of the Gu family is still the child in Xiuyun's womb. He is the one most deserving of such a name. A child born of a concubine hardly merits it." Upon hearing this, Gu Kaijin sighed. He was fully aware of the inappropriateness of the situation. However, as the head of the family, He had to maintain a semblance of authority, regardless of the outcome. Now that Madame Wang had spoken up to offer her counsel, he acquiesced and changed his stance. Indeed, let us select another character. With that, Gu Kaijin turned to the corner where Gu Yunlin stood, second brother, as his biological father. Why don't you give him a name? Gu Yunlin rolled his eyes in blatant disdain and replied, I have no intention of naming him. I never wished for him to be born in the first place. And now you expect me to fulfill the role of a father? If I must name him, let it be Gu Xiaodong or Gu Xiaodai. I can't think of anything better. Enough. Gu Kaijin was nearly choked with anger. His face flushed crimson. Just then, Gu Yunqi seized the moment to divert everyone's attention to himself. Why don't I give my little nephew a name? Sensing the curiosity and scrutiny in the eyes of those around him, he smiled gently. This child was born on the 8th day of the first lunar month, the same day as my own birthday. It is a sign of fate. Let's call him Gu Xiaoming. The term Ming signifies the characters inscribed on artifacts. Some inscriptions sing praises, while others serve as warnings. In the context of a name, it also conveys the notion of exceptional talent, making it quite a fine choice. There lies an additional layer of meaning that Gu Yunqi did not voice. The character Ming can also be associated with the term Mingji, which signifies everlasting remembrance. He hoped the child would regard his parents as a lesson, not to demean himself, and to strive diligently, becoming a person of merit and responsibility. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Kaijin decisively proclaimed, Very well, he shall be named Gu Xiaoming. He surveyed the room with an air of authority, half admonishing. Half warning, Gu Xiaoming is the son of the second brother, my grandson, and he carries the blood of the Gu family. He shall have all that is rightfully his, and none shall dare to mistreat or belittle him. Is that understood? The crowd bowed their heads in unison, responding understood. Chapter 89. Lantern Festival. On the day of the Lantern Festival, with the exception of Gu Yunxiao, who stayed home to accompany Zheng Xiuyun, the rest of the Gu family set out together to enjoy the festivities as the lanterns were lit. That night, the streets of Huading County were adorned with a kaleidoscope of lanterns, bustling with throngs of people. The sounds of vendors calling out their wares mingled with the laughter of children and the gentle reprimands of parents. Beneath the vibrant lights, a soft, ethereal glow enveloped the smiling faces, infusing the wintry air with warmth and vitality. Unlike the Qixi festival, the atmosphere of the Lantern Festival was still imbued with the joyous remnants of the New Year celebrations. Everyone radiated happiness and delight, preparing to relish one last shared outing with family as the Spring Festival drew to a close. Although Gu Yunxiao had become more composed and reserved over the past 2 years, she could not help but be swept up in the festive spirit, awakening the lively and playful side within her. With wide, bright eyes, she tugged at Gu Yunqi's sleeve, filled with curiosity and excitement. Brother, look at those beautiful little lanterns over there. Gu Yunqi, seldom seeing his sister so joyous, felt a wave of tenderness wash over him as she exhibited this rare, girlish exuberance. Gently ruffling her hair, he responded, Let us go take a look. They approached the stall, and Gu Yunqi asked, Which one do you like? Whatever you choose, I shall buy it for you. Dazzled by the array of delightful trinkets, Gu Yunxiao hesitated, momentarily at a loss for which lantern to select. Gu Yunqi did not rush her. He patiently waited as she deliberated. In the midst of this slightly tedious wait, his attention was suddenly captured by a bracelet in the corner. It was a jade-green crystal bangle, exquisite and translucent, with a refined simplicity that caught his eye. As he gazed at the bangle, Gu Yunqi was reminded of Su Shua's delicate wrist, slender and fair, reminiscent of a jade shoot. Such a graceful hand would undoubtedly be even more enchanting adorned with this crystal bracelet. With that thought, he promptly purchased the bangle, carefully placing it in a box for safekeeping. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxiao finally settled on an adorable rabbit lantern. Turning back, she noticed her brother had bought a feminine bracelet and asked curiously, Brother, why did you buy a girl-esque bracelet? Is it for someone special? Caught off guard by her question, Gu Yunqi felt a flush of embarrassment. It is for gifting. Noticing the crimson hue creeping into his ears, Gu Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. Brother, you don't mean to say you have someone in your heart, do you? Clutching the box tightly, Gu Yunqi lowered his head, stammering, Yes, I do have someone I like. Surprised, Gu Yunxiao expressed her concern. Brother, you spend all your time at the academy and have little interaction with the daughters of prominent families. You wouldn't be led astray by a courtesan, would you? Do not speak such nonsense. Gu Yunqi shot her an indignant glare. She is a respectable young lady, talented and cultured, far removed from any courtesan. Her brother's words eased Gu Yunxiao's worries, but recalling his bashful demeanor while purchasing the bracelet, she remained unconvinced. If that is the case, brother, you should inform father and mother, and properly seek their approval before pursuing her, rather than recklessly gifting a bracelet, which may come off as frivolous. Gu Yunqi stared at the brocade box containing the bracelet, mumbling, that is how it should be. However, I do not feel worthy of her yet, so I dare not approach them. I will keep this bracelet for now, and once I achieve success in the imperial examinations, and we are engaged, I shall present it to her with confidence. Oh dear, my foolish brother! Gu Yunxiao exclaimed, exasperated as she playfully poked his forehead. Look at you, completely enchanted. If you believe you are unworthy, does that not suggest you may be indulging in unrequited feelings? At her remark, Gu Yunqi immediately lifted his head, defending himself. I do not have unrequited feelings. We share mutual affection. She feels the same way. As Gu Yunqi spoke, his voice grew softer under Gu Yunxiao's scrutinizing gaze, eventually leading him to turn his head away, avoiding her penetrating stare. Amused, Gu Yunxiao pursued him, teasingly observing his downcast eyes. Brother, you look utterly lackluster. Which girl has captured your heart? Do tell me. Who knows? Maybe you will find yourself in the same situation before I do. Gu Yunqi retorted, attempting to divert the conversation. Alas, our parents have already wandered off quite a distance. Let us not linger any longer. We must catch up, Gu Yunqi declared, glancing ahead, feigning nonchalance, and before Gu Yunxiao could respond, he hurriedly stepped away, as if fleeing. Remaining behind, Gu Yunxiao shook her head in amusement, ready to follow him when suddenly she was jostled by the crowd. As she attempted to navigate through the throng, she stumbled on the verge of falling. Miss Gu, be careful, a warm voice called from behind, as a gentle hand steadied her swaying body, providing just the right amount of support. The hand withdrew swiftly, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor without any unnecessary gestures. After coming to a halt, Gu Yunxiao turned around and saw a familiar, bright-faced young man standing there. Uncertain, she inquired, Is that you, young Master Cheng? Cheng Yin offered a slight smile. It seems we met at the wedding banquet of Master Gu last year. I did not expect Miss Gu to remember my name. Gu Yunxiao composed herself, suppressing her earlier fluster, and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you, young Master Cheng, for your assistance just now. Cheng Yin nodded with courteous grace. It was merely a small effort. There is no need for thanks, Miss Gu. Noticing Cheng Yin was alone, Gu Yunxiao asked, Did you come to the Lantern Festival by yourself? Cheng Yin replied, I was initially with my family, but upon seeing Yunjing from a distance, I came over to speak with him. I did not anticipate running into you, Miss Gu. At that moment, Gu Yunji, having grown anxious from waiting for his sister, returned and, seeing her unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Cheng Yin with mild surprise. Cheng Yin, what brings you here? Cheng Yin explained, I spotted you from afar and intended to greet you, but the crowd dispersed us. Gu Yunji, not wanting to dwell on it, said, Well, I cannot find our parents either. How about we three explore together? Cheng Yin readily agreed. Of course, that sounds delightful. Gu Yunxiao also expressed no objection. Thus, the three of them wandered about until the festival began to wind down, and the streets gradually quieted. Only then did Gu Yunji bid farewell to Cheng Yin and escort his sister back to the Gu residence. Chapter 90. Refusal of refugees after the Spring Festival. Gu Yunji and Cheng Yin boarded the carriage back to Lucy Academy, resuming their scholarly pursuits for the new year. Along the way, Gu Yunji noticed numerous refugees, some kneeling in small groups at the roadside begging, while others traveled in larger groups, attempting to migrate south. They were all in tattered clothing, gaunt and emaciated, as though they might collapse from exhaustion at any moment, evoking pity in those who beheld them. The further south they traveled, the more refugees congregated, surging towards the city. However, the city gates of various provinces were heavily guarded, forbidding refugees from entering, forcing them to set up makeshift shelters outside the city for temporary accommodation. Outside the gates of Hangzhou, the terrain was expansive, and at least 1,000 refugees had gathered, a dark mass covering the ground. If not for the officers clearing the way, Gu Yunji and Cheng Yan's carriage would have struggled to enter. Gu Yunji gazed ahead and noticed that the number of guards at the city gates had increased at least fivefold, all clad in armor, their expressions stern. watching the refugees who dared to approach with hawk-like scrutiny. The mere sight was enough to instill fear. As the carriage slowly progressed through the line, waiting for inspection, Gu Yunji grew impatient and lifted the curtain to inquire of a soldier stationed nearby. "Good sir, why is the entry to the city so slow? It has never been this strictly checked before." Noticing his distinguished attire, the soldier adopted a more accommodating demeanor. "Young master, please bear with us. If we do not conduct thorough checks at the city gates, the refugees would take the opportunity to slip in unnoticed. The governor has issued a strict order. Not a single refugee is to be allowed entry." Gu Yunji frowned. "If we do not allow the refugees into the city, are we simply going to ignore their plight and let them starve outside? What sense does that make?" While it is true that an influx of refugees could easily lead to chaos, local officials typically would not permit refugees to enter the city lightly. However, they also would not completely disregard them. At the very least, the authorities would provide rice porridge and temporary shelters to help the refugees settle down. Yet, the scene outside the city depicted chaos and disorder, clearly lacking any governmental oversight. Not to mention, the few rickety shelters present were erected by the refugees themselves. Many were seen gathering tree bark and roots in preparation to stave off hunger. The soldier managed a bitter smile. "I am merely a foot soldier, following orders. I cannot change anything. The refugees are not entirely without food. Occasionally, some wealthy individuals will come to offer porridge, allowing them to survive for the time being. However, such sporadic charity from affluent families could not guarantee a sustainable solution, nor could it assure that the refugees would have enough to eat the following day. Tree bark and roots would eventually run out. When that time came, would the refugees still remain outside the city, waiting for the occasional handout?" With a sigh, Gu Yunji resigned himself back into the carriage. In the distance, a steward from a wealthy household was selecting young maidservants among the refugees, easily acquiring several half-grown children at a pitifully low price. Hearing the children's tearful sobs as they parted from their families weighed heavily on Cheng Yan's heart, prompting him to lower the curtain and avert his gaze. Closing his eyes, yet the faint sounds of weeping still reached his ears. Gu Yunji, with his head bowed, murmured, "Is it not possible to offer porridge and temporary shelters, even if they cannot enter the city? It is still the first month. Many refugees are clad in thin garments, and the cold could very well claim the lives of many. How can Lu Xian be so heartless?" Cheng Yin sighed. "The official reports have not yet published the guidelines for accepting refugees. The officials likely have not received the orders from above yet, and thus they are reluctant to take risks by using the treasury to assist the refugees. For now, they must endure one day at a time, waiting for the court to allocate funds for their sustenance. But for every day they delay, how many more lives are lost? Do they not understand this?" Gu Yunji's eyes reddened, his voice thick with emotion. These officials merely muddle through their days, believing that as long as they retain their positions, everything will be fine, completely indifferent to the number of lives lost. Gu Yunji did not see anything wrong with self-preservation, but that was within the context of political strife. Not when they could bear witness to refugees dying before their eyes, yet still refuse to take any risks to assist them. Hearing his words, Cheng Yan's expression darkened, and he offered no further comment. After a prolonged wait, the carriage finally reached the city gates. Following the inspection, the driver was instructed to return the carriage to the carriage depot, while Gu Yunji and Cheng Yan prepared to enter the city on foot. Just as they were disembarking, a desperate voice suddenly called from nearby, "Officer, please, let me in. My daughter has a high fever. We cannot delay any longer. I promise, once she is well, we will leave immediately and not linger in the city." Gu Yunji turned toward the voice and saw a middle-aged man, appearing to be a refugee, cradling a child in his arms. He spoke in a thick accent, pleading with the guards to allow him entry, his appearance disheveled and wearing tattered straw sandals. Nearly on the verge of kneeling before the officers in his desperation, the guards, growing impatient with his pleas, unsheathed their gleaming blades, startling the man into retreat. As one of them coldly admonished, "No means no. If you continue to pester us, I will not hesitate to take action." Seeing the man tremble in fear, yet unwilling to give up, Gu Yunji felt a surge of compassion and stepped forward to inquire, "What is happening?" The guard sheathed his sword and softened his tone. "It is nothing. Just a refugee who insists on entering the city, and I was instructed to stop him. I hope I did not disturb you, young master." Gu Yunji shook his head, glancing at the frail child in the man's arms, whose face was flushed with fever. He frowned and asked, "Is there truly no way to let him in to seek medical attention for the child?" The guard appeared troubled. "It really is not possible. The governor has made it clear. Not a single refugee is to be allowed entry." Gu Yunji pointed to the stewards in the distance who were purchasing children from among the refugees, questioning, "Then why are they allowed to enter?" The guard forced a smile and explained, "That is different. They are purchasing servants backed by wealthy households, so they are permitted entry." "Very well, I will vouch for them. Let them enter the city," Gu Yunji declared. Gu Yunji's gaze was resolute, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "I am a student of the Lucy Academy. Though I may not compare to the wealthy families in the city who can usher in dozens of refugees, bringing in just this father and daughter should not pose a problem, should it?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers stiffened. "Young master, this may not be appropriate." Gu Yunji produced a silver ingot from within his garment and placed it in the soldier's hand, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "What about now? Is it appropriate?" Yes, it is appropriate." The soldier's demeanor transformed, his face brightening as he felt the weight of the coin. "You may take them in." With that, he opened the gate and allowed the man to enter. Chapter 91. 1. Is also salvation. The man cradling the child felt a surge of emotion. Kneeling before Gu Yunji and repeatedly bowing his head, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master. Thank you. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten." Gu Yunji hastily helped him up, saying, "Enough of that. We must prioritize getting the child medical attention." Perhaps seeing the soldiers make an exception, the distant refugees began to gather, pleading with Gu Yunji. Their expressions vacant and movements stiff, murmuring unintelligibly, "Young master, please, please." The soldiers at the city gate reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and forming a line before the refugees, commanding, "Step back. All of you step back." The refugees, frightened, retreated several paces, and upon realizing their hopes of entering the city were dashed, they dispersed. Watching the lifeless figures of the refugees, Gu Yunji felt a profound sadness. Cheng Yin sighed helplessly, stating, "You can save one or two, but can you save the countless thousands outside the city?" "Yunji, you did not need to go to such lengths today. My abilities may be limited, but saving one life is still a life saved." Gu Yunji tightened his grip, sorrow filling his eyes. "I cannot stand by and watch this child perish." After saying this, he closed his eyes, gathered his emotions, and handed several silver coins to the man. "Here, take this money and seek medical care for the child."